Chapter 1. Torrential Rain and Strange Fish. The rain poured down relentlessly, creating a cacophony of sound that reverberated like thunder, shrouding the day in darkness akin to night. In the Yulong Bay community, Unit 1701 of Building 12, the balcony window stood ajar, allowing the rainwater to cascade inside, pooling into a row of stainless steel basins arranged at the foot of the wall. Su Yin stood quietly at the window, gazing out at the deluge, his expression one of deep sorrow. More than 5 months had passed, and the world beyond had transformed utterly. The entire city lay submerged beneath floodwaters, with even the tallest trees vanishing from sight. Buildings were half immersed, their foundations cloaked in a murky expanse of debris, including the lifeless forms of both animals and humans. After graduating from university, Su Yin had come to Sioux City to work independently. Over 6 months prior, his employer had purchased 2 properties in the Yulong Bay community, one of which was an unfinished apartment requiring supervision for renovations. Just as the work was nearing completion, an unexpected deluge struck. No one could have anticipated that this rain would persist for over 5 months, with no end in sight. In the first 10 days of the downpour, the signs of disaster were already evident. Transportation came to a standstill, and the city spiraled into a state of paralysis, forcing his company to close. Su Yin had intended to return home, but his boss insisted he remain to oversee the final touches of the renovation. For Su Yin, this was of little consequence. He had been living in a shared accommodation and owned few possessions. Yulong Bay was a prestigious community in Sioux City, and although the apartment was still being furnished, utilities were fully operational, making it habitable. He waded through the water to procure essential supplies and settled into his new residence. To his astonishment, the following day, the world outside had irrevocably changed. With the city's drainage system rendered ineffective, the water level rose rapidly, and after a single night of torrential rain, it reached a depth surpassing that of the cars on the road. The renovation crew failed to arrive and continued to be absent. The rain persisted, the water level climbed higher, surpassing the first and second floors, and now it had even engulfed 10 stories. Initially, armed police had navigated the streets in boats, delivering supplies to the residents. However, 3 months ago, a horrifying scene unfolded. A multitude of sea fish emerged from the depths, their razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly as they leapt 2 to 3 meters into the air, launching frenzied attacks on those in the boats. With Sioux City's average elevation at merely 4 meters, the rising waters indicated that seawater had long since infiltrated the land, making the appearance of sea fish less surprising. Yet, these fish exhibited an alarming ferocity, their aggressiveness starkly contrasting with Su Yin's previous encounters with marine life. This spectacle left Su Yin with an unsettling premonition that the flood was merely the beginning. As the deluge continued unabated, he feared that even greater calamities would soon follow. Yet, as an ordinary individual in this tumultuous world, what could he possibly do? He felt utterly powerless. Surviving in such dire circumstances was already a formidable challenge. Now, Yulong Bay had become an island amidst the vast ocean, completely severed from the outside world. Increasingly, people began to comprehend and accept the grim reality. The apocalypse had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, the sound of rain began to diminish, and the influx of rainwater steadily decreased. Witnessing this scene, Su Yin did not feel a sense of relief, rather. His expression grew increasingly grave. He rose to close the window. Just then, a sharp and peculiar sound pierced the air. A circular, bizarre fish, adorned with black spots, soared high, propelled by its fleshy wings, and lunged toward the open window. Indeed, these aquatic monstrosities not only assail vessels, but also target the inhabitants of the lower floors. Consequently, the residents of the lower levels had long sealed their windows. Typical fish could leap a mere 2 to 3 meters, with the most exceptional reaching no more than 6 or 7. To his astonishment, this strange fish had ascended 7 stories high. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yin thrust the steel pipe in his hand forward. The room was filled with various tools and materials left from renovations, which Su Yin had adeptly fashioned into weapons. He wielded a steel pipe over 2 meters long, one end sharpened into a triangular point and meticulously ground to an acute edge. The pipe was wrapped in tightly coiled hemp rope, ensuring a firm grip even with sweaty palms. With a swift thrust honed from months of practice, Su Yin pierced the bizarre fish. He quickly retracted the steel pipe, closed the window, and secured it tightly. Fortunately, no second creature could soar to such heights. As the window sealed shut, faint cries of men and women echoed from downstairs. Su Yin glanced at the fish impaled on the pipe, realizing it was a stingray. Could such a cumbersome pectoral fin propel a stingray to such heights? This posed a risk the stingray might be capable of delivering an electric shock. Without delay, Su Yin laid the steel pipe flat on the ground and seized a wooden-handled iron hammer, bringing it down with force. With a sickening crunch, the stingray's head was pulverized. Surely it was dead now. At that moment, he heard a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying the mutated stingray. Points earned, 7. Su Yin paused momentarily, then felt a surge of excitement. Was his golden finger finally manifesting? The system? Host, Su Yin. Stamina, 10. Strength, 11. Agility, 8. Mentality, 11. Abilities, none. Awakening, 0. Points, 7. Having consumed countless web novels, Su Yin was no stranger to such panels and instantly comprehended that this was his own status display. Standing at a height of 1.85 meters, he was naturally robust and had dedicated himself to physical training, his attributes evidently surpassing those of an average individual, particularly in strength. Though his agility was somewhat lacking, it remained above ordinary levels. What was mental strength, and why was it so formidable? Su Yin did not linger on this, thought his attention was swiftly captivated by the point section. Points can be used for a lottery draw. Each point grants one draw, with rewards being random. Shall we commence the lottery? Su Yin felt elated and, without hesitation, opted to proceed. Though he had stockpiled some supplies, after more than 5 months of frugality, they had all but been depleted. Acquisition of a block of elephant instant noodles. Finally, there is something to eat. No more gnawing on expired bread daily. Su Yin lamented. When he had rushed to scavenge for supplies, he had arrived too late. The instant noodles, a sought-after commodity in these dire times, had long been sold out, leaving him with whatever scraps he could acquire. Regrettably, he had only secured a single block. Acquisition of a box of Okamoto 001 wolf tooth. Gazing at the small red box in his hand, Su Yin found himself at a loss. What use did a solitary bachelor have for this? Acquisition of a bag of Wailang spicy strips. Well, that's acceptable. Acquisition of a jump rope. Su Yin. Acquisition of a manual holy grail. What on earth? He scrutinized the packaging adorned with a rather whimsical illustration of a loli. Was there no lubricant included? What an assortment of peculiar junk. Acquisition of a stick of huazi. Finally, something worthwhile. Only 1 point remained. Su Yin closed his eyes and silently prayed. Acquisition of a case of Kong Shuifu mineral water. Fu Su Yin surveyed the scattered bounty on the floor. The only truly useful item was the instant noodles, and alas, there was but 1 block. His stomach grumbled once more. However, in the face of hunger, Su Yin had more pressing needs. He swiftly unwrapped the huazi and extracted a cigarette, taking a deep drag. A wave of dizziness washed over him. It had been far too long since he had tasted this flavor. After smoking half a cigarette, Su Yin prepared to answer his stomach's call. The water, electricity, and gas had long been cut off in his home, and the once valuable furniture worth tens of thousands had already been largely consumed by flames. There was little choice water could be consumed cold, but rice must be cooked to be palatable. Su Yin decided to indulge himself and not settle for cold-soaked noodles. He then retrieved a blowtorch and, clutching the noodles, made his way to the kitchen. The blowtorch was a household model, quite simple, with a butane canister topped with a torch nozzle. With only a limited supply of butane, he had been reluctant to use it, but today he resolved to prepare a bowl of hot noodles. After a hasty meal, Su Yin settled into the last remaining sofa, quietly pulling out another huazi. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Chapter 2. The sister-in-law knocks. Upon hearing the knocks, Su Yin furrowed his brow and picked up a steel pipe as he approached the security door. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a woman standing outside. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with long, lustrous black hair cascading to her shoulders, delicate brows framing almond-shaped eyes filled with emotion, and a prominent nose lending a striking profile. Her plump, crimson lips exuded an alluring sensuality. A strand of hair on her left side was tucked behind her ear, revealing a pair of shimmering white pearl earrings. She was clad in a sleeveless red dress, the plunging neckline showcasing her swan-like neck and expanse of fair skin, accentuated by a breathtakingly deep cleavage. "Suyan, are you there, sister-in-law?" "Yes, it is I." The woman outside was named Xiao Muling, the fiancée of Suyan's boss. His employer was embroiled in a divorce with his wife, and Xiao Muling had been temporarily placed on the 23rd floor of this building. Over a month preceding the torrential rains, Suyan had not only overseen the renovation of his new home, but had also taken on the role of chauffeur for his sister-in-law, facilitating her daily travels. Thus they were not strangers. A graduate of a prestigious university, Xiao Muling hailed from a family of modest means, yet was raised in an atmosphere of scholarly refinement and good upbringing. After over a month of interaction with her, Su Yin realized that she was not the typical gold digger often associated with mistresses. His boss had pursued her with fervor for an entire year, even going so far as to divorce his first wife, all to secure this enchanting woman. With a net worth of 10 billion, Su Yan's boss was not short of mistresses, and many were equally as beautiful as Xiao Muling. Yet, it was Xiao Muling who truly captivated him, igniting a second spring in his life, to the extent that he transformed into a devoted admirer, leaving Su Yin utterly astonished. The boss had lavished several million on Xiao Muling, yet he had yet to advance their relationship. His first wife, hailing from a prominent business family, was initially indifferent to her husband's infidelity, as their marriage was more of a partnership. However, upon discovering that her husband had genuinely fallen in love, she erupted in fury, turning the situation into a source of ridicule within the company. Consequently, the boss went to great lengths to seclude Xiao Muling in Yulong Bay, assigning Su Yin, the company's most honest employee, to look after her. Just as the divorce process had barely begun, the boss encountered this unforeseen calamity. Xiao Muling peered through the peephole at Su Yin, her delicate teeth biting her red lip, a picture of embarrassment. Su Yin was well aware of the purpose of her visit. Living alone with limited supplies, Xiao Muling would not have survived without Su Yan's assistance. She had returned to borrow food once more. In Yulong Bay, Su Yin was her sole acquaintance, and she found it impossible to ask others for help. However, with the apocalypse having persisted for nearly 6 months, who still had any food to spare? If she were not on the brink of starvation, she would not have the audacity to repeatedly approach Su Yin for sustenance. Yet, in her dire circumstances, he was her only hope. Still, when faced with the reality of her situation, she found it difficult to speak. The two stood in silence, separated by a security door, until the stillness was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Upon hearing the approach, Xiao Muling's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with fear. When societal order disintegrates, the descent into moral decay occurs far more rapidly than one might imagine. In their building alone, countless brutal incidents had transpired. On her way down, Xiao Muling had already encountered several instances of naked women in the corridors. Some had succumbed to death, their bodies covered only by tattered rags, while others remained alive, their bodies exposed and devoid of spirit, as if they had lost their very souls. Su Yin unlocked the door and softly urged, "Come inside." Just as he spoke, 2 men wielding fire axes appeared around the corner from the staircase. Upon spotting the figure in red, they momentarily froze before their faces lit up with excitement. "It's the beauty of one the boss specifically requested. Quick, seize her!" They shouted eagerly as they rushed forward. Yulong Bay was an affluent area, home to many beautiful women, not to mention a host of enchanting mistresses. Yet, Xiao Muling's beauty and grace distinctly captured the attention of many. The 2 men clearly did not know Xiao Muling, yet they recognized her at once, indicating that they had undoubtedly discussed her on numerous occasions in private. Upon hearing the shout, Xiao Muling trembled, unable to maintain her stance, and collapsed. Su Yin promptly stepped forward, catching her and nearly dragging her through the door, which he then slammed shut with a resounding bang. Immediately, a frantic pounding echoed from outside. "Open the door. Damn it. Hurry and open the door, kid. They'll remember you. If you don't open it soon, they'll go back and bring someone to break it down, and then you'll regret the consequences." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Muling, nestled in Su Yan's embrace, widened her eyes in terror and gazed up at him. She feared that Su Yin might succumb to the threats from outside and open the door, which would lead to dire consequences that she understood all too well. Damn it, let's go back and report to Brother Hua. The sturdy door would not yield to the two men's fire axes, and upon realizing this, they abandoned their efforts. Hearing this, Su Yan's brows furrowed, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He pushed Xiao, mewling away, opened the door with one hand, and retrieved a steel pipe from a bag hanging on the wall with the other. One end of the pipe was sharpened. Whoosh as he swung the door open, Su Yan hurled the steel pipe like a javelin. In a narrow corridor, with only a 3-meter distance between them. If he missed, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Thud, the javelin pierced through one man's chest, propelling him forward for a couple of steps before he collapsed to the ground. The second man, startled by the commotion, turned around and was met with this shocking sight, his expression shifting instantly. At that moment, Su Yan had already drawn a second steel pipe. Whoosh whoosh, as Su Yan launched his javelin, the other man, emulating his actions, threw his fire axe in return. Thud clang, the axe grazed Su Yan's scalp before crashing against the door, bouncing off. The javelin, having lost its trajectory due to Su Yan's evasive maneuver, lodged itself into the white wall beside the door. For a brief moment, both men were momentarily stunned. Instinctively, Su Yan reached for the fire axe on the ground, while the other man reflexively turned to retrieve the javelin embedded in the wall. Su Yan dashed out, seizing the axe first, and hurled it back. Damn! The man, having pulled the javelin halfway out, was struck by fear and turned to flee. Su Yan swiftly pursued, picking up the axe and rounding the corner in hot pursuit. Pushing open the fire door, he found the stairwell devoid of any figures, save for the echo of hurried footsteps. He ran surprisingly fast, with his own door left ajar at home. Fearing an intruder might take advantage of the situation, he hesitated to chase further, returning instead to retrieve the javelin he had thrown. The corridor was empty, and the neighbors' doors were all tightly shut. Only one man, pierced by the javelin in his chest, lay on the ground. Groaning in agony, Su Yan strode forward, wielding a fire axe and a javelin. Upon catching sight of Su Yan, the man's face instantly transformed with fear as he struggled to utter, Brother, please listen to me. Who the hell is your brother? Su Yan exclaimed, bringing the axe down fiercely, severing his cervical spine with a single stroke. Kill the mutant and earn points 8. Chapter 3. The Mutant, a Mutant? Su Yan gazed solemnly at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. This individual had mutated? It was hardly discernible. Su Yan's eyes flickered to the open security door of his home, and he dared not linger, retreating hastily. Su Yan, are you all right? After a brief moment, Xiao Muling had managed to rise, her eyes widening in alarm as she beheld Su Yan, drenched in blood, and she hurried over to inspect him. I'm Fine. Su Yan gently pried her hand away, discarding his blood-soaked, short-sleeved t-shirt to the side, before making his way to the bathroom to wash off the crimson stains. Indeed, women could be a source of trouble. Not only did they consume one's resources, but they also attracted peril. Xiao Muling's hand hung stiffly in the air, her gaze following Su Yan as he entered the bathroom, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. When Su Yan emerged after cleansing himself, she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly fetched a towel, offering it to him. He wiped himself down haphazardly, then rinsed the bloodied steel pipe and fire axe before placing them in the entryway. Finally, he sank onto the sofa, extracting a cigarette. In the midst of the recent violence, he had felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. Yet now, seated, he felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of strength had evaporated, his trembling hands failing to ignite the lighter. Xiao Muling approached him, taking the lighter from his hand and striking it with determination to light his cigarette. As the smoke filled his lungs, Su Yan felt a semblance of relief wash over him. He raised his gaze to Xiao Muling, whose exquisite features were partially obscured by the curling smoke, her expression tinged with anxiety. She was clad in a form-fitting dress, the hem resting mid-thigh, her long, slender legs ensheathed in sheer stockings, adorned with crystal sandals. Her visage, physique, and contours were perfection incarnate. It was no wonder that in just over a month at Yulong Bay, she had garnered so much attention. Observing her discomfort, Su Yan recalled the reason for her visit, and gestured toward an open cardboard box nestled against the wall. "There's food and water inside. Please, help yourself." Thank you, Su Yan." Xiao Muling's delicate tongue darted across her lips, and she quickly retrieved a piece of bread from the box. Tearing open the packaging, she voraciously began to devour it. The dry, hard bread, when one was famished, was a delicacy. With fervent determination, she nibbled away, nearly attempting to swallow the bread whole, only to find herself choking, her eyes rolling back in distress. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Was this really the same poised and dignified woman he had known? He stepped closer, uncapping a bottle of mineral water and offering it to her. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, Xiao Muling exhaled a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Thank you." Su Yan settled back onto the sofa and inquired, "How long has it been since you last ate?" 3 days. After finishing his cigarette, Su Yan resumed his lottery draws. 8 points. The mutant he had just slain yielded only slightly more points than the mutated stingray. Ah yes, that individual must have recently undergone mutation, with no significant changes to his physique yet evident. However, one fact was clear. His vitality was evidently more resilient than that of an ordinary person. How had this mutation occurred? Su Yan pondered in silence. He couldn't help but contemplate the two attributes in the system panel, abilities and awakening. One was blank, the other at 0. Regardless of what these two aspects represented, he possessed neither at this moment. The system? Su Yan attempted to inquire, but received no response. Setting that aside, he turned his attention to the lottery. Extended version of Sophie Night 1 pack, Gold Xiao Noodles 1 bag, 750G, Lu Hua Peanut Oil 1 barrel, Household Medical Kit 1 set, Texas Fried Chicken 1 whole, Gold Cap Fingio 1 box, Peanuts 1 bag, 10 kilograms, Beef 10 in 1 piece, gazing at the assortment of items that appeared in the system's designated space. Su Yan's lips twitched. "Could you at least provide me with a weapon?" "Wait, beef tendon." Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, invigorating his thoughts. A bundle of beef tendon could measure up to 20 meters in length. What could it be used for? Bowstring. Moreover, he had an abundance of renovation tools and materials, including some leftover wooden planks from custom furniture assembly. Su Yan had feared these materials might prove useful, opting to preserve them rather than incinerate valuable furniture worth thousands. Crafting a hand crossbow? No, that was too limited in scope. A hand crossbow might suffice for shooting at people, but against these mutated creatures, it was too risky. Furthermore, although Xiao Muling was quite hungry, after consuming a piece of bread, she restrained herself from eating further. The food in the cardboard box was dwindling. She glanced at Su Yan, who was lost in thought on the single sofa, then looked outside at the torrential rain, remarking softly, "I wonder when this rain will cease." Su Yan remained unresponsive. Xiao Muling paused, studying Su Yan for a moment, and, after a lengthy hesitation, she seemed to arrive at a decision and said, "Su Yan." Su Yan looked up at her. Xiao Muling bit her red lip and hesitated before continuing. "This rain shows no signs of stopping. The water levels will likely rise." Su Yan nodded in agreement. "Your place on the 17th floor isn't particularly safe." Su Yan subconsciously echoed her sentiment. "Indeed. How about you come stay at my place? I live on the 23rd floor. It's somewhat safer." Upon uttering those words, a rosy hue spread across Xiao Muling's fair face, and her neck flushed with embarrassment. Only then did Su Yan shift his thoughts. He was aware that she temporarily resided in a second-hand apartment on the 23rd floor, although he had never visited. Each time they ventured out, they communicated via mobile phones and met in the underground parking lot. He never anticipated she would invite him to stay at her home. In this chaotic world, a woman alone was vulnerable, whether at home or searching for food. Faced with this seemingly unending catastrophe, it appeared she had come to a realization. Had it been yesterday, Su Yan would have readily accepted her request, not because she was the esteemed elder sister-in-law, not due to her unparalleled beauty. It was simply the loneliness of being one. For over 5 months, Su Yan had been ensconced in this spacious abode of more than 160 square meters, feeling an increasing sense of emptiness. However, he now harbored different plans. Upon this realization, he shook his head. Xiao Muling, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. She could hardly fathom that her bold invitation, issued with a determined countenance, had been met with rejection. Indeed, in times of peace, few men could resist her striking beauty. But what era was it now? The apocalypse. In this grim context, the necessity of sustenance far outweighed her allure. To Su Yin, she was merely an encumbrance. She bore no resentment towards him. Rather, she admired his composure and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Muling solemnly bowed to Su Yin and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your care during this time. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned towards the security door, neglecting even to retrieve her backpack. Her household had run out of provisions. Given her appearance, venturing out in search of food would only render her prey to the deranged men that roamed outside. The thought of those women, stripped bare and awaiting death in the corridors, filled her with dread. She would rather face death than endure such indignity. In that fleeting moment of decision, Xiao Muling felt an inexplicable lightness wash over her, her steps becoming more buoyant. Su Yin glanced at the pink backpack discarded on the floor, then at Xiao Muling, who departed empty-handed, a puzzled expression etched across his face. "Sister-in-law?" Hearing the call, Xiao Muling hesitated for but a moment, yet she pressed on without pausing. Su Yin, filled with confusion, remarked, "If you want to stay with me, you could reside here." At his words, Xiao Muling trembled, the courage she had just summoned evaporating in an instant. Chapter 4. The hearts of people in turbulent times. In stark contrast to the pitch-black day, the night offers not a glimmer of light. Amidst the relentless rain, the earth lies enveloped in darkness. On a marble coffee table, a plate of tantalizing roasted chicken, a dish of fried peanuts, 2 bowls of white rice, and a bag of spicy snacks are laid out. A single lit candle casts a small area of illumination, creating a makeshift candlelight dinner. In times past, even the thought of such meager offerings would have been beneath Xiao Muling's notice. She would have scoffed at even the thought of a luxurious Australian king crab. Yet now, after 5 months without electricity, meat has long since vanished, and vegetables are a distant memory. Being able to savor even a mouthful of rice sweetened with sugar feels like a blessing. Xiao Muling perches atop a paint bucket, her fingers glistening with grease, find their way to her mouth, licking each one clean. Gazing at the aromatic roasted chicken, she can scarcely believe her eyes. Where did Su Yin procure such a feast? Those who have never known hunger can never comprehend the value of food. Although Su Yin has offered her assistance these past months, Xiao Muling has subsisted on mere scraps, perpetually teetering on the brink of starvation. Once already slender, she has now grown even thinner, save for her disproportionately large figure, which remains unchanged, a source of vexation. 3 days prior, she had run out of provisions entirely. Lying in bed for 3 days, she managed to survive on a few meager morsels scavenged from various places and a belly full of water, before mustering the strength to visit Su Yin. Faced with this sumptuous dinner, she feels as though she is ensnared in a dream. "Su Yin? Could you pinch me? Surely, I can't be dreaming. Can I?" Sitting across from her on a single sofa, Su Yin chuckles softly, reaching out to pinch her slightly plump thigh. "Ouch, that hurts." It seems something is still missing. With a clap of his hands, Su Yin rises to the kitchen, retrieving 2 cups and a bottle of white liquor. "Care for a drink?" Yes." Xiao Muling nods obediently, a shy blush gracing her cheeks. I'm not very skilled at drinking white liquor." As he gazes at the enchanting beauty illuminated by the flickering candlelight, Su Yin feels a flower bloom within his heart. In that moment, all fear, fatigue, and loneliness dissipate, replaced by the exhilarating seed of excitement that boldly unfurls itself. With a mischievous smile, Su Yin raises his glass and proclaims, "To my dear sister-in-law, cheers." Cheers! 2 hours later, the first bottle of golden-capped Fen liquor lies empty, and the second is nearly depleted. Xiao Muling, her eyes shimmering like water, remains steadily seated on the paint bucket. Su Yin has finally come to believe a saying: if a woman dares to sit at the table, she can indeed hold her liquor. "Come, Su Yin, let me toast to you." Su Yin, his tongue heavy with drink, stammers, "Sister-in-law, where do you hail from?" "I'm from Qincheng in Shandong." Upon hearing this unexpected dialect, Su Yin feels the image of the goddess before him shatter in an instant. A flicker of excitement within him is swiftly extinguished. The power of that dialect is undeniable. Yet, Xiao Muling seems oblivious to her own slip of the tongue. Are you raising fish? Upon noticing the remnants of white liquor at the bottom of Su Yan's cup, Xiao Muling could no longer restrain herself. She rose and gracefully perched herself on the armrest of Su Yan's sofa, seizing his glass and downing its contents. "Cheers!" she exclaimed, and with a swift gulp, the last remnants of the drink vanished down her throat. Su Yan's bleary eyes finally succumbed to slumber as he slumped against the sofa. Su Jian. Observing Su Yan in his inebriated state, Xiao Muling smirked. "You had no measure drinking with me." With that, she poured herself another glass, but midway through, a sudden clarity jolted her. "Oh, it seems I made an error. Is it too late to pretend to be drunk?" She called out, "Hey, Su Yan, wake up." Yet, gazing at Su Yan, who lay as still as a dead pig, Xiao Muling, with a sigh of resignation, gave up. She stood and approached the security door, peering through the peephole into the inky darkness outside. Nothing was visible. After checking the lock and exhaling in relief, she turned back to the sight of Su Yin sprawled on the sofa, tilting her head in futility and pouting slightly. Meanwhile, on the 13th floor in another room, a different revelry unfolded. The table was littered with empty glasses and plates, while the floor was strewn with discarded bottles and garments. In the 50-square-meter living room, a chaotic display of flesh lay sprawled about. The cacophony of slapping sounds mingled with an unpleasant odor. "Brother Jia, let us switch places." A burly middle-aged man sat naked on a sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking a cigarette, the smoke providing some solace amidst the chaos. This was Kong Kai, the proprietor of a real estate company in Sioux City. In his earlier years, he had dabbled in the underworld, later cleansing his image by venturing into construction, ultimately transitioning to real estate. While he may not rival the industry giants, he held a modicum of renown among local developers. As the waters began to rise, he astutely sensed that the tides of change were upon them. Swiftly, he launched a monetary offensive, stockpiling food supplies and assembling a loyal cadre of trusted subordinates, promising them handsome rewards to join him. What sustains one in tumultuous times? Might, provisions, and women. To curry favor with his men, he even recruited a group of ambitious young women from a nightclub. Money, if left unspent, is merely a pile of worthless paper. Though his band of followers was not large, each was formidable and fiercely loyal. The boss, a lean man, having just finished his exertions, approached, glistening with sweat. He cast a glance out the floor-to-ceiling window, unease etched on his face. Kong Kai shot him a sidelong glance, an imperceptible hint of jealousy flickering in his eyes. "Boss, the water has reached the 10th floor. It seems you're no longer safe here." Kong Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he had refrained from acting hastily, wary of the successful individuals residing in the building. However, he now realized that another force had taken the initiative. Since the floodgates had opened for all, what was there to fear? They could simply raid the higher floors if necessary. A woman abruptly wrenched herself away from the man behind her, screaming as she rushed forward, collapsing at Kong Kai's feet, pleading, "Mr. Kong, for the sake of our many years as neighbors, please spare me. I cannot endure this any longer. My family is wealthy. I can call my father and obtain any amount of money." Kong Kai cast a cold glance at her and replied, "Madam Hu, had you opened your door sooner, you would not have found yourself in this predicament." A robust young man hurried over, seizing her by the hair and delivering several resounding slaps, rendering the woman unconscious. "Boss, these respectable ladies are far superior to those who sell themselves," remarked the thin man. Kong Kai furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Indeed, the young man dragged the bloodied woman away by her hair. Kong Kai sighed inwardly. Desire is truly an insatiable abyss. Once one possesses something good, there is an insatiable yearning for something better. Why can people not find contentment? The thin man continued, "Those wretched security guards have robbed several households again yesterday. If we do not act swiftly, the supplies hoarded by each family may soon fall into their hands." Kong Kai picked up the black pistol resting on a round table beside him, tapping it lightly dismissively stating, "What of it if they take it? It merely means they will be holding on to it for a few days." "Exactly," came the reply. "In this nation, firearms are rare and formidable weapons. Yet for Kong Kai, acquiring a couple of guns posed no challenge. However, the underworld is not a trade exclusive to one family. If he could procure them, could he ensure that others could not? Within this very building, behind each tightly shut door, there may well be someone brandishing a weapon. Let those wretched security guards venture forth. In the end, he need only reap the rewards from their endeavors." Kong Kai inquired, "Who are they planning to rob tomorrow?" The thin man responded, "Initially, they intended to sweep the 20th and 21st floors, but an unexpected development has altered their plans. They now aim for the 17th floor." "Oh." Kong Kai's interest peaked. "They say the district flower of Yulong Bay suddenly appeared at 1701 yesterday. They want to seize this woman." Upon hearing this, Kong Kai's face revealed his disdain. A bunch of fools who have never seen a woman. Suddenly, a fish soared through the air, slapping against the floor-to-ceiling window. Kong Kai did not even lift his eyelids in response. This window, crafted from Chinese glass, was impervious to breakage. Not even a sledgehammer could shatter it. Chapter 5. The crossbow. Early the next morning, Su Yin awoke to find himself lying in bed. To his surprise, he was bare-chested, devoid of any clothing. He turned his head from side to side, gradually recalling the events of the previous night. He had fallen asleep on the sofa. How had he ended up in bed? Was it Xiao Muling? Alcohol truly complicates matters. Remembering that Xiao Muling had spent the night at his home, he felt a wave of annoyance wash over him for having succumbed to drunkenness. How careless of him. However, he had a certain understanding of Xiao Muling and assumed she would not act foolishly. With individuals he trusted, he could afford to feel somewhat at ease. Otherwise, he would not have dared to drink so freely the night before. Rising from the bed, Su Yin donned his clothes and made his way to the living room. At a glance, he spotted Xiao Muling emerging from the kitchen, balancing two bowls. "You're awake? Time for breakfast," she said. Upon seeing the steaming porridge in the bowls, Su Yin furrowed his brow. Noticing his reaction, Xiao Muling's expression shifted slightly as she explained. "I noticed there was some leftover wood in the kitchen, so I boiled some water and made porridge. I promise, I won't waste resources in the future." Su Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Consuming cold food and drinking cold water was indeed undesirable, and the issue of fuel needed addressing sooner or later. He had already contemplated solutions to this predicament. Now, with the system at his disposal, matters would be even more manageable. As they sat down to enjoy their meal, both chose to remain silent about the previous night's events. After finishing breakfast, Su Yin approached the windowsill, beginning to assemble a wooden frame. He had already completed a significant portion the day before, and now was time to finalize the construction. Xiao Muling stood nearby, curiosity evident on her face. Suddenly, her expression transformed into one of astonishment as she covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Are you making a crossbow?" Su Yin nodded in affirmation. With the availability of cowhide and various tools, crafting a crossbow from the remaining wood was not particularly challenging. The gear used for drawing the string could also be fashioned from wood, and they had an ample supply of grease at home. As for the arrows, he could utilize the steel pipes he had sharpened. Simply adding fletching to the tail and would transform them into arrows. This knowledge had been downloaded in abundance before the internet was cut off. In this post-apocalyptic world, production had ceased, and many items had to be handmade. Above the balcony, a set of pulley mechanisms had been installed by the renovation team for transporting materials and large appliances, which could also serve this purpose. By tying a rope to the tail end of the steel pipe, he could shoot it out and subsequently retrieve it using the pulley. Once the crossbow was assembled, Su Yin secured it to the window, loaded a steel pipe, and cranked the gear to prepare the shot. Perfect. Observing Su Yin's actions, Xiao Muling's face lit up with excitement. With this, we can catch fish to eat and collect debris floating on the water surface. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and remarked, "No wonder you didn't want to join me on the 23rd floor. It all makes sense now." She now fully understood that Su Yin's intention to remain on the 17th floor was to fish, as it was only 7 stories above the water's surface, while the 23rd floor would be too high. Su Yin was pleased with his handiwork and said, "Let us give it a try." He then adjusted the crossbow, aimed at a large fish swimming on the water surface, and pulled the trigger. With a swift motion, the steel pipe descended from above, striking with remarkable speed and precision. "Su Yan, you are truly impressive," exclaimed Xiao Mu Ling, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. At that moment, however, Su Yan was taken aback. Eliminated a mutated sardine. Earned points 2. He had clearly shot a cod over a meter long. Why did the system indicate he had killed a sardine? "Quick, reel it in," Xiao Mu Ling shouted excitedly, frantically working the nearby winch. The rope tethered to the steel pipe tightened, lifting it upward, revealing a struggling cod still flailing about. It became apparent that while the steel pipe had indeed struck the cod, it had not killed it. By sheer coincidence, the blow had fatally impaled an unfortunate sardine lurking nearby. As the steel pipe was hoisted into the air, the cod thrashed violently, suddenly breaking free and plunging back into the water. Instantly, a large pool of blood erupted on the surface, attracting a swarm of fish that converged upon the wounded cod. "Ah, it's gone. It's gone," Xiao Mu Ling lamented, her expression one of disappointment. Yet excitement sparkled in Su Yan's eyes. "Eliminated a mutate cod." Earned points 8. The cod had evidently succumbed to the fish that had attacked it. Could this still be counted as his kill? Was it merely necessary to deliver a fatal blow? Detected that host's points have reached 10. Shall we unlock a new prize pool? Su Yan was momentarily stunned. Higher points indeed unlocked a superior prize pool, which naturally contained better rewards. Unused wealth perishes with time, he thought, and promptly declared, "Unlock." Acquired 5 bags of wuchang rice, 125 kilograms. For the time being, his sustenance was secured, yet what he truly required were weapons and fuel. He continued. Su Yan reloaded and aimed for the next fish. Missed, missed, missed. Eliminated a sardine. Earned points 3. Su Yan's lips twitched in irritation. It appeared that his initial success had been mere fortune. However, the sheer volume of sardines in the water was staggering. They seemed to be perpetually at risk. In an adjacent building, someone remarked, "Look, on the 17th floor across, there's a fool fishing. He probably doesn't even realize that the fish in the water have mutated. Consuming them could turn one into a monster." On the 17th floor of Building 18, a sharply dressed couple sat at an opulent dining table, sharing a delicacy, a marinated egg, using their forks and knives. The male host cast a disdainful glance at Su Yan across the way, a smirk of contempt playing on his lips. Poor child, he must be out of supplies and reduced to hunting for food like a savage. The woman, feeling her stomach rumble, cautiously speared a small piece of the marinated egg and brought it to her lips, licking them afterward. "Darling, our household is also running low on provisions." Anger flashed across the man's face. "Isn't this all your fault? You should have gathered more when we raided for supplies." The woman gazed at the half-marinated egg on the elegant plate and murmured in discontent, "You didn't go." As a frail woman, how could I possibly compete with those men? The gentleman furiously tore away the pristine white napkin draped over his luxurious suit, exclaiming, "What is my standing that I should descend to the level of those savages and compete for goods at the supermarket? What disgrace!" The woman remained silent, turning her gaze towards the opposite balcony. There, a young couple operated a rudimentary contraption reminiscent of a primitive crossbow. The man was shooting arrows while the woman skillfully wound the pulley to retrieve the launch projectiles. A glimmer of envy sparkled in her eyes. This was the attitude befitting the apocalypse. She glanced back at her husband, an elite in the financial sector with an annual income of $1 million. Yet, what significance does wealth hold in these times? Currently, $500,000 in cash could scarcely procure a loaf of bread. Meanwhile, Su Yan toiled diligently, managing to strike a couple of dozen fish. However, the sleek steel pipe proved inadequate, as he could not bring back a single catch. Xiao Muling, observing him for quite some time, could no longer restrain herself and remarked, "Su Yan, this won't do. You need to attach barbs to the steel pipe. Surely you've seen a fishhook before?" Although Su Yan often appeared somewhat dull-witted, he could not possibly be this foolish. Could he? As he reloaded the arrow onto the crossbow, he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Muling. Sensing the displeasure in his expression, her heart sank. Indeed, Su Yan was not a simpleton. There must be a reason he had not thought of such a straightforward solution. Just then, he turned his head, and with a swift motion, the arrow flew forth. In that instant, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chapter 6. The neighbor comes to borrow grain. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Su Yin furrowed his brow, set aside the crossbow, and made his way to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he beheld a young woman standing apprehensively at the threshold. This was his neighbor, Zhuang Xiaolu, who appeared to be in her late 20s. Although wealth does not necessarily equate to beauty, the affluent district was indeed home to many stunning women. Zhuang Xiaolu was clad in a flesh-colored dress, her delicate shoulders exposed, the fabric clinging to her skin as though it were non-existent, accentuating an astonishing silhouette that could provoke a nosebleed. Even her typically noticeable belly appeared flat due to hunger. Below her slender waist, her figure resembled a taut bowstring, poised for release. While Zhuang Xiaolu might not rival Xiao Muling in beauty, her ample bosom and full hips certainly surpassed the latter's. "Could you lend me some grain?" Zhuang Xiaolu hesitated for a long moment, her opening words prompting a wave of disdain from Su Yin. "What nonsense is this about little brother? Your entire family embodies that term." Zhuang Xiaolu lived only with her husband, Yubin Hong. When Su Yin first arrived, they had engaged in a friendly conversation, during which he learned that they were newlyweds and had recently moved into their newly renovated home in Yulong Bay. Yubin Hong was said to be a civil servant. Though his exact position remained unclear, he appeared to hold a leadership role of some kind. The housing prices in Yulong Bay were exorbitant, yet Su Yin had little interest in the affairs of others. During their casual exchanges, sensitive topics concerning housing inevitably arose, and Su Yin candidly revealed that the property belonged to his employer, and he was merely an employee. Upon hearing this, the couple's demeanor instantly shifted, losing all interest in further conversation. They even ceased to greet him during their subsequent encounters. However, following the devastating flood, the couple repeatedly sought him out for grain. Initially, it was Yubin Hong who came, but upon being turned away, he sent his wife. Zhuang Xiaolu too faced rejection, and it was clear they were harboring ulterior motives. Today, she had dressed up and applied makeup, her intentions unmistakable. Even her form of address had changed. "Hey, little brother," she cooed. Su Yin replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but my grain supply is also running low." Zhuang Xiaolu anticipated his response, feigning a look of distress as she implored, "Brother, if you don't lend me some grain, my husband and I will starve." Su Yin scoffed, "Why should I care?" Zhuang Xiaolu was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a blunt refusal. After a moment of silence, she asserted, "You lend grain to that woman every time. Why can't you lend me some?" The woman she referred to was naturally Xiao Muling, indicating that the couple had witnessed her previous visits through the door crack. Zhuang Xiaolu swayed her figure and remarked, "I'm not any less attractive than her." Su Yin retorted, "Whether you are beautiful or not has no bearing on me. You're not offering me anything in return." Zhuang Xiaolu paused, astonished, and stammered. She gives you." As she spoke, she covered her mouth in surprise. At that moment, the door beside them swung open abruptly, and a man clad in checker pajamas stormed over, exclaiming, "Su Yin, you have gone too far. I am still very much alive." Su Yan's gaze swept the floor, momentarily taken aback. The corpse of the man he had slain yesterday had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a pool of congealed blood. Who could have taken the body away? In such dire circumstances, who still had the presence of mind to collect the corpse? "Su Yin, are you even listening to me?" Su Yin snapped back to reality, coldly retorting, "What is it that you wish to say?" Yubin Hong faltered momentarily, then continued, "I'm still here, and you think you can sleep with my wife?" Su Yin laughed in disbelief. "Please get your facts straight. This is not about wanting. It is you two who are pleading with me." Yubin Hong replied, "Little Su, there is no need for explanations. You are a young man, unencumbered by attachments. It is natural to have certain desires. I can understand." Meow, meow, meow. Su Yin was left speechless. However, he interjected, "After all, this is my wife. If you truly take her, what will that make me? I'm a man too. If you wish to sleep with my wife, a mere morsel of food will not suffice. It must be substantial." At this, not only Su Yin, but even Zhuang Xiaolu and Xiao Muling, who stood in the doorway, were taken aback. Su Yin inquired with keen interest, "How much do you want?" "I desire 50 jin of rice and a box of instant noodles." Su Yin crossed his arms, smirking. Is your wife made of gold or silver? 50 gene of rice is out of the question. I can offer you a maximum of 10. 10 gene is far too little. I require at least 40 gene. 15 gene. 35 gene, no less. Yubin Hong, Zhuang Xiaolu, witnessing the two bargaining with her, as if she were a commodity, was incensed. She glared at Yubin Hong, trembling with anger, and finally exclaimed, "You are being utterly unreasonable." With that, she turned and stormed back into the house. Hey, wife, we haven't reached an agreement yet. Yubin Hong hurried after her, slamming the door behind him. With a crash, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the room. Who would have thought that Yubin Hong possessed such a magnanimous spirit? Was he truly beginning to sell his wife? Xiao Muling stood behind, observing Su Yan's silhouette, her expression dark, lost in her own thoughts. Su Yan, however, paid little heed to this interruption, returning to the balcony to continue his fishing. After practicing for several hours, Su Yan's aim had noticeably improved. Within half a day, he had successfully shot nearly 100 fish, earning 389 points. As anticipated, once his points exceeded 100, the system unveiled a new, more advanced prize pool. Moreover, the prize pool was categorized into weapons, food, abilities, transportation, daily life, and intelligence. Each draw from the pool required 100 points, while spending 50 points allowed one to exclude a specific category. Goodness, with 50 points, I could draw 50 times from the first-tier prize pool. Not to mention, I am currently lacking in almost everything. Without hesitation, he decided to draw from the prize pool. Acquired a small generator, a splendid item. However, one must not provide the generator without fuel. Su Yan promptly approached a room and unleashed the generator. To his delight, it was fully fueled. The generator, not particularly large, was equipped with 2 wheels for easy transport. He effortlessly wheeled it out, connected it to the main switch, and powered it on. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of household appliances coming to life resonated throughout the room. Su Yan, startled, Xiao Muling, who had been busy in the kitchen, rushed out with a look of alarm and exclaimed, How is there power? Could it be? She hesitated, contemplating the ominous thought that perhaps the apocalypse was coming to an end. Before she could voice her concern, her gaze fell upon the generator resting against the wall. Her initial surprise swiftly morphed into disappointment. Indeed, how could there be power? The rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. Su Yan explained, "It's the generator left over from the renovation." Xiao Muling nodded, choosing not to question further. Did renovations necessitate a generator? She had no way of knowing. However, her spirits soon lifted again. She could now charge her phone and tablet. With excitement, she rummaged through her bag, retrieving both devices. Just as she plugged them in, she paused and asked, Su Yan, will charging my phone consume a lot of electricity? With a dismissive wave, Su Yan replied, Charging? How much electricity could that possibly waste? The temperature is quite pleasant. There's no need for air conditioning. With the space provided by the system, the refrigerator is optional. Lighting consumes minimal power, and the only significant electricity drain in the house is that 100-inch television. After downloading several terabytes of movies, it has not been in vain. There are still 289 points left. Let us continue. Acquired 1 barrel of gasoline, 200 liters. Su Yan's eyes sparkled. Truly, it was worth 100 points. A remarkable find. With over 100 points remaining, he continued. Acquired a Remington M870 shotgun with 100 rounds of ammunition. Wow. A formidable close combat weapon. The Remington M870 shotgun is semi-automatic. Although its firing rate is slow and it has a small magazine capacity, its power is immense and does not rely on precision. Equipped with 12-gauge magnum shells, within 50 meters, even bulletproof vests would be rendered useless. This is assured. Chapter 7. The first battle is the decisive battle lunch consisted of plain white rice paired with lao ganma. Though the meal was simple, it was plentiful. Both individuals relished their food. Just as they were savoring their meal, a series of loud knocks echoed. No, it was more like banging at the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Yan immediately understood that the troublemakers from yesterday had returned. Xiao Muling, not one to be easily fooled, paused momentarily before her expression shifted to one of tension as she whispered, Is it those guys from yesterday? Su Yan nodded in affirmation. Open the door quickly. The security door was remarkably sturdy. Without heavy equipment, breaching it would prove challenging. After some time of persistent banging, the intruders, evidently aware that brute force would yield little success, resorted to psychological tactics. Kid, I know you're inside. Hand over that woman. And Brother Hoa will not only spare your life, but also provide you with food. Yes, offer us that woman, and Brother Hoa will reward you with 10 pounds of rice. With such a generous brother like Brother Hoa, you ought to feel lucky. Indeed, if you behave well, you might even join Brother Hoa, enjoying food, drink, and women. Su Yin couldn't help but laugh in disdain at the foolishness of the group outside, who were too stingy even to craft a grander offer. Although he could choose to ignore them, the ruckus created by the crowd was irksome. Su Yin stealthily approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood a dozen individuals, nearly filling the corridor. They wielded an assortment of weapons, including fire axes, steel bars, and kitchen knives, donning electric bike helmets and thick down jackets, thoroughly armored. The leader at the forefront had even fashioned makeshift armor from thick books and held a frying pan as a shield. Indeed, those who managed to survive in such apocalyptic times were far from foolish. While they relied on everyday objects for protection, they had effectively devised a means to defend themselves. With such rudimentary defenses, light weaponry like crossbows would be ineffective against them. Amidst the noise of their banging, they quietly conferred on their final strategy. This kid only knows how to throw spears. He lacks strength. Old Five will take the first hit, and then everyone rushes in to overwhelm him. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Su Yan's lips. He silently retreated and quickly set to work, first retrieving gasoline to craft 5 Molotov cocktails. The method of using them was straightforward, and after explaining briefly to Xiao Muling, she grasped the concept. They agreed upon their strategy and immediately sprang into action. Although a shotgun could effectively teach the outsiders a lesson, its loud discharge would prematurely reveal Su Yan's possession of firearms, which he wished to avoid for future ambushes. Those inept intruders outside were not worthy of such a reveal. Su Yan pulled over the crossbow, positioning it strategically at the door. While a frying pan and thick books could indeed withstand a spear's throw, what about a crossbow? In terms of power, a crossbow could outclass the average handgun, even rivaling rifles. The only drawback was its slower firing rate. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. At worst, he still had the shotgun. Once the crossbow was set and the tension applied, he nodded at Xiao Muling, signaling readiness. Then, Xiao Muling, clutching a Molotov cocktail, concealed herself at the doorway, preparing to enact her performance. Outside, brothers, I can accompany you, but please do not trouble Su Yan. The men outside burst into laughter upon hearing this. Goodness, in this day and age, such a loyal woman still exists? Damn it, a beauty so fiercely protective of that lad must have been intimate with him. We ought to stab that boy a few times to vent our frustrations. One voice from outside declared, Beautiful lady, rest assured, as long as you step outside, we will not inconvenience your beloved. Indeed, just come out. We won't even enter the room. Fair maiden, our brother has truly taken a liking to you. Come forth and become our brother's cherished wife, and you shall be our sister-in-law, guaranteed to live a life of luxury. Xiao Muling trembled as she asked, Is what you say truly the case? Her anxiety was genuine, not a mere act. Fear not. Our brother Hoa is a man of his word. You can inquire about his reputation. It is impeccable. Xiao Muling replied then, Very well. I shall open the door and step outside, but you must not enter. Rest easy. We will certainly not enter. The men outside chuckled, finding the two inside foolish for not demanding they retreat first. Naturally, they desired the provisions inside as well. Taking advantage of the commotion outside, Xiao Muling ignited the Molotov cocktail with a lighter and glanced at Su Yan, who nodded in affirmation. Holding the burning bottle in one hand and gripping the doorknob with the other, she opened the door. Suddenly, the entrance could only accommodate one person at a time. A dozen men outside jostled to push their way in. How much force could one man throw a spear with? Together, they could undoubtedly withstand any initial assault. Once they survived the first wave, it would be chaos, a slaughter akin to wolves among sheep. However, the first to enter, Old Five, was met with the sight of a massive crossbow. Holy retreat! Old Five gasped in shock. Yet, the men behind him paid no heed, shoving him forward. Stumbling, Old Five instinctively flung his arm, sending a frying pan flying from his chest. Now was the moment. Buzz from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. The bolt from the crossbow pierced through Old Five's armor, breaching his chest. The body of one man posed little resistance to the projectile, which swiftly penetrated the second, third, and fourth men in line. The thick bolt propelled the group backward, forcing them out the door. Upon hearing Su Yan's command, Xiao Muling hesitated not a moment and hurled the Molotov cocktail from her grasp. It shattered upon landing, igniting with a roar. Ah, goodness! Those tightly packed together were immediately engulfed in flames. Brother Hua, standing at the back, though not struck by the bolt, found himself ablaze, screaming in terror as he fled. Su Yan had no time to load a second bolt. He seized a steel pipe and hurled it like a spear. With a swift thrust, the spear struck true, pinning Fire Brother to the iron security door across the way. Unfortunately, the door was forged from steel, rendering the javelin ineffective. Fire Brother struggled, the metal rod embedded in his back, as he fled around the corner. Damn it! A raging inferno awaited at the entrance, effectively obstructing Su Yan's pursuit. Close the door. Xiao Muling forcefully shut the security door and leaned against it, gasping for breath. Remarkably, she had not anticipated achieving such a complete annihilation. Although one had escaped, even if he plunged into the water immediately, the odds of survival were slim. Su Yan approached the door, gazing at Xiao Muling with admiration. Well done, he praised. For an untrained individual to follow orders and throw a Molotov cocktail is commendable. Su Yan, Xiao Muling cried out, throwing herself into his arms and bursting into tears. She had witnessed the horrific scenes outside, a sight she had never encountered even in films. Su Yan wrapped one arm around her waist and gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. Wow, so round, so perky, so resilient. Kill mutated being. Earn points 5. Kill mutated being. Earn points 7. Ah, among those dozen or so, there were 2 mutants? What had they done? After a brief interval, kill mutated being. Earn points 9. 9 points. This must have been the last fleeing individual. TCH, mutated. What nonsense. Deep down, Su Yan realized that his success in eliminating these mutants was partly due to luck. In a one-on-one confrontation, he doubted he could have prevailed against any of them. However, fighting requires strategy. Brute strength alone is insufficient. Wah! Su Yan, please, stop touching my backside. Ah! Su Yan promptly raised his hand, placing it between them, amidst their closely pressed bodies. Chapter 8. The call. After providing comfort to Xiao Muling for a little over 10 minutes, the two resumed their unfinished lunch. In the afternoon, Su Yan continued to set up the crossbow at the balcony window, beginning to fish. Xiao Muling remained by his side, assisting him in retrieving the arrows. As she observed the arrows striking the fish only to lose them midway, her expression was one of utter bewilderment. Following the events of midday, Su Yan's perception of Xiao Muling had shifted. He explained, "These fish have mutated, and I am uncertain if they are safe to eat. Our provisions are sufficient for now, so there is no immediate need for fish." Xiao Muling nodded in agreement. She was indifferent to what they consumed. After months of training through hunger, she could now manage to eat anything that entered her mouth. However, she inquired, "Then why go through all this effort?" Su Yan replied, "Without ample practice, how can one achieve accuracy?" A moment of clarity washed over Xiao Muling. Though the sky remained dark, there was a hint of light during the day. By 5 in the afternoon, darkness enveloped the surroundings completely, rendering visibility impossible. Although blind shooting still held a chance of hitting a sardine, Su Yan, having accumulated a substantial number of points throughout the day, found it unnecessary to exert such effort. His afternoon endeavors had yielded over 400 points, bringing his total to 558 when combined with the morning S gains. He decided to continue drawing from the pool. First, he drew from the 100-point pool, received 1,000 kilograms of smokeless charcoal, a valuable item, though with electricity available. Its necessity was diminished. Received 50 bags of flour, 1,250 kilograms. Received 5 electric saws, oh, a twist of fate. Received 50 bags of rice, 1,250 kilograms. Now they had an ample supply of food. With over 5,000 pounds of provisions, the two could indulge freely for 2 years. With 158 points remaining, Su Yin hesitated. He resolved to draw 1 point to counterbalance the odds. While probability was an enigma, experience spoke volumes. Received 1 box of chewing gum. Received 1 head of cabbage. Received 1 pack of Kong Shuifu mineral water. Received 1 pack of elephant instant noodles, 6 pieces, surprisingly. The quantity from single point draw varied so significantly. The arcane art of drawing, buying high, not low. He proceeded with a 10-point draw. Received 1 Beretta 92F pistol with 30 rounds. Splendid. Received 5 boxes of lamb from Mu Zhuang. Received 50 kilograms of white tofu. Goodness. Is this a hint for me to enjoy hot pot tonight? Su Yin swiftly drew all 58 remaining points, leaving only the last 100. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from drawing further. Xiao Mu Ling had already drawn all the curtains and turned on the lights. My goodness. It was the first time she realized how blissful life was with electricity. Gazing at the bright illumination, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Su Yin chuckled. Not only do we have electricity, but we also have a television. Xiao Mu Ling exclaimed in wonder. Surely there are no programs left? Su Yin laughed. I was prepared for this. With that, he retrieved a stack of external hard drives from the room. Come, let us see what we have. Xiao Mu Ling, intrigued, leaned in closer. The external hard drive bore labels: Western action, neon action, domestic action. Xia Muling tilted her head, observing, and remarked, it's all action genres. Is it martial arts or gunfights? Both, indeed, came the reply. S-class zone, supernatural, horror, science fiction, disaster, romance, variety, beast human, American dramas, Japanese dramas, Korean dramas. Xia Muling pondered with her finger resting on her lips and decided, let us watch an American drama. Very well. Su Yin snapped his fingers. What shall we have for dinner? Hot pot. Hot, huh? A box of fresh frozen lamb and fresh vegetables appeared before her, and Xia Muling's eyes widened in astonishment once more. Su Yin explained, the renovation workers love hot pot and what they left behind. His statement was not entirely inaccurate, as the hot pot base and sesame sauce were indeed leftovers from that time. Oh, this time? Xia Muling did not question it and proceeded to wash the vegetables in preparation. The steaming hot pot was served, its spicy aroma wafting through the air. And there was the fragrance of lamb. Xia Muling inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy crossing her face. Then, with a quivering voice, she said, I never imagined hot pot could smell this delightful. Let us dig in. A 100-inch color television flickered to life, displaying a scene reminiscent of an ancient poem. Slurp, this noodle is also so fragrant. After a while, a series of moans emanated from the television. Xia Muling abruptly halted her chopsticks and turned her gaze to the screen, her eyes widening in surprise. I've seen this segment before. Why is there such a scene? Su Yin inquired. Where did you watch it before? On Tingsu Video. Then you were watching Game of Thrones. Isn't this it? This is a Song of Ice and Fire, Xia Muling. An hour later, Tingsu Video is so deceitful. My membership. It was a rare hot pot feast, and both indulged until they were quite full. Xia Muling's little belly protruded, and she gently rubbed it with her hand. Su Yin looked at her and said, don't sit on your paint bucket. Come sit on the sofa. But there's only a single seat sofa left. Su Yin patted his leg and said, this sofa is much softer. Xia Muling's cheeks flushed, yet she still took a seat beside him. Su Yin casually wrapped his arms around her. Gazing at the chaos on the dining table, Xia Muling gritted her teeth in frustration. How outrageous. In such a year of calamity. There are leftovers. But I truly cannot eat anymore. My heart aches. No worries. I'll plug in the refrigerator shortly. Xia Muling contemplated seriously and said, although it will require a bit more oil, fresh vegetables are so precious. How shameless. How can an older brother? How can he touch his younger sister there? However, Longma's physique is indeed commendable. This outfit suits her perfectly. As Su Yin reached out to caress and measure with his gaze, he remarked, your figure is quite remarkable, almost rivaling your own. Not at all. Xiao Mu Ling fidgeted slightly. With that movement, she seemed to embody a majestic dragon. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling washed over her, and her face flushed with realization. The two fell into an unexpected silence. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them like a delicate pink mist, wrapping them closely together. After a moment, Xiao Muling stammered, Su Yan. Yes. Are you feeling unwell? Indeed. What can I do to assist you? Suddenly, Xiao Muling sprang up and dashed towards the bathroom. Su Yan was left bewildered. What was happening? Was she unable to hold it any longer? Surely not. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his legs. Clad only in shorts, he noticed 2 drops of crimson on his fair skin. Blood. Turning his head, Su Yan spotted a few drops staining the pristine white tiles where Xiao Muling had just run. His lips twitched in irritation, just when it was about to culminate. Was the referee blowing a foul? Do you have any idea how aggravated I am right now? Sighing, Su Yan finally stood up and inquired. Do you need me to fetch something for you? Xiao Muling replied, I have long run out of supplies. Without hesitation, Su Yan retrieved a package of Sophie from his space and approached, opening the bathroom door to hand it over. How did you? Xiao Muling looked up in alarm, momentarily stunned at the sight of Sophie. You even have this? Su Yan, his expression darkening, responded, the renovation team. Understood. Xiao Muling swiftly extended her hand and snatched the Sophie. With a resounding thud, the bathroom door slammed shut. Just as Su Yan was about to turn away, a sudden knock echoed through the stillness of the night. Who could be at this hour? With a scowl, Su Yan approached the security door and peered through the peephole, only to be taken aback. Chapter 9. What happened to you, my wife, an hour ago? At Su Yan's neighbor's house, Yu Hongbin and Zhuang Xiaoyou sat on opposite ends of the sofa, both wearing grim expressions. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. Yu Hongbin, sniffing like a hound, made his way toward the door. Zhuang Xiaoyou caught the scent as well. They leaned in closer to the door, inhaling deeply. A look of ecstasy spread across Yu Hongbin's face, hot pot with a spicy aroma. My heavens, there's even the scent of lamb. Zhuang Xiaoyou's stomach rumbled audibly, and she exclaimed, How could there possibly be lamb? The two exchanged glances, and astonishment reflected in their eyes. Yu Hongbin rose to his feet and cautiously peered through the peephole, but all he saw was darkness. He then gingerly opened the door, extending his head out to sniff again before quickly retreating and shutting the security door. It's Su Yan. I knew it was that rascal. How can he be enjoying hot pot when we're out of food? Truly insufferable. Zhuang Xiaoyou looked equally shocked and said, No, that can't be possible, right? A thought struck Yu Hongbin, and he turned his gaze to Zhuang Xiaoyou, beckoning her, My dear, let us devise a plan. You should go and borrow some food while they're busy with their hot pot. He won't dare refuse. Zhuang Xiaoyou's expression darkened immediately. What? You want me to sell myself? Zhuang Xiaoyou, have my dignity. You go sell yourself instead. How can that be called selling? We're merely seeking to survive, to exchange for a bit of food. I want to go. Yu Hongbin pleaded earnestly for quite some time, eventually distilling his argument into 2 points. We've been out of food for 2 days. If we don't eat soon, we'll surely starve. Who else but Su Yan would lend us food? Even if others wanted to help, they have nothing at home. Zhuang Xiaoyou retorted coldly. Then how much do you intend to sell me for this time? Yu Hongbin pondered for a moment and replied, I reckon he might give us 30 pounds. If that doesn't work, perhaps 20? Fine. I'll go, but you better not regret it. With that, Zhuang Xiaoyou stood up, flicked her sleeve, and strode toward the door. Hey, wife, wait, are you having second thoughts already? No. Yu Hongbin pointed toward the bedroom, saying, You should. Change your clothes, all right? Oomph. Zhuang Xiaoyou entered the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. After a considerable time, she emerged, her face adorned with makeup. She wore a form-fitting blue dress that clung to her figure, its sheer fabric devoid of any pattern. The dress revealed her shoulders, and her long legs were clad in nude stockings, complemented by black high heels as she walked out with poise. Wife, Zhuang Xiaoyou, her face devoid of warmth, replied. What now? Yu Hongbin swallowed hard. You go first and get him to give us the food. As soon as it's in hand, I'll rush in and bring you back. Zhuang Xiaoyou raised an eyebrow, fury igniting within her. Just you? Did you not notice the bodies on the ground? Did you fail to see how Su Yan single-handedly slaughtered so many? If you had any courage, you would confront me directly instead of boasting here. Yu Hongbin chuckled and replied, How could I possibly allow my wife to fall into the clutches of such a villain? Our goal is sustenance. As long as we can deceive them into providing food. Heh. Zhuang Xiaolu remained silent, turning to leave and knocking on the door next door. Su Yin was somewhat surprised to see her at such a late hour. What brings you here, Sister Lu? Have you finalized the terms? Zhuang Xiaolu, with tears in her eyes, pleaded, Dear brother, we are on the brink of starvation. Are you feasting on hot pot at home? Su Zan not that? Indeed. Oh, dear brother, could you spare a bite for your sister? I'm truly famished. Su Yin thought to himself. I too am nearly driven to the brink of hunger. All right, come in. With that, Su Yin opened the door halfway, allowing Zhuang Xiaolu to slip inside. Yu Hongbin, standing at the entrance of his own home, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Wait. He rushed over, shouting, Wife, we haven't even discussed the price yet. He hasn't provided any food. How can you just enter? Wife. Yu Hongbin approached Su Yan's door and began banging on it vigorously. Just then, a louder crash echoed from within. I'm starving. Just give me a bite. I cannot wait any longer. Hearing that familiar yet strange sound, Yu Hongbin froze for a moment, his face turning crimson. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Hongbin pounded on the security door, shouting, Wife, Su Yin, you scoundrel. What have you done to my wife? Bang, bang, as if in response there were knocks from inside. Su Yin, what have you done to my wife? Wife, how are you? My dear wife. Su Yin, you truly are a beast, a brute. Yu Hongbin could no longer bear it. Ultimately, he had to return home with an empty stomach. Over an hour later, Zhuang Xiaolu stumbled back home. She still wore her blue dress, but her stockings were missing. Wife, how are you? Zhuang Xiaolu ignored him, tossing 2 packets of instant noodles at him before heading straight to the bedroom. Upon seeing a packet of noodles, Yu Hongbin's face turned pale. He treated you like that, and you returned with just 2 packets of noodles? He turned and stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a knife as he headed out. Zhuang Xiaolu remained silent, merely gazing at him coldly. Arriving at the door, he opened it, and the night breeze swept in. Yu Hongbin suddenly seemed to regain his composure. He stood frozen at the threshold. Zhuang Xiaolu let out a belch and turned toward the bedroom. Hey, wife, you. Bang. Zhuang Xiaolu entered the bedroom and locked the door. Wife, are you all right? From within the room came the sound of Zhuang Xiaolu's weeping. Wife. As Yu Hongbin pounded on the door, he shouted in vain. After several attempts, Zhuang Xiaolu remained unyielding, refusing to grant him entry. Frustration welled up within Yu Hongbin. Damn that wretched girl, while you're indulging in hot pot. At least bring me back some instant noodles. With that, he cast a regretful glance at the 2 packets of Elephant brand instant noodles strewn on the ground, picked them up, tore open the packaging, and began to gnaw on them. The following day, Su Yin awoke to find Xiao Muling had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The events of the previous night, replayed in her mind, it had been utterly wild, and she had found herself hiding in the restroom, too embarrassed to emerge for quite some time. Su Yan's expression mirrored her discomfort. The impulsive actions of last night had indeed crossed a line. However, as a spirited young man, who could withstand such temptations? Good morning, sister-in-law. Both were tacitly aware of the unspoken events from the night before, choosing instead to silently enjoy their breakfast. Once they finished, Xiao Muling suddenly lowered her head and spoke. Su Yin, I'm so sorry, huh? Su Yin was taken aback. Why was she apologizing now? Xiao Muling continued. I noticed there isn't much food left in the kitchen. It's all my fault for coming at such an inopportune time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to resort to those 2 packets of instant noodles. You just hold on for a bit. In a couple of days, it will be fine. At that moment, Su Yin felt a warmth in his heart, touched by her concern over their food supply. He swallowed his porridge and reassured her, Sister-in-law, you needn't worry about the provisions. After their meal, they resumed their routine of fishing. On this rainy day, many fish were visible above the water's surface, including both marine and freshwater varieties. Strangely, the freshwater fish had not mutated. Without mutations, these freshwater fish yielded no points. Su Yin was uncertain whether they were safe to consume. Regardless, given the abundance of tangible resources, it seemed unwise to take such a risk. After a day of practice, Su Yan's aim had significantly improved, allowing him to attempt catching smaller fish. Regrettably, he had yet to acquire a fishing net from the system, which would have greatly enhanced his efficiency. Should I go downstairs to take a look? Su Yin mused, reasoning that someone might be fishing in the building. With such a large structure, it was conceivable that someone possessed a fishing net. Now armed with a gun, he felt a sense of security. Just then, bang, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Chapter 10. Survive. First, upon hearing the gunfire, Su Yin was immediately startled. Beside him, Xiao Mu Ling was equally taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Su Yin. Gunfire. In this world, all lives are equal. Even Su Yin, if struck by a bullet, would not survive. The interior of the building was cramped and the environment complicated. It was exceedingly difficult to defend against a surprise attack. With this thought, Su Yin couldn't help but furrow his brow. After a while, Xiao Mu Ling tentatively inquired, "Was that a gun?" Su Yin nodded. Although firearms were prohibited in Huaxia, acquiring one was not an insurmountable task for the affluent. The heavy rain had persisted for so long. None were oblivious to the potential implications. Su Yin himself had contemplated multiple times how to procure a firearm for self-defense. Unfortunately, lacking both funds and connections, he could only entertain such thoughts. Fortunately, he possessed a system. Currently, he had a handgun and a shotgun at his disposal. Yet, this did not preclude the possibility of him being shot. Never mind. It was not worth the risk of venturing out. Having a system, there was no need to rush. Better to bide his time. Kill mutated sardines. Gain 3 points. After shooting fish for a while, Su Yin caught a glimpse of pain etched on Xiao Mu Ling's face, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. He suddenly recalled that she might be suffering from severe menstrual cramps and immediately suggested, "Sister-in-law, you should rest." "I will," she replied. Once Xiao Mu Ling departed, Su Yin continued to fish but felt a twinge of concern. He headed to the kitchen to boil some water and prepare a cup of brown sugar water. Then it struck him that he had no idea which room Xiao Mu Ling was occupying. His residence, though spacious at over 160 square meters, had 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, each room still quite ample. Scratching his head, he called out, "Sister-in-law? Hey, what is it?" Following her voice, Su Yin walked into a bedroom and pushed the door open. The spacious room, stripped of chairs, a wardrobe, and a bedside table, all had been used as firewood, leaving only a bed. Xiao Mu Ling lay on the bare mattress, merely covered by a single garment. The house was still undergoing renovation. Only furniture was present, and bedding was limited to what Su Yin had brought for his own room. Xiao Mu Ling had arrived with nothing more than a backpack, likely containing only her clothes and a few personal items, naturally lacking any bedding. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yin furrowed his brow and, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, "Sister-in-law, how will you sleep tonight without any bedding? Why didn't you say anything?" Xiao Mu Ling smiled softly. "I have a trench coat to cover myself. That will suffice." Though it was summer, the relentless rain had persisted for over 5 months, keeping temperatures uncomfortably low, dipping below 10 degrees at night. Moreover, as summer waned, the chill would only deepen. Su Yin could almost foresee that this winter would be exceptionally harsh. Although several months remained until winter, preparations were necessary. This house, while equipped with tools and materials, lacked adequate clothing and bedding. He helped Xiao Mu Ling sit up and said, "Here, have some brown sugar water." Xiao Mu Ling's expression warmed as she said, "Thank you, Su Yin." After finishing a bowl of steaming brown sugar water, a hint of color returned to her pale face. Noticing her thin attire, Su Yin suggested, "Sister-in-law, why don't you sleep in my room?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu Ling's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, seemingly contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "All right," she replied. With that, she rose from the bed, grabbed her coat, and followed Su Yin out. Su Yin's room was a spacious master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. Besides a large bed, it contained a wardrobe and a dressing table, but not much else was present. "You can rest," he said casually. Xiao Mu Ling, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I'm sorry, Su Yin. I was in quite a bit of pain a couple of days ago, but I feel better now." "Ah, it's all right." Su Yin waved his hand dismissively. "There's nothing to do now. Just take it easy." With that, he exited the room and went to the balcony to continue fishing. Time passed unnoticed, and eventually, he heard Xiao Mu Ling call, "Su Yin, it's time for lunch." Despite her discomfort, she managed to prepare a meal of white rice and braised tofu, accompanied by a jar of lao ganma. Though simple, it was quite satisfactory at that moment. As she ate heartily, her cheeks flushed, she remarked, "I noticed there is quite a bit of flour in the kitchen, but alas, I'm not skilled at making steam buns." In Sioux City, located in the South, rice was the staple, and yeast was not something commonly stocked in households. Su Yin, focused on his meal, remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Muling felt a pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry. Am I being useless?" Su Yin, lost in thought, finally snapped back to reality and replied, "Oh, it's fine. Just leave it for now. In this day and age, who makes their own dough?" He pointed towards the bedroom and added, "I've downloaded quite a few cooking videos on the tablet by the bedside. You can check them out later." "Okay," Xiao Muling responded, feeling somewhat ashamed for not having thought of these things before the internet went down. After finishing lunch, Su Yin stepped onto the balcony, smoking a cigarette while gazing at the water surface. In just 2 days, the large fish visible on the surface had dwindled significantly, and it was becoming increasingly challenging to catch ordinary fish. He realized he needed to modify the steel pipe, welding some thick wire to create a harpoon. Although this would reduce accuracy, it would increase the target area, making it possible to hit some smaller fish even while shooting blindly. Without hesitation, Su Yin set to work. Previously, he had been unable to use tools like the angle grinder due to a lack of electricity, but now he had the means to create. He quickly gathered thick wire, cut it into segments, sharpened the ends, and welded them onto a long steel pipe. After setting up the crossbow and testing it, he found that the accuracy had indeed diminished, and the weight of the steel pipe affected the power of the shot. However, given his elevated position, this impact was negligible. In the afternoon, I experimented for half the day, and the efficiency of blind shooting was rather low. However, occasionally, I managed to catch 2 or even 3 small fish with a single thrust, thus incrementally increasing my overall score. After a busy day, my total score reached 956. I proceeded to draw rewards: 1 a bag of Dove chocolate, 1 a can of luncheon meat, 1 a pistol suppressor, 1 a box of 9mm pistol ammunition, 50 rounds. Su Yin possessed a Beretta 92F handgun, and with only 30 rounds in reserve. This sudden influx of ammunition was quite fortuitous. He immediately opted to draw again for 100 points. 1,000 pounds of vegetables, 10 boxes of shotgun shells, 500 rounds, 5 Desert Eagle handguns, with 250 rounds, excellent treasures. Su Yin was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Xiao Muling, who was in the kitchen preparing a meal, peered out with a perplexed expression. Su Yin paid her no mind and continued his lottery. 20 boxes of instant noodles, 100 bags of fragrant rice, 1,000 pounds, 20 boxes of luncheon meat, 10 barrels of gasoline. Just as Su Yin was reveling in his good fortune, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Chapter 11. Do you think you could deceive me? Su Yin initially believed that it was Zhuang Xiaolu at the door, only to be surprised to find a stranger, a woman, upon opening it. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing a striking beauty that, while not quite reaching the level of a campus goddess, was nonetheless captivating. Clad in a white tank top and pink yoga pants that accentuated her alluring figure, she undoubtedly commanded attention. Living on the same floor, Su Yin recalled having overheard her discussing renovations with the workers, suspecting she was yet another wealthy man's kept woman residing here. Such a beauty would draw glances wherever she went. However, in the Dragon Bay community, where stunning women were abundant, she seemed somewhat less remarkable. With a pitiable demeanor, the woman implored, "Big brother, I am absolutely famished. Could you spare some food?" I can offer you something in return," Su Yin inquired. "What do you have to exchange?" Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze, her long legs clad in yoga pants entwining in a nervous fashion. Embarrassed, she stammered, I can trade my body. Just a little food would suffice." In these times, many had exhausted their food supplies, prompting numerous individuals to venture out and employ various means to procure sustenance. The woman's actions, therefore, were not particularly unusual. As dusk approached, the corridor grew dim, visibility limited to only a few meters. Apart from the woman, there was no one else in sight. However, as she clasped her hands behind her back, a gesture that seemed to enhance the allure of her tank top, Su Yin turned to find Xiao Muling standing behind him, gripping a kitchen knife with a look of apprehension. In a hushed tone, he whispered, to Xiao Muling. It appears this woman is attempting to deceive us to gain entry. There must be others lurking outside. This common ruse involved exploiting a woman's beauty and supposed fragility to lower one's guard. Yet opening the door would likely result in several burly men storming in to inflict harm. Do you desire her? Upon hearing Xiao Muling's question, Su Yan was taken aback. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she nervously added, "If you do not want her, you should have sent her away by now. If you wish to keep her, I can assist you." With her head slightly bowed, her final words were barely audible, like a whisper. "Assist me?" Su Yan had intended to dismiss the woman outside, but Xiao Muling's words conjured vivid imagery in his mind, igniting a warmth within him. "Big brother, I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm truly on the verge of starvation." The woman outside pleaded once more. Su Yan approached the peephole and instructed, "Step back 2 paces and turn around, slowly." The woman obediently retreated, displaying her hands to indicate she bore no weapons, and then slowly turned, her curvaceous figure unmistakably accentuated. Clearly devoted to her fitness, her rounded form and long legs exuded vitality. The thin yoga pants appeared to meld seamlessly with her body, leaving no trace of undergarments. Such a woman, in times past, would be deemed priceless, unthinkable without a fortune in the millions. She bore no concealed weapons. Had she truly come merely to exchange food? It hardly mattered. Su Yan commanded, "Come here now." The woman ceased her circling and approached the door. Su Yan opened it. In an instant, as the security door swung open, the woman forcefully slammed into it, pushing the door wide with her body. A fierce roar accompanied her exhilaration as the fire door to the right of the corridor burst open, revealing 3 men brandishing iron rods and kitchen knives, their faces alight with excitement. Su Yan raised his hand. "Bio, bio, bio, bio," the bullets discharged from the silencer, producing a muted sound. At 7 paces, the gun was swift. At 7 paces, it was both rapid and precise. In the narrow corridor, a distance of 3 or 4 meters made it nearly impossible to miss, even for a novice. However, the man at the forefront was particularly unfortunate, as a bullet struck his head, causing him to collapse. The second man was shot in the chest, blood gushing forth, his momentum faltering as he crumpled downwards. The third man was hit in the abdomen, trembling violently. Only then did the screams erupt. Su Yan, with gun in hand, turned to the woman who leaned against the security door, her expression one of bewilderment. He seized her hair and dragged her inside, then slammed the security door shut with a resounding thud, locking it. Big brother, I was wrong." The woman finally realized she had encountered someone formidable, immediately kneeling to plead for mercy. Xiao Muling, clearly taken aback by the sight of Su Yan's firearm, wore an expression of shock. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she directed her kitchen knife toward the woman, stating, Be honest." Her delicate voice rendered the knife less intimidating, akin to the excitement of the assailants. The woman knelt on the ground, staring in horror at the gun in Su Yan's hand, exclaiming, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I can do anything." Hearing the anguished cries of her companions outside, the woman fell into utter panic. Su Yan pointed the gun at her, demanding, "Tell me something that piques my interest." Since the disaster, Su Yan had scarcely ventured outdoors and knew nothing of the external circumstances. He was eager to learn from her. As she had ventured out with the 3 men, she presumably possessed some knowledge of the outside world. The woman promptly replied, "My name is Tingting. I am 24 years old, a graduate of the dance department at the Art Academy, standing at 167 centimeters, with measurements of 84, 63, and 87. Su Yan abruptly interrupted her. "What nonsense is this? I ask you, are you a resident of this building?" Tingting nodded, stating, "I'm the owner of 1002. The 10th floor?" Tingting continued, 10 days ago, my apartment was flooded. We are now residing in 1601. Su Yan was somewhat surprised to learn they lived directly beneath him. "Just the 3 of you?" Tingting nodded, explaining, "Those 3 are all my suitors." Su Yan scoffed, "So, they're merely infatuated admirers?" Tingting blushed and nodded, saying, I asked them to bring me supplies, and then the rain became too heavy, so they stayed over. However, I swear, I didn't let them hold my hand. They never touched me." "Oh," Su Yan replied, Somewhat surprised, but after a moment's thought, he began to understand. You asked them to buy you supplies. Why did you call 3 people? Che Tingting explained. If I had only called one, being alone with a man could lead to unforeseen circumstances, making it difficult for me to resist. One is a high school classmate, another is a former colleague, and the last one is a delivery man. They do not know each other. Xiao Muling asked in astonishment. And a delivery man? Che Tingting responded, I order takeout frequently, so eventually I got to know him. He insisted on delivering food to me. Su Yin remarked. So you summoned your classmates and colleagues to create a balance of power among them, ensuring that none would dare to act against you easily. Moreover, having 3 men makes it more convenient to procure supplies. Che Tingting shot Su Yin a surprised glance before nodding and admitting yes. That was my thought. That delivery man once attempted to sneak into my room at midnight, but my classmate and colleague gave him a good beating, after which they all behaved. This woman was not merely a pretty face. She possessed a cunning mind. Suddenly, Su Yin asked sharply, Did you kill my neighbor downstairs? Chapter 12. The training of Che Tingting what? No, no, no. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Che Tingting trembled all over, hastily shaking her head and saying we merely drove him away. Su Yin inquired, Was this trick of deceiving the door your idea? Che Tingting nodded. How many have you deceived? Including those downstairs. A total of 3. This is our 4th endeavor. We never anticipated encountering you. Big brother. Su Yin asked, How many have you killed? We dare not kill anyone. If the flood recedes in the future, killing would warrant execution. Su Yin coldly remarked, In a moment. You should ask your companions. If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences. At his words, Che Tingting's complexion paled instantly, stammering they mistakenly killed a man the day before yesterday. He resisted too fiercely. Su Yin pulled out a cigarette, silently lighting it, his face betraying no emotion. Ting Ting, uncertain of his thoughts, said, Big brother, we still have some food at home. I can give it to you. I'm quite useful. I can help you find food outside. Moreover, I'm still a virgin. Although she had robbed several households, it had been through clever tricks to open doors. She had never encountered someone like Su Yin, who could kill without blinking. Clearly frightened, she desperately showcased her advantages. Whether or not she was a virgin was of little concern to Su Yin at present. In this era, virginity had become as rare as a giant panda. Yet, with Che Tingting's keen intelligence, it was not entirely impossible. The more astute a woman is, the more she understands the importance of maintaining her advantages, thus increasing her chances of attracting a wealthy suitor. However, who purchased your house? The property in Yulong Bay is quite expensive, not something an ordinary person could afford. Che Tingting blushed, saying, I am renting. Su Yin reached into his pocket with his left hand, feigning nonchalance, and retrieved a handgun from his space, handing it to Xiao Muling, saying, Sister-in-law, watch over her. Xiao Muling was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Yin to hand her a gun. She nodded, trembling as she accepted the weapon, gripping it tightly, the barrel aimed at Che Tingting. Che Tingting glanced at her in surprise, her beautiful eyes glimmering, seemingly pondering the nature of their relationship. Su Yin, gun in hand, opened the security door and stepped outside. In the corridor lay 3 men. The foremost, dressed in a delivery uniform, had a bullet hole in his forehead. Naturally, he was dead. Of the other 2, one was already lifeless, while the remaining one groaned in pain. Seeing Su Yin and gritting his teeth, he spat, If you dare lay a finger on Tingting, I will kill you. The man, pale from excessive blood loss, clutched his abdomen, enduring the pain, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Su Yin. Su Yin paid him no mind, rummaging through the bodies until he discovered 4 sets of keys and 2 dead cell phones. Seeing that Su Yin completely disregarded him, the man raged, You beast! If you have the guts, spare Tingting and come at me. Su Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, You can still move? Why not pick up a knife? The man stammered, hesitating to reach for the knife beside him. Su Yin, gun in hand, approached him. The man, startled, exclaimed, Don't do anything rash. My father is a community official. He will not let you off. Su Yin disregarded his pleas, patted his pants pocket, found it empty, and turned to leave. Don't go. Save me. With a resounding bang, Su Yin shut the security door, leaving only the dimly lit corridor behind. The man clutched his abdomen, blood oozing from his wounds, gazing at the closed door in a mix of fear and fury. Before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Returning to the room, Che Tingting remained kneeling on the floor, while Xiao Muling held a gun, its barrel aimed at her head. Su Yin reached out, reclaimed the firearm from Xiao Muling, and tucked it into his pocket. He then retrieved a steel pipe from a wall-mounted holder and handed it to her, saying, "Kill her." "What?" Both women gasped in shock at Su Yan's words. Xiao Muling's hands trembled as she clutched the steel pipe. Terror etched across her face as she looked at him. Su Yin asserted, "Sister-in-law, it seems this world has no hope left. You must prepare yourself for what is to come." Understanding dawned on Xiao Muling. Su Yin was pushing her to cultivate her courage. To survive in this desolate world, one could not afford to be timid. If one hesitated to kill, they would inevitably become the victim. With that thought, warmth spread through her heart. Su Yin was genuinely treating her as a companion worthy of training. However, gazing at the frightened woman before her, Xiao Muling felt uncertain about how to proceed. At that moment, Che Tingting had sat back on the floor, her yoga pants soaked, trembling all over as she looked at Su Yin in sheer panic. "BB brother, please don't kill me. I beg you, I'll do anything you ask. Just please don't take my life." Su Yin regarded her with a cold demeanor, simply stating, "Kill her, or you can leave." Xiao Muling shuddered. Her grip on the steel pipe tightened to the point where her fingers turned pale. Aiming for her neck, it would take just one thrust. "BB brother." A foul odor suddenly wafted from beneath Che Tingting. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Muling aimed the sharp end of the pipe at Che Tingting's neck, closed her eyes, and thrust forward with all her might. Che Tingting trembled violently, emitting a piercing scream. However, after what felt like an eternity of wailing, she realized, to her astonishment, that she felt no pain in her neck. She opened her eyes, reached to touch her throat, and looked at Xiao Muling with confusion. The steel pipe had vanished from Xiao Muling's grip. She leaned against the wall, her face flushed, her empty hands trembling slightly. Turning her head, she saw that the murderous pipe was now in Su Yin's possession. He returned it to the wall-mounted holder with a look of distaste, instructing, "Go wash yourself in the restroom." Having said that, he took Xiao Muling by the hand and led her back into the room. Che Tingting sat limply on the floor, slowly regaining her senses after a considerable while. She glanced down at her thighs, her face flushed with embarrassment. She removed her yoga pants and knelt down to meticulously wipe the floor dry before tremblingly rising to her feet and stepping into the bathroom for a quick rinse. The restroom was spacious, stocked only with bathing supplies, a bath towel, and 2 hand towels. Instinctively, she reached for the bath towel, but hesitated, withdrawing her hand instead. Clad only in a tank top, Che Tingting emerged from the bathroom, making her way to the living room. In the living room, Su Yin sat on a single sofa, smoking a cigarette. Xiao Muling had prepared a meal, bringing it out from the kitchen to place on the table, then sitting on a paint bucket beside it. The table was adorned with a dish of stir-fried green beans with meat, a plate of fermented black bean vegetables, and 2 bowls of fragrant rice. The presence of vegetables was a pleasant surprise. Fresh produce had become rarer than meat over the past 6 months. Che Tingting swallowed hard, her hands covering her lower half. Her gaze shifting from Su Yin to Xiao Muling as she timidly asked, "Sister, could you lend me a piece of clothing?" Xiao Muling glanced at her, then at Su Yin. Noticing his lack of response, she shook her head at Che Tingting. Left with no choice, Che Tingting stood aside, swallowing nervously as she watched the two eat. After finishing his meal, Su Yin lit another cigarette and said, "Give her a piece of bread and a bottle of water." Xiao Muling retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread from a box and handed them to her. Che Tingting trembled as she tore open the bread's packaging and sat on the floor, devouring it hungrily. After a few bites, she choked slightly, her eyes rolling back, and took a sip of water to ease herself before saying, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister-in-law." By this time, night had fully descended, yet the room was brightly lit. Che Tingting gazed curiously at the illuminated light fixtures, her mind racing with questions she dared not voice. The power had long been cut off, yet here there was light. Turning her gaze back to Su Yin, her face was filled with intrigue. Who exactly was he? In this well-lit room, the smoking man and the woman cleaning the dishes. She felt as if she had been transported back in time. Once he finished his cigarette, Suyin stood and said, "Follow me." Che Tingting, legs crossed, trailed behind him. As she looked at Suyan's back, a desire to act stirred within her. But recalling the chilling words that had threatened her life, she quickly suppressed all thoughts. Suyin opened the door to a bedroom and instructed, "Do not come out unless I call you. Handle your own bathroom needs in your room." Ah! Che Tingting slipped into the bedroom, and Suyin shut the door, locking it, then produced a string of bells to hang on the doorknob. With a long exhale, Suyin released the tension of a busy day, feeling quite weary. "Sister-in-law, I'm going to take a rest," he announced before heading to his own bedroom. Lying on the bed, he was on the verge of drifting off when the door was suddenly pushed open. Sensing a familiar fragrance, Suyin recognized it was Xiao Muling. He did not open his eyes, and soon he heard the rustling sound of clothes being removed. Then, a warm and delicate body nestled into the covers. Suyin opened his eyes and beheld a pair of sparkling eyes. Xiao Muling had not anticipated that Suyin was still awake. Their gazes met, and she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Nonetheless, her body leaned closer to him. The breaths of both grew hurried. After a moment of caressing, Xiao Muling's face suddenly flushed, and she softly said, I'm sorry, Suyin. Shall I call Che Tingting over?" Suyin remained silent. Observing his reaction, Xiao Muling slipped out of the bed, grabbed a pack of souffle from the bedside table, and walked outside. After a while, the tinkling sound of a bell echoed. Suyin lifted his gaze and peered through the partially opened door, only to see four long, white legs striding through the living room. Xiao Muling, not even clad in her sleepwear, wielded a kitchen knife while ushering Che Tingting into the room, saying, "Che Tingting, you take good care of Suyin, and we shall provide you with something to eat. Should you dare to play tricks, I will strike you down with one blow." Che Tingting, feeling a sense of relief, lowered her head in shyness and climbed onto the bed. Chapter 13. It's not that you want to sell me, so I must buy room 1703. Yu Hongbin had finished a bowl of instant noodles early and lay on the bed in the dimly lit bedroom. Sleep eluded him as he ruminated angrily about Suyin. The room was engulfed in darkness. Though candles were available at home, there were only a few left, and he was reluctant to light one. Listening to the sound of rain outside, Yu Hongbin felt a surge of irritation. As the president of a bank, he led a life of affluence. With a beautiful wife at home and a myriad of youthful bank employees and vibrant university students outside, living a comfortable life. Little did he expect that due to a heavy downpour, he would find himself in such a predicament. Instant noodles. In the past, had anyone suggested he eat instant noodles, he would have thrown it in their face. Now, a single pack of instant noodles had become a luxurious delicacy. What was worse, it left him still hungry. Damn it. Suyin, that little scoundrel, who in the past he wouldn't have even glanced at, had now become a thorn in his side. This brat was indulging in hot pot with a beautiful woman while he was relegated to eating instant noodles. No, he had to devise a way to get back at him. Yu Hongbin seethed with determination, brainstorming ideas. It was only around 7 or 8 in the evening, the night just beginning, and sleep was nowhere near him. As he pondered, he suddenly heard the sound of a door creaking open. Yu Hongbin sprang out of bed and headed towards the sound. The living room was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and he caught sight of a familiar figure stealthily making its way to the entrance. Zhuang Xiaolu was clad in a white sailor suit, the hem barely reaching mid-thigh, revealing her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings. Her delicate feet were bare, holding her shoes as she tiptoed outside. Seeing her attire, Yu Hongbin's blood boiled. This is outrageous. I had to plead for an entire month before she wore this for me. Poor wretch. Yu Hongbin stood dazed for a moment, then lunged forward, pinning Zhuang Xiaolu against the wall. Ah, wretch, where do you think you're going? Zhuang Xiaolu, startled, quickly regained her composure. In the darkness, they faced each other, neither able to see the other's face. Zhuang Xiaolu replied coldly, "Going out to sell, what else? Didn't you tell me to sell myself?" Yu Hongbin was momentarily speechless. Zhuang Xiaolu sneered, "What wrong? Regretting after a hearty meal? Have you considered what you'll eat tomorrow?" I I didn't mean it that way. Then what did you mean? Yu Hongbin gritted his teeth and said, Wife, 2 packs of instant noodles is simply too little. You need to ask Su Yin for more. Zhuang Xiaolu chuckled bitterly. I would like to, but he has to give them to me first. Yu Hongbin retorted, If he doesn't give, you shouldn't either. Let us see who is more anxious. Su Yin, that little brat, was clearly a lecherous glutton. His wife was too naive, not even realizing she could haggle. Zhuang Xiaolu contemplated for a moment and said, I will give a try. As she spoke, she stepped outside. Although she had enjoyed a hearty meal yesterday, she found herself hungry again today. Zhuang Xiaolu paused, glancing back. Keep going. The expression on her face turned ashen as she strode purposefully to the door and stepped out. She lived directly across from Su Yin, with an empty unit between them. They were the only 2 households on that floor. Navigating the darkness, Zhuang Xiaolu arrived at Su Yin's door and knocked. After a considerable wait, silence lingered within. Growing anxious, she feared the knocking might attract unwanted attention. Yet in her desperation, she knocked again, this time with slightly more force. Inside, Su Yin had just finished cycling, while Xiao Muling was wiping the sweat from his brow. Che Tingting lay sprawled on the bed, drenched in sweat, too fatigued to even lift a finger. As Xiao Muling wiped the sweat away, she spoke with a hint of anxiety. Su Yin, someone is knocking. These people are truly bothersome, Su Yin muttered. He got out of bed, lit a cigarette, and approached the door. Who is it? He inquired. Xiao Su, it's your sister Lu, Zhuang Xiaolu replied from outside. I'm not in the mood for business today. Please leave, Su Yin stated curtly. What? Zhuang Xiaolu was taken aback. Just go. If you attract others, don't blame me for turning a blind eye. With that, he walked directly to the bathroom to shower. Outside, Zhuang Xiaolu anxiously glanced around before resolutely stomping her foot and hastily returning to her own home. Wow, that was quick, Yu Hongbin remarked, surprised. When he reached out but found nothing in Zhuang Xiaoyu's hands, he became agitated. Where's the food? Zhuang Xiaolu, feeling exasperated, replied, What food? He refused to trade with me today. What? Yu Hongbin was equally stunned. What about the 2 packets of instant noodles I brought back yesterday? You could have given me one. I've been hungry all day. That. Zhuang Xiaolu froze before erupting in anger. You scoundrel. You ate them both? There were only 2 packets. That is not enough for me. That was my trade, you rascal. At 4 in the morning, Su Yin was stirred awake by the alarm, opening his eyes. Xiao Muling, cradled in his arms, also roused, gazing at him for a moment before asking, Are you really going out? Su Yin nodded. I can't just stay cooped up at home. You keep an eye on the house while I take Che Tingting out. Xiao Muling expressed her concern. Is she reliable? It doesn't matter if she is or not. Women and loyalty are fickle. Loyalty exists only when the cost of betrayal is low. Tingting is clever. Clever people know how to choose wisely, Su Yin replied. Xiao Muling nodded in agreement. I'll prepare you some food. As they left, Xiao Muling headed to the kitchen, while Su Yin went to another bedroom to wake Che Tingting. Noticing she was still unclothed, he instructed, Big sister, find her some clothes to wear. Xiao Muling said little, directly retrieving her clothing from her backpack. Che Tingting was somewhat shorter than Xiao Muling. Yet this did not impede the sharing of stockings and skirts. The evening air was quite chilly, and the stockings provided at least some warmth, preferable to bare legs. Once Che Tingting was fully dressed, Su Yin gazed at her and stated, Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, I can allow you to return, treating this as though nothing has transpired. Although Che Tingting had harbored intentions towards him, such behavior was not uncommon in the apocalypse. Her single drop of blood could atone for her misdeeds. Remarkably, Che Tingting did not resort to deceit. She was indeed an untouched gem. Despite having cohabited with 3 suitors for several months, she had not succumbed to their advances. It can only be said that Che Tingting possessed certain skills, and more crucially, she had an astute knack for choosing her companions. The 3 suitors she selected appeared to be rather earnest and unassuming. Che Tingting replied, I cannot survive alone. If you trust me, I am willing to follow you. Su Yin responded, I can provide you with sustenance, and it shall be of good quality. However, you must be obedient. Che Tingting's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she declared, I will certainly be obedient. From now on, you shall be my master. At that moment, A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Che Tingting inhaled deeply, her tongue flicking across her lips. Su Yan prompted, "Now tell me, what did you find in the rooms you searched?" Che Tingting pondered briefly before responding, "Master, what would you desire? Something that can be fashioned into a fishing net." Che Tingting paused, then added, "I do have a fishing net at home, which was brought by one of my suitors. However, master, I have heard that the fish in these waters are ineatable. Consuming them could lead to death." Chapter 14. The fishing net. Although Su Yan had not ventured outside for several months, he was acutely aware that the fish in the water were not edible. Otherwise, the multitude of fish would not leave those outside in such dire hunger. However, hearing that consuming fish could lead to death was a revelation for him. He immediately urged, "Please elaborate." Che Tingting replied, "Indeed. A couple of months ago, someone could no longer withstand the hunger and caught a fish to eat. The following day, scales began to grow on his body, accompanied by an unbearable itch. Even after the scales were removed, they continued to regenerate. Ultimately, that person perished. I suspect that he is not the only one to have met such a fate, and gradually, this tale has spread." At that moment, Xiao Muling happened to emerge from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles. Upon hearing these words, her complexion turned pale. She had also contemplated eating fish, but regrettably, her high-floor residence deterred her from fishing, and thus the thought had been postponed. Reflecting on this, she turned to Su Yan, feeling an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, Su Yan had been unable to catch any fish during these days. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xiao Muling set the 2 bowls of hot noodles on the table, each adorned with a poached egg and drizzled with fragrant sesame oil, creating an enticing aroma. Su Yan picked up his chopsticks and encouraged Che Tingting, "Let us eat." Che Tingting looked up at Xiao Muling, licking her lips, and said, "Sister, you should eat." I will just have some soup later." Su Yan insisted, "No, eat well. We must ensure we are satisfied." Upon hearing his words, Che Tingting ceased her reluctance and promptly knelt before the coffee table, eagerly consuming the noodles. Meanwhile, Xiao Muling returned to the kitchen to prepare more packets of instant noodles. After staying at Su Yan's residence for 2 days, Xiao Muling was no longer in dire need of resources and only managed to eat half a bowl. Che Tingting, on the other hand, devoured 3 bowls in succession, her small belly noticeably round. She burped contentedly, her charming face flushing with embarrassment as she glanced at the 2. Internally, Che Tingting was astonished. Observing the way these 2 feasted, it was as if they had never experienced hunger. Was it truly possible for anyone to have a full meal every day in these times? This realization struck her as utterly unbelievable. Perhaps, stumbling into this room was the luckiest moment of her life. After the meal, Su Yan needed to ask Xiao Muling to guard the home while he took Che Tingting outside. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the soft blue light of Su Yan's powerful flashlight. The compact flashlight, while small, was incredibly potent, capable of focusing its beam. When directed at a person's eyes, it would not blind them, but could temporarily impair their vision. Such handy devices were commonplace in many households. Yet, given the prolonged power outage, it was uncertain how many still functioned. Su Yan first dealt with the corpses, along with Che Tingting, disposing of 3 bodies from the stairwell through the window. The corpses would soon begin to emit a foul odor and could potentially spread disease, making it imperative to remove them from the doorstep. They then proceeded down the stairs. On the 16th floor, they encountered a few individuals sprawled in the elevator lobby, gaunt and emaciated, resembling cadavers. These individuals are residents who have ascended from the lower strata. Those with means have sought refuge with relatives in the upper units or have employed various methods to usurp living spaces. The remaining souls outside are the frail, the elderly, and the infirm, merely surviving day by day. As Su Yan illuminated the scene with his flashlight, he beheld an elderly man covered in bluish scales, who, even in slumber, instinctively scratched at his skin. These scales, akin to the affliction known as ichthyosis, were, in truth, mutated skin. A mere scratch would flake off patches of dead skin, revealing the raw flesh beneath. Although it was known that consuming fish could be fatal, some could not resist the temptation. A woman, cradling 2 emaciated children, huddled in a corner. Upon seeing the frail children, Su Yin sighed softly and discreetly placed several cans of luncheon meat into the womaness' arms. The woman, still lost in dreams, instinctively embraced the cans. Suddenly, she awoke, her hands probing carefully until they encountered the luncheon meat cans, her eyes widening in astonishment. She looked up, catching sight of a blue light accompanied by two figures vanishing around the corner of the hallway. Promptly, she concealed the cans and stealthily opened one, scooping a morsel with her finger to feed her child. At that moment, Su Yin, hidden in the shadows, observed this poignant scene illuminated by the dim light of his flashlight, his heart already calculating. Che Tingting unlocked the door to Unit 1601, and both entered. Once the door was secured, Che Tingting gazed upon Su Yan's face and remarked, "You truly possess a compassionate heart. The remaining children in this building are nearly gone. I have heard that the residents of 2401 have taken in many children." This revelation took Su Yin by surprise. Che Tingting soon located a fishing net and presented it to Su Yin. Upon inspection, Su Yin noted that it was a professional-grade fishing net, robust and reliable, which elicited a satisfied smile from him. Che Tingting retreated to her bedroom to pack her belongings, filling an entire suitcase. Although the thick garments were not immediately necessary, with the weather growing colder, their significance would soon surpass that of food. Su Yin ventured into other rooms, gathering useful items such as clothing, bedding, and furniture, storing them all within his space. He left one bedroom untouched, leaving some provisions in the corner before exiting. Che Tingting emerged from her bedroom, pulling her large suitcase and wearing a backpack, and stated, "There are still some provisions left in the kitchen. I will retrieve them." "There is no need," Su Yin interjected. "We are not lacking in sustenance. Let this room be a refuge for the mother and daughter outside." Che Tingting was taken aback, finding it difficult to comprehend Su Yan's decision. She had initially thought his care for the three women was a fleeting impulse. Little did she know, he was indeed a saint. Che Tingting felt a twinge of conflict. This relentless downpour, who could say when it would cease? Even if it did, food would be scarce for at least a year or two. They would need to stockpile provisions sufficient for several years to ensure their survival. How much would that require? Even if they scavenged every morsel from the entire building, it would scarcely suffice. However, upon observing Su Yan's expression, Che Tingting, though perplexed, wisely chose to comply. The two exited the room, and as they passed the elevator, Che Tingting discreetly placed the key to room 1601 into the hands of a woman cradling a child. Whispering a few words, the woman looked up in surprise, glancing at Che Tingting and then at Su Yin. She nodded, promptly lifting her child and stealthily making her way towards room 1601. Su Yin escorted Che Tingting back to the 17th floor when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from below the staircase, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps racing upwards. Alarmed, Su Yin peered down the stairwell. The beam of a powerful flashlight illuminated the distance, revealing two figures swiftly ascending, a man in the lead and pursuing him closely behind. Another figure that, while human, appeared distinctly abnormal. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yin swiftly drew his weapon and whispered to Che Tingting, "You should return and keep the door open for me." Without a moment's hesitation, Che Tingting hoisted her fishing net and, grasping her suitcase, sprinted towards room 1701. Chapter 15. The Scaled Man. Two individuals were chasing each other down the stairs, swiftly reaching the 15th floor. At that moment, the man in the lead was overtaken by the grotesque figure behind him, who pounced upon him, sending him crashing to the staircase. A chilling scream escaped the man's lips. The pursuing monstrosity opened its maw and sank its teeth into the man's neck, severing it with a single bite. Blood gushed forth in a violent torrent. Subsequently, the creature began to rend the man's clothing, and once it was stripped away, it voraciously tore into his flesh. Su Yin leaned over the staircase railing, illuminating the scene with his flashlight. The grotesque figure was clad in tattered garments, its exposed skin covered in scales. Beneath its countenance, two gaping, bloody wounds pulsated rhythmically, reminiscent of fish scales in their undulating motion. It was a creature entirely enveloped in scales, a cannibalistic monster. Before long, the man's chest was savagely ripped open, revealing his bloodied entrails. The scaled fiend extracted the man's heart and devoured it, discarding the other organs and intestines carelessly to the side. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, Su Yin could no longer afford to wait. He aimed his gun at the creature's head and pulled the trigger. Bam! The bullet struck the scaled creature's chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. The monster recoiled, abruptly lifting its head to gaze at Su Yin. Its grotesque face, marred by scales, bore no semblance to its former self. Bam! 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 Su Dan Fai Vi Pete Den. But the creature deftly evaded each shot. As it dodged, it rapidly ascended the stairs in pursuit. Its speed was unnaturally swift, surpassing that of an ordinary human. Realizing his shots were futile, Su Yin swiftly retreated into his room. The door to room 1701 was ajar, with a narrow crack remaining. Xiao Muling and Che Tingting were peering through the gap, and upon seeing Su Yin return, they hurriedly opened the door. Su Yin positioned himself at the entrance. The security door slightly ajar, gun raised and aimed ahead, commanding, "Prepare yourselves." Xiao Muling promptly grasped a Molotov cocktail, while Che Tingting scanned their surroundings. Retrieving a steel pipe from a wall-mounted gun rack, gripping it tightly with both hands. The two women wore expressions of palpable tension. Su Yin swiftly changed several magazines. In that instant, illuminated by the light, the scaled man appeared at the corner, charging towards them. Bam! 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 Su Yin fired again. In the narrow corridor, his accuracy soared, landing 5 consecutive shots on the creature's chest and abdomen. The Desert Eagle's formidable power repelled the scaled man, even causing it to stagger backward. Seizing the moment when the creature paused, Su Yin raised his weapon, aiming for its head. Bam! 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 Click! The last bullet of the magazine was discharged, the Desert Eagle emitting a hollow sound. Nonetheless, the final bullet struck true, piercing the scaled man's skull. Its body swayed before collapsing to the floor, a large pool of blood seeping from beneath it. Defeated a low-level scaled man. Awarded points 78. Su Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the scaled man appeared fearsome, the fact that bullets could penetrate its flesh rendered it less terrifying. Upon vanquishing this creature, one would directly acquire 78 points. Su Yin first exchanged a magazine before advancing ahead. Xiao Muling exchanged a glance with Che Tingting and followed suit. The fish-scaled being lay sprawled on the ground, a pool of blood seeping beneath it. This monster bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, albeit its body was covered in scales. Su Yin tested the scales with his blade. They were remarkably resilient, yet the gaps between the scales revealed a relatively softer skin beneath. What on earth is this? Could it be a mutation of a human? Su Yin lifted his gaze to Che Tingting and inquired, "Do you think that after consuming fish, a person might begin to sprout scales and eventually perish after a few days?" Che Tingting nodded thoughtfully, then, with a hint of astonishment, posited, "Could it be that some individuals who consumed fish did not die, but instead transformed into monsters?" Su Yin replied, "Perhaps that is the case. Or maybe they became monsters after their demise." The two women's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Initially, the upper floors were inhabited solely by humans, which, while frightening, could at least be warded off by a security door. However, the emergence of such monsters was truly terrifying. Su Yin felt an increasing chill in his heart. This was merely a low-tier fish-scaled being. Who could say what formidable mid-tier or high-tier variant awaited in the future, and whether firearms would still hold efficacy against them? What should be done? The only course of action now was to swiftly accumulate points. Su Yin discarded the corpse of the fish-scaled being and led the two women back to their room. He had originally planned to wait until dawn to commence fishing, yet impatience now surged within him. Fishing at night would expose the light from their room, potentially alerting those above. Yet, he was indifferent to that now. If they saw, they saw. After all, they could not approach. Even if they had a boat, no one dared to venture onto the water, for the fish below would rise to attack. Su Yin promptly began preparing the fishing nets with Xiao Muling and Che Tingting. The balcony featured a lift with a long pole extended out the window, connected to a spool of fine steel wire via a pulley. Su Yin had initially used the steel wire to tether a crossbow bolt to shoot fish. However, The larger fish visible on the water's surface had nearly vanished, leaving only the option of capturing fish with nets. Che Ting could not fathom why Su Yin persisted in fishing, fully aware that the fish in the water were inedible. Nevertheless, observing Xiao Muling's silence, she wisely held her tongue and joined in the efforts. Once the nets were assembled and hung on the fine steel wire, Su Yin instructed Xiao Muling and Che Ting to cast the nets while he readied the crossbow, bracing for any unforeseen occurrences. As the lift whirred back to life, the ascent was swift. In no time, the net, laden with a substantial catch, was hoisted up, dangling from the long pole. The fish within the net were compressed into a mass, rendering them immobile. Su Yin seized a 2-meter-long makeshift spear and thrust it through the mesh. Thud! With a single thrust, killed sardine, gained 5 points, killed sardine, gained 6 points, killed pomfret, gained 11 points, killed ribbonfish, gained 9 points. The acquisition of points was exhilarating. Su Yan's face lit up with excitement as he relentlessly jabbed with the spear. Xiao Muling and Che Ting exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment. The first net yielded over 800 points. It was not until they confirmed that all the fish in the net had perished that Su Yin instructed Xiao Muling and Che Ting to pivot the long rod, turning the fishing net over. They then opened the net's mouth, allowing the lifeless fish to tumble out. Thus commenced the second net, followed by the third, and then the fourth, until dawn broke and the trio was utterly exhausted. Su Yin finally called for a brief respite. As they drank water and nibbled on canned snacks to replenish their energy, they realized that after 5 hours, they had amassed over 16,000 points. The efficiency skyrocketed upon utilizing the fishing net. Once their points exceeded 10,000, a new prize pool was unlocked, allowing for a draw with every 10,000 points. However, with his points falling short of 20,000, Su Yin could only afford a single draw. He hesitated momentarily, but decided to postpone it until evening and continued with the fishing. Throughout the day, apart from mealtimes and brief breaks, the three were incessantly engaged in fishing. Their peculiar endeavor left the nearby residents in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend their actions. Yulong Bay, being an upscale residential area, featured considerable distances between buildings, making it difficult for those on higher floors to inquire about the spectacle. Despite their curiosity, they could only suppress their inquiries. The trio toiled until 8 o'clock in the evening before finally wrapping up. After a day of relentless effort, they had accumulated a staggering total of over 49,000 points. With such a bounty in hand, Su Yin, without further ado, resolved to redeem his 10,000 points for a draw. Chapter 16. Marksman acquired Barrett XM 500 Sniper Rifle 10 with 5,000 rounds of ammunition, among them 2,000 armor-piercing rounds, 1,000 explosive rounds, 2,000 long-range sniper rounds. The Barrett anti-material sniper rifle possesses the formidable capacity to penetrate armored vehicles. Furthermore, it allows for remote engagement. A splendid acquisition. An auspicious start. Let's continue. Acquired heavy bulletproof vest 100 pieces. This heavy bulletproof vest, equipped with ballistic plates, can withstand close-range fire from an AK-47. Additionally, it offers protection against stabbing attacks from daggers and similar weapons. Its only drawback lies in its excessive weight. Fortunately, the current low temperatures are advantageous. Let us proceed. Acquired Living Package 1A. The Living Package contains a plethora of items. It encompasses various clothing, bedding, furniture, appliances, and other essentials for daily life. However, it costs 10,000 points. Su Yin felt a pang of regret. Although these items are quite decent, he already possesses most of them and finds little need for them. There was no choice but to accept what he did not require. Su Yin contemplated for a while. With only 19,000 points remaining, should he take a gamble? Acquired skill, Marksman. Marksman significantly enhances the accuracy of firearms, bows, and other ranged weaponry. Yes. Su Yin leaped up in sheer exhilaration. His exuberant display caught the attention of Xiao Muling and Che Ting, leaving them momentarily stunned. Too excited. Xiao Muling exchanged a glance with Che Ting, both sharing an awkward smile. Then, Xiao Muling inquired, "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Originally, Xiao Muling intended to prepare something simple. However, seeing Su Yan's reaction, Su Yan waved his hand and declared, "Let us have hot pot." Upon hearing the words hot pot, Che Tingting's eyes sparkled with delight. Given the current circumstances, any lavish meal seemed out of reach. Simply having some meat and vegetables would already be a considerable luxury. Hot pot. That might very well be the pinnacle of dining at this moment. Xiao Muling paused, saying, "We have greens, but we finished the lamb last time." Upon mentioning this, Xiao Muling felt a twinge of resentment towards the insatiable Zhuang Xiaolu, who had devoured nearly everything in sight despite being thoroughly subdued by Su Yan upon entering. Su Yan smiled gently and suggested, "Check the refrigerator." Xiao Muling immediately dashed to the kitchen. Upon opening the fridge, she gasped. The freezer was inexplicably filled with beef and lamb, alongside ample pork. Upon seeing such a bounty of meat, Che Tingting's eyes gleamed, and she couldn't help but drool. The freezer contained meat, while the refrigerator held leftover hot pot broth and sesame sauce, along with various vegetables. If they indulged in this, it would be worth it, even if it meant facing demise tonight. The two women exchanged a glance, promptly springing into action to prepare. Su Yan lit a cigarette and settled into the sofa, hesitating for a moment before continuing to smoke. He had 1,000 points to spare. Currently, he possessed a total of 9,631 points. Damn it. He intended to exhaust them all, starting from that initial 1,000. Acquired random attribute points too? This thing. Suddenly, Su Yan felt a peculiar change within his body. He promptly opened the panel. Host. Su Yan's stamina, 12 strength, 11 agility, 8 spirit, 11 superpower, marksmanship, awakening, 1 points, 8,631. His stamina had increased by 2 points. Su Yan carefully sensed his body and indeed felt a difference. It was as if he possessed boundless energy, capable of running a marathon with ease. The superpower of marksmanship had been added, and the awakening percentage had also risen slightly. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to the source of this awakening. He felt no significant change in his body. Perhaps it was due to the low awakening percentage. Never mind that. He continued to draw. Acquired 500 boxes of cola. Acquired 5 MP, 5 submachine guns with 500 rounds of ammunition. Excellent. The submachine gun was compact, ideal for close quarters shooting in confined spaces, particularly suited for use in apartment buildings. Compared to a handgun, its firepower was significantly greater. However, increased firepower also meant rapid ammunition consumption, and his supply felt rather meager. Acquired 150 boxes of 9mm bullets, 500 rounds. Whatever one wishes for comes true. Today must be his lucky day. Acquired 10 boxes of Roman Econium. Acquired 500 boxes of Okamoto 001. Acquired jet ski. While a jet ski may be delightful, the current aquatic environment deterred him from riding it. Exposed on all sides, he would surely become prey to the fish lurking below. These mutated fish not only possessed formidable aggression, but many were also adept at leaping, easily vaulting onto a jet ski. Acquired 100 boxes of mutate. Good gracious. It seemed today was a day for indulgence in spirits. For the last 1,000 points, never mind, it was better to save them. He opted for a 10-point draw. Acquired 10 boxes of Viagra. Who does he think he is? Acquired 10 pounds of hot pot noodles. Acquired 10 pounds of eggs. Acquired 10 pounds of vegetables. Acquired 10 sets of lingerie. How scandalous. As Su Yan was reveling in his draws, the hot pot in the kitchen had begun to boil, releasing a fragrant and spicy aroma. Xiao Muling and Che Tingting cheerfully arranged various ingredients. Just then, an ill-timed knock at the door suddenly echoed. Su. It's your neighbor, Lu Jia. Su Yan waved his hand impatiently, signaling Che Tingting to deal with her. Although Che Tingting did not recognize Zhuang Xiaolu, upon seeing a curvaceous beauty clad in alluring attire, she quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, she launched into a scathing tirade, leaving Zhuang Xiaolu to depart in tears. Zhuang Xiaolu had gone an entire day without food, her stomach completely empty. Today, she had resolved to somehow scrounge a meal. To her dismay, she encountered the youthful and radiant Che Tingting. Although Che Tingting's large eyes could not rival Zhuang Xiaolu's, Her youthfulness and vitality were undeniable. Che Tingting was acutely aware of her advantages, and she mercilessly berated the older woman. Zhuang Xiaolu, already shy and inarticulate, could hardly withstand the onslaught. Yuan Hongbin, having failed in his quest for food, found himself on the ground, desperately inhaling the enticing aromas wafting through the cracks of Su Yan's door. His face alight with delight as he murmured, "So fragrant, so very fragrant." As he continued to breathe in the delectable scents, this grown man began to weep. Witnessing Yuan Hongbin's pitiful state, Zhuang Xiaolu felt a mixture of shame and anger, yet found herself powerless to alter the situation. Seated on the ground, consumed by sorrow, she began to sob as well. Regret flooded her mind. Why had she returned that day to Su Yan's doorstep? In a moment of weakness, she had decided to bring Yuan Hongbin some food. Yet this man was utterly inept and indolent. The two of them wept outside. While inside the room, a 100-inch television played an American drama. Su Yan, Xiao Muling, and Che Tingting sat around the coffee table, happily enjoying a hot pot meal. Xiao Muling blinked and turned to Su Yan, inquiring, "Can we drink?" Without a word, Su Yan produced a bottle of mutate and 2 bottles of red wine from his bag, placing them on the table. "Wow, I've never had mutate before. What kind of red wine is this?" Xiao Muling exclaimed, taking a bottle from Che Tingting and studying it in astonishment. "Is this Romani Conti?" She stared at Su Yan in disbelief. Mutate was one thing, but Romani Conti cost at least several $100,000 per bottle. How could Su Yan afford such luxuries? In that moment, Xiao Muling's mind raced with myriad thoughts, while Che Tingting gazed at Su Yan with sparkling eyes. Others were enduring hunger. Yet they were not only well-fed, but also indulging in exquisite delicacies and enjoying such rare wines. Chapter 17, Brother. I'm looking for sister-in-law. A sturdy security door separated the bright room from the outside world. One side was akin to hell, while the other resembled paradise. Xiao Muling raised a glass of red wine and toasted Su Yan, expressing gratitude for the wonderful life he had provided. Che Tingting also lifted her glass, thanking her benefactor for shelter and sustenance. Su Yan joined in the toast, proclaiming that henceforth they would weather the storms together. The meal stretched over nearly 2 hours. Halfway through, Xiao Muling and Che Tingting rose to sit beside Su Yan. Before long, all three were glistening with perspiration. With a shy glance at Xiao Muling, Che Tingting asked, "Master, may I freshen up?" Su Yan, feeling equally sticky and aware of the moisture on his face and head, stood as well and replied, "Let us go." He took Che Tingting's hand and led her into the bathroom. Watching their retreating figures, a hint of distress crossed Xiao Muling's face as she rose and made her way to the bedroom. An hour later, Su Yan emerged from the bathroom, cradling Che Tingting, her complexion still flushed. To his surprise, she had fallen asleep in his arms. Xiao Muling gazed at them in astonishment. What happened today?" Su Yan managed a wry smile, saying, she fell asleep. The medication from his system was unexpectedly potent. Che Tingting, being newly unwrapped, was not accustomed to such vigorous treatment. He entrusted Che Tingting to Xiao Muling, saying, "You too should rest." Xiao Muling's face flushed with embarrassment. "And you? What will you do?" Su Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. After Xiao Muling carried Che Tingting back to the bedroom, Su Yan dressed and approached the security door, peering through the peephole. Outside, there was not a sound. He then opened the door and stepped out, heading straight to room 1703, knocking gently. Moments later, a voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "Brother Yu, it's Su Yan. Is sister-in-law there?" After a brief silence, Yu Hongbin replied, "Yes. I would like to borrow sister-in-law for a moment." Another pause ensued before Zhuang Xiaolu's voice, tinged with surprise, called out, Is that little Su? It's her sister Lu." Her weak voice carried a note of joy. As her words settled, the security door swung open. Zhuang Xiaolu emerged, clad in a sailor outfit, complemented by white stockings and black leather shoes. The snug black sailor suit appeared on the verge of bursting, while the white skirt barely reached mid-thigh, and the long white stockings extended just past her knees. A sailor hat adorned her lustrous black hair. In this attire, Zhuang Xiaolu seemed to have shed a decade, exuding not only mature allure, but also a hint of youthful exuberance. Upon encountering Su Yin's intense gaze, she shyly lowered her head, feeling the novelty of wearing such an outfit before others for the very first time. Do not mention outsiders. Yu Hongbin, after purchasing this attire, wore it only once before relegating it to the depths of her closet. However, today, as she is to meet Su Yin, she cannot help but accord it due significance. After meticulously adorning herself, she spritzed a hint of perfume, enveloping herself in a delightful fragrance, exuding charm and allure. Xiao Suyu, you sought me out? Her voice quivered with anticipation. Having endured 2 days of hunger, after being spurned by Su Yin that evening, she lay in bed, feeling as if she might perish from despair. To her utter astonishment, Su Yin appeared at her doorstep, unbidden. Inside, Yu Hongbin, slouched with anticipation, gazed at the items Su Yin held, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Su Yin carried a hefty bag of rice, weighing no less than 20 pounds, alongside a substantial piece of meat. He extended the offerings to Yu Hongbin, who immediately embraced the rice and meat as if fearing they might sprout wings and fly away. Thank you, brother Yu. Oh, you two, go on, go on. Yu Hongbin replied, abruptly shutting the door with a thud. Su Yin took Zhuang Xiaoyou's hand and led her toward his room. Upon entering, Zhuang Xiaoyou's gaze was immediately drawn to the pot on the coffee table, from which a fragrant steam wafted, carrying the enticing aroma of spicy food. The table was adorned with fresh vegetables, lamb, and fine wine. Zhuang Xiaolu swallowed hard, her stomach betraying her with a growl. Sister Lu, please sit down and eat. Oh. Zhuang Xiaolu, disregarding any pretense of politeness, promptly seated herself at the table and began to feast heartily. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Su Yin awoke punctually. The lights in the living room remained aglow. A carpet covered the floor, where Zhuang Xiaolu lay on her side, furrowing her brow even in slumber, her lips parting as if savoring delicious food in her dreams. Su Yin, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle softly before lifting Zhuang Xiaolu and gently placing her on the bed in a nearby bedroom. She appeared utterly exhausted from the previous evening, remaining blissfully unaware. After settling Zhuang Xiaolu, Su Yin returned to the living room, surveying the space before removing all the old furniture. He then replaced it with a brand new set, for he intended to reside here for a while, given the opportunity. He naturally desired a more comfortable living arrangement. The room was well equipped with high-end appliances, requiring no replacement. Su Yin, after a brief inspection, decided to keep a large double-door refrigerator and filled both compartments with cola and provisions, while the pantry adjacent to the kitchen brimmed with an abundance of grains. He had no shortage of food. The 4 of them could comfortably sustain themselves for decades. This residence was initially in the final stages of renovation, cluttered with tools and leftover materials, some of which Su Yin had incinerated. After tidying up, the entire room felt rejuvenated, imbued with a sense of a new home. Once his tasks were complete, Su Yin took a shower and returned to his bedroom. On the large bed, Xiao Muling and Che Tingting lay soundly asleep. Suddenly, Xiao Muling opened her eyes, spotting Su Yin, and instantly sat up, exclaiming, "Ah, is it time to get up and catch fish? Uve overslept." Su Yin sat on the bed, gently coaxing Xiao Muling back down, saying, "Everyone was exhausted yesterday. Let us allow ourselves to rest a bit longer today. The fish in the water are finite. They will not multiply infinitely simply because of your diligent efforts to catch them." After a day of fishing yesterday, it was evident that their numbers had significantly dwindled. Today, it would be prudent to prepare a fishing spot. Perhaps it is best to wait until dawn to fish again, as attempting to do so in the dark proves inefficient. With that, Su Yin nestled closer to Xiao Muling and lay down on the bed. "What about our neighbor, the elder sister?" he inquired. "You mean Zhuang Xiaolu? She's probably in another room and likely won't awaken until morning." Xiao Muling chuckled softly, her hand caressing his chest. "How are you so robust?" Su Yan's large hand responded in kind, asking, "Is your stomach still in pain?" "Much improved. I expect my relatives will be leaving tomorrow." After exchanging a few words, they succumbed to a deep slumber. It was unclear how long they had slept, but suddenly, Su Yin sensed something and opened his eyes. Gazing down at himself, he noticed the quilt on his body was lifted as if someone was nestled beneath it, with a pair of small feet peeking out at the bed's end. Outside, the day had brightened, the sky a dull gray, and rain continued to fall softly. A fragrant aroma wafted in through the slightly ajar bedroom door. Suyin exhaled contentedly. It was a new day. Just then, Xiao Muling pushed the door open, clad in an apron, evidently just finished preparing a meal. Upon entering and seeing Su Yin awake, she was about to speak when her gaze fell upon the pronounced bulge of the quilt beneath him. Xiao Muling's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Perhaps we should postpone our meal." Chapter 18. The remote gunfight at 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Yin and Xiao Muling, along with 2 other women, gathered around a brand new dining table in the restaurant, facing a lavish breakfast spread. The previous table and chairs had been burned by Su Yin, and this was the new set he had brought in. Xiao Muling was the first to rise, clearly having noticed the changes in the room. Yet she refrained from asking anything in front of Zhang Xiaolu. Zhang Xiaolu sat at one corner of the table, looking quite uneasy. Exhausted from the previous night, she had fallen asleep and was carried into the bedroom. Would Su Yin still insist on sending her away today? She certainly did not wish to leave again. Su Yin was now accompanied by 2 beautiful women, Xiao Muling, with her superior looks and figure, and Che Ting Ting, who, although slightly less attractive, possessed the advantage of youth. Heaven only knew if Su Yin would still welcome her back after she left today. Not to mention, the 2 enchanting women beside him would undoubtedly resent sharing their food and men with another woman. Filled with trepidation, Zhang Xiaolu found the breakfast tasteless. After finishing the meal, Xiao Muling wiped her mouth with a tissue and inquired, "Are we fishing today?" Su Yin nodded and replied, "Eldest sister-in-law, please head to the water and toss in some food to attract the fish." He gestured towards the 2 large bags placed at the restaurant's entrance. Uncertain of what the mutated sea fish preferred, he had prepared some meat and noodles. Having rarely fished before, he was even less familiar with the habits of these marine creatures. "All right," Xiao Muling responded, picking up one of the bags and heading toward the balcony. "Hey, Su Yin, come quickly." Soon, Xiao Muling's exclamation echoed from the balcony. Su Yin gulped down the remaining congee in his bowl and made his way to the balcony. Peering down, he was astonished to find the water teeming with fish. "What did you feed them?" Su Yin asked in disbelief. "Meat? No, there were already a lot of fish before I fed them." "Oh." Suddenly, Suzan understood. They had spent the previous day fishing, but had discarded the dead fish back into the water. The fish below had been drawn in by the carcasses. It appeared that these mutated fish were far less discerning, readily consuming the remains of their kind without hesitation, leaving Su Yan's previous worries unfounded. This meant that as he caught and discarded fish, the ones below would not only remain, but would continuously attract more fish to gather. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Su Yan nodded and said, "Call them to prepare for work." As he spoke, Su Yin casually glanced up and noticed numerous people standing by their windows in the opposite building, silently observing him. The distance of over 100 meters and the glass made it difficult to discern their faces, yet Su Yin could sense that their gazes were far from friendly. However, it mattered little. After all, they could not fly over, so let them watch. Before Xiao Muling could call out, Che Ting Ting and Zhang Xia Lu had already arrived. Che Ting Ting immediately joined Xiao Muling in preparing the fishing nets, while Zhang Xia Lu, unsure of their intentions and eager to assist, appeared utterly at a loss. "Come, help us with the net." Upon seeing Zhuang Xiaoyou's demeanor, Xiao Muling immediately beckoned her, guiding her in the installation of the fishing net. Zhuang Xiaolu felt a surge of joy. Being recognized by the esteemed Xiao Muling meant it was highly likely she would not be dismissed. The 3 women, having set up the fishing net, began operating the lift to cast it. As the rain poured in, the thin fabric of their garments became drenched, clinging to their bodies, revealing their alluring curves in a captivating manner. At that moment, in room 19 on the 11th floor of building number 11, 2 men concealed themselves behind the curtains, peering through the glass at the balcony where Su Yin stood. One of them held a pair of binoculars, his gaze incessantly scanning the 3 women. Damn, all 3 are stunning. Where did this guy find them? These brothers had purchased apartments in the same building, situated quite close to one another. and had frequently gathered since the deluge. The elder brother, in his 40s, and his younger sibling, a couple of years his junior, had once been notorious for their bravado in their youth, but had gradually turned to legitimate business. However, after the torrential rain, their violent tendencies resurfaced, leaving them with blood on their hands. They lacked for women, as their residences boasted not just beautiful wives, but also multiple companions. Yet these women, in both appearance and physique, paled in comparison to Xiao Muling and her companions. I've been keeping an eye on that guy for a couple of days now. Not only does he have a generator at home, but his food supplies are ample. Last night, I even saw them enjoying hot pot, and afterward, he went at it with that young woman, damn. Here we are, stuck with plain rice while he feasts on hot pot. You wonder why he keeps fishing if he doesn't eat the catch? Just to pass the time, I suppose. Brother, what do you intend to do? The elder brother pondered for a moment before stating, regardless of what he is doing, we must stop him. You mean, take him down? Yes, take him down. Just looking at that guy irks me. The elder brother promptly drew a handgun, opened the window, and aimed at Su Yin. Bang! Su Yin had been vigilant of the movements across the way. The moment he saw a window open with a hand brandishing a gun emerging, he sensed imminent danger and quickly pulled the three women down with him. The bullet missed, failing to penetrate. Nevertheless, beads of cold sweat broke out on Su Yan's forehead. Damn it, what business is it of yours if I'm just trying to catch fish? You want to play? Su Yin swiftly retrieved his Barrett rifle, crouching as he aimed. Bang! The 12.7mm armor-piercing round shattered the tempered glass, striking the elder brother squarely in the head. Boom! His skull exploded like a watermelon, leaving blood and brain matter splattered across the younger brother's face. It was only in a state of shock that he finally reacted, scrambling to escape. Bang! The second bullet pierced the tempered glass, hitting the younger brother precisely in the lower back. Boom! His flesh and bones erupted, and he collapsed to the ground. Though his torso remained partially attached, his spine was irrevocably severed. His upper body writhed on the ground, hands desperately clawing at the earth, yearning to crawl forward. Yet the weight of his waist and legs hindered his efforts. A piercing wail escaped his lips, so harrowing that even Su Yin could hear it. Su Yin, observing him, curled his lip in disdain. What was the point of that futile escape? Wouldn't it have been simpler to just die? He called out loudly. The figure across from him offered no response, only a continuation of his anguished cries. Shortly thereafter, Su Yin witnessed two women entering the room. Upon seeing the bullet holes in the window glass and the two bodies on the floor, they were instantly paralyzed with terror. A more pronounced scream erupted, likely echoing throughout the entire building. On the other floors, those who had been peering out the windows turned pale at the sound of the shriek. Su Yan's gaze swept over them, and the others, struck by a sudden chill, turned and fled. Su Yan, are you all right? Seeing Su Yin wielding a lengthy Barrett rifle, Xiao Muling, Che Tingting, and Zhuang Xiaolu were all taken aback. I'm fine. Let us resume our work. With that, Xiao Muling and the others resumed casting their nets, while Su Yin stood by the window, surveying the opposite floor. The entire level was devoid of any presence by their side of the windows. Clearly, no one on the opposing floor wished to engage with him any longer. In this day and age, acquiring a handgun, while challenging, was not entirely impossible. However, the sniper rifle, that was an entirely different matter. Within Building 12, the thunderous report of the Barrett had reached many ears, yet no one could ascertain its origin. The elevator slowly ascended, hauling up a substantial net brimming with fish. Meanwhile, the two women, having screamed for what felt like an eternity, finally gathered their wits and bent down to grasp the man who lay in agony, seemingly intent on dragging him out. Yet with a single pull, pop, his upper body was torn away, leaving his lower half behind. Chapter 19. Amplified strength after a long day of toil, everyone was utterly exhausted. However, upon hearing Su Yin casually mention that they could eat anything from the kitchen, the three of them immediately perked up with excitement. In these modern times, such a simple invitation is more effective than any sweet nothings. Their eyes sparkled like stars as they gazed at Su Yin. Without hesitation, Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu made their way to the kitchen in a flurry of enthusiasm. Xiao Muling turned to Su Yin and advised him to take a shower to avoid catching a cold. Shall we go together? She inquired. casting a shy glance towards the kitchen. Blushing, she nodded in agreement. She dashed to the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water before returning to the bedroom to fetch 2 clean pajamas, and then made her way back to the bathroom. Suyin took a moment to smoke a cigarette and rest before heading toward the bathroom himself. By the time he arrived, the bathtub was already filled with steaming water, and a graceful figure was showering nearby. Upon sensing his presence, Xiao Muling instinctively covered her body with her hands. Upon realizing it was Su Yin, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The familiarity between strangers of the opposite sex can sometimes develop swiftly. Once a profound connection is made, the veil of unfamiliarity can be easily pierced. Half an hour later, Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu had prepared the meal. "I'll go take a shower first," Che Tingting declared, disregarding Zhuang Xiaolu as she boldly entered the master bedroom. Though the master bedroom belonged to Su Yin, Che Tingting had already spent a night there, which emboldened her further. The unit was spacious, consisting of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, encompassing a generous area of 160 square meters, making it feel anything but cramped. Zhuang Xiaolu stood in the corridor between the living and dining areas, watching Che Tingting's figure disappear before her gaze shifted toward the master bathroom. The glass door was closed, and the sounds of splashing water and muffled voices could be heard from within. Behind her stood the entrance, with a sturdy security door firmly shut. At that moment, a sudden knocking echoed from behind. "Bang, bang, bang. Honey, are you in there? Why haven't you come home?" came the voice of Yu Hongbin from outside. Zhuang Xiaoyu's expression darkened, her eyes filling with disdain. Initially, she had been impressed by her husband's decent background and charming demeanor, but in a crucial moment, he turned out to be a coward. For the sake of a meal, he pushed his wife to the brink of selling herself. "Honey, can you hear me? Open the door." Yu Hongbin persisted. Ignoring him, Zhuang Xiaolu composed herself, adjusted her hair, and straightened her posture as she approached the master bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, a gasp escaped from within. Blushing, she lowered her head and stammered, I just want to take a shower. Is that okay?" Su Yin, fully aware of her intentions, did not refuse her. Instead, he continued discussing life with Xiao Muling. Zhuang Xiaolu stepped into the spacious master bathroom, closing the glass door behind her to shut out Yu Hongbin's calls. An hour later, Su Yin and Xiao Muling emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in bathrobes. Che Tingting sat alone in the restaurant, adorned in a whimsical pink pajama embellished with cartoon patterns. Upon spotting Su Yin, she promptly rose to her feet and inquired, "Shall we commence the meal?" "Let us eat," Su Yin replied, taking Xiao Muling by the hand as they headed directly towards the living room. "Liu Ye, why don't you go to the bedroom and find one of my pajamas to wear?" Xiao Muling called out as she departed. Zhuang Xiaolu, left in solitude, had not brought a change of clothes. "Ah, thank you, Muling," she responded, wrapping herself in a towel as she slipped out of the restroom and made her way to the bedroom. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, featuring a delightful array of vegetables, meats, and fragrant white rice. After the meal, Su Yin reclined on the couch, embracing Xiao Muling as they watched television. Zhuang Xiaolu, displaying a sense of initiative, ventured into the kitchen to contemplate what she could prepare. Che Tingting followed her curiously, asking, "Can Lu Jie make noodles?" Zhuang Xiaolu replied, "I am from the north. I can steam buns, make pancakes, and prepare dumplings." "Wow, Lu Jie can also make dumplings? Let us have dumplings tomorrow," Che Tingting exclaimed. "Sounds good. We have all the necessary ingredients." Che Tingting added, "I have learned baking. Perhaps I can make a cake." Listening to their conversation, Xiao Muling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face in Su Yan's embrace, for her culinary skills were limited to simple home-cooked dishes. Su Yan playfully pinched Xiao Muling's cheek, extinguished his cigarette, and prepared to engage in a lottery. Today marked an exceptionally bountiful day, having amassed over 57,000 points. After some contemplation, he decided to try his luck with 100 points. Acquired 1 Remington M870 shotgun with 100 rounds. "Wow, my luck is quite splendid today," he exclaimed. "Let us wager 1,000 points. Acquired random attribute points too. Agility 2, ah?" Su Yan was taken aback. Had he truly struck gold? Receiving attribute points from a 1,000-point draw? Breathing in the captivating aroma, he felt two soft orbs pressing against his chest, with beauty in his arms. Could there be an added effect? He decided to wager 10,000 points. Acquired 5 free attribute points. Su Yin immediately accessed the attribute panel. Host, Su Yin, Stamina, 12, Strength, 11, Agility, 10, Spirit, 11, Special Ability. Marksman, Awakening, 1, free attribute points, 5 points for 6330. The panel now displayed 5 points available for allocation. After a moment's reflection, Su Yin allocated 1 point to Agility, while the remaining 4 were assigned to Strength. A surge of warmth erupted from his abdomen, coursing through his entire being. Hey! Xiao Muling nestled against him, instantly sensed the shift and looked up in astonishment. It's so warm. Su Yin, are you feverish? As she spoke, a small hand reached out to touch his forehead. Zhuang Xiaolu and Che Tingting rushed out of the kitchen, their faces etched with concern for Su Yin. At that moment, Su Yin felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could effortlessly punch through a thick concrete wall. With 15 points in strength, he possessed half again the power of a robust adult male. It is indeed quite hot. It seems I have a fever. Is there a medicine cabinet at home? No, I shall return to fetch it. There is no need. We have a medicine cabinet. I will search for it. Upon hearing Xiao Muling's words, Zhuang Xiaolu and Che Tingting immediately fell into a state of panic. Su Yin is their greatest reliance at the moment. If he were to collapse, it would spell disaster. Though there are provisions at home, how could a few frail women possibly safeguard it? Do not speak nonsense. I am fine. Su Yin admonished them, while simultaneously, the heat within him began to gradually dissipate. It is no longer as hot as before. As the warmth faded, only one part of Su Yan's body remained fervent. Xiao Muling quickly sensed this. Her fair face instantly flushed. Su Yin, outside the window, the rain began to patter softly, gradually intensifying. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour ensued. The raindrops hammered against the glass, creating a rhythmic sound. Chapter 20. The pursuit of the fish-scale man, the augmentation of power was all-encompassing. Xiao Muling, Che Tingting, and Zhuang Xiaolu felt this acutely. They remained oblivious to the transformations occurring within Su Yin. Their curiosity regarding this young and robust man was palpable, not only concerning the sudden surge of strength, but also the mysteriously procured sniper rifle, the fresh lamb, and the vegetables. Such phenomena, by all accounts, defied explanation. Nevertheless, the trio wisely refrained from posing inquiries. Su Yan's enigma was evidently advantageous to them. They were spared from hunger and were able to savor fresh produce and meat. In the entirety of the Yulong Bay community and even the broader Sioux City, who else could boast such provisions? Even with ample reserves, one would merely nibble on dry rations and consume plain rice. Vegetables and meat? Those had long since spoiled. A generator was a luxury few households could afford. Who could have anticipated that this rain would persist for so long? Abundant resources necessitated a guardian's strength. The more formidable Su Yin became, the more favorable it was for them. Which woman does not yearn for a powerful man to shield her? In the dead of night, Su Yin was abruptly roused. The living room was aglow. Exhaustion from the previous day had led him to fall asleep on the couch. Beside him lay Xiao Muling, one arm draped over him. Lost in sweet slumber, a smile gracing her face. Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu occupied the sofa and the carpet, respectively, curled up as if they felt a chill. The previous night had been a whirlwind. All four had sprawled across the living room in utter fatigue. Su Yin rose, retrieving a blanket from the floor to cover the three women. Then, barefoot, he made his way to the entrance. Bang! A gunshot echoed, its sound somewhat muffled, likely due to the distance. It was this very noise that had startled Su Yin awake. At 5 a.m, who ventured out at such an hour? Bang, bang, bang. The distinct sound of a handgun suggested that someone was in peril. Su Yin immediately pressed against the security door, peering through the peephole. Outside was shrouded in darkness, yet he could discern hurried footsteps. Someone was racing up from below, and it appeared there were quite a few. Without delay, Su Yin retrieved his clothes from the spatial pocket and donned them, slipping on his shoes. After a moment's hesitation, he added a bulletproof vest. its tactical pockets brimming with magazines and grenades. He then secured a submachine gun around his neck and grasped a silenced pistol in his hand. The footsteps grew louder, compelling him to crack the security door open slightly. Immediately, he heard heavy breathing mingled with the hurried steps. Bang, 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 bang. Damn it, this thing doesn't T-kill. Are we going to keep running up? We can't outrun them. Lao Wu and Lao Lu, open the door. The rest of you hold them off. The footsteps surged closer. Su Yin froze, swiftly closing the security door and locking it tight. Subsequently, through the peephole, a beam of flashlight illuminated the hallway as two individuals rushed from the elevator. They arrived at the door of room 1703, swiftly attempting to gain entry. These two were evidently skilled, managing to unlock the door in less than 10 seconds. "Brother, the door is open," one of them shouted before they slipped inside. Shortly after, a dozen or so individuals surged into room 1703, hastily slamming the security door shut behind them. A loud thud echoed as three more figures appeared, a trio that resembled humanoid creatures, seemingly female. They were completely naked, their skin covered in scales. One of the scale beings had several gaping wounds on her abdomen, blood seeping from the injuries. The three scaled beings charged at the door of 1703, frantically battering against the security door. Witnessing this scene, Su Yan's expression shifted to one of concern. At this hour, everyone should have been tucked away in their homes. How could these individuals have been driven out by the scale beings? The only explanation was that they cohabited with these three creatures. In the dead of night, the trio must have undergone a sudden transformation into scale beings. Su Yan was aware that these creatures were once human, though the specific triggers for their transformation remained unclear. Was it merely the consumption of fish? Some individuals could perish from eating fish, while others could metamorphose into scale beings after doing so. The group that had burst into room 1703 was evidently a gang. With their numbers and firearms, they would certainly not be lacking in provisions. Why, then, would they need to consume fish? As Su Yan gazed at the three female scaled beings, a bold thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Could it be that they were specifically capturing people for experimentation, to observe the mutations resulting from fish consumption? With this realization, Su Yan's curiosity towards these individuals intensified. Room 1703 belonged to Zhuang Xiaolu, who had not returned home. Thus, only Yu Hongbin remained inside. Through Yu Hongbin, they would undoubtedly learn of their presence. What has happened? Su Yan? Turning around, Su Yan noticed that Xiao Muling and her companions had awakened, clad in pajamas and displaying expressions of terror, clearly startled by the gunfire. Su Yan's gaze swept across their faces, ultimately resting on Zhuang Xiaoyu's. A group was chased up from downstairs by the scale beings, and they have now entered room 1703. He informed her. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly, then fell into silence. The three scaled beings continued their relentless assault on the security door, seemingly tireless. The Yulong Bay community was affluent, and the security doors were exceptionally robust. Despite the prolonged battering, the scale beings were unable to breach the entrance. It was not until a full half-hour had elapsed that the three scaled beings finally ceased their efforts and departed. Su Yan listened intently to the sounds outside, and only after the scale beings had retreated did he cautiously open the security door crack. Turning on his flashlight, he directed the beam towards the door of 1703. The metallic surface of the security door was marred with dents, and a patch of white dust littered the floor. The recent impact had loosened the door frame. At that moment, the door of room 1703 suddenly swung open. A few burly men streamed out, one hastening towards the elevator, evidently to ascertain the whereabouts of the departing scaly man. The remaining three approached Su Yan directly, tauntingly remarking, "You, who already have a partner, are playing around with someone else's wife. Quite the charmer, aren't you?" During the past half hour, it seemed that Yu Hongbin had thoroughly briefed these men about his affairs. Unfortunately, Yu Hongbin was unaware that he was armed. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the trio, it was clear they did not regard Su Yan as a threat. Su Yan quickly recalled that when they had entered, there had been 14 individuals, 3 women and 11 men. Now, four had emerged, leaving 7 men in the room. The critical detail was that none of the 4 who had come out were carrying firearms, indicating that the weapons remained inside. With this thought, Suyin decisively closed the door and peered through the peephole. His action of shutting the door was interpreted as a sign of surrender. The three advancing men instantly wore mocking grins. The man on the left brandished a makeshift lock-picking tool, deliberately raising it for Suyin to see, and declared, "With this pathetic door, I could unlock it in 10 seconds. You'd best open up promptly, or else when I force it open, I'll strip you of your skin." Just moments ago, in the face of the scaly man, they had fled like frightened dogs. Now, before Suyin, they were brimming with bravado. Chapter 21. Konkai. This group of 14 individuals ascended with virtually empty hands, lacking any provisions. With the presence of the fish-scaled people, they evidently dared not descend to retrieve supplies. From Yu Hongbin, it was learned that Suyin had a stockpile of grain, making the act of seizing him the most expedient solution. As the conversation unfolded, a man who had rushed towards the elevator returned, announcing to room 1703, "Boss, the fish-scaled people have moved away." Subsequently, a few more individuals emerged from within the room. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in an ill-fitting suit, wielding a handgun, and surrounded by his companions, clearly the leader of the group. He approached, and the first three men promptly stepped aside, halting before Suyin's door. The suited man introduced himself. "Suyin, my young brother, my name is Konkai." After a brief pause, he continued, "As you may have observed, we have encountered some difficulties and urgently require your assistance in procuring some grain to weather this storm. Rest assured, I shall not lay a finger on the women in your abode. Should you lend me the grain, I, Konkai, shall ensure you are generously rewarded in the future." His words, though courteous, bore an underlying tone that left little room for dissent. Konkai evidently exuded the authority of one accustomed to power. Suyin peered through the peephole and discerned 10 men stationed outside. Additionally, 1 man and 3 women remained in room 1703. Suyin could not ascertain the number of firearms in their possession, but the potential for trouble loomed should the individuals left behind be armed. Nonetheless, he perceived it as a minor inconvenience. With a composed demeanor, Suyin stated, "If you fire your weapons, the noise will attract the fish-scale people." One man outside scoffed, "Do we really need to resort to gunfire to deal with you, given our numbers?" Konkai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not frighten our young brother." With that, he holstered his weapon. Although Suyin was clad in a bulletproof vest, his head remained vulnerable, and the risk of a close-range shot remained. His words were intended to convey that Konkai should refrain from discharging his weapon indiscriminately. Seeing that Konkai had sheathed his gun, Suyin, seizing this moment, pressed on, Are you truly only in need of grain?" Konkai held up 3 fingers, stating, "I'm only asking for 3 days' worth of provisions. Within that time, we shall devise a means to confront the fish-scaled people, and we will take our leave. As for you, you may continue your life with Yu Hongbin's wife. When the day comes that your supplies run dry, feel free to seek me out. I have stockpiled an ample supply of grain, sufficient to last us until the year's end without issue. I, Konkai, am a man of my word." Suyin hesitated momentarily before responding. "Then please step back for a moment while I retrieve the grain." Konkai smiled confidently, replying, "My young brother is forthright." He gestured, and the group retreated. Amidst the crowd, a shorter figure stealthily maneuvered to the right side of Suyin's door as the others stepped back. As they retreated, Suyin said, "Sister-in-law, Lu Jie, go fetch the supplies." Upon sensing Suyin's intent, Xiao Mu Ling and Zhuang Xia Lu promptly responded, "All right." Just as the word "all right" left their lips, Suyin abruptly flung the door open, aiming his submachine gun at the throng in the corridor, flames erupting from the muzzle. The sound of gunfire echoed. Da-da-da-da. Konkai and his companions, caught off guard by Suyin's sudden assault, were struck down one by one. At that moment, a hand emerged from the shadows on the right, reaching for Suyin's gun. Without hesitation, Suyin released his grip, extending his hand outward to grasp the assailant's hair, yanking it violently and slamming the individual against the wall. A short man was propelled backward, crashing into the wall before collapsing to the floor, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Suyin did not relent. He placed a foot upon the man's back. With a sickening crack, the man's ribs shattered, leaving him motionless in a pool of his own blood. "Close the door," Su Yin urged Xiao Mu Ling before charging out on his own. Meanwhile, the wounded Kong Kai, gritting his teeth against the pain, drew his handgun. Before he could take aim, Su Yin was upon him in an instant, delivering a brutal stomp to his wrist. The gun clattered to the ground as Kong Kai's wrist was shattered. Su Yin retrieved the fallen handgun, swiftly concealing it. He then seized Kong Kai by the hair, dragging him toward room 1703. With a loud bang, Su Yin burst into room 1703, which was shrouded in darkness. Just then, gunfire erupted, illuminating the room. A bullet struck Su Yin in the chest. However, his heavy bulletproof vest absorbed the impact, causing him little distress. As the flames illuminated the space, Su Yin raised his weapon and fired a volley toward the source of the light. Cries of agony filled the room. Holding Kong Kai as though he were a mere chick, Su Yin strode into 1703. The beam of his flashlight revealed frantic shadows darting about the room, and he targeted the figures, shooting at their legs. The air was punctuated by the sound of blood splattering as several individuals collapsed to the ground. Su Yin counted. 2 corpses lay at the entrance, and he had just incapacitated 2 more. This left only Yu Hongbin unaccounted for in the room. With a kick, Su Yin pushed aside the body at the door and swiftly shut it. Given the commotion they had caused, even if the Yuan people did not arrive, it was likely that others might come to take advantage of the chaos. Thus, securing the door was prudent. This was Su Yin's inaugural visit to Yu Hongbin's residence. Shining his flashlight around, he noticed that the layout of the room was strikingly similar to their own home, possibly even identical. He then approached the 2 women sprawled on the floor. Both were in their 20s, possessing striking looks and figures. Though they could not quite match Xiao Mu Ling and Zhuang Xiaolu, they were certainly on par with Che Ting. The 2 women, clutching their legs and wailing in agony, gazed at Su Yin with sheer terror, pleading, "Please don't kill me," perhaps due to having just awakened before fleeing. They were clad in scant clothing. Sweat trickled down, thoroughly soaking his clothes. Su Yin approached the 2 individuals, yanked off their protective covers, and tossed them at their feet, commanding, "Wrap each other up. If you wish to survive, remain silent." "All right, we will be quiet." With that, the 2 of them, gritting their teeth against the pain, began to bandage one another with the covers. Su Yin then rose and called out, "Yu Hongbin?" Upon uttering the name, a voice emerged from a nearby room. "I'm here. Su Yin, please come save me." Su Yin walked over and opened the door, revealing Yu Hongbin, bound with his hands and feet, huddled in the corner. As the beam of the flashlight illuminated him, he instinctively lowered his head. Is it you, Su Yan?" he asked, his voice tentative. "It's me." At the sound of her reply, Yu Hongbin visibly relaxed, then inquired, "Those people? I killed them all." Hearing this, his expression shifted drastically. He lifted his gaze and was startled by Su Yan's appearance. Su Yan knelt before him, asking, "Did you reveal everything about me to them?" Yu Hongbin, taken aback by her question, immediately protested, "I did not." Chapter 22. The Living Experiment. Su Yin coldly remarked, "You need not deny it. They know my name and are aware of my ample provisions. Who else could have informed them but you?" Upon hearing this, Yu Hongbin immediately panicked, pleading, "Su Yin, please don't blame me. They beat me. I had no choice but to comply." Su Yin gently patted his face and said, "Spare me your excuses. You bear no injuries at all. It seems you are rather eager for my misfortune, perhaps even inciting them to seek me out." This statement struck a nerve, and Yu Hongbin's expression shifted. I did not." Su Yan's voice turned icy. "But have you considered that if they find me, your wife may also fall into their clutches?" At this, Yu Hongbin's face flushed crimson, and he stiffly retorted that wretched woman would be better off dead. Su Yin smirked. "If your wife perishes, who will barter for your sustenance? Do you still expect Kong Kai to provide for you?" Yu Hongbin was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Ignoring the dazed Yu Hongbin, Su Yin made his way back to the living room. The 2 women were still entangled, binding each other with their bras, though the makeshift bandages were proving ineffective as they struggled to staunch the bleeding. Kong Kai had sustained wounds to his right chest and abdomen, his garments soaked with blood. As he lay on the ground, writhing in agony, in a short span, he had grown incredibly pale from blood loss, and upon seeing Su Yin approach, His eyes burned with fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. With the apocalypse upon them, he was among the most prepared, having stockpiled enough food to last at least a year. For the past 2 months, he wielded power, deciding life and death at whim, indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle with women at his beck and call, executing anyone he desired. Within this small realm, Konkai felt akin to an emperor of ancient times, reveling in his dominion. Just as he was poised for further exploits, he had not anticipated being brought down in this modest 17th floor setting. Who was this young man on the 17th floor? Bulletproof vests, submachine guns. Such heavy artillery was unattainable even for him. How had Su Yin, a mere cog in the corporate machine, acquired such weaponry? Konkai found himself perplexed and increasingly resentful. As Su Yin approached, he crouched down to examine Konkai's face and smiled. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling to accept your fate?" Konkai paused, his expression clearing momentarily. "Brother, I can see my defeat. If you save my life, I possess valuable gifts to offer." Su Yin chuckled. "Let me guess, food? Ammunition? Or perhaps women?" Konkai nodded slightly. "I have both bullets and food. As for women, they are not in short supply." As he spoke, his eyes widened in anticipation, searching Su Yan's face for any hint of desire. In this dire world, guns, bullets, and provisions were the most coveted resources. No one could remain indifferent. Yet, his hopes were dashed. Upon hearing those words, Su Yan's expression remained unchanged. "Before we proceed, I have a few questions for you. Who are you?" Konkai paused for a moment before responding. "I am the chairman and general manager of Luching Real Estate Group." "Oh, a real estate magnate from Sioux City?" Su Yin replied, intrigued. "This Yulong Bay community is indeed a property of Luching Real Estate. It's a pity that you aren't interested in this area. Otherwise, you would have likely seen Konkai's photograph online before." Noticing Su Yan's slight change in expression, Konkai felt a surge of enthusiasm and stated, "Su, you have saved my life. From now on, I, Konkai, shall be your subordinate. Are you in need of women? Models, internet celebrities, or actresses? I can procure them for you. There are quite a few in this community." "Oh." A wicked smile appeared on Su Yan's face. Konkai continued, "Yulong Bay is my domain. I know who resides here. Are you aware of Yang Chao? She lives in this community, and I can help you get close to her." Su Yin was taken aback, surprised that a top-tier celebrity resided in their neighborhood. How had he never noticed before? It was understandable, as celebrities are particularly protective of their privacy. A hint of interest flickered across Su Yan's face as he remarked, "We shall discuss this later. First, tell me about the 3 scaled individuals pursuing you." Konkai hesitated, studying Su Yin for a moment, then said, "So this is what truly piques your interest." After a brief contemplation, he added, "I can disclose this information, but you must attend to my injuries first." Su Yan's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "Do you believe you are in a position to negotiate terms with me?" With that, he suddenly stood up, turned to the 2 women, and inquired, "Now, you shall answer me." The 2 women exchanged glances before looking at Konkai, their faces reflecting their apprehension. Su Yin pressed further, "Where did those 3 scaled individuals come from? Speak, or I shall throw you both to the fish." The 2 women gasped in unison, exclaiming, "I'll tell you. I'll tell you. They came running out from our room." Su Yin frowned, demanding clarity. One woman glanced at Konkai before continuing, They specifically gathered a group of people for fish-feeding experiments. Some died after consuming the fish, while others transformed into scale beings. Using women for experiments? Su Yin questioned. "No, they captured both men and women. The men were subjected to broken limbs before being fed to the fish, while the attractive women were kept for their own purposes, and the less desirable ones were also fed to the fish." Su Yin frowned again. "Are you suggesting that these 3 scaled beings were once women who transformed after eating the fish?" The woman nodded. Su Yin regarded Konkai, realizing he had underestimated him. He was indeed using living individuals for experiments. The evident aim was to ascertain which fish would lead to death and which would cause mutations, along with the ensuing consequences of such transformations. Su Yin queried, "In your experiments, have there been any cases of beneficial mutations?" The 2 women were momentarily taken aback before shaking their heads, responding, "They experimented on over 20 individuals, all of whom perished. These three are the first to survive. And to mutate, what kind of fish did these three mutated women consume? Sudan pets. The two women simultaneously shook their heads in response. Kong Kai let out a cold laugh and remarked, "These two are princesses of KTV, whom I brought along for my subordinates' amusement. How could they possibly possess detailed experimental data?" His subordinates. KTV princesses. No wonder Kong Kai's followers appeared to be of such high caliber. Among them, there were even those skilled in lockpicking. Kong Kai had made ample preparations, not only winning over his subordinates, but also enlisting a group of women from KTV to curry favor. His ambitions were not small. Su Yin gazed at Kong Kai and inquired, "Why do you wish to conduct such experiments?" Kong Kai replied, "Because within these mutated fish lies a secret that can grant immense power to individuals. And this secret is known only to me." At this juncture, Kong Kai fixed his gaze upon Su Yin, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Chapter 23. The single soldier rocket launcher within the mutated fish lies a potent secret. Upon hearing this phrase, Su Yin immediately thought of the extraordinary abilities reflected in his own panel attributes. Could it be that some fish, when consumed by humans, lead to death? Or that certain fish transform one into a fish-scale being? And perhaps there are fish that, when ingested by humans, grant them immense power, even some supernatural abilities? This Kong Kai is no ordinary individual. Had fate not entwined him with me, he might have thrived in this apocalyptic world. A true tyrant in his own right. Alas, he underestimated the intelligence of Yu Hongbin, mistaking me for merely a destitute loser. I can only imagine that Yu Hongbin had spoken nothing but ill of me. Yet, in an ironic twist, Yu Hongbin's ill intentions inadvertently led Kong Kai to fall victim to me in their very first encounter. At this moment, Kong Kai must be cursing Yu Hongbin's female relatives under his breath. However, such reflections are futile now. Kong Kai lifted his gaze to Su Yin and declared, "Su Yin, the current world is in utter chaos. If we collaborate, we might rise to power and become the tyrants of this apocalypse." A tyrant of the apocalypse? Such ambitions render this fellow too dangerous to be spared. Su Yin turned to the two KTV princesses and inquired, "Where do you reside?" "We live on the 13th floor. All three rooms belong to us." "Oh, who occupies the other two rooms?" The KTV princess cast a glance at Kong Kai and replied, "One room is home to Mr. Kang's wife and daughter. The occupants of the other room are unknown." Su Yin then looked back at Kong Kai and remarked, "Old Kong, you still have a wife and daughter?" Kong Kai's expression twisted into a grimace. What do you intend to do?" Su Yin chuckled softly and said, "Nothing much. I merely wish to assure you that after your demise, I shall take good care of your wife and daughter." You scoundrel." Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Su Yan's hand, plunging into Kong Kai's heart. Kong Kai clasped his chest with his left hand, raising his right to point at Su Yin, his expression frozen in horror. Then his hand fell and his head tilted. Su Yin rummaged through Kong Kai's belongings, collecting his handgun, ammunition, keys, and other useful supplies before approaching the two women. The KTV princesses, having witnessed Su Yan's lethal act, were utterly terrified. As he approached, a puddle of liquid unexpectedly pooled beneath one of the princesses. Mr. Kong was indeed a significant figure, and the KTV princesses he chose were of exceptional quality, their figures and beauty rivaling that of Che Tingting. Unfortunately, while Su Yin had no qualms about used goods, he was somewhat averse to public transportation. Both women's leg bones had been shattered. Even if they survived, they would be left with a permanent limp. Su Yin settled in front of them, lit a cigarette, and said, "Please, recount your circumstances in detail." We will tell you everything." Thus began a session of questions and answers. Nearly an hour later, Su Yin departed and returned to his room. Xiao Muling, Che Tingting, and Zhuang Xiaolu each held weapons at the entrance, their tense expressions easing upon Su Yan's arrival. "Are you all right? What is the situation? What about those people?" Su Yin cast a glance at the three, ultimately resting his gaze on Zhuang Xiaolu as he replied, "They are hiding in room 1703, and I've already dealt with them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Muling and Che Tingting sighed in relief, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Su Yin. A man capable of single-handedly eliminating over 10 foes instilled a sense of security. Zhuang Xiaoyu's expression, however, shifted slightly. She lowered her head slowly, remaining silent. Su Yan observed her and inquired, "Sister Lu, do you not wish to know about Yu Hongbin's situation?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Xiaolu shook her head, saying, "Though we are bound by marriage, his cruelty leaves me no reason to concern myself with him any longer." "Oh." Zhuang Xiaolu lifted her gaze to meet Su Yan's, asserting, "He betrayed us, did he not? I overheard your conversation with those outside. It was he who informed them of our supplies and women, luring them here. Yu Hongbin knew I was here and still allowed them to torment me. He is inhuman, a beast." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, first sobbing quietly, then overwhelmed by the accumulated grief, she burst into tears. Xiao Muling, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to comfort her, casting a reproachful glance at Su Yan, playfully chiding, "Look what you've done." Kitin Ting also approached, offering solace. "That man is dead. Why mourn him? We will thrive alongside Su Yan from now on." As she spoke, she cautiously assessed Su Yan's reaction, relieved to find no anger in his demeanor. Encouraged by Che Tingting's words, Zhuang Xiaolu gradually ceased her sobbing, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Su Yan as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Su. Without you, even if I had not starved, those men would have." Zhuang Xiaoyu's tear-streaked face bore no signs of disgrace. Instead, her appearance, reminiscent of a weeping willow, evoked deeper sympathy. Su Yan stepped closer, gently embracing her. "All right now. What is past. From now on, you shall stay with me." Though Zhuang Xiaolu had begun to calm, the uncertainty of Su Yan's intentions lingered in her heart. His explicit promise brought her relief, and amidst the mingled emotions of sorrow and joy, she wept anew. Che Tingting too felt a sense of ease. Su Yan's reference to you clearly included her as well, understanding that her own figure and appearance could not rival Zhuang Xiaoyu's. Che Tingting realized that Su Yan's decision to keep her was significant. After all, what man does not desire his woman to be a version of the original? After years of protection, she was finally witnessing the fruits of her efforts. As dawn approached, Zhuang Xiaolu composed herself, joining Xiao Muling and Che Tingting in the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Su Yan reclined on the sofa, seeking to restore his energy. His remaining points amount to over 46,000. After last night's frivolous antics, he hasn't exhausted them all. Thus, let us continue drawing. 1,000 points per draw. PF-11 Type 93 individual rocket launcher, 100 units. Among them, 30 cloud bombs, 30 armor-piercing rounds, and 40 local-lateral damage rockets. An individual rocket launcher. A formidable weapon. The armor-piercing rounds are self-explanatory, capable of penetrating tanks. The cloud bombs are even referred to as subnuclear weapons. When detonated indoors, they can virtually annihilate all living beings. The local-lateral damage rockets are specifically designed for urban warfare within buildings, featuring a low flame and a small explosion radius, allowing for use in close combat while minimizing the risk of harm to the user. This contraption is the latest remedy for the fear of insufficient firepower. Alas, the quantity is somewhat limited. Nevertheless, it's not as if we are at war. What need have we for bicycles? Let's proceed with the draw. Acquired 1 medium-sized catamaran yacht. Chapter 24. The 4 attributes continuing to draw. Acquired 10,000 Australian lobsters. Damn. How unfortunate. Gazing at the remaining over 10,000 points. Suzan Hestita. Never mind, I want to draw for a whole 1,000 points. I'll take a chance with just 10 points. Acquired 20 emperor crabs. Phew. That was close. Good thing I didn't continue drawing. Acquired 5 boxes of lamb from Mu Zhuang. Acquired 50 kilograms of cherries. Why is it all about food? Let us raise the stakes 100 points. Acquired 1 random attribute point. Agility increased by 1 point. Acquired 150 boxes of 9mm bullets. 500 rounds acquired. Wait a moment. My agility has increased by 1 point. During this period, Su Yan had delved deeply into the study of attribute points. Stamina, strength, agility, and spirit. These 4 attributes are interrelated. Stamina determines endurance and physical quality. The higher the stamina, the greater the endurance, and there's a notable increase in physical robustness. Strength, on the other hand, pertains to sheer power and the overall force of the body. For instance, Su Yan's initial strength was 11 points, which, if measured by punching power, approximated 120 kilograms, already surpassing the average person and nearing athlete levels. Now, with 15 points of strength, his punching power likely reached around 200 kilograms. Although not on par with Tyson, it certainly surpassed many other boxers. Agility relates to muscle reflexes. Theoretically, with sufficiently high agility, one could evade bullets. Even if evasion fails, the muscles would automatically react to dodge or mitigate damage when an attack is imminent. The spirit attribute is quite unique. Su Yan now perceives that with an increase in spirit, his senses have noticeably heightened. However, he suspects that spirit might possess other functions yet to be discovered. Stamina, strength, agility, and even spirit are not isolated. Rather, they exist in a symbiotic relationship. For example, evasion, jumping, and instantaneous sprinting rely on the explosive power derived from strength. Yet, without high agility, their effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Additionally, the slight enhancement of physique provided by stamina forms the foundation for all actions. Without a robust physique, no amount of strength or agility would suffice. Certainly, when strength is sufficiently formidable, especially at the current stage, it offers a distinct advantage in confrontations. Su Yan's current punching power could indeed knock someone unconscious with a single blow. Great strength also confers advantages when wielding firearms. In the later stages, striving for a more balanced development would be prudent. Generally speaking, the attribute points of an average adult male tend to be below 10. Reaching 10 is already considered an excellent level, while exceeding it signifies an athlete's capacity. Su Yan, with a large frame, tall stature, and a solid physical foundation thanks to years of training, has already surpassed the ordinary in terms of basic strength. Although his agility may be somewhat lacking, his spirit is inherently exceptional. Stamina and strength primarily depend on innate talent, while postnatal training can yield only a modest increase, which is still quite limited. Agile growth proves to be a formidable challenge. Su Yan can only envision slight advancements through daily practice. The notion of spiritual growth is utterly unattainable. Nonetheless, this presents no issue for Su Yan. As he engages in a lottery, he exclaims, today's fortune is indeed favorable. He continues, I have acquired a random attribute point, stamina 1. At that moment, Xiao Muling calls out, Su Yan, it's time for breakfast. The three women have prepared a meal consisting of millet porridge, pancakes, and a selection of 2 meat dishes alongside a vegetable. Even before the impending apocalypse, this would be considered a commendable breakfast. Su Yan is taken aback, inquiring, who made the pancakes? It is quite rare for someone from the south to possess the skill in making such flour-based dishes. It was Sister Lu, Xiao Muling responds. While Xiao Muling's culinary prowess is limited to instant noodles, and Che Tingting can manage a few dishes, none can rival the culinary skills of Zhuang Xiaolu. Indeed, a virtuous wife and mother, Su Yan praises. Zhuang Xiaolu, married to Yu Hongbin, seems to have been wasted on him. Oh, but he is the bank president, after all. A faint blush adorns Zhuang Xiaolu's cheeks, yet her heart swells with joy. Having previously been married, she felt inferior in front of Xiao Muling and Che Tingting. But to her surprise, her cooking has become a source of merit. As they relish the sumptuous breakfast, the group gradually forgets the events of the morning. Xiao Muling inquires, shall we continue fishing today? Su Yan ponders for a moment and nods. While fish are still abundant, they must seize the opportunity to catch as many as possible. The fish in their vicinity cannot be limitless. Eventually, they will exhaust the supply, necessitating a change of location. Su Yan is quite intrigued by Kong Kai's fish experiment, speculating that Kong Kai must possess experimental data at home. However, with 3 fish-scaled individuals in the hallway, Su Yan feels no fear but recognizes the lack of necessity for recklessness at this moment. It is prudent to amass points and enhance his abilities before confronting such threats. His physical prowess is sufficient against ordinary humans, yet inadequate against the nimble fish-scaled beings, particularly given their capacity for ambush. By the time breakfast concludes, daylight has arrived. Yet, the sky remains a foreboding shade of gray, darker than the night, with clouds looming more ominously than the previous day. Upon opening the window, a deluge of rain pours in. "Oh, what a torrential rain we have today," Suzanne laments. "With such heavy rainfall, fishing is utterly impossible. So they must abandon the idea." Xiao Muling asks, "What shall we do today?" Su Yin replies, "We'll rest this morning. If the rain persists into the afternoon, we will reconsider our plans." Indeed, the rain is too intense for outdoor fishing, yet they do have an alternative. They could work indoors. The stairwell is already flooded, and fish could be found therein, though they would need to descend to the 12th floor, which poses a challenge due to the reduced number of fish and safety concerns. While Su Yin permits them to rest, the three women remain industrious, tidying up the household, changing bed linens, cleaning, and doing laundry. In such weather, drying clothes takes an eternity. However, the fortunate presence of a dryer in the household's washing machine alleviates any concerns as long as there is electricity. Su Yin, feeling aimless, returned to his bedroom for a nap after a shower. The master bedroom had been tidied up and now appeared refreshingly new, still retaining a faint, pleasant aroma. The pristine bed, adorned with a fluffy down comforter, was exceedingly soft. Indeed, the items produced by the system far surpassed his previous makeshift arrangements. As Su Yin lay on the bed, sleep eluded him for the moment. He gazed at the remaining 15,000 points and resolved to continue his lottery attempts. A draw costing 10,000 points could only be attempted once, relying purely on chance. 100 points could yield a random attribute point, while 1,000 points held the potential for freely assignable attribute points. Besides his supernatural abilities, Su Yan's primary concern now lay with the attribute points. With an abundance of daily necessities and sufficient weaponry for the time being, he contemplated his strategy and decided to alternate between drawing at 100 and 1,000 points. Acquired 1 box of Durex, how unfortunate. Acquired 20 sets of intimate apparel. Acquired 1 octopus chair. Hasn't spring already passed? Chapter 25. The Return of the Storm. Fishing halted. Su Yin, lost in a dream, was abruptly jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a charming visage. Xiao Muling donned a white shirt, the hem tucked into her denim skirt, her long, fair legs gracefully kneeling upon the soft bed. From Su Yan's perspective, the skirt had ridden up, revealing an astonishing length of her legs. "Sister-in-law, what is the matter?" Su Yan inquired. Xiao Muling's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she replied, "You still call me sister-in-law." Su Yin chuckled. "Shall I call you Linger from now on?" "Oh dear." Su Yin grasped her delicate arms, pulling her closer, causing Xiao Muling to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. Xiao Muling struggled slightly, her finger pointing towards the ajar bedroom door. Yet, Su Yin sensed that her struggle lacked urgency. Thus, he kept his firm embrace around her slender form. Meanwhile, Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu were seated at the dining table, stunned into silence as they exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion from the bedroom. After a prolonged moment, both their faces flushed crimson. Zhuang Xiaolu glanced at the meal laid out before them and suggested, "I think, perhaps we should wait a while before eating." Che Tingting nodded vigorously, licking her lips. They both lifted their plates and returned to the kitchen, stowing the dishes away. 40 minutes later, as the tempest within the room subsided, Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu exchanged knowing glances and erupted in a muffled laughter, hastily covering their mouths as they dashed to the kitchen. 20 minutes later, Su Yin and Xiao Muling emerged from the room, one after the other. Both appeared freshly bathed, their hair still damp, clad in dry attire. Upon spotting Su Yin, Zhuang Xiaolu and Che Tingting rose to their feet, exclaiming, "Su Yin, it's time to eat." Su Yin replied, guiding Xiao Muling to take their seats. Outside the window, the torrential rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relent. It seemed that the previous day's light drizzle was merely a prelude to this deluge. The rain had persisted for so long and with such intensity, it felt as though the heavens were spilling over. Hearing Zhuang Xiaoyu's sigh, Su Yan's expression shifted slightly. If the downpour did not cease, his plan for fishing would surely be thwarted. Moreover, the heavier the rain, the more rapidly the water levels would rise. The seawater had already begun to surge, and with each drop of rain, the levels would continue to climb. No one knew the origin of the vast amounts of rain falling from the sky. Before the internet had gone down, There is a prevailing theory that a solid water asteroid had collided with Earth, a popular yet unconfirmed notion. Clearly, if such an asteroid existed, the authorities had yet to observe it. This was not surprising, although current human space exploration technology could detect most asteroids. It did not guarantee that every near-Earth asteroid could be identified. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to Su Yin. He is merely an ordinary individual, and it is a remarkable feat for him to survive amidst this calamity. He truly cannot accomplish much more. After finishing their lunch, the three women gazed at Su Yin, awaiting his direction. Su Yin lit a cigarette and stared out at the torrential rain for a while before turning back, somewhat dejected, to face the three women. Starting this afternoon, you must allocate time each day for exercise, he declared, leading the way to the living room where he switched on the television. Xiao Muling was the first to react, asking, "Are you planning to teach us martial arts?" Surviving in this apocalyptic world necessitates not only sustenance, but also a robust physique. Although nearly half a year has passed, and many have perished, there are still numerous individuals whose food supplies remain intact. At present, they are all hiding in their rooms, meticulously rationing their provisions. However, no one's food supply is infinite. In a few months, or even a matter of days, when the majority of people's supplies are depleted, that will mark the onset of true disaster. No one would willingly succumb to starvation. Those who are hungry will resort to desperate measures to procure the precious resources for survival from their fellow beings. While Su Yin can certainly protect them, they must not become a burden. At the very least, they need to maintain their strength for potential escapes. Su Yin cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Muling and remarked, "You training in martial arts? It would only serve to excite the assailants, of little practical use." The three women flushed at his words. Che Tian Ting appeared somewhat unconvinced but refrained from disputing his statement. The inherent disparity in strength between men and women is challenging to bridge through technique alone. Su Yin manipulated the remote control to access a folder filled with videos demonstrating various gymnastics and yoga exercises. He then handed the remote to Xiao Muling, saying, "Choose what you wish to view. The sole purpose of exercising is to enhance your physical endurance. At the very least, you should not hinder yourselves during a flight." Xiao Muling nodded in agreement, responding, "Su Yin is doing this for our benefit. Given the harsh conditions, we must avoid falling ill." Upon hearing the term illness, both Che Tian Ting and Zhuang Xia Lu's expressions shifted. In recent days, they had contemplated exercising and had even engaged in some physical activity. However, as their food supplies dwindled, particularly the absence of meat, the effectiveness of their efforts became questionable. In fact, there could be adverse effects. They evidently recognized this dilemma. Exercising implies an increase in food consumption, but can their reserves sustain that? Su Yin reassured them, "Do not worry about the food. Whatever is in the kitchen, feel free to eat as much as you desire. When supplies run low, I will find a way to replenish them." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the three women. Eat freely. Who would dare utter such words in this time of scarcity? To run and jump. The neighbors downstairs would have no objections. Hearing Su Yan's words, the three women erupted into laughter. After a moment, Xiao Muling surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "It is a pity we lack fitness equipment. Even a treadmill would suffice." Zhuang Xia Lu pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems that there is a resident on the 15th floor who is quite fond of exercising. I've seen them purchase a treadmill, but I'm unaware of which unit it belongs to." "The 15th floor, you say? I shall take a look when I have the chance." Xiao Muling's expression changed abruptly as she interjected, "Could there be danger in that?" Realizing her gaffe, Zhuang Xia Lu hastily reassured her, "It matters not whether or not there are any machines. I used to enjoy yoga, which is also an excellent means to enhance physical strength." Su Yin stated, "I am not well versed in yoga either. You may choose for yourselves. After a few days, once you have grasped some basics, I shall instruct you in the use of weapons and firearms." Guns? Firearms? The three women were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as they stared at Su Yin. In the current state of the world, the significance of a firearm was all too clear to them. They were aware that Su Yin possessed a gun, and not just one. Yet, they never anticipated that he would be willing to provide them with firearms. Su Yin gazed at them in silence. He certainly intended to furnish them with weapons, After all, 3 unarmed women would be of little use in a confrontation. Having accepted them, Su Yin was determined not to allow them to remain idle. They must be of service in due course. However, that time was not now. This was not born of distrust in them. Su Yin believed that once they had shared a few hearty meals together, they would be unlikely to act against him, for he held the key to their sustenance. In this apocalyptic age, betraying the source of food was a folly even the dimmest of minds would shun. Xiao Mu Ling, Che Ting Ting, and Zhuang Xiaolu had all been deprived of food for an extended period, leaving their bodies rather frail. Su Yin, having interacted with the 3, was acutely aware of this. Should they attempt to wield firearms without first restoring their health, it was highly probable that they would injure themselves. Chapter 26. Outing. After concluding his affairs, Su Yin returned to his bedroom, retrieving a bulletproof vest from the wardrobe and beginning to don it. Su Yin, are you leaving now? The 3 women, including Xiao Mu Ling, hurriedly gathered around him, assisting with his attire. Should I accompany you? Please be careful. Once Su Yin was fully equipped, he slung a submachine gun over his shoulder and replied, "No worries, you all remain safe at home." Outside, 3 fish-scaled individuals were prowling about. Sending Xiao Mu Ling and the others out would merely serve as a meal delivery. Initially, Su Yin had intended to postpone his outing for a few days, but a single remark from Zhuang Xiaolu prompted him to reconsider. The torrential rain was unpredictable. He could not afford to simply wait at home. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain the situation downstairs. As for the fish-scale beings, Su Yin was clad in a heavy bulletproof vest, paired with waterproof trousers and sturdy boots. This ensemble would afford him a fighting chance against a surprise attack. Regrettably, he had not drawn a tactical helmet and had to settle for a motorcycle helmet. While it lacked bulletproof capabilities, it could still withstand general assaults. The boots, however, were commendable, tactical leather boots drawn from the system, capable of inflicting considerable pain upon impact. Fortunately, the weather had cooled. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in sweat beneath this gear. Finally, Su Yin retrieved 2 walkie-talkies, adjusted their frequencies, affixing one to his right shoulder and donning a Bluetooth earpiece. He handed the other device to Xiao Mu Ling, stating, "Should I encounter trouble, I will call for your assistance." Xiao Mu Ling nodded solemnly, affirming, "I will certainly come to your aid." Chun Ting Ting and Zhuang Xiaolu quickly echoed, "So will we." Su Yin smiled, turning to exit. He had already disposed of the corpses outside the door that morning, casting them into the water. At this moment, the corridor was devoid of anything but dried blood. Even in daylight, the corridor remained dim. Only upon pushing open the fire door did a sliver of light filter through the windows, improving visibility slightly. Su Yin scanned the surroundings, detecting no anomalies before opening the window. Upon doing so, a deluge of rain cascaded in, drenching him instantly. Luckily, his helmet and waterproof attire offered some protection against the downpour. With such heavy rain, the water level will surely rise rapidly over the next few days. Braving the storm, Su Yin peered out the window. On the other floors, nearly all windows were closed, with many households drawn curtains, leaving their occupants in mystery. The water's surface was tumultuous, battered by the rain, and the corpses he had discarded earlier were nowhere to be seen, nor were any fish visible on the surface. Observing the chaotic scene, Su Yin couldn't help but sigh. Was he now left with no choice but to descend to the 12th floor to hunt for fish? He closed and secured the window before making his way down the stairs. The stairwell was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. At the corner of the staircase lay tattered bedding, faint traces of past habitation evident, yet the place was deserted at present. Su Yin quietly pushed open the fire door and gazed into the elevator lobby, where a sudden pallor washed over his face upon witnessing the scene before him. The floor was covered with tattered bedding, saturated with blood, and a skeletal remains lay sprawled upon it. The elderly resident who once occupied this space was nowhere to be found. The bones bore remnants of flesh, clearly showing signs of gnawing. This could not have been the work of a human. Was it a fish-scaled creature? A fish-scaled creature that consumes humans? Faced with this unsettling sight, Su Yan's vigilance heightened. He gripped his submachine gun tightly and descended further. 15th floor. 14th floor. On the 13th floor, Su Yin encountered another skeleton, stripped of all flesh. The corridors and elevator lobbies of these few floors had become devoid of inhabitants. It was likely that those who resided here had fled upwards. Peering down from the 13th floor, he noticed that water had seeped into the 12th floor, reaching 3 or 4 steps up. The water appeared murky, with shadows of fish subtly moving beneath the surface. Su Yin retrieved his silenced pistol and continued his descent, and as he approached the water's edge, the fish seemed to sense his presence, swiftly swimming toward the surface. A large yellow fish leapt from the water, attempting to lunge at Su Yin, though it fell short in its ascent. Without hesitation, Su Yin fired a shot, striking the fish, which plummeted back into the water. Kill mutated yellow fish. Game points 1 damn it, a bullet for a mere point, what a loss. At that moment, a second yellow fish sprang into the air. Su Yin paid it no mind as it splashed back down, swimming in circles beneath the surface, exhibiting signs of agitation. Glancing upward to ensure there was no unusual activity above, Su Yin transferred the pistol to his left hand and, with a swift motion, retrieved his homemade steel tube harpoon. Just then, a fish leapt from the water, noticeably higher than the yellow fish. Su Yin thrust the harpoon forward, impaling the fish, then gently flicked it back into the water. The fish's body sank, its blood dispersing and immediately attracting more fish, which began to feast upon the carcass. Even the yellow fish and sardines had taken to consuming flesh. Observing the burgeoning school of fish, Su Yin wasted no time and thrust his harpoon forward. Kill mutated yellow fish, gain points 2. Kill mutated sardine, gain points 1. Goodness, the fish in the stairwell are remarkably weak. Accustomed to the experience of netting fish, Su Yin felt a pang of disappointment at the meager points he had accrued. It was akin to a sudden drop from a monthly salary of 30,000 to merely 300, a cliff-like sense of disillusionment. However, the plethora of dead fish soon attracted even more live ones. As Su Yin continued to wield his harpoon, he began to sense that perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as it initially appeared. Waves of fish were continually presenting themselves, and the efficiency of his harpoon seemed quite satisfactory. With renewed enthusiasm, Su Yin resumed his efforts. An hour later, the narrow staircase was piled high with dead fish. Taking a moment to rest on the stairs, he sipped a bottle of cola, and then noticed the bodies sinking while a multitude of live fish gathered at the surface. He pressed on. Another hour passed, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Su Yin raised his wrist to check his watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock. After 5, darkness would soon envelop the sky. Despite the passage of time, the fish-scaled individuals had yet to appear. It seemed that all 3 had retreated to the upper levels. Su Yin stowed away his harpoon and donned a loose-fitting coat, concealing the bulletproof vest beneath, before making his way back to the 13th floor. As he traversed the corridor, he immediately noticed that the security door of room 1301 stood ajar. It was likely that Kong Kai and his companions had escaped through this very entrance. Leaving the door wide open, quietly, Su Yin approached, and upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Several corpses lay sprawled across the floor. One female corpse lay naked atop the coffee table, her legs dangling lifelessly, stripped of flesh and reduced to mere bone. Her backside, facing the door, was a gruesome sight, having been partially devoured. Another female body lay on the ground, clad in revealing attire, her chest a gruesome mess, and one pair of breasts entirely absent. The remaining corpses bore various bite marks, with their necks particularly ravaged. This was dire. Chapter 27. The origin of the fish scale people. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yin's expression abruptly changed, prompting him to swiftly retreat from the door. The 3 fish scale people had not fled upstairs, but were, in fact, hiding here. Clearly, they were not lacking in wits, remaining close due to the presence of food. After exiting, Su Yin left the security door ajar, creating a narrow opening of approximately 30 centimeters, before promptly retrieving 2 door stoppers to secure the door in place. No sooner had he completed this task than 2 figures emerged from within the room, rushing towards the entrance. Su Yin took 2 steps back, biding his time until one fish scale person reached the doorway, at which point he raised his firearm and fired. The narrow entrance necessitated that the fish scale person maneuver sideways, consequently slowing their advance. With a muted crack, the gun discharged, resulting in a direct shot to the head, causing the fish scale person to collapse backward. The second fish scale person was forced to retreat a step, only to meet the same fate from Su Yin's second shot. Kill low-level fish scale person, gain 80 points. Kill low-level fish scale person, gain 85 points. These two fish scale people are surprisingly resilient. Just then, the third fish scale person burst onto the scene, charging toward the doorway. A single shot echoed once more. Kill low-level fish scale person, gain 90 points. Remarkable. The marksmanship displayed was extraordinary. Even a moving target was taken down with a single bullet. With all three fish scale people now deceased, Su Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He removed the door stoppers, entered the room, and secured the security door, locking it behind him. The room was in disarray, littered with empty bottles, cigarette butts, and a chaotic assortment of men's and women's clothing. Spanning a generous 160 square meters, the space was quite spacious. It was evident that Kong Kai and his associates had fled in haste, leaving everything in disarray. Judging by the scattered belongings, it was clear that many had resided here. Within the room lay 9 corpses, 8 women and 1 man. The women were notably young and strikingly attractive, likely akin to the 2 women who had escaped, presumably all affiliated with the same KTV establishment. Alas, their lives had been cut tragically short. Against the base of the balcony wall, a line of baskets contained various types of fish, meticulously categorized. It appeared these were the specimens designated for experimentation. After rummaging for a while, Su Yin discovered a notebook containing a series of entries. Test subject number 1. Male. 31 years old. Consumed sardines. Deceased after 3 days. Test subject number 2. Male. 23 years old. Consumed hairtail fish. Deceased after 2 days. Test subject no. 3. The records detailed over 20 test subjects, with the majority being male initially, only to shift predominantly to female in the latter entries. Most fish consumed resulted in death within 1 to 7 days. Notably, one entry documented a specific fish that caused mutation upon human consumption. Test subject number 23, female, 27 years old, consumed knife fish, developed a high fever after 5 days, subsequently fell into a coma. On the 6th day, fish scale-like skin began to develop. Body temperature plummeted, regained consciousness, exhibiting extreme aggression. Upon reading this, Su Yin could not help but furrow his brow. The descriptions were excessively vague. Furthermore, there remained a critical question. Since they are already aware of the mutations that occur when humans consume the knife fish, why have they not taken precautions against these 3 women, who have transformed into fish-scale beings? The answer is singular. These 3 mutated women did not consume knife fish. Su Yin turned a page, and upon glimpsing the subsequent text, his gaze sharpened. Subject 24, female, age 20, had consumed hairtail fish. Subject 25, female, age 19, had consumed shrimp. Subject 26, female, age 25, had consumed pomfret. Upon reading this, Su Yin could not help but exhale softly. It seems this experiment was in vain. While the men who consumed the same type of fish perished, the women underwent transformation. Moreover, the transformation was abrupt, devoid of any feverish onset. Could it be that only females are susceptible to becoming fish-scaled beings? Certainly not, as the first fish-scaled individual Su Yin encountered was a man. However, one thing remains certain. The likelihood of becoming a fish-scaled being bears little correlation to the type of fish consumed. So what does it relate to? Uncertain. Their experimental records were rudimentary, failing to document the specifics of the fish consumed. Yet this is to be expected with individuals like Kong Kai. How could they conduct a scientific experiment? The sample size was pathetically insufficient. The sole insight Su Yin gleaned was that all the fish recorded in the notes were inedible. He stowed the notebook away, returned to the entrance, and began to assess the condition of the 3 fish-scaled individuals. Their hair had fallen out. Their scalps had transformed into scales, and gills adorned their cheeks. Yet in other aspects, they remained fundamentally human, with distinctly feminine traits. Su Yin surmised that this was the nascent state of their mutation. Over time, the scales on the fish-scale beings may solidify further, and other transformations could continue to manifest. This, however, is mere speculation. After completing his examination, Su Yin commenced gathering items from the room. The system's space was vast. Otherwise, it could not accommodate a yacht, leaving ample room for Su Yin to collect everything he deemed worthy. Once he concluded his endeavors, the sky had darkened considerably. Su Yin opened the door, took a few steps forward, and arrived at the entrance of room 1302. He located the key, unlocked the security door, and cautiously peered inside through a narrow gap. The living room appeared modest, illuminated only by a candle flickering upon a table, barely casting light within the space. After a brief wait, sensing no imminent danger, Su Yin fully opened the door. Upon entry, he found himself in a foyer. To the left stood a wall, while to the right was a bathroom, its door ajar and devoid of occupants. Crossing the foyer, he entered the living room and was instantly struck by the scene before him. To the right, there sat a crimson octopus chair, upon which lay a woman, or rather, a fish-scaled being. The fish-scaled individual's arms and legs were spread wide. Bound to the chair with iron shackles, a belt constricted her neck, securing her to the seat. A spherical object was stuffed into her mouth, forcibly keeping it agape, similarly restrained by a belt around her head. Su Yin was momentarily rendered speechless, processing the shocking sight before him. Goodness, how skillfully they play. No, it's utterly perverse. How could one even bear to carve such a thing? Su Yin had previously wondered about the whereabouts of experiment number 23. It turns out it was right here. The room was permeated with an unpleasant odor, a blend of blood and decay. In the corner, there appeared to be a bag, stained and sullied. Su Yin surveyed the area and discovered that it was a one-bedroom apartment, complete with a bathroom, kitchen, and balcony. The door to the bedroom stood ajar, shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light filtering in from the window. The fish-scaled creature reclining in the octopus chair seemed to hear Su Yin's footsteps and immediately widened her eyes, struggling in vain. However, she was bound securely, unable to free herself. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the bedroom, seemingly drawn by the noise from the living room. Upon catching sight of Su Yin, he froze for a moment, then hastily attempted to retreat back into the bedroom. "Don't move, or I'll shoot you," Su Yin warned, his gun now aimed squarely at the man's forehead. Chapter 28. Subject number 23. The man in the room appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age, seemingly suffering from a lack of sleep, with dark circles under his eyes that rendered him somewhat haggard. He was rather frail, and his clothing hung loosely on his frame. Upon noticing the gun in Su Yin's hand, he was immediately startled, raising both hands in surrender. "Kneel down and lie on the ground. Do not rise until I call you," Su Yin commanded. The man complied without hesitation. "Are there any others in the room?" Suzan in Guit. The man replied, "No, there are none." Only then did Su Yin step back to secure the anti-theft door and lock it before returning to the man. "Rise," he ordered. The man stood but then knelt again on the floor. Su Yin regarded him and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Ji Linghao, and I am the owner of room 1302, the man responded. Su Yin cast a glance at the octopus chair and asked, "Do you live here alone?" A look of despair crossed Ji Linghao's face, and after a pause, he added, "I have a girlfriend." Su Yin pressed further, "Where's your girlfriend?" Ji Linghao did not respond directly, but instead looked toward the fish-scaled person in the octopus chair. Su Yin's eyes widened in shock. "What? She is your girlfriend?" Ji Linghao nodded and explained, "A group led by Kong Kai broke into my home, abducted my girlfriend, and imprisoned me. After 2 months, when they returned her, she had transformed into this monstrous form." Su Yin gasped, realizing the cruelty of Kong Kai and his associates. 2 months had clearly been filled with torment for Ji Linghao's girlfriend. Su Yin, unable to process the gravity of the situation, pointed at the octopus chair and asked, "Did you do this to her?" Ji Linghao shook his head. "No, it was that group who bound her. However, she has lost her mind, no longer recognizes me, and bites anyone who comes near." As he spoke, he lifted his wrist to show Su Yin. There were clear bite marks, now scabbed over, but unmistakably human. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yin asked, "Did you have relations with her?" Ji Linghao lowered his head and nodded vigorously. Su Yin was taken aback. "Brother, how could you? They must have drugged my food with Viagra. I had no choice." A peculiar expression crossed Su Yan's face as he questioned, "Why would they do this?" Ji Linghao shook his head in confusion. "I do not know, but they examine me daily and take my temperature." Su Yan quickly grasped the situation. Kong Kai must have been blinded by his twisted desires. Contemplating whether coupling between a human and a fish-scaled person might yield some form of mutation. However, Su Yan pressed on with another inquiry. "How long has this condition lasted? And how often does it occur?" Ji Linghao responded, "It's been about half a month, occurring 3 to 4 times each day." Su Yan then asked, "Do you feel any changes?" Ji Linghao was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Well, it's not too bad. Aside from being a bit cool and lacking lubrication, everything else is pretty much the same as before." Su Yan, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted in frustration. "Who the hell asked you that? I meant to inquire about any changes in your own body." "Huh?" It was only then that Ji Linghao comprehended the inquiry, hesitatingly responding, "It seems I feel weaker than before." Indeed, this experiment proved to be of little utility, with no valuable information acquired. Su Yan lost interest and turned to leave, heading towards room 1301. This was Kong Kai's residence, where his wife and child resided. Su Yan approached and gently knocked on the door. His knocks were soft, and, after a brief pause, he knocked again, repeating this 3 times before a low, melodious female voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" The voice was sweet and quite pleasant to hear. Su Yan answered, "Sister-in-law, Brother Kong sent me to fetch you." The peephole opened, revealing a large eye peering out, followed by the question, "Who are you? I don't recognize you." Su Yan replied, "My name is Su Yan, a resident of the 17th floor, Brother Kang's new subordinate." The woman hesitated, asking, "Why didn't old Kong send someone else?" Su Yan responded, "Others have either perished or incapacitated, and Brother Kong himself is injured, recuperating on the 17th floor." Panic seeped in her voice. What happened to him?" I see that the door across the way is open. There are monsters inside." Suzan Sai, et lai. It's not that Brother Kong's experiment went awry. 3 individuals mutated into fish-scaled beings and pursued them, forcing Brother Kong and the others to flee to the 17th floor. The woman hesitated. What experiment? What fish-scaled beings?" Su Yan was taken aback. How could Brother Kang's wife be unaware of the experiments? Yet, it seemed reasonable. Given her timid nature, knowledge of such matters might lead to complications. Su Yan had initially intended to inquire if she was aware of any experimental details, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. As for those 3 monsters, Su Yan continued, "I've already locked them in a room. They cannot escape." After a moment of silence from behind the security door, the woman spoke again, "Little brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but..." Su Yan did not wait for her to finish. He took out Kong Kai's pistol to show her, stating, "Brother Kong gave me this for protection against any monsters I might encounter on my way." The woman clearly recognized the firearm, and upon seeing it, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that Kong Kai entrusted him with his own sidearm was a testament to his faith in Su Yan. Subsequently, the security door opened, and the woman's voice invited, "Come in, little brother." As the door swung open, a beam of light illuminated the entrance. It was an electric light. The room had power. Given Kong Kai's capabilities, this was hardly surprising. As soon as the door opened, Su Yan spotted a girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, standing in the living room, brandishing a kitchen knife, her expression wary as she regarded him. The young lady was remarkably tall, standing over 1.7 meters, with a long ponytail cascading down her back. Her delicate eyebrows framed almond-shaped eyes, and her fair complexion resembled that of milk, making her a rare beauty. With wide-open eyes, she feigned a fierce expression, yet her demeanor only accentuated her charm. She was clad in a cartoon-patterned bear pajama, her entire figure exuding a soft and fuzzy allure. To her left, a young woman emerged from behind the door. Upon seeing her, Su Yan's gaze brightened immediately. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, though she could easily pass for 25 or 26, resembling a contemporary of Zhuang Xiaolu. She was slightly taller than the girl. Her features bore a resemblance to the young lady's, but were even more exquisite, especially her strikingly prominent bosom, accentuated by a long skirt. Dressed in a regal purple gown, her figure was voluptuous and captivating. Su Yin found it hard to fathom that such a slender waist could be complemented by such a full and rounded silhouette. Standing side by side, they resembled sisters rather than mother and daughter. Yet, Su Yin understood that she was likely Kong Kai's wife, and the young lady was their daughter. The woman held a handgun firmly in both hands, aiming it at Su Yin as she commanded, stepped forward slowly and placed the gun on the ground. Her beautiful visage bore an air of severity, and her large eyes sparkled with intensity. Chapter 29. Kong Kai's wife and daughter Su Yin found no surprise in the fact that Kong Kai's wife was holding a gun. He had already stowed away all his weapons in a spatial pocket and was currently only holding Kong Kai's handgun, turned upside down. Hearing the young woman's words, he complied and stepped cautiously into the living room, bending down to place the firearm on the floor, nudging it toward her. The young woman was very cautious, not easily deceived. Su Yin gently kicked the handgun to her feet. Noticing Su Yan's cooperation, she finally relaxed slightly and glanced toward the door, instructing Xiaoya, "Close the door." The young girl, Kong Xiaoya, shut the door and locked it, then leaned against the security door, brandishing a kitchen knife as she stared at Su Yin, demanding, "Who are you?" Su Yin, maintaining his composed demeanor and calm tone, met her gaze. Kong Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Aren't you afraid at all?" Su Yin replied, "Why should I be afraid?" Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoya's anger flared, and she puffed out her cheeks, contemplating for a moment before commanding you, "Raise your hands, clasp your head, and crouch down." Suzan Gom Li, slowly raising his hands. The young woman continued to point the gun at him, questioning, "Where's old Kong?" "He is dead." "What?" Both the woman and the girl were momentarily stunned, then reacted with shock. The woman raised her gun, aiming at Su Yan's chest. However, Su Yin was quicker. As he lifted his right hand halfway, a silenced pistol suddenly appeared in it. Bayu, a bullet precisely pierced the webbing of the woman's right hand. "Ah!" She screamed in agony as the handgun fell from her grasp. "Ah!" Even her scream was melodious. I hadn't expected old Kong to have such an extraordinary wife. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Kong Xiaoya exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her mother's side and grasping her right hand. The woman, clenching her left hand around her right wrist, displayed a pained expression as blood flowed freely, quickly saturating her palm. "Mom, you—" Kong Xiaoya glared at Su Yin. "Xiaoya, don't." The woman, startled, hurriedly tried to prevent her daughter from doing something foolish. Su Yin casually aimed his gun at the two and chuckled, saying, "It seems the lady possesses some sense." Enduring the excruciating pain, the woman asked, "Can I bandage it?" Su Yin nodded. She looked at her daughter, pleading Xiaoya. Kong Xiaoya, in a state of panic, responded, "Mom, what should I do?" "Use your rubber band to tourniquet your mother's wrist tightly to stem the bleeding," Su Yin instructed. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoya hastily removed the rubber band from her hair, letting her long, dark locks fall free. Trembling, she wrapped the band around her mother's wrist and tightened it, her delicate hands quickly becoming stained with blood. "Mom!" Kong Xiaoya immediately burst into tears, sobbing as she looked at Su Yin, saying, "Sniff, how dare you hurt my mother? Sniff, sniff. I will kill you." Sniff, sniff. Su Yin merely scoffed and ordered, "Get the first aid kit." Kong Xiaoya stifled her sobs and rushed to the shelf beside the television, retrieving the medical kit before returning in haste. Opening the kit, she gazed at its contents, overwhelmed with despair, exclaiming, What should I do?" Suzan Godimat, pondering how this young woman had grown up without any survival skills imparted by her parents. The mature woman reassured her, "Xiaoya, do not panic. Your mother has taught you." Yet Kong Xiaoya stammered, I. Observing her helplessness, Su Yin instructed, "Retrieve the Yunnan Baiyao, sprinkle it on the wound, and then bandage it with gauze." "Oh!" Kong Xiaoya promptly found the medicine and followed his directions. After administering the treatment and bandaging the wound, the bleeding ceased. Only then did the mature woman inquire, "How did my husband pass away?" Su Yin replied coldly, "Now is not the time for your questions." Upon hearing this, her expression shifted dramatically. Although she seldom ventured outside, she was not oblivious to the world beyond her door. A woman, particularly one as beautiful as she, understood all too well what could happen when she fell into a man's grasp. Times had changed, and order had disintegrated. Su Yin commanded, "Now, tie up your daughter." Startled, Kong Xiaoya gasped, What? What do you intend to do? His voice turned menacing as he warned, Speak again, and I will end you. Kong Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock, tears brimming once more as she began to weep. No crying, she was ordered, and immediately she stifled her sobs. The mature woman pleaded, You, direct your wrath at me. Do not harm my daughter. But upon seeing the fierce look in Su Yan's eyes, she fell silent, resignedly finding a length of rope and, despite the pain in her right hand, began binding her daughter. Make it tight, Su Yan urged, gritting her teeth. She applied more pressure, causing blood to seep through the gauze. Tears streamed down her face from the agony, but she dared not utter a word. After binding Kong Xiaoya's hands and feet, the girl collapsed onto the floor, writhing like a small bear. Su Yan approached and lifted Kong Xiaoya effortlessly, as if she were a mere chick, and carried her towards the master bedroom. The mature woman's face drained of color, and she rushed forward, pleading, I beg you. My daughter, she is still a child. Su Yan's icy gaze fixed on her as he retorted, Madam, do you wish for your daughter to perish? The woman gasped in horror, her body trembling as her legs buckled beneath her, causing her to fall to the ground. Her lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word. Su Yan entered the bedroom, leaving the door ajar as he tossed Kong Xiaoya onto the bed. He then rifled through the wardrobe, yanking the garments to the floor. Once this was accomplished, he picked up Kong Xiaoya and unceremoniously shoved her into the wardrobe, commanding, Stay put. With that, he closed the wardrobe door and secured it with a wire. Observing this from the hallway, the mature woman felt a sense of relief wash over her. Su Yan returned to the living room, seating himself on the sofa while turning his gaze towards the window. All the windows were drawn shut with thick curtains, clearly indicating their desire to conceal the presence of electricity from outsiders. Su Yan placed the gun on the table, extracted a cigarette, and ignited it. The young woman gazed at Su Yan, her brow slightly furrowed, evidently displeased by the scent of smoke. Once the cigarette was extinguished, the floor, pristine as if licked clean, bore witness to a scattering of ash and a spent butt. Let's prepare a meal. After a brief respite, the young woman's legs regained some sensation. She propped herself up with her left hand and gradually rose to her feet, making her way to the kitchen. Her right hand throbbed with pain. Yet with only one functional hand, she had no choice but to endure the discomfort and retrieve ingredients from the refrigerator. With her daughter in someone else's care, she dared not disappoint Su Yan, even extracting a precious piece of meat from the freezer. Chapter 30. The thoughts of a young woman. Kong Kai's predictions regarding the apocalypse proved remarkably astute, or perhaps it was his cautious demeanor that yielded rewards. He not only stockpiled ample provisions at home, food, daily necessities, generators, and gasoline, but also prepared several freezers filled with a substantial amount of meat. Nevertheless, after a prolonged span of 6 months, their supplies had dwindled significantly, and they had not savored meat for over 10 days. While fresh vegetables were certainly no longer available, a few dried mushrooms and similar dehydrated vegetables remained, which could be reconstituted with water for consumption. As she prepared the meal, the excruciating pain in her right hand overwhelmed her, causing silent tears to stream down her cheeks. Born into a modest family, she was cherished by her parents, indulged throughout her childhood, and had never encountered hardship. Eventually, she crossed paths with Kong Kai, who was instantly captivated by her beauty. At that time, he had yet to achieve success but had begun to delve into the construction business, enjoying a level of affluence above that of the average person. He immediately adopted the role of an ardent suitor, relentlessly pursuing her despite her coldness, rejections, and insults. During that period, a mere phone call from her would prompt Kong Kai to forsake even his clients, rushing to her side, whether she had merely twisted her ankle or felt slightly discontented. All without a hint of complaint, his demeanor perpetually cheerful. However, the fear of a persistent suitor haunted her. 2 years later, at the age of 20, she finally acquiesced to Kong Kai's affections, and they wed. Following their marriage, Kong Kai immersed himself in work, rapidly ascending to become a renowned real estate magnate in Sioux City within a mere 17 years. Yet, even amidst his success, he maintained an unwavering humility before her, akin to that of a devoted admirer. Throughout her life, She could scarcely claim to have endured any form of grievance. Little did she anticipate that today, this unexpected intruder in her home would treat her as if she were a mere servant. Had Kai known her injury, he would have immediately summoned 10 attendants to cater to her, abandoning all work to be by her side. In that moment, she realized how genuinely kind Kai was, truly kind. Why had she never felt this way before? Deep within her heart, it seemed she had never truly loved him. She viewed all his acts of kindness as voluntary, taking his care for granted, as natural as the act of eating or drinking. Kai was indeed exceptionally good to her. That man outside, Su-yin was utterly despicable. She loathed him as she wept. She silently cursed him while continuing to prepare the meal. It took her an hour and a half to finish cooking. She endured the pain to serve a sumptuous stir-fried mushroom and meat dish at the dining table. At that moment, her eyes were swollen and red like walnuts. Yet, Su-yin sat brazenly on the sofa, smoking, completely oblivious to her tear-streaked face. How infuriating, she thought to herself, as she brought the dish over. Su-yin gestured dismissively with his cigarette, signaling for her to place it on the coffee table before him. A waft of smoke caused her to cough a few times. After several trips back and forth to the kitchen, she finally brought over 2 plates of food and 2 bowls of rice. Su-yin gazed at a plate of stir-fried mushrooms with meat and a plate of stir-fried black fungus with eggs, a look of disdain crossing his face. The woman was momentarily taken aback, her heart igniting with anger. At this time, who could possibly have meat or eggs to spare? And yet, he was still dissatisfied? However, she dared not voice her thoughts, opting instead to eat in silence. After taking a couple of bites, she noticed that Su-yin had not touched his food, merely watching her intently. At that moment, he pushed his bowl towards her and took some of the rice she had already eaten. Her face flushed instinctively at first. Then she was taken aback, soon realizing the implication. Why in tea she thought to poison his food? Oh, it seemed there was no poison at home anyway. Kai had arranged everything outside, naturally leaving no dangerous substances within the house. After finishing the meal, Su-yin lit a cigarette, remaining silent. She bore the acrid smell of smoke, unwilling to speak, and waited until he had finished his cigarette before tentatively asking, My daughter hasn't eaten yet. May I go feed her a bowl of rice? Not allowed. Her expression changed instantly. Su-yin added, 1 missed meal, 1 tea kill her. People outside are fortunate to have half a meal a day. She hesitated, not daring to press further. Fortunately, Su-yin's words implied that her daughter would only go hungry for 1 meal. 1 meal was manageable. 1 meal was manageable. She glanced at the leftover dishes and the empty rice bowl, feeling a reluctance to wash the dishes. After all, Su-yin had not requested her to do so. After a while, Su-yin suddenly stood up. Startled, she instinctively reached to clear the bowls, but as she lifted one, a sharp pain shot through her right hand. However, Su-yin didn't spare her a glance and walked straight to the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, he drew back a corner of the curtain and gazed at the torrential rain outside, letting out a sigh. It seemed this downpour would not relent anytime soon. Su-yin turned back to the living room, tapped the intercom, and called out, Soon, the voice of Xiao Mu-ling crackled through the earpiece, laced with tension. Su-yin, are you all right? Where are you? It was evident that she had been vigilantly monitoring the intercom, hesitant to speak lest she disturb him. I'm fine. I'm in 1303. Some matters will keep me from returning tonight. Tomorrow we can discuss it then. Let us keep in touch. The torrential rain showed no signs of easing, and he could not afford to be idle. Su-yin resolved to continue fishing at the staircase tomorrow, as staying here was more convenient. After all, there was enough food at home. They wouldn't starve for half a month or even 20 days. Xiao Mu-ling replied, All right, we're doing well, don't worry about us. We've been exercising all afternoon. Good, carry on. Su-yin said before ending the call and heading straight to the bathroom. The water heater's light was on, indicating that there was indeed hot water available. Su-yin was greatly taken aback. Was there truly such an abundance of supplies in Kai's residence that the water heater was operational 24 hours a day? Unbeknownst to him, Kai had installed a timer for the water heater to conserve electricity while ensuring his wife could enjoy her hot baths on schedule. Failing to close the bathroom door, Su-yin proceeded to undress, preparing for a shower. The young woman seated in the living room instantly flushed crimson. quickly turning her head away, intent on rising to leave. "Stay seated. Do not leave my line of sight," Su Yin commanded. Startled, the woman could only comply, sitting back down with her back turned. As she listened to the rustling sounds of clothing being removed and the splashing of water from the bathroom, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Though facing away, she could almost visualize Su Yin's form under the showerhead, washing himself. "Bring me some clothes," he requested. The woman was taken aback, her face a mask of reluctance. Yet, fearing his wrath, she reluctantly retrieved a nightgown belonging to Kong Kai, lowering her gaze to the floor as she approached the bathroom door and handed it over. Despite her lowered head, she caught a glimpse of Su Yan's strong, straight legs. Her cheeks flushed again, and she instinctively swallowed. Before long, Su Yin emerged from the bathroom clad in the nightgown, striding directly toward the master bedroom. The woman gasped at the direction he was heading. Her daughter was still locked inside the wardrobe in that very room, the two of them alone together at night. She hurried after him, reaching the door just as Su Yin turned and shut it behind him. Alarmed, she hesitated, unsure of what to say, fearful of provoking him. With no other options, she stood by the door, straining to catch any sounds from within. Time passed in silence, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, turning her gaze toward the kitchen. Although Su Yin had confiscated her gun, there were still knives in the kitchen. Chapter 31. The counterattack of the young woman, Su Yin, fatigued from a long day, succumbed to slumber the moment he laid down in the bedroom. While he would not claim to possess an extraordinary ability to read people, he felt a certain confidence regarding this young woman. She was not foolish. In fact, she exhibited a degree of intelligence. However, her inner turmoil was considerable, and she exhibited a cautious demeanor. One might even describe her as indecisive. She would undoubtedly refrain from risking the chance that Su Yin would fall asleep immediately. Instead, she would wait, likely until the later hours of the night, to enact her scheme against him. By that time, Su Yin would have already awakened. Even if he miscalculated, with his keen senses and reflexes, it would not be an easy feat for anyone to pose a threat to him. He had hung a string of bells on the doorknob, ensuring that any attempt to open the door would produce a sound. Su Yan's rest did not last long. Upon awakening, he glanced at his watch. It was still before midnight. As anticipated, the night had passed without incident. The bells remained undisturbed, indicating that no one had approached the door. The wire securing the wardrobe door remained intact, with no noise emanating from within. Clearly, Kong Xiaoya, hidden inside the wardrobe, had succumbed to sleep. Su Yin took his time rising, lying in bed and contemplating. His 2-hour effort that afternoon had garnered him less than 1,000 points, a meager sum compared to the swift gains he could achieve elsewhere. For now, however, this was his only option. The ability he sought could only be drawn with a cost of 10,000 points, a probability too slim to rely upon. The most immediate course of action remained enhancing his attribute points. As he pondered, a sudden jingle of bells interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see the door ajar, the doorknob lowered, and the bell sliding to the ground. The individual outside appeared startled by the sound, momentarily frozen. After a considerable pause, she cautiously pushed the door open and entered. The living room lights still illuminated the space, revealing the young woman clad in a silk nightgown. As she glided towards him, her footsteps were silent, suggesting she was barefoot. With empty hands, she carried nothing with her. The soft light rendered the delicate silk gown transparent, outlining her graceful figure. Even the contours of her undergarments were discernible. Su Yin found it amusing that she had approached empty-handed, perhaps relying solely on her one hand to threaten him. He chuckled inwardly, but chose not to expose her intentions, feigning sleep instead. The young woman arrived at the bedside, pausing motionless. After what seemed an eternity of hesitation, as if summoning all her courage, she climbed onto the bed, pulled back the covers, and nestled into Su Yan's warmth. A soft body pressed against his back, radiating warmth. A small, trembling hand reached out, cool to the touch, sending shivers across Su Yan's skin. A sense of curiosity washed over him. What was her intention? Was she offering? Surely not. Not in such a manner. Gazing at the wardrobe, a sudden realization struck him. It became evident that this young woman could not muster the courage to harm him in the dead of night. Perhaps she had spent the night outside, contemplating various strategies to outsmart Su Yin, ultimately concluding that she could not prevail against him. Thus, her concern shifted to her daughter's predicament. How could she possibly feel at ease knowing that a vigorous young man like Su Yin was sharing a room with her daughter? Who can assure that Su Yin won't awaken in the night, suddenly consumed by primal instincts, and drag his daughter from the wardrobe? To prevent such a man from harming a woman, the most effective strategy would be to first have another woman endure his advances, perhaps even exhausting him, thereby diminishing any such desires. This young woman, albeit courageous, possessed only a modicum of bravery. After drawing close, she remained still for quite some time. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, a small hand trembled as it reached out, brushing against Su Yan's firm chest. Having warmed beneath the covers, the little hand had grown pleasantly warm. It tentatively explored, squeezing his solid muscles, seemingly intrigued. The small hand ventured down along his chest. Su Yan abruptly opened his eyes, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Startled, the young woman gasped but quickly stifled her voice. They lingered in silence for a while, and upon realizing that there was no sound from the wardrobe, they both relaxed. I, please don't harm my daughter, I can give you anything." Her low murmur carried a hint of sobbing, her voice reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms, evoking a deep sense of pity. Su Yin replied softly, "I have no intention of targeting your daughter." The woman fell silent, momentarily lost in thought, her body remaining motionless. It was unclear whether she doubted Su Yan's words or felt that their current predicament left them both in a difficult position. Suddenly, Su Yan discerned that her silk nightgown felt somewhat damp and warm. I. Her disoriented stammering prompted Su Yan to murmur, "You brought this upon yourself, so do not blame me later." A faint, almost imperceptible sound escaped her nostrils. Su Yan turned over. The young woman pressed her left hand tightly against her mouth, stifling any noise. This fellow showed no regard for her injured right hand. Time slipped away, and a weary Su Yan eventually succumbed to drowsiness. The vehicle, though splendid, had proven exhausting. Uncertain of how long he had slept, a sudden thud jolted him awake. The sound emanated from the wardrobe behind him, as if something had toppled and struck the door. In the next moment, the beauty in his arms stirred, trembling all over. A short while later, muted sobs resonated from within the wardrobe, revealing that Kong Xiaoya had cried out in distress. The young woman's chest began to rise and fall heavily, clearly pained by the situation. After a moment, she leaned closer to Su Yan's ear, her voice a whisper filled with desperation. "Su Yan." He gently patted her rounded form and whispered back, "Go." "Ah, thank you." With that, the young woman gracefully slipped from the covers, her bare feet touching the floor as she searched for her silk nightgown before stealthily making her way out the door. After a brief interval, she returned, likely making a noise in the process. The light flicked on with a snap, and upon hearing the commotion, Kong Xiaoya immediately ceased her weeping. The young woman approached the wardrobe, laboriously twisting open the wire with a pair of pliers before gently opening the door. "Mother, daughter, are you well?" "Mother, I am hungry," Kong Xiaoya replied with a quivering voice. "Oh dear, I will take you to eat." Once the ropes binding her were loosened, Kong Xiaoya stealthily emerged from the wardrobe, casting a glance at Su Yan, who lay soundly asleep on the bed, and sighed in relief. She tiptoed behind her mother as they exited the bedroom. "Mother, how is it that your nightgown is torn, revealing your backside?" I did not notice." "Mother, why are you not wearing any undergarments?" "Do not speak." After a while, "Mother, did you not injure your hand? How come your leg?" Silence. Su Yan lay in bed for some time, glancing at his watch. "It is already 10 o'clock. How long did last night's turmoil last?" Chapter 32. The rising sea level. Su Yan indulged in a brief slumber before finally rising from his bed, donning his attire, and exiting his room. His nap had not lasted long, and upon stepping out, he observed that Kong Xiaoya and her daughter had prepared breakfast, seated at the dining table awaiting his arrival. The moment Su Yan emerged, both women displayed palpable tension, rising in unison. As the young woman stood, she swayed slightly, as if her legs were still unsteady. Kong Xiaoya gazed at Su Yan, her face etched with dread. Having spent the night bound within a wardrobe, she had endured an unpleasant ordeal and now felt achingly sore. Su Yin proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, then, adopting the demeanor of a patriarch, boldly took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for them to begin their meal. The young woman cast him a fleeting, reproachful glance, but chose not to voice her thoughts. Kong Xiaoya let out a soft huff from her nose, too intimidated to speak. The breakfast consisted of rice porridge, leftover dishes from the previous night, and a plate of pickled vegetables. In this context, it could be considered a lavish spread. Yet for 3 individuals unaccustomed to hunger, it was hardly significant. After the meal, Su Yin departed without uttering a word, abruptly opening the door and leaving. Bang! Staring at the shut security door, the young woman and her daughter exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with shock. He actually just left? The two of them spent the entire morning in a state of disquiet, their minds racing with thoughts of how Su Yin might confront them today. To their astonishment, he simply walked away. It was akin to a child who flunked an exam, preoccupied with how to face their parents, only to discover upon returning home that their parents were completely unaware of the test. In the wake of this unexpected freedom, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over them. "Mom, he has gone? Indeed. Do you think? Will he return?" At this, the young woman's expression shifted dramatically. Outside, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down. After Su Yin stepped out, he walked directly onward, pausing abruptly as he passed room 1302. There was no food at home, and he was uncertain of the situation there. Perhaps out of an inexplicable impulse, Su Yin hesitated for a moment before retrieving his key, unlocking the door, and tossing in a bag of rice before departing once more. As he entered the corridor, the fish that had once floated on the water's surface were no longer visible. Instead, a few fish were seen gasping for air. Su Yin observed closely and noted that in just one night, the water level had risen by 10 centimeters. This suggested that within a single day, the water level could potentially increase by around 20 centimeters. This implied that in half a month, or even over 10 days, the water level could rise an entire floor. How alarming, he thought. Nevertheless, this was not entirely surprising. After all, the 5 months preceding the onset of the deluge had been marked by relentless rain, which had submerged 10 stories in that time. Only recently had the rainfall subsided, causing the rate of the water's ascent to slow. Perhaps the reduction in rain was merely a coincidence. The torrential downpour was the true norm. Contemplating this, Su Yin let out a sigh. Sioux City, situated on a coastal plain, boasts an average elevation of merely 3 to 5 meters above sea level. Based on the current state, it is estimated that the sea level has risen approximately 30 meters. If the sea level continues to rise, the entire eastern plain may gradually be consumed. Fortunately, China is vast, with numerous mountains, and the western region is particularly elevated, making it difficult for flooding to occur. However, certain island nations may gradually cease to exist. Nonetheless, these matters are not for Su Yin to ponder. Even with the system at his disposal, he remains powerless in the face of natural disasters. The strength of an individual is exceedingly insignificant. For the time being, Su Yin is still able to sustain himself here. Even if the water level rises rapidly to the 17th floor, it will require some time. Xiao Muling has a residence on the 23rd floor. Moreover, this building boasts a total height of 27 stories. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he can maintain his position here for at least half a year. Of course, Su Yin also possesses a yacht. He had considered leaving on the yacht, but heading west from Sioux City leads to a vast plain, and it is uncertain how long it would take to find a suitable elevated location for establishing a stronghold. Even if such a place exists, it is likely already occupied. He is entirely unaware of the external circumstances, and departing recklessly poses a significant risk. It is wiser to remain here and accumulate strength. At the very least, within this community, no one poses a threat to him. Suppressing his turbulent thoughts, Su Yin descended the stairs to continue fishing. He had left the house around 11 o'clock, fished for 2 hours, rested to eat something, and then continued. It was not until 5 in the afternoon that Su Yin returned, laden with his catch. Today's harvest was decent, yielding over 2,000 points. However, compared to large-scale fishing nets, the difference remained substantial. Gazing at the torrential rain outside, Su Yin sighed once more. Perhaps it is better to take a long-term approach. Such heavy rain makes outdoor operations impossible. Su Yin returned to the 13th floor, arriving at 1301, and knocked on the door. After a moment, a deep voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" Hearing the voice of the young woman, a smirk of mockery crept onto Su Yan's lips. Indeed, these two had not ventured out. They had been well taken care of by Kong Kai, remaining indoors and becoming utterly oblivious to the outside world. Without weapons, they were even more reluctant to leave. Su Yan cleared his throat and said, "Sister-in-law, it's Kong." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the security door clicked open. Kong Xiaoya stood in the living room, glaring at him with apparent anger, though this time she held no knife. Upon Su Yan's gaze falling upon her, Kong Xiaoya was startled, and a wave of fear washed over her delicate face as she lowered her head. Having been pampered since childhood, she had genuinely come to fear this man. Su Yin stepped inside, and the young woman closed the security door, her expression tense as she regarded him. Seeing her demeanor, Su Yin suppressed a laugh and said, "I thought you would not open the door for me." At this, the young woman froze momentarily. Indeed, why would she open the door? Damn, if she hadn't opened the door, he wouldn't be able to enter. As the young woman pondered, she suddenly saw Su Yin pull a set of keys from his pocket and dangle them before her. These were the keys to their home. Her face instantly flushed a deep crimson. This despicable man had been toying with her all along. Tears welled up in her eyes, causing them to redden immediately. "Xiaoya, go prepare dinner. You fetch me some clothes, as I am about to take a bath," Su Yin commanded nonchalantly, as if he were the master of the house. Before striding towards the bathroom, Kong Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, about to protest that she wasn't adept at cooking. However, upon noticing her mother's injured right hand, the bandage stained with blood, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned towards the kitchen. Xiaoya cast a glance at Su Yin, who had entered the bathroom. After a moment of indecision, the young woman ultimately made her way to the kitchen. She was acutely aware of her daughter's capabilities. If she did not lend a hand, dinner would undoubtedly be a lost cause. Upon entering the bathroom, Su Yin removed his clothes, carelessly tossing them into the nearby laundry basket. Oblivious to the women's garments piled within, while attending to his needs, he conversed with Xiao Mu Ling through the intercom, relieved to learn that everything was proceeding smoothly. Little did Su Yin know that, in the absence of the oversight from Firebrother and Kong Kai, the residents of the upper floors, who had previously lacked a permanent abode, had begun to unite and were secretly plotting their next move. Chapter 33. The Generosity of Kong Kai. After finishing his bath, Su Yin emerged in his sleepwear and waited for a while until Kong Xiaoya brought out dinner. Upon taking a bite, a look of distaste crossed his face. Kong Xiaoya rolled her eyes, visibly displeased. Throughout her life, she had never even set foot in a kitchen. After laboring in the kitchen for an entire evening, to have her cooking rejected was quite disheartening. The woman beside her displayed an anxious expression, explaining, "Xiaoya has never cooked before. I will teach her properly in the future." Mom. Kong Xiaoya's face reflected her dissatisfaction. Su Yin shot her a stern look, causing her to tremble involuntarily. At her age, not knowing how to cook, was she foolish, expecting everything from her mother? As she listened to Su Yan's admonishments, Kong Xiaoya quivered slightly, drawing her neck in, too intimidated to respond. After finishing dinner, she went to wash the clothes, staring at the pile of dirty laundry with a sense of laziness. Kong Xiaoya's eyes immediately turned red, and she suppressed the urge to cry. The woman beside her, watching the scene unfold, felt a mix of sympathy and amusement, biting her thigh to stifle her laughter. At home, Kong Xiaoya was treated like a little princess, with neither Kong Kai nor being able to discipline her. However, Su Yin's arrival had swiftly brought her to heel. Once the meal was finished, without waiting for Su Yin to prompt her, Kong Xiaoya obediently cleaned up the dishes and placed them in the kitchen to wash, then headed to the bathroom to do laundry. Upon spotting a man's underwear on top of the laundry basket, her eyes widened in shock. Yet, she dared not utter a word, merely scrunching her nose as she picked it up and tossed it into the washing machine. Observing her daughter's diligent and obedient demeanor, the woman sighed silently. Perhaps having someone else to discipline her daughter wasn't such a bad idea after all. Wait, why was she thinking this? Her face flushed as she glanced surreptitiously at Su Yin, who sat nearby smoking, lost in thought. In just a day, she suddenly found the smoke to be less irritating than before. Kong Kai had a substantial smoking habit, but he had never smoked a single cigarette at home. This might also be one of the reasons he often spent time outside. Although they had a television at home, they rarely turned it on to save electricity, especially since their gasoline reserves were limited. Su Yin extinguished his cigarette, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. The woman opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Both the internet and radio were devoid of programming at that moment. Much like Su Yin, they had downloaded numerous shows before the internet outage. Su Yin scrolled through a USB drive, locating a video on combat techniques. As he watched the segment, a grave expression settled on his face. This material was not something one could easily find online. It was uncertain how Kong Kai had acquired it. Su Yin had also downloaded combat video tutorials, but they primarily consisted of martial arts routines, sanzho, taekwondo, and other ornamental displays, lacking substantial practical value. In contrast, the videos Kong Kai possessed focused entirely on Muay Thai, Jeet Kune Do, and even included training footage from Western Special Forces. All the techniques outlined are authentic methods of lethal combat. There is no need for immense physical strength, as long as one possesses a reasonable level of physical fitness. The videos present upwards of 20 to 30 methods for unarmed killing. There are no drawn-out battles with exchanges of blows. Each technique is designed for a swift, decisive end. The essence can be distilled into 3 words: stability, precision, and ferocity. As for the other techniques, they involve underhanded moves such as eye gouging, throat grabbing, and finger bending, which left Su Yin with a chilling sensation along his spine. Additionally, there are boxing videos that meticulously detail the levels of punching power and striking techniques. One segment illustrates that a single punch to the chest can even induce cardiac arrest, eliciting exhilarated gasps from Su Yin. Beyond combat techniques, there are various practical skills, including the use of firearms, operation of vehicles and boats, gunpowder formulation, and the manufacturing of bullets and firearms. Other segments encompass knowledge on first aid, machinery, electronics, and more. Such valuable information is virtually unattainable through the public internet. The collection of over 100 USB drives is immensely valuable. While watching the gruesome fight scenes on television, both the young woman and Kong Xiaoya felt extremely uncomfortable. Noticing Su Yin had no further instructions, they retired to another bedroom early. Su Yin paid them no mind, continuing to watch and practice in the living room until deep into the night. Only then did he switch off the television, drenched in sweat yet invigorated. A smile plastered across his face. This old Kong is truly generous. He has left himself a trove of treasures. This thought sparked Su Yan's curiosity about the household's reserves. The residence comprises 4 rooms and 2 halls, boasting an expansive area of 160 square meters. He occupies one of the master bedrooms, which is crammed with clothing and various non-perishable foods such as instant noodles and canned goods. Another bedroom is currently occupied by Kong Xiaoya and her mother, who are already asleep. Thus, Su Yin refrained from intruding. The kitchen and dining area house about 10 tall upright freezers, with a substantial portion of frozen meat still remaining, alongside supplies of rice and flour. Pondering this, Su Yin proceeded to the 3rd bedroom. This room lacked beds, wardrobes, or furniture, instead filled with neatly stacked boxes and bags containing foodstuffs and bottled water, nearly filling the entire space, save for a small area by the door, which likely reflects the supplies consumed over the past 6 months. Although Su Yin had no shortage of such provisions, he was not one to refuse free resources. He promptly began inventorying and collecting them: canned goods, rice, flour, dried delicacies, vacuum-sealed fish, compressed biscuits, sugar, and chocolate. Everything imaginable and unimaginable was present. It took Su Yin a full half-hour to clear the room, collecting all items into his space. He then proceeded to the 4th bedroom, which was even more densely packed, though a narrow passageway remained. Half of the room was filled with food and living supplies, while the other half contained copper, iron, gunpowder, and even a small machine tool. After a brief examination, Su Yin quickly deduced its purpose. This small machine tool was primarily intended for bullet processing. These items serve as the raw materials for bullet manufacturing. This old Kong is indeed preparing for a protracted conflict. Moreover, Su Yin discovered a small box of seamless steel pipes inside, presumably intended for the fabrication of firearms. Unfortunately, the pipes lack threading, rendering them suitable only for crude weapons, significantly diminishing their potential power. Steel pipes with threading, such a refined item, is something even old Kong cannot procure. While Su Yin is not in short supply of firearms, ammunition is an everlasting necessity. After thoroughly clearing this room, Su Yin contemplated that, given old Kang's financial resources and caution, his stockpile likely exceeds these items. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It is highly probable that old Kong has concealed reserves in other rooms as well. But where might they be? Perhaps on the adjacent floors, or possibly near the top level. After all, Yulong Bay is Kong Kai's development. Acquiring a few buildings here is rather effortless for him. Su Yin pondered for a while, then shook his head, temporarily relinquishing the search. The treasures hidden by old Kong are likely challenging to uncover. Furthermore, Su Yin is not in need of these items. For him, accumulating points remains paramount. After a busy night, drenched in sweat, Su Yin decided to take a shower. Alas, he had no clothes to change into. Never mind. He simply turned off the lights and returned to his bedroom. As he lay in bed, still wide awake, the door creaked open and a graceful figure slipped inside. Back again? Is this for your daughter? Chapter 34. The Maiden's Ambush this evening. The young woman was noticeably more proactive than the night before. The enclosed bedroom transformed into a sanctuary for the two, allowing her to shed the weight of restraint. However, youth and vigor have their own power. Moreover, Su Yan's current stamina, strength, and even speed far surpassed the ordinary. For hours later, she lay exhausted. Akin to a limp doll, Su Yan was compelled to take matters into his own hands, replacing the entire bedding and even changing the mattress. He discarded the soiled linens into the bathroom and, upon returning to the bedroom, was met with an unpleasant odor that made him wrinkle his nose slightly. Opening the door, Su Yin settled on the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette. He gazed at the delicate, white feet resting on the bed's edge, twitching occasionally in her slumber, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. A phrase from the young woman's frenzied state echoed in his mind. In 17 years of marriage, I've never experienced a night as delightful as this. It felt as though he had barely closed his eyes when Su Yin awoke, realizing it was already 11 in the morning. Cursed be the charms of beauty, the adage held true. Yet another half-day wasted. He rose, dressed, and stepped outside, only to find the young woman sprawled on the sofa. Upon spotting Su Yin, she propped herself up and said, I'll go prepare some food for you. As she made her way to the kitchen, Su Yin yawned and took a seat at the dining table. Hardly had he settled when Kong Xiaoya stormed out of the bathroom, exclaiming, Su Yin, you. Upon noticing him at the dining table, her voice dropped to a whisper, still wetting the bed, huh? At that moment, the young woman emerged from the kitchen with a plate, her face flushing crimson at the remark, and she quickly lowered her head. Enough nonsense, Su Yin retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Kong Xiaoya pouted and sulked back toward the bathroom, feeling like little more than a maid or a laundress. After finishing his meal, Su Yin left once more. In the stairwell, the water level had evidently risen yet again. Xiao Muling and the others on the 17th floor had been monitoring the rain, which, according to her, had not ceased and was hovering near downpour. Even when the rain lightened momentarily, outdoor tasks remained unfeasible. With no choice, Su Yin continued to fish in the stairwell. Fortunately, the area often yielded dead fish, attracting a plethora of live ones, ensuring he was not left empty-handed. At 5 in the afternoon, as darkness enveloped the stairwell, Su Yin finally returned home. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Sister-in-law, it's me. Click. The security door swung open. This time, Kong Xiaoya was absent from the living room, busily engaged in the kitchen. After showering and finishing dinner, it was barely 7 o'clock. Su Yin turned on the television, continuing to practice combat and assassination techniques. The young woman had napped for much of the afternoon and showed no signs of fatigue. While Kong Xiaoya was not one to retire early either. The two settled on the sofa, watching television alongside Su Yin. Consuming the household electricity while he engaged with the screen. As she watched, Kang Xiaoya gradually became interested and began practicing alongside Su Yin. Su Yin did not oppose this and occasionally offered her guidance to correct her movements. Observing the two, the young woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lost in her thoughts, unbeknownst to them, the dynamics of their relationship with Su Yin underwent a subtle transformation, though no words were exchanged. This gradual influence was indeed peculiar. Despite being a robber who had come to intimidate them, he somehow became less detestable over time. Even the young woman, who typically favored cleanliness and loathed the scent of sweat, found herself less resistant to the faint aroma emanating from Su Yin, including the smell of tobacco. As night fell, the television was turned off. Exhausted, Kang Xiaoya took a shower and retreated to her room for rest. After Su Yin completed his own ablutions, he returned to his room. In the now empty living room, only the young woman remained. She first took a shower and then changed into a light pink silk nightgown before visiting her daughter's bedroom. The room was cramped, cluttered with various belongings, where Kang Xiaoya slept soundly. The fragrant young woman quietly left the room and slipped into Su Yin's bedroom. The next day, Su Yin rose early and left by 9 o'clock. The early bird catches the worm, and indeed his efforts yielded an abundance of rewards, over 3,000 points. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Yin promptly knocked on the door of room 1301. "Who is it?" "It's me." With a click, the door swung open. Kang Xiaoya had grown accustomed to his visits. They shared a meal and watched television as usual. Although they had only spent 3 nights together, the young woman had begun to perceive Su Yin, who initially appeared fierce, as not inherently malevolent. After all, he had never mistreated her or her daughter. He merely consumed some food and spent the night. More importantly, it seemed that Su Yin had no interest in her daughter whatsoever. Unbeknownst to her, the young woman had completely set her mind at ease. What was it but serving a man's needs? Besides, having a man in the house provided a sense of security. Otherwise, the two of them, in such an environment, would have undoubtedly lived in constant trepidation. After his shower, Su Yin lay down in his room, and before long, the young woman slipped in. Although the beauty beside him exuded a captivating fragrance, Su Yin's eyes remained clear and focused. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "You are merely concerned that I might do something to your daughter. I assure you, I have no such intentions. You need not come by every day." Taken aback by his candidness, the young woman felt her cheeks flush and instinctively swatted him playfully. After spending several nights together, the initial fear had dissipated, and even her shyness had diminished significantly. "Whatever," Su Yin replied dismissively, turning away to close his eyes and sleep. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the room once again. Su Yin suddenly felt a cascade of soft, silky hair brush against his side, cascading downwards. Then, just because the tiger does not roar, do you take me for a sickly cat? Enraged by the provocation, Su Yin promptly turned and entered the vehicle. In no time, the room echoed with cries of despair. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom door, a figure stood frozen in place. Hearing the sounds emanating from within, she shuddered. Clad in her nightgown, Kang Xiaoya took a step back, tears gradually welling up in her eyes. She had heard everything. So it was like this scoundrel. On the 4th day, after a day filled with activity, Su Yin returned to his room, proceeding to shower as was his routine. Upon finishing, he heard a timid voice from outside. "Why, your clothes." The tone felt somewhat off. Nevertheless, Su Yin dismissed the thought, dried himself, and reached for the nightgown, donning it. Just as he was about to fully dress, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him, and a soft body leapt onto his back. One small hand grasping at his throat while the other lunged toward his eyes. Aiming for the eyes, choking the throat, an impeccable technique. Alas, it was far too slow. Su Yin shrugged off the garment, swiftly seizing both small hands and executing a powerful throw. With a yelp, thud, the girl's back hit the slick tiles with a heavy thud, nearly knocking the breath out of Kang Xiaoya. My movements were flawless. How could it have ended up like this? After regaining her breath, Kang Xiaoya, filled with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, grasped Su Yin's hands, pulling herself up. "I'll bite you to death." Chapter 35. The corruption of the human heart hiss. Has a kick to the groin turned into a bite? Su Yin tightened his legs, effectively trapping the little head. Kong Xiaoya, with her mouth agape and eyes rolling back, nearly fainted. The restroom fell into an immediate silence. What has happened? At that moment, the young woman rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and her eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. Xiao Da, Suzan, please don't do this. Su Yin merely curled his lips and remarked, your daughter seems to harbor quite a grudge against me. With that, he released his grip. Kong Xiaoya collapsed onto the floor. Su Yin paid her no mind, casually donning his pajamas and stepping out of the room. Xiaoya, are you all right? Su Yin sat at the dining table, having barely taken a couple of bites when the young woman led her daughter over. Kong Xiaoya kept her head down, silent. Su Yin cast a sideways glance at her and sneered, with just a couple of rudimentary skills, you think you can take a life? Kong Xiaoya lowered her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. The young woman's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, Su Yin, Xiaoya. She didn't mean it that way. Su Yin nonchalantly waved his chopsticks, saying, whether it was meant that way or not is of no consequence to me. Upon hearing this, Kong Xiaoya's face flushed crimson. Whether from shame or anger, it was unclear. The young woman scrutinized Su Yin's face and, noticing that he didn't genuinely seem angry, felt a slight relief. She then turned to her daughter, her brow furrowing in concern. Xiaoya needs a serious talk. She must not cause any trouble. Fortunately, it was Su Yin. Had it been someone else, they wouldn't have hesitated to retaliate after such an ambush. Phew. Clearly, Su Yin was showing leniency because of her. The efforts of these past few nights were not in vain after all. Su Yin didn't appear to be a particularly vicious individual. All right, let us eat, the young woman said, shooting her daughter a disapproving glance. Oh, Kong Xiaoya mumbled, head bowed, tearfully pushing her food around. Spit, before even taking a bite. She expelled the food twice. Then, she reached in her mouth and pulled out a curled strand of hair. In an instant, all three at the dining table froze, as if time itself had come to a halt. After a brief moment of stillness, Su Yin and the young woman acted as though they hadn't seen anything and resumed eating. Kong Xiaoya, with a grimace, let tears roll down her cheeks. Landing her bowl, observing her daughter's plight, the young woman sighed inwardly. It seemed she would have to make a good impression tonight, lest she incur Su Yin's resentment. The next day, at noon, Su Yin sat on the stair steps, yawning while sipping from a bottle of juice. Damn, I'm late again today. After finishing a bottle of orange juice and taking a moment to smoke a cigarette, Su Yin finally stood up, dusted off his pants, and made his way downstairs with a spear in hand. Before descending a few steps, an urgent shout from Xiao Muling pierced through the headphones. Su Yin, someone is trying to break into our door, and they have electric drills. Su Yin, upon hearing this, was overtaken by a mix of fear and anger. He promptly replied, hold them off for a minute. I shall be there shortly. With that, Su Yin stowed away his harpoon and rushed up the stairs. In a mere 30 seconds, he reached the 17th floor. Clad in a bulletproof vest, which was further concealed beneath a coat, he appeared somewhat bulky. He cast a quick glance upwards, noting the absence of anyone on the staircase, before pushing open the security door and stepping into the elevator lobby. Immediately, he could hear a man's voice echoing through the corridor. You little brat, if you don't open the door soon when I break it down, I'll have my way with you and then toss you into the water to feed the fish. Following this, Su Yin faintly discerned Xiao Muling's pitiful plea. Big brother, please let me go. There is truly nothing to eat at home. Nonsense. If you had nothing to eat, how have you survived until now? Stop wasting time and open the door. Su Yin stealthily approached, rounding a corner to find 5 men standing in the corridor. The youngest appeared to be in his mid-20s, while the eldest looked to be in his 50s. They were uniformly clad in black leather jackets, helmets adorning their heads, and their chests bulged, evidently stuffed with soft armor. The leather jackets seemed to offer some degree of protection against sharp objects, indicating they were well prepared. In addition to their protective gear, they wielded knives, fire axes, iron rods, and electric drills among their arsenal. Su Yan's gaze swiftly scanned the scene, noticing that the security doors of rooms 1703 and 1702 were ajar, their locks clearly compromised. Despite being difficult to breach, these locks were no match for brute force. Sensing movement behind him, the 5 men simultaneously turned to face Su Yan. "Who are you?" "This is none of your business," one of them barked. Su Yan scoffed, retorting, "You're making a ruckus right outside my door. And you claim this has nothing to do with me? Your door?" The 5 men paused, then realization dawned on them. A glimmer of excitement spread across their faces as they brandished their knives at Su Yan, declaring, "Listen, we want to make it difficult for you. Hand over 10 pounds of food, and we'll let you go." 10 pounds of food. Su Yan could not suppress a laugh. How audacious! The 5 men seethed with rage, brandishing their machetes and fire axes as they shouted. "Boy, do you see this?" Su Yan held back his laughter, replying a knife. "Oomph. I recognize you. This knife in my hand is not." "Wait." Su Yan swiftly flipped his wrist, revealing a handgun, complete with a long and thick silencer. The 5 men's expressions shifted to sheer terror as they instinctively took a step back. The young man at the forefront glanced between the knife he held and Su Yan's gun, slowly lowering his weapon. Su Yan smiled and proposed, "Since everyone seems so eager today, why not indulge in a game? I'll fire 5 shots, and if anyone survives, I'll let them go. What do you say?" "No, brother, let us talk this over. Don't be rash. Our boss has a gun too. I understand the rules. Allow me to sing a cheerful tune." "Oomph." Su Yan raised his gun and fired. 4 heads erupted in a simultaneous fountain of crimson. The lifeless bodies collapsed instantly. Only one person remained, letting out a wretched scream before pausing, bewildered, as he touched his own body and then his head. I'm not dead." As he spoke, he looked up to meet Su Yan's indifferent gaze, his expression shifting dramatically. "No, I will sing now. Cheerful, beautiful sheep." Silence. The young man immediately sealed his lips. Su Yan declared, "Now, I shall ask, and you will respond. Are you members of the Leather Jacket Gang?" Upon uttering Leather Jacket Gang, Su Yan nearly burst into laughter. Yes. How many are you?" "How many men and women?" "We have 20 men. And as for women, they don't count, right?" Su Yan, taken aback, inquired, "Do you have no wives, daughters, or family?" The young man, lost in thought, suddenly flushed, shame washing over him as he bowed his head. After a moment, he replied, "Our leader said that in the apocalypse, the old, weak, women, and children are of no use and merely slow us down." Su Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. You are all beasts, aren't you?" Though humanity has indeed fallen in the apocalypse, Su Yan had not anticipated such a profound degradation. Chapter 36. The young man, feeling a deep sense of shame, lowered his head in silence for a moment, as if suddenly struck by an idea. He abruptly lifted his gaze and said, "Wait a moment, that is not right. I am a solitary individual, with no relatives here." Su Yan exhaled a sigh and inquired, "Where is your stronghold?" "On the 21st floor, in 3 rooms. The young man replied. Su Yan scoffed, "You must have seized them. Haven't you?" The young man awkwardly confessed, "Room 2101 was tricked out of us. Here is the key." As he spoke, he rummaged through the corpse of a middle-aged man and retrieved the key. After a brief silence, noticing that Su Yan had no further remarks, the young man cautiously asked, "Brother, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" Su Yan replied, "First, dispose of the bodies." "Oh, I will do that immediately." With that, the young man dragged the 4 corpses and unceremoniously tossed them out of the staircase window. The floor of the corridor, layered with blood, bore witness to the grim scene. Once the bodies were discarded, the young man turned to Su Yan and said, "Brother, then I shall." Suddenly, Su Yan raised his gun. The young man instinctively raised his hands, aghast. "Be brother, you said your word. It counts?" Su Yan responded, "Indeed, when I speak, my words hold weight." "Oh, thank you, brother, thank you." Bayou. A bullet hole appeared in the young man's forehead, and blood sprayed against the wall from the back of his head. Before he could collapse, Su Yan seized him and hurled him out of the window. Su Yan closed the window and then retrieved 2 large burlap sacks from his space, dragging them to the door of room 1701, where he knocked. Is it Su Yan?" "It is I." Xiao Muling first peered through the peephole, and upon confirming it was indeed Su Yan, joyfully opened the door. Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu stood at the entrance, holding steel pipes, and upon seeing Su Yan, they instantly relaxed. "Xiao Su, You finally returned. You've been away for days. Were you out with a mistress? Umph. What kind of woman would be better than the three of us combined? The three women encircled Su Yin, linking their arms with his as they entered, chattering animatedly. Although they jested, deep down, they genuinely feared that Su Yin might abandon them and leave without a trace. Despite their comfortable life here, with ample food and electricity, they were acutely aware that these provisions would eventually dwindle. Without Su Yin as their anchor, they felt an unsettling insecurity. Xiao Muling interjected, "All right, the man has matters to attend to outside. We just need to safeguard our home. How could Su Yin ever forsake us?" Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu, caught in their concealed thoughts, felt their cheeks flush. Oh, such large burlap sacks. What could they contain? Su Yin dropped the sacks on the floor and said, "Take a look for yourselves. Oh, my rice, meat, and vegetables. And this. Australian lobster and king crab. Wow. Su Yin, have you eaten?" "We haven't had lunch yet." Su Yin sat on the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, saying, "Go ahead, I'm eager to see your culinary skills." Zhuang Xiaolu replied, "I've steamed both Australian lobster and king crab before. Although not of this size, they were quite similar. Let me take care of it." Chadingting looked at Zhuang Xiaolu with envy and praised, "Sister Lu, you're amazing. Being able to enjoy Australian lobster and king crab certainly indicates you're not from an ordinary household." Although Che Tingting resided in the Yulong Bay community, she was not wealthy and had never tasted such exquisite food. Zhuang Xiaolu noticed her envy and remarked, "What good is wealth from the past? It is only now, when one can present such delicacies, that true ability is demonstrated." Chadingting was taken aback, then nodded and turned to Su Yin. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as if recalling something. At that moment, Xiao Muling had already placed the meat and vegetables in the refrigerator, filling both large refrigerators to the brim. Subsequently, the three women dragged rice, flour, and other supplies into the kitchen, organizing them meticulously before commencing the cooking. Half an hour later, enticing aromas began to waft through the air. The spacious 160 square meter apartment featured not only large rooms, but also an ample kitchen, allowing the three of them to move about freely. A sumptuous lunch was laid out on the dining table, the 8-person table brimming with dishes. The golden Australian lobster and king crab, accompanied by several exquisite side dishes, were visually appetizing. Xiao Muling brought 2 bottles of red wine and suggested, "Since Su Yin is back today, shall we have a drink?" "Uh-huh." Che Tingting nodded, and Zhuang Xiaolu slightly inclined her head, both looking toward Su Yin. "All right, let's take the afternoon off. In this apocalypse, do we really need to adhere to a grueling work schedule?" Su Yin pondered briefly before agreeing. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, producing 2 bottles of mutate, and placed them on the dining table with a thud. "Wow, mutate. Come on, drink whatever you like, but don't get drunk." With that, Su Yin glared at Xiao Muling. She chuckled, covering her mouth, and replied, "As long as you don't get drunk." Su Yin's expression darkened immediately. The 3 women laughed upon witnessing this. Clearly, they were all aware of the incident when Xiao Muling had gotten Su Yin intoxicated. After spending enough time together, there were indeed no secrets among these women. Zhuang Xiaolu, suppressing her laughter, said, "I can't hold my liquor well. I'll stick to the red wine." Che Tingting's gaze shifted between the Roman E. Conti and the mutate, asking, "Which of these is more expensive?" Zhuang Xiaolu glanced at Xiao Muling and, seeing her reluctance to speak, explained this red wine costs 200,000 a bottle, while mutate, "Wow, it's a 20-year-old, but it should only be about 10,000 a bottle." Upon hearing this, Che Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Yin scoffed, saying, "What's this about 10,000 or 200,000? A million woon tea buy me something I truly enjoy." With that, he reached for the mutate. Upon hearing his words, Che Tingting's face turned crimson. Indeed, in this apocalypse, drinking $1 million bottle of wine would not elevate one's status in anyone's eyes. Xiao Muling swiftly seized a bottle, opened it, poured a glass for Su Yin, and then filled one for herself. Zhuang Xiaolu opened the red wine and served herself and Che Tingting. Su Yin raised his glass and said, "Come, sisters, let us toast." Xiao Mulian and Zhuang Xiaolu blushed upon hearing this, casting him a reproachful glance before lifting their own glasses. Che Tingting then raised her glass and declared, Su Yin. I toast to you, for you have bestowed upon us such a splendid life. To Xiao Su. To Su Yin. It's no trouble at all. The meal continued until 3 in the afternoon. Su Yin was already somewhat intoxicated. Zhuang Xia Lu stumbled slightly, while Che Tingting began to slur her words. Only Xiao Mulian remained composed, savoring her red wine. Her beautiful eyes danced over the faces of the three, finally settling on Zhuang Xia Lu as she said, Sister Lu, why don't you all take a rest? I can see Su Yin is also weary. He must be exhausted from the past few days. I shall stay and keep watch. The three had already divided their responsibilities. Regardless of the time, someone must always remain vigilant. After all, relying solely on a security door and a lock may not suffice to deter intruders. Zhuang Xia Lu nodded slightly and replied, Then thank you, Ling. I will come to relieve you in the evening. With that, she supported Su Yin and led him toward the bedroom. Che Tingting, with her intoxicated gaze, watched their figures retreat and suddenly sat up straight, getting to her feet to follow. The three of them entered the master bedroom, 2 leading the way while 1 trailed behind. Xiao Mulian gazed at their departing silhouettes, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes, before she sighed softly. At 7 in the evening, in room 1301, Kang Xiaoya sat in the living room with her mother. The young woman frequently glanced at the clock and then at the door. Usually, Su Yin returned by 5, yet today it was already 7, and he had not yet arrived. Kang Xiaoya pouted, a hint of reproach in her voice, Mom. If he doesn't come back, should we just forego dinner? Her mother looked at her with a faint sigh. When would her daughter ever mature? Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door, and a look of joy illuminated her face. She approached the door and softly inquired, Who is it? There was a moment of silence outside, then a low, menacing voice responded, Open the door if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, we'll break it down, take you first, and then toss you into the water to feed the fish. Madam, I doubt you wish to experience the sensation of being devoured by a swarm of fish. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed dramatically. Kang Xiaoya sprang to her feet, her face paling instantly. The visitor was not the boisterous Su Yin, however. Just that one sentence made Kang Xiaoya understand that the newcomer was far more terrifying. Chapter 37. No mischief allowed in Building 12. Su Yin languidly awoke from an afternoon slumber, only to find himself encircled by 2 glistening figures. What time is it? He pondered as he sat up, startling both Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu from their slumber. Upon opening their eyes and locking gazes, their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. A throbbing headache assailed Su Yin. Che Tingting rubbed her temples while rising, oblivious to her disheveled state. It's 6 o'clock. The trio then made their way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. After donning crisp, clean attire, Su Yin stepped outside. Zhuang Xiaolu surveyed the chaotic scene of the bed and immediately set about tidying up, changing the sheets and blankets. At midday, they had all dined lightly, with only some congee and a modest vegetable stir-fry gracing their bowls. As they ate, Xiao Muling inquired, Su Yin, shall we assess our training results from the past few days tonight? Su Yin responded with a smile, I already checked this afternoon. I will review yours later tonight. Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaoyo's faces instantly turned crimson, casting sidelong glances at Su Yin, each silently cursing under their breath. Xiao Muling, too, appeared to have had a similar thought, her neck flushing with embarrassment as she muttered, How annoying. After finishing their meal, Su Yin wiped his mouth and tossed aside the napkin, declaring, I'm stepping out for a bit. You all keep the home fires burning. You're going out again tonight? Xiao Muling pondered, Are you going to seek out those individuals who arrived today? Su Yin scoffed. It would be impolite not to reciprocate their visit. Besides, they possess lock-picking tools, and we cannot allow them to linger. Otherwise, we shall be restless in our slumber. Though their household had grown in numbers, allowing for a rotating night watch, who would wish to be awoken in the dead of night by an intruder? Moreover, Su Yin still needed to venture out daily to catch fish, making it imperative that Building 12 be free of any unsettling elements. Che Tingting volunteered, I'll accompany you. Su Yin shook his head. While he was inclined to train them, the night called for a strategic approach against a potentially armed adversary. He did not wish to divide his focus by safeguarding Che Tingting. Despite having survived for several months in this post-apocalyptic world, Xiao Muling and Zhuang Xiaolu had scarcely encountered any peril. Che Tingting, clever and experienced in combat, would be more useful remaining at home. Although she occasionally played the coquette with Su Yin in matters of importance, no one dared to contest his decisions. With the assistance of the three women, Su Yin donned a bulletproof vest, layered beneath a loose-fitting coat, and secured a helmet before stepping outside. Upon reaching the stairwell, a faint illumination from the night filtered through the windows, allowing him to discern his surroundings. Not wanting to attract attention, Su Yin refrained from using a flashlight and quietly ascended the stairs to the 21st floor. The journey was uneventful, with not a soul in sight. It seemed the building had not recently seen an influx of new fish-scale people. As for survivors, they generally resided in the hallways. But Su Yin chose not to investigate further. The emergence of the leather jacket gang made it difficult to ascertain the presence of any remaining survivors in the corridors. Arriving at the 21st floor, Su Yin pushed open the fire door and immediately noticed that the locks of rooms 2103 and 2102 had been damaged. The door remained firmly shut, likely braced from within. The lock on room 2101 appeared intact, and Su Yin surmised that the leader of the leather-clad gang resided there. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to capture the kingpin first. If these individuals were armed, it was highly probable that the firearms were in the possession of their leader, and Su Yin preferred not to have a weapon aimed at his back. Lacking the key to room 2101 was of little consequence. Su Yin tread softly, reaching the entrance of 2101, and drew his shotgun, directing the muzzle at the lock before pulling the trigger. Bang! The shotgun's power far exceeded that of ordinary firearms. At close range, a single shot obliterated the lock, creating a gaping hole in the sturdy security door. Subsequently, Su Yin kicked the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a living room filled with a grotesque display of flesh. Only one minion, clad in clothing and wielding a fire axe, stood guard at the entrance. Su Yin's actions were remarkably swift. From a moment he blasted open the lock to stepping inside. Less than 3 seconds elapsed, allowing the guard to merely turn his head in Su Yin's direction. Meanwhile, the vehicles in the living room continued their chaotic motion, failing to halt. Bang! Su Yin shot the guard, shattering his skull, then stowed the shotgun and drew his submachine gun, commencing a targeted assault on the men in the living room. With the precision of a marksman, he executed nearly every shot with deadly accuracy, swiftly eliminating 7 men. 5 women were drenched in blood. 2 screamed while the remaining 3 stood in stunned silence, their faces ashen. Su Yin paid them no heed, methodically kicking open the doors to the bedrooms and bathroom. Yet after a thorough search, he found no one. Everyone had congregated in the living room, which struck Su Yin as peculiar. Was it truly this effortless to wipe them all out? He scanned the room, noting that the 5 women were in poor condition, evidently having endured considerable torment, save for one who appeared to be in her 30s and somewhat lucid. Striding over, Su Yin dispatched the burly man beside her and inquired, "Where's the leader?" The woman raised her eyelids, her gaze sharpening with a flicker of life. Supporting herself, she replied, "He left, taking 4 people with him." Su Yin pressed, "Do you know where they went?" "To the 13th floor." Su Yin had posed the question casually, yet her response caught him off guard, eliciting a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Perceiving his bewilderment, the woman elaborated, "They captured someone today and just received a tip-off. Kong Kai on the 13th floor may already be dead, and his residence is rumored to be stocked with considerable supplies. They went there to scavenge." "How do others know that Kong Kai is dead?" Su Yin pondered briefly before reaching an understanding. Kong Kai's faction was sizable, frequently engaging in activities outside. The absence of any of them for several consecutive days suggested that an unfortunate incident had likely occurred. Those who had survived to this point, although some were fortunate, were predominantly not fools. When Kong Kai was alive, no one dared to challenge him. Now that he was deceased, his widow had inevitably become a prime target. Su Yin inquired once more, "Are there any individuals in the other 2 rooms?" The woman shook her head and replied, "I have no idea. Since the boss has taken matters into his own hands, there surely won't be any firearms left at home. As for the provisions they have pillaged, they do not pique my interest." After posing these 3 questions, Su Yin turned and departed. The woman stared in astonishment at Su Yan's indifferent exit. Is he truly leaving without even taking the food from the room? He just walked away? She had prepared to reveal herself to her new master. Who is this young man, and why have I never encountered him before? In that moment, she was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or disappointed. However, one thing was clear to her. She had turned a new leaf. Moreover, this room still contained a considerable amount of supplies. With that thought, disregarding her exposed state, the woman swiftly rose and closed the security door. Chapter 38. The mother and daughter in distress at this moment. Kang Xiaoya and her mother were bound and discarded beside the sofa in the living room. Their clothing was disheveled, and their bodies bore numerous wounds. A dozen men were rummaging through the house, transferring food, meat, gasoline, and other supplies into the living room. Goodness, the resources of Boss Kong are truly abundant. I regret not arriving sooner. Indeed, all of this should sustain us for several months, another replied. Arrive sooner? If old Kong were still alive, you would be facing gunfire. Bah, our boss is armed as well. Who fears whom? However, while the food was plentiful, it was Boss Kang's wife who was the most enticing. As the group worked, their eyes frequently wandered towards the two bound women. Although Mrs. Kong was slightly older, her figure and beauty were extraordinary, drawing even more attention than Kang Xiaoya. One man set down a bag of rice, gazing at Mrs. Kong, unable to suppress a lick of his lips. Boss, such a gem would be a pity to kill. In the center of the living room stood a man in a brown suit with slicked back hair, gripping a pistol and surveying the room. This man was L. Tianlei, the leader of the Leather Jacket Gang. A resident of the 7th floor, he previously owned an advertising company. Though he could not compare to Kong Kai, he was still a wealthy man with a net worth of several million. Having ascended from the lower echelons to the upper floors, he had no choice but to live in the stairwell for nearly 2 months, becoming a seasoned vagabond. After the downfall of the security gang and Kong Kai, he quickly gathered a few followers, exerting great effort to break into a vacant, under-renovation apartment, where they found tools like an electric hammer. With the electric hammer in hand, they began their spree of theft, forcibly breaking locks and raiding 7 or 8 households, acquiring food and women, and even unexpectedly seizing a pistol. The deaths of a few subordinates during the acquisition of the gun did not concern him in the least. After 2 months of stairwell living, L. Tianlei had endured great hardship and witnessed the fickleness of human nature, leading to a twisted psyche. He smiled at Mrs. Kong and inquired, "Mrs. Kong, do you recognize me?" Mrs. Kong nodded slightly, then shook her head. "You are a prominent figure, so naturally, you wouldn't know someone as inconsequential as me. But don't worry, you will soon become acquainted with me." He then pointed at Kang Xiaoya and commanded, "Bring 3 men. Let us proceed." All right. The crowd of followers erupted in approval, and 3 of them immediately set down their belongings and rushed forward. "Mom!" Kang Xiaoya screamed, her spirit shattering in an instant. "What are you doing? Let go of my daughter. If you dare to harm us, Su Yan will not spare you." Her words elicited a chorus of laughter. It seemed that while Boss Kong appeared formidable from the outside, his head was already in a dire state. Indeed, his wife refrained from uttering his name and instead called upon another man. To think he was so brazenly preempted. I must find that scoundrel Su Yan and ensure he meets a fate befitting his treachery. Mrs. Kong, witnessing her daughter being forcibly taken away by 3 men, collapsed onto the floor, pleading with Lu Tianlei, "I beg you, spare my daughter." Lu Tianlei, in a leisurely manner, replied, "Madam, do not be anxious. Lu Tianlei, possess many brothers. I can assure you that from this moment until the same time tomorrow, not a single part of your daughter's body will remain untouched. You beasts!" Mrs. Kong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Kang Xiaoya, dragged away by the 3 men, had succumbed to her fears. "Ah, she has fainted. Fetch some water to revive her. What joy is there in a corpse?" As he spoke, someone dashed towards the restroom to fetch water, while the remaining 2 men began to untie the ropes binding Kang Xiaoya, tearing at her clothing with a brutal fervor. Mrs. Kong, eyes fixed on her daughter, trembled violently, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She yearned to plead for mercy, gasping for breath, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Lu Tianlei, taken aback, remarked, "Am I truly that terrifying?" He had merely employed a modicum of force, yet the mother and daughter had been utterly petrified. In this apocalyptic world, how could their mental fortitude be so feeble? Perhaps Old Kong had sheltered them too well, shielding them from the harsh realities beyond their sheltered existence. Observing the abundance of supplies and the bright electric lights around him, it was evident that the latter was the case. This realization ignited a pang of jealousy within Lu Tianlei. Why must I endure a life akin to that of a dog, while you, in this desolate world, continue to revel in comfort? Recalling the tribulations he had endured in the preceding months, his anger flared. He had initially intended to interrogate why the other 2 rooms in this house remained empty, as he could not fathom how their sleeping quarters could be so cluttered while the others lay bare, or had all their belongings vanished. However, he found that he lacked the inclination to pursue this line of questioning, his desire for vengeance taking precedence. Lu Tianlei stepped forward, bending down to violently grasp Mrs. Kang's hair, forcing her to sit upright. Just then, the security door swung open. The lock had been forcefully compromised, leaving it ajar and easily pushed aside. In the next instant, bang, 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 gunshots rang out. The 3 men in the living room, busy with the supplies, were instantly felled. Following them, the 2 men who had been stripping Kong Xiaoya met the same fate. 5 bullets swiftly dispatched 5 lives, each shot finding its mark. Lu Tianlei, aghast, immediately crouched down and executed a swift roll into the bedroom, his agility astounding. At that very moment, a bullet grazed his hair as it whizzed past. Su Yan, observing Lu Tianlei's acrobatic retreat into the bedroom, was momentarily stunned. It was the first time since acquiring his sharpshooting prowess that he had missed his target. This individual, when it comes to agility, is clearly far superior to the average person, even surpassing many. Su Yan arrived at room 1301 and paused at the door to listen for a moment, sensing something amiss within before he pushed the door open. To his surprise, after swiftly eliminating 5 individuals with his quick draw, he encountered a formidable opponent. At that moment, 3 individuals emerged from the kitchen, another bedroom, and the bathroom respectively. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yan raised his firearm and fired. 2 shots took down the individuals at the kitchen and bedroom doors. Yet before he could fire a third, the person emerging from the bathroom, holding a basin of water, swiftly tossed it aside and retreated, shutting the bathroom door behind him. Though his movements were not as swift as Lu Tianlei's, they were evidently quick. Su Yan advanced a couple of steps to the center of the living room, holstered his pistol, and retrieved a submachine gun, directing a barrage at the bathroom door. The glass door shattered instantly, light flooding into the bathroom, revealing no traces of blood on the floor or walls, and the individual who had just sought refuge had vanished. There were corners and a bathtub that could conceal a person. He had already killed 7 people upon entering, and aside from the 2 he had encountered, at least 1 more had managed to flee outside. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming alert. Chapter 39. Speculations on the mutants. Kill a mutant. Gain 10 points. Kill a mutant. Gain 11 points. Kill a mutant. Gain 13 points. Kill a mutant. Gain 12 points upon entering room 1301. Su Yan swiftly dispatched 7 individuals, 5 of whom were unexpectedly mutants. Furthermore, the points awarded for these kills were noticeably higher than those from previous encounters with mutants. Could it be that, with the passage of time, these mutants grow increasingly formidable? The nature of their mutations and the mechanisms behind them eluded Su Yan, yet he began to form some thoughts regarding the latter, setting aside other considerations. Both Lu Tianlei and the individual who had rushed into the restroom were likely mutants as well. Should he confirm their identities as such, the implications would be dire. However, Su Yan had no time to dwell on these matters. He promptly retrieved a grenade, held it for a brief 2 seconds, and tossed it into the restroom. Following that, he took out another grenade, held it for a second, and threw it into the kitchen. A third grenade followed suit, aimed directly at Kong Xiaoya's bedroom. Though Su Yan was unaware of the whereabouts of the other individuals in the apartment, he could easily deduce their locations. Both Kong Xiaoya's bedroom and the kitchen were stocked with supplies, indicating that they were likely in those rooms transporting goods. As for Lu Tianlei, he had already concealed himself in the woman's bedroom, having shut the door, rendering it impossible to bombard him with grenades. Having executed these actions, Su Yin shouted, "Get down and don't get up." As he called out, he withdrew a fully loaded submachine gun and retreated hastily, possessing a system space. Reloading was far swifter for him than changing weapons. He was certainly not lacking in ammunition. Just as he stepped back, an exclamation of surprise echoed from Kong Xiaoya's bedroom, followed by two individuals bursting forth from within. Bang, bang, bang. With precise aim, Su Yin fell both of them. To his astonishment, another individual lay hidden in the kitchen, yet his reflexes were evidently sluggish. As he dashed to the doorway, the grenade detonated. Su Yin had timed his actions impeccably. The three grenades exploded almost simultaneously. The person at the kitchen entrance was propelled violently against the ceiling, only to crash down heavily to the floor. Kill a mutant, gain 15 points. Kill a mutant, gain 35 points. Su Yin surmised that the individual awarded 15 points was the one obliterated in the kitchen, while the one yielding 35 points. Lifting his gaze toward the restroom, he beheld a chaotic scene, shrouded in smoke, interspersed with blood and flesh. This adversary possessed considerable strength, yet displayed a lack of awareness, failing to evade the grenade. However, given their previous existence as ordinary individuals, it was hardly surprising that they had never encountered such explosives. With no one else remaining in the other rooms, only Lu Tianlei remained in the primary bedroom, the very room Su Yin had occupied just days prior. Rising from behind the sofa, Su Yin exchanged his submachine gun for a shotgun, racking the weapon before aiming it squarely at the wooden door of the master bedroom. Boom! The force of a shotgun obliterated a sizable hole in the wooden door. Su Yin retrieved a hand grenade and, after a moment's hesitation, called out, "LV Tianlei, if you refuse to surrender, I shall be compelled to throw this grenade." "No, I surrender," came the immediate reply from LV Tianlei, his voice betraying an evident panic. It was hardly surprising, despite Su Yin being alone. His overwhelming firepower had already decimated a dozen of their number within mere minutes of his entry. "First, throw out your weapon," Su Yin commanded. Upon hearing this, LV Tianlei hesitated, faltering before replying, I have no gun." Su Yin retorted coldly, "LV Tianlei, do not attempt to deceive me. I am well aware of your situation. You have 3 seconds to contemplate." "Wait," LV Tianlei shouted, quickly discarding his pistol. "Brother, I surrender. All the supplies and women in this room belong to you." Su Yin scoffed. "The supplies and women here were already mine." LV Tianlei was taken aback, stammering, "Why, you are Su Yin?" Su Yin glanced at the unconscious and disheveled Kong Xiaoya on the floor, but did not directly answer. Instead, he inquired, "If the supplies and women are mine, what about you?" "I also belong to you. I also belong to you." LV Tianlei hastily asserted, "From now on LV Tianlei shall be the most loyal subordinate of you, Su Laoda." Su Yin casually remarked, "But what use do I have for you?" This question rendered LV Tianlei momentarily speechless. He dared not remain silent. Understanding Su Yan's mindset, he realized that the latter would never keep an unproductive individual around to consume resources without contributing. In a flustered moment, LV Tianlei blurted, I have a white backside." Su Yin was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. This was not the response he sought. His intention was to subtly guide LV Tianlei into revealing the reason for his newfound strength. Encouraging him to speak on his own would yield far different results than direct questioning. Fortunately, after a brief interval, LV Tianlei grasped the situation, declaring, I am quite skilled in combat. I can serve as Su Laoda's enforcer." Su Yin inquired, "So, you are a martial artist?" No, not that. I just have quick reflexes and considerable strength." "Oh." Su Yin pondered before asking, "Are you suggesting that your physical prowess developed only after the apocalypse?" "Yes. Su Laoda is indeed insightful. That is correct." Su Yin responded coolly, "Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe. Many have experienced the apocalypse. Why are you the only one who has grown stronger?" LV Tianlei, visibly agitated, scratched his head in frustration. Were it not for Su Yan's grenade and impeccable marksmanship, he might have been tempted to charge out and fight. I don't know. It just gradually happened. I cannot comprehend the reason." "Su Yan, deep in thought, asked, "Have you consumed any fish or shrimp from the water?" "No, no. Eating fish would be fatal. Unless absolutely necessary, who would dare eat fish?" L'Tianlei had spent 2 months outdoors and had witnessed more than one person perish from consuming fish. Su Yin contemplated briefly and concluded that El was likely not lying. This raised questions. What exactly were these mutants? Why were some individuals strong while others were weak? If mutations could enhance physical strength, Su Yin felt a sudden chill. Could he himself be a mutant? Although his primary source of strength came from the system, he had sensed changes in his body even before acquiring it. After the apocalypse, he seemed to possess slightly greater physical capabilities than before. However, the improvement was marginal and not overtly noticeable. Without careful observation, one might not perceive any change at all. Could it be that all of this was related to the rain? Following the torrential downpour, the fish, having the most prolonged exposure to the rainwater, were the first to mutate. Humans, having less contact with the rain, also underwent mutations, albeit at a slower and less pronounced rate. Moreover, among humans, the degree of exposure to rainwater varied significantly. Those with ample reserves merely rinsed with rainwater without consuming it. Some filtered the rainwater and boiled it before drinking, while others consumed it raw. The varying levels of exposure, combined with individual physical constitutions, led to differing degrees of mutation. For instance, the number of mutants was notably higher among the underprivileged security and leather-clad gangs, whereas Konkai's group had almost no mutants. Su Yin sensed that his hypothesis was likely correct. If this were the case, it could spell trouble. After all, he too had consumed rainwater. Once the municipal water supply ceased, who could afford to stockpile such vast quantities? Given the circumstances, it was futile to worry excessively. With the torrential rains, avoiding contact with rainwater was impossible. Henceforth, he could only strive to minimize exposure, particularly avoiding ingestion. Additionally, he needed to ascertain how mutations occurred in humans. Beyond the positive effects of enhanced physicality, were there any adverse consequences? L'Tianlei was the most severely mutated human Su Yin had encountered thus far. He immediately inquired, "Aside from increased strength, have you experienced any other changes in your body?" Chapter 40. Moving Su Yin inquired, "Aside from your physical enhancement, do you perceive any other changes in your body?" L'Tianlei pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure if it counts. But my temper has become increasingly volatile, and I am prone to impulsive outbursts." Upon hearing this, Su Yin felt a weight settle in his heart. Such a phenomenon was far from favorable. "All right, you may come out now. There are tasks awaiting your attention," he stated. L'Tianlei hesitated and asked, "You truly want to kill me?" Su Yin scoffed dismissively. "Then you may remain hidden forever." This remark rendered L'Tianlei silent. Indeed, he could not remain holed up indefinitely. The circumstances were beyond his control. After some contemplation, he realized he had no viable options. He dared not gamble on whether Su Yin possessed any grenades. With a sigh, he slipped off his shoes and, barefoot, stealthily approached the door, peering through a hole to catch a glimpse outside. Su Yin was positioned with his back to him, empty-handed, crouched down, assessing the condition of Mrs. Kong. Although the grenade explosion had not affected her directly, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Whether from fear or the shockwave of the blast remained uncertain. Su Yin donned a loose tracksuit, and his pockets appeared bulging, evidently harboring grenades. Witnessing this, L'Tianlei felt a sense of despair wash over him. However, in the next instant, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. Su Yin's back was turned, merely 5 meters away and unarmed. With his speed, a single lunge could subdue him. Surely, Su Yin, despite his proficiency with firearms, could not possess equal agility. L'Tianlei felt a surge of confidence in his own swiftness and strength. His heart raced uncontrollably. Previously composed, the thought now made time feel urgent. As he feared Su Yin might suddenly turn around, he resolved to act. Bursting through the bedroom door, he lunged towards Su Yin. Yet, as soon as he opened the door and had not fully stepped outside, he saw Su Yin suddenly pivot, revealing a mocking smile. In his previously empty hands, a long gun materialized. Bang! The muzzle flared. L'Tianlei's left chest was obliterated, sending him crashing backward. Kill mutant. Gain points 60. Upon receiving the notification of gain points, Su Yin felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the greater the degree of mutation, the more points one accrued. This was nearly on par with the points from the scaled humans. If beings as formidable as the scaled humans were to emerge in the future, it would pose significant challenges. Moreover, extrapolating from this trend, there is a potential for even stronger mutants to appear over time. Of course, barring any unforeseen occurrences, that timeline would not be excessively brief. A woman's scream pierced the air as she suddenly awoke. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Su Yin beside her, she instinctively clung to him, bursting into tears. Su Yin, oh, how long you have kept me waiting. I was terrified. If her previous feelings for Su Yin were merely a complex emotional state, now he had become her entire world. Both she and her daughter needed someone like him for their protection. The woman held him so tightly that she nearly exhausted all her strength, causing Su Yin to struggle for breath. Go check on your daughter, he urged. At the mention of her daughter, the woman snapped back to reality, releasing Su Yin and moving toward Kang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, wake up. After a few gentle prods, Kang Xiaoya awakened, bursting into tears. The mother and daughter clung to each other, sobbing as harrowing events weighed heavily on them. All right, enough crying. Let us gather our things and prepare to leave, Su Yin instructed. The door was broken, and the room had been ravaged, making it clear they could no longer stay. Where to? She asked. Just follow me, he replied. The woman obediently acknowledged with a soft and stood to head towards the master bedroom. Upon seeing Su Yin, Kang Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson. Her garments were tattered, leaving barely a few strips of fabric. She hurriedly dashed to her room. Once inside, a gasp escaped her lips at the sight of the devastation wrought by the grenade. After more than 20 minutes, they emerged from the room, both changed into fresh attire, laden with various bags, including 5 suitcases. Su Yin paused, inquiring, "What are these?" The woman blushed, responding, "Clothes and shoes, along with some essentials." Kang Xiaoya chimed in softly, "We still have many things left behind." The woman surveyed the living room filled with cardboard boxes and bags of food, asking, "Is your place far? We'll need to make several trips to move all this." Su Yin snorted dismissively, "Don't worry about that. Just take your things outside and wait for me." As they gathered their belongings, Su Yin swiftly cleared the entire house in under 3 minutes, shutting down the generator before stepping outside. He pretended to carry a large sack of rice while using one hand to hold a flashlight, leading the 2 women up the stairs. The mother and daughter, burdened with bags and pulling 5 suitcases, struggled up the flights, reaching the 17th floor, utterly exhausted. Upon returning to 1701, Su Yin knocked on the door. After confirming his identity, Zhuangxia Lu opened the door. Seeing Su Yin, she immediately embraced him warmly and kissed him. After a moment, she released him, only to notice the astonished Kang Xiaoya and her mother standing behind him. Zhuangxia Lu's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing them. "Wu Yuqin? Xiaoya?" she exclaimed in surprise. Su Yin realized that the woman was named Wu Yuqin. Wu Yuqin stared at Zhuangxia Lu in disbelief, stammering, "Xiao Lu Yu," and Su Yin. Suddenly, she fell silent, both women blushing. Su Yin inquired, "Do you know each other?" Zhuangxia Lu remarked, "Is it really strange that we all live on the same floor?" Standing behind her, Xiao Muling waved her hand and urged, "Come inside, don't linger at the door. It's been ajar for quite a while, which is rather concerning." Their voices were raised, likely attracting the attention of those above and below. Startled by her words, Zhuangxia Lu quickly stepped aside to let Su Yin enter, then assisted Wu Yuqin and her daughter with their luggage. Once everyone was inside, just as Zhuangxia Lu was about to close the door, Su Yin halted her. "I'll go fetch some things," he said, turning away and pushing open the fire door to the corridor. He glanced up the staircase and noticed a figure retreating on the 18th floor. Su Yin paid it no mind and lit a cigarette, leaning against the door as he took a puff. Through the window, the rain poured heavily, casting a dark shroud over the night sky, punctuated only by a few faint glimmers of light. It felt as though he had been transported back to a primitive era. Midway through his cigarette, the figure from above surprisingly peered out again. After observing Su Yin for a moment, the individual cautiously stepped forward and began descending the stairs. Chapter 41. The fishing subcontract. As the individual upstairs turned halfway in the elevator, Su Yin suddenly activated his flashlight and illuminated the figure. The man instinctively raised a hand to shield the upper half of his face, but Su Yan's keen eyes discerned that he was a man in his early 30s. Tall and possessing a distinguished appearance. A quintessential successful individual. While one hand shielded his eyes, the other rested on his chest, near the open collar of his suit, clearly indicating that he concealed a weapon within the inner pocket. The silhouette protruding from his tailored jacket suggested the presence of a handgun. "My friend, I harbor no ill intentions," Su Yin remarked nonchalantly as he switched off the flashlight and flicked the cigarette butt away. The glowing ember accurately landing in the gap of the staircase railing and plummeting downwards. The man in the suit lowered his hands, slightly spreading them. Adopting a gesture of goodwill, he descended a few more steps, halting at a distance that allowed him to converse with Su Yin while maintaining a sense of security. "My friend, I am aware you possess a firearm, as do I." Su Yin inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" The suited man replied, "Shall we exchange information? The world outside has descended into complete chaos. The government is utterly incapable of providing assistance. In fact, one might even question the very existence of the government." Su Yin, taken aback, queried, "How do you know this?" For reasons unknown, long-range radio transmissions had been rendered futile. Even radios could not receive any signals. The man pointed to his head and said, "It's common knowledge." This remark instantly instilled a sense of disdain in Su Yin. Yet another self-important individual, accustomed to being an elite, still believing himself to be one now. While it is true that wealth does not equate to intelligence among the affluent, there are indeed many astute individuals, albeit a fair share of pretentious ones as well. "My brother, I presume your supplies are still considerable at home. Are you still collecting women at this juncture?" It was evident that he had witnessed Su Yin escorting Wu Yuqin and her daughter upstairs moments ago. Suddenly, Su Yin comprehended the man's intentions. He had observed Wu Yuqin moving numerous belongings, which indicated that her residence still harbored supplies. He was eager to seize an opportunity. Regrettably, his luck had run out upon encountering Su Yin. However, his demeanor suggested he rarely ventured outside and was largely oblivious to the current circumstances. His encounter with Su Yin was merely fortuitous. Had he been aware of the leather-clad gang's rampant looting, he would have certainly refrained from lingering outside for so long. Su Yin's patience waned, and he declared, "If you intend to engage in trivialities, I would kindly ask you to leave." The man's countenance darkened, yet after scrutinizing Su Yin for a moment, he opted to retain his composure. "I wish to barter with you. I do not seek food. I require only items for women." Su Yin, somewhat incredulous, replied, "Sanitary pads?" The man nodded, stating, "Though we find ourselves in an apocalypse, we are still civilized beings. Are we not? Of course, if you possess sugar, that would be even better. Brown or white sugar will suffice." "Sugar?" Sudan Sekop Intenali. At this juncture, sugar had become a vital resource, verging on strategic significance. The individual was probing him, initially broaching the subject with something as trivial as sanitary pads, thereby lowering the man's guard while simultaneously showcasing his compassion. After all, even in times of hunger, to still consider a woman's modest needs is not devoid of benevolence. Those who possess a similar kindness pose no threat. This fellow displayed a modicum of intelligence. Su Yin suddenly found himself intrigued. "What do you intend to exchange?" Sanitary pads were hardly in short supply for him. Not only did he have a considerable amount from the system, but Wu Yuqin's household had 5 large boxes remaining. It must be said that in a post-apocalyptic world, women's hygiene issues presented a significant, albeit secondary, concern. Compared to the necessity of food, it could certainly be deemed negligible. Yet for modern individuals, the absence of such items could indeed be troublesome, particularly with the added complication of water scarcity. Naturally, men tend to subconsciously overlook this issue. Candles? No. Firewood? Not needed. The man's expression soured instantly. He was unlikely to trade food, and other supplies held equal importance. Su Yin perceived his discomfort and suddenly proposed, "I could consider tools for fishing." "Fishing?" The man seemed puzzled but replied, I have 2 sets of fishing rods, both top quality, worth tens of thousands. Fishing rods? A thought sparked within Su Yin. He possessed fishing rods himself, obtained from Kong Kai. However, under the current weather conditions, fishing proved exceedingly challenging. Yet, adopting a different perspective yielded possibilities. If harnessed, the collective wisdom and strength of the group could potentially conjure up better solutions. After all, merely guarding a stairwell by a body of water was insufficient. Not only were the fishing yields minimal, but the fish were not infinite. A cast might yield little, but any catch was still a gain, was it not? With this in mind, Su Yin devised a plan. He nodded and stated, I'll give you 2 packs of sanitary pads for 1 set of fishing rods. 2 packs. The man was displeased. Su Yin shrugged. It's of no consequence. Otherwise, you may as well keep them for your own fishing. After a moment's contemplation, the man clenched his teeth and agreed, fine. Su Yin continued, we'll exchange in 5 minutes here. As Su Yin turned to leave, the man grew anxious. His venture had not been solely for 2 packs of sanitary pads. Su Yin, fully aware of the man's intentions, interrupted, I'll also accept live fish. 30 pounds of live fish for 1 pound of grain, valid indefinitely. As long as you can procure them, you may come find me at 1701 anytime. Really? The man's breath quickened upon hearing this. Currently, the most crucial resource remained food. Trading grain for live fish. Was this fellow mad? The next moment, the man inquired, is there a secret concerning the fish? Su Yin replied, do you believe I would divulge that to you? Apologies, I shouldn't have asked. Su Yin reiterated, I don't care how you acquire them, whether by your own means or by hiring others. As long as you have live fish, I will buy them at this price. Note, do not bring dead fish. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit turned and departed. Su Yin pondered briefly before returning to the entrance of his home, from which he summoned a multitude of boxes, all filled with items relocated from Wu Yuqing's residence. He then knocked on the door. Once the women had carried the boxes inside, he proceeded to the staircase, retrieving 2 packages of sanitary napkins from his space. In no time, the man in the suit reappeared, carrying a fishing rod. He had not concealed his possessions, even bringing along a net. Su Yin exchanged items directly with him. Brother, you are a person of significance, the man remarked. My name is Xiao Yinfeng, residing in 1803. Should you require assistance, feel free to call upon me. Su Yin smiled in response, certainly. After Xiao Yinfeng departed, Su Yin lingered for a moment before placing yet another pile of items at the doorstep. This process continued several times until he had successfully transported all of Wu Yuqing's belongings, with a few extra items remaining. Aside from provisions, Su Yin also laid out the lathe and materials for bullet manufacturing. Upon seeing the machine, even Wu Yuqing was taken aback. She had the urge to inquire, but was halted by Xiao Muling. Su Yin then made his way back to the staircase, descending to 1301. The wardrobe still contained some clothing, along with various miscellaneous items, prompting Su Yin to seek a large bag to gather them. After all, one could not solely rely on the system. What if it failed to deliver? After the loss of electricity, the expansive apartment was engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to see even one's hand in front of one's face. The beam of the flashlight was swallowed by the dense blackness, and even Su Yin felt a chill creep up his spine as he entered such an environment. It then dawned on him that all the curtains in the apartment were tightly drawn, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate from outside, hence the overwhelming darkness. As Su Yin stepped inside, intending to head toward the master bedroom, he suddenly heard a series of sounds emanating from the left, a rhythmic clap, 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 seemingly the sound of tiny feet splashing in water, originating from the kitchen. Chapter 42. The woman in the wedding dress Su Yin was suddenly startled by a series of sharp sounds, instinctively directing the beam of his flashlight toward the kitchen. There, at the threshold, lay a puddle of water spilling forth. Further inside, on the floor, a fish was flopping about in the shallow water. In an instant, Su Yin grasped the situation. The grenade had shattered the kitchen window, allowing rainwater to pour in. Moreover, fish had leapt through the broken window. At this moment, the 13th floor was barely a story above the water surface. Witnessing this scene, Su Yin was filled with elation. How had he not thought of this method before? If he could break the outer window, the fish would come of their own accord, and he could simply return periodically to collect them. With this thought, Su Yan's spirits soared. He entered the kitchen, swiftly dispatched the 2 fish that had jumped in, and illuminated the shattered window with his flashlight, confirming the damage. Although the glass was sturdy, breaking a small opening would suffice. Without hesitation, he smashed the window further, and the torrential rain immediately began to flood in. However, observing the volume of water rushing in, Su Yan furrowed his brow once more. He realized he could not shatter the window entirely. Otherwise, the room would soon be inundated. While the water would flow out through the door, the sheer force could wash the fish away, rendering his efforts futile. Yet, solutions were not absent. Su Yan contemplated his options and surveyed the kitchen, gathering useful items such as the refrigerator, pots, and remaining food. In the span of a brief moment, the water had already begun to spread. He hastily packed the remaining belongings from the 2 bedrooms and then smashed a window in one of the bedrooms. Next, he approached the entrance, retrieved a fishing net, and secured it with nails to the walls on either side of the entryway, fashioning a makeshift fish barrier. Having completed these tasks, he departed. Upon reaching the door of room 1302, Su Yan paused before the tightly shut security door. He produced a cylindrical device, perfectly matching the size of the peephole, and affixed it over the lens. This device, known as a reverse peephole viewer, allowed him to see inside the room from the outside, a small tool prepared by Konkai. Regrettably, the room was shrouded in darkness, without even a candle lit, rendering him unable to see anything. Could this fellow be dead? Su Yan pondered, then rapped on the door. After a considerable wait, a low voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "It's me." Su Yan illuminated his face with a flashlight for the person inside to see. "Is it you?" The voice of Ji Ling Hao conveyed surprise. "What do you want?" Su Yan replied, "Come out. I have something to discuss." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Ji Ling Hao finally opened the security door and stepped out. Su Yan produced 2 cigarettes, offering one to Ji Ling Hao, and lit his own before inquiring, "Where is your girlfriend?" Taking a puff, Ji Ling Hao immediately broke into a fit of coughs. After a moment, he managed to respond, "Still the same." Su Yan was taken aback. Without the pressure from Konkai's group, this man was still caring for his girlfriend who had transformed into a scaled creature. He could not discern whether it was love or some other reason that compelled Ji Ling Hao. Su Yan, however, felt no inclination to inquire further. Initially, he left Ji Ling Hao and his girlfriend behind, providing them with a corpse and some food in room 1303, driven by a hint of selfishness. The provisions were meant for Ji Ling Hao, while the cadaver was intended for his girlfriend. Su Yan felt a flicker of curiosity within him, pondering whether these two would undergo any transformations in the future. Presently, an opportunity arose to establish a connection between him and Ji Ling Hao. Su Yan gazed at him and said, "I have a job for you. Are you interested?" "A job?" Ji Ling Hao was momentarily taken aback. The term felt foreign to him. "Essentially, you will assist me in exchange for sustenance and, of course, any other necessities you may require." "What do you want me to do?" Ji Ling Hao inquired. Su Yan gestured towards room 1301 and briefly outlined the situation within, then continued, "Your task is to enter daily, catch the fish, and deliver them to room 1701. Remember, I only need live fish, not dead ones. You bring me fish, and I shall provide you with food and other items you need." After a moment's contemplation, Ji Ling Hao nodded and replied, "All right, I need a net." Su Yan promptly tossed him a scoop net and 2 large fish bags, then patted his shoulder while indicating room 1303, stating, "I will also convert this room into a fishery, just like 1301. Ji Ling Hao nodded in understanding. Upon returning home, Su Yan ventured back to room 1303. This time, he exerted considerable effort to shatter the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. After completing this task, he contemplated before descending the stairs. The water on the 12th floor had already risen to 1.5 steps. Merely a day had passed, and the stairwell was devoid of fish. Su Yan retrieved 2 flashlights, securing them on his shoulders, as his bulletproof vest had designated hangers. With a firearm in one hand and a harpoon in the other, he waded into the water. Upon sensing light, nearby fish immediately swarmed towards him. Without hesitation, Su Yan used the harpoon to dispatch them. Kill mutated ribbon fish, gain points 10. Kill mutated sardines, gain points 6 after clearing the vicinity of fish. He trudged through the water towards the 12th floor. Indeed, a multitude of fish had gathered on the surface of the water in the stairwell, with some larger fish even stranded there. As Su Yin swept through, he observed the 3 secure doors on the 12th floor. The water had inundated the area. It seemed that this level was likely deserted. With a resounding bang, the shotgun blasted the door open. As the security door swung ajar, water surged into the corridor and flooded the room. The dark chamber resembled a beast poised to devour, and as the water rushed in, it vanished without a trace. Adjusting the flashlight on his right shoulder, Su Yin illuminated a vast circle of light, instantly transforming the interior into a realm as bright as day. The flashlight, produced by the system, proved remarkably effective. Navigating past the entrance, Su Yin scanned the surroundings. While the room was somewhat disheveled, the furnishings remained intact. Naturally, the kitchen was devoid of food. Outside, torrential rain poured, yet fish occasionally leapt from the water to strike the glass windows. These fish were indeed rather aggressive. The household in question had evidently not fallen victim to robbery. The wardrobe was filled with an array of garments, all distinctly feminine. Su Yin noticed immediately upon entering that the shoe rack by the door bore only women's shoes. This was the dwelling of a solitary woman. Upon stepping into the master bedroom, Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. There, upon the grand bed, lay a woman emaciated to the point of resembling a mere wisp of a figure. She was clad in a pristine white wedding gown, her gaunt visage akin to that of a skull, rendering her age indiscernible. She had succumbed to starvation. In the face of hunger, most individuals would venture out in search of sustenance. However, exceptions do exist. Observing this tragic scene, Su Yin let out a soft sigh within himself, closing the door behind him as he departed. His interest in continuing the search had waned. In a world beset by calamity, countless tragedies unfolded. Yet unbeknownst to him, the moment he left, the woman in the bedroom suddenly opened her eyes. Her murky gaze seemed imbued with confusion. Yet, mere minutes later, her eyes began to glimmer with newfound clarity. Chapter 43. Crafting bullets. Returning to the year 1701, several women immediately gathered around. The faces of Wu Yuqin and her daughter were still streaked with tears, evidently having shared their recent ordeal with the 3 women, and had wept once more. In truth, following the torrential downpour, the lives of Wu Yuqin and her daughter had been relatively comfortable, lacking neither food nor clothing, albeit confined indoors. And they had yet to encounter the treachery of the outside world. However, their initial encounter with a creature like El Tianlei had been jarring. Su Yin had placed 2 or 3 dozen bottles of water at the entrance, urging everyone to bring them inside. The supplies, along with Wu Yuqin and her daughter, filled an entire bedroom. The kitchen was crammed, and various boxes and bags were strewn about the dining area. Observing this scene, Su Yin couldn't help but furrow his brow, regretting having produced such an abundance of resources at once. Yet, there was no alternative. Wu Yuqin would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish any of the supplies. If she did not see them, she would surely seek to procure more. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous should Su Yin find himself unable to return home for an extended period. He would not need to worry about the women starving. In the past couple of days, aside from fishing, Su Yin had also been assessing the resilience of the fish in the water. Although these fish were quite aggressive, most were not particularly formidable, relying primarily on their sheer numbers. Open vessels like inflatable boats or speedboats would be subjected to attacks from the fish, yet Su Yin's yacht was fully enclosed, suggesting it could still navigate the waters, albeit not just yet. Su Yin, what is the purpose of the machine tool? The machine tool had been placed in an empty room, which was also filled with an assortment of boxes. Su Yin did not respond to Xiao Muling's inquiry, but instead admonished, from now on, all meals and drinking water must come from bottled sources. Rainwater collected from outside should be boiled before use, whether for washing dishes or bathing. Inform me when the water supply begins to dwindle. For the time being, Su Yin had yet to comprehend the composition of the rainwater outside, so it was prudent to limit contact as much as possible. Understood. Although they did not fully grasp the rationale behind his words, the women had grown accustomed to obedience and nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Yan's instructions. Observing the obedient demeanor of Xiao Muling and the others, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Wu Yuqin's eyes. It was undeniable that Su Yan possessed the capability to command the loyalty of a group of women. After addressing the water issue, Su Yan switched on the television and retrieved a USB drive, initiating playback. Kong Kai's meticulousness was evident. Not only had he prepared the machine tool and materials, but he had also provided a video on bullet manufacturing. After a brief viewing, Xiao Muling expressed her astonishment. "Is a machine tool used for making bullets?" Su Yan nodded, stating, "Pay close attention, and whoever masters bullet making will be taught to shoot and rewarded with a firearm." A gun symbolized undeniable power, representing absolute safety. Even if they were women, who among them did not desire the means for self-protection. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the women earnestly began their studies. With a dedicated machine tool, crafting bullets was not overly complex. After watching the video several times, the group of women chattered excitedly as they rushed into the room housing the machine tool, eager to try their hands at operation. Su Yan procured paper and pen, composing a notice that essentially stated the exchange of food supplies for live fish. After drafting a stack of announcements, he called out and ventured out alone, beginning on the 14th floor, distributing them from door to door. A mere piece of paper could hardly instill trust, yet it mattered little. In such dire times, no household possessed an abundance of grain. The choice between starvation and the perilous venture of fishing was clear to all. The original occupancy rate of the 12 buildings had barely exceeded 50%, and following successive plundering, even fewer residents remained. Numerous security doors had been breached, the insides ransacked as if ravaged by a beast. Those who still resided there were exceedingly cautious, refusing to open their doors regardless of how fervently they were knocked upon. Nevertheless, Su Yan paid them no heed, leaving notices at the doors of any rooms with inhabitants, while also pasting some in the hallways. 3 days later, nearly all remaining residents of the 12 buildings had heard of the maniac on the 17th floor trading grain for live fish. This revelation stirred a wave of intrigue among the tenants of the 17th floor. On the day following the announcement, Ji Linghao from the 13th floor arrived. Perhaps buoyed by newfound optimism, he had cut his hair, shaved his beard, and donned a fresh set of clothes, appearing remarkably rejuvenated. Bringing with him a large bag of fish. These were caught from the fishing grounds Su Yan had established, totaling around 20 to 30 fish, yielding 148 points. Subsequently, Ji Linghao began visiting almost daily or every other day. In addition to the fish from the designated area, he also started fishing at the corridor entrance, doubling his catch by the following day. Truly, he was a man of audacity, displaying no shortage of courage. Su Yan found himself increasingly intrigued by the young man. Xiao Muling, witnessing Su Yan exchange pristine rice for live fish, then brutally dispatching the fish, felt a pang of sympathy. However, having understood from her first day of residence that Su Yan preferred to act without the burden of doubt from others, she remained silent. In the initial 3 days, only Ji Linghao brought fish. Even though daily earnings amounted to 300 to 500 points, it paled in comparison to previous totals, resembling a steep decline. Yet, Su Yan remained unperturbed. Although income had diminished, it had liberated him from the monotony of fishing, a pursuit he deemed less than noble. While the system could augment his strength, it could not refine his skills. No matter how powerful or agile he became, he would still struggle against true masters. Experienced killers, even when confronted by physically formidable opponents, possessed numerous techniques to eliminate them in direct confrontations. Though their community might not harbor such experts, it was only a matter of time before he encountered them. At that juncture, sheer brute force would prove inadequate, even in a gunfight. Now, Su Yan dedicated more than half of his days to training and mastering combat techniques. Wu Yuqin's home was a treasure trove, containing various instructional videos on martial arts, firearm usage, as well as skills for navigating boats and vehicles, along with essential repair techniques. In a post-apocalyptic world, these skills are the most practical and essential. On the following day, Xiao Muling and her companions successfully manufactured the first batch of qualified bullets. They took turns working, producing over 1,000 rounds in a single day. Su Yan remained true to his word, dedicating time each day to teach them marksmanship, and even provided Xiao Muling with a submachine gun. For 3 days, only Ji Linghao came to deliver fish, while Xiao Yanfeng, the first to assign tasks, had yet to appear. How typical of a fisherman. On the 5th day, a newcomer finally made an appearance. A robust man arrived, empty-handed. Upon opening the door and seeing this individual, Su Yin slightly furrowed his brow. This man did not seem to be someone engaged in trade. I heard you exchange food for live fish. Su Yin nodded and inquired, where are your fish? The burly man glanced at Su Yan's somewhat slender frame, sneering as he clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Su Yin quickly understood the implication. Are you here to mock me? The man shook his head and replied, I have no intention of giving you fish, and I need food as well. Can you accommodate me, kid? Chapter 44. Storing my wife. Upon hearing his words, Su Yin could not help but chuckle. How audacious. To flaunt in front of me? Young man, our brother Xiong happens to be an 8th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. I advise you to recognize your place. Su Yin turned his head and noticed a crowd gathered at the corridor entrance, evidently observing this burly man to gauge Su Yan's prowess, assessing whether they should engage in honest fishing for provisions or attempt to seize them outright. 8th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Initially, Su Yin believed the man to be a formidable fighter, hoping to test his own recent training against him. However, upon learning that he practiced Taekwondo, Su Yin instantly lost interest. The burly man, enraged by Su Yan's dismissive gaze, took a step back and assumed a fighting stance, which appeared quite impressive, especially his high kicks, his thick legs generating a formidable gust of wind. Su Yin sidestepped forward and delivered a punch to the man's throat. With a single strike, he shattered the man's windpipe. The burly man clutched his throat, staggering backward, and after retreating a few steps, collapsed onto the ground. The art of killing is simply that, no elaborate techniques, just a swift end. The crowd, having missed the commencement of the altercation, was momentarily stunned, forgetting their own intentions. Su Yin, uninterested in playing mind games with them, drew his submachine gun and unleashed a volley above their heads. The bullets struck the ceiling, sending shards of cement raining down upon the spectators, prompting a cacophony of screams. One unfortunate soul was struck by a ricochet, sustaining an injury. After the barrage, Su Yin declared, everyone, behave and fish quietly. Anyone daring enough to provoke me will find themselves facing my wrath. At the sound of his command, the crowd dispersed in haste, scattering like startled birds. Xiao Muling, Kitingting, Zhuang Xiaolu, Wu Yuqin, and Kong Xiaoya stood at the entrance, watching Su Yan's imposing figure and the way he brandished his weapon, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Handsome. For the first time, Wu Yuqin felt fortunate to have encountered Su Yan, stealing glances at Xiao Muling and the others, especially Xiao Muling. Wu Yuqin was suddenly consumed by a sense of urgency. Although she was not inferior in appearance to anyone, her age was a reality she could not ignore. The younger women radiated vitality, particularly Xiao Muling, who possessed both youth and exceptional beauty. Su Yan's interest in her might merely be a fleeting whim. Would he eventually tire of her and cast her aside? Contemplating this, a shadow of worry crossed Wu Yuqin's face, leading her to feel increasingly anxious. Kong Xiaoya observed her movements, a contemplative expression settling on her features. After dispersing the crowd, Su Yin returned home, and just as he closed the door, he heard a knock. Peering through the peephole, he discovered Xiao Yanfeng from upstairs, standing outside, a net bag in hand filled with several lively fish. His face adorned with an ingratiating smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor during their previous exchange of goods. This fellow was quite cunning. For 3 consecutive days, he had not appeared. Upon noticing the submachine gun in his hand, he immediately began to ingratiate himself. However, for Su Yin, this was of little consequence. Sometimes, individuals of lesser character proved to be more easily manipulated. Naturally, when the time came to discard them, there would be no emotional burden. Su Yin opened the door to find Xiao Yanfeng bowing and scraping, declaring, Mr. Su, I have brought you some fish. Upon observing the large net filled with fish, approximately 7 or 8, weighing no less than several dozen pounds, Su Yin mused, surely, all of these cannot be from your catch today? Xiao Yanfeng chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Su Yin understood that he had likely sensed some grand secret lurking among the fish in the water after hearing of Su's acquisition of live fish, and had taken it upon himself to observe them at home for a few days. Of course, he had gleaned nothing of significance. Su Yin chose not to expose this, merely estimating the weight and instructing the driver, Ting Ting, to settle the grain payment. Subsequently, Su Yin poured the fish into the bathroom and returned the net to him. Xiao Yanfeng, receiving the net with a beaming smile, remarked, "Mr. Su, you are a person of great capability. I know you could easily procure fish on your own without our assistance. Your actions merely provide a means of survival for our neighbors in Building 12. I shall relay your benevolence to every resident there, encouraging more to join in the fishing endeavor." Su Yan's eyes flickered with amusement, a smile gracing his face. Although he exchanged grain for fish primarily to avoid getting drenched in the rain while freeing up some time, Xiao Yinfeng's explanation held a certain validity. Who does not enjoy receiving praise? Moreover, Xiao Yinfeng recognized the effectiveness of rallying the masses to fish, which aligned perfectly with Su Yan's interests. Su Dan Juke Sopti. Nodding in agreement, indeed. Ting Ting, please give him an additional 3 kilograms of rice. Though reluctant, Ting Ting understood the necessity of preserving her man's dignity in such moments and promptly added 3 more kilograms. Xiao Yinfeng glanced at Ting Ting, then at the figure of Xiao Muling standing in the foyer, his expression suddenly shifting to one of hesitation, as if he wished to say something but refrained. Su Yan, noticing this, furrowed his brows. He despised those who overstepped boundaries. Xiao Yinfeng, attuned to Su Yan's impatience, quickly rubbed his hands together and candidly stated, "However, Mr. Su, you are aware that our building isn't particularly safe at the moment. I feel uneasy leaving my wife at home alone while I attend to matters for you. May I request, as a favor, that I temporarily leave her in your care while I assist you in retrieving the fish?" At Xiao Yinfeng's words, Ting Ting was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Although she did not know Xiao Yinfeng personally, his tailored, high-end suit suggested he was either a prominent businessman or at least an elite in his field, earning well over $1 million annually. It was astonishing that a man of such stature would resort to offering his wife to curry favor with Su Yan, all while there was no shortage of provisions at home. What is merely watching over or taking care of, if not a sweetly spoken facade? However, upon reflection, Che Tingting began to comprehend. Xiao Yinfeng's intentions extended beyond mere sustenance. Forming an alliance with a formidable figure like Su Yan also provided a sense of security. No wonder he has amassed wealth, with such disposition and approach to matters. Su Yan, taken aback by her words, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yinfeng did not afford him the chance to decline. With a single statement, he bowed and departed. After closing the door, Xiao Muling cast a teasing glance at Su Yan, quipping, "Will our home turn into a den of silk-spinning spiders?" Su Yan, swatting her playfully, sent ripples through the air and retorted, "If it becomes a lair of demons, you would undoubtedly be the chief demon." Upon hearing this, Che Tingting and Zhuang Xiaolu exchanged glances with Xiao Muling, their expressions subtly shifting. Was Su Yan's remark a mere slip of the tongue or a veiled declaration? Chapter 45. Su Yan, you must meet me from the following day. The number of individuals bringing fish surged dramatically. It became evident that when pushed to the brink, people could accomplish anything, save for solving complex mathematical problems. Su Yan was perplexed by how these individuals managed to procure fish, but they indeed succeeded. The torrential rains had persisted for nearly half a year, and aside from a few households, most had nearly exhausted their food supplies. Now, securing even 1 or 2 fish daily allowed individuals to trade for sufficient sustenance from Su Yan, proving far more advantageous than risking their lives outside. Naturally, those with families or multiple dependents faced greater hardships. In the 12th building, Su Yan's reputation had thoroughly blossomed. On the 3rd morning, Xiao Yinfeng returned, this time not only bringing more fish, but also accompanied by a woman. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, seemingly a recent university graduate. With her lustrous black short hair, she possessed a typical oval face, delicately arched willow-like brows, and large eyes adorned with exceptionally long lashes. Beneath her straight nose lay a rosy, petite mouth. Clearly having bathed, her skin was creamy white, and as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, it revealed her smooth, porcelain-like earlobes, adorned with white pearl earrings. She wore a sleeveless black dress, its hem grazing mid-thigh, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her long legs were clad in playful black stockings adorned with bows, exuding a hint of allure. Upon catching sight of Su Yan, her demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. She clasped her hands before her abdomen, her face betraying unease. Xiao Yanfeng introduced her. "This is my wife, Yuaner. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Su. I shall return for her before dusk." He then turned to Waner, instructing, "Waner, you must behave while at Mr. Su's. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, and avoid looking at things you shouldn't, understood?" Vanya nodded awkwardly, remaining silent. Xiao Yanfeng flashed a conciliatory smile at Su Yan before taking his leave. Chaitingting glanced at Su Yan's expression, her eyes sparkling, as she stepped outside and took Waner's hand with a smile, saying, "Come in, Sister Waner. I truly did not expect you to be married at such a young age. Just out of school, I presume?" Waner shyly smiled back, replying, "Thank you, sister." Su Yan observed her for a brief moment before turning to the restroom, where he picked up a hammer to dispatch the freshly acquired fish. Subsequently, Zhuang Xiaolu, Che Tingting, and Kong Xiaoya tossed the fish carcasses from the balcony, while Wu Yuqin approached to clean the floor. Witnessing this, Waner displayed a look of astonishment. Was this how the precious fish, traded for scarce food, were treated, killed, and discarded so nonchalantly? After completing their usual tasks, the group commenced a day of industriousness. Che Tingting provided Waner with a brief overview of the household situation, softly relaying Su Yan's preferences before stating, "We all have our duties, so we entrust Su Yan's care to you." Waner nodded, expressing gratitude with her eyes. Subsequently, the women retreated to the workshop to craft ammunition, leaving Su Yan and Waner alone in the spacious living room. Su Yan changed into a fresh set of pajamas, turned on the television, and settled onto the sofa to watch. Today, his viewing material was centered around the principles of radio transmission. Although the climate posed challenges for long-distance communication, it remained effective for conveying information over shorter distances. Observing this, Waner brewed a cup of tea and brought it to Su Yan, then seated herself beside him, joining in the television viewing. However, after a brief while, her interest waned, and she turned her gaze to Su Yan's profile, seeking a topic of conversation. "Mr. Su, I have learned some massage techniques. Would you like me to give you a try?" Su Yan was taken aback by her suggestion, surprised that this university student had acquired such a skill. "All right," he replied, recognizing her intentions and choosing not to decline. At her prompting, he removed his top and lay down on the sofa bed. Waner gently lifted the hem of her dress and settled onto his lap, beginning the massage. From the very first touch, Su Yan realized that Waner was indeed skilled. Her technique was quite professional. While Xiao Mulin and others occasionally offered him massages, they were often haphazard. As Waner worked from his shoulders down to his waist, her slender fingers gradually ventured beneath the waistband of his pajamas. Just then, the door to the production room swung open unexpectedly. Startled, Waner quickly adjusted her pajamas, her hands moving to her waist. Che Tingting emerged, holding a handgun, and was en route to the balcony when she caught sight of the scene in the living room. Her eyes brightened, and she approached with curiosity. "You can massage too? Could you teach me?" Having completed her rounds of work for the day, Che Tingting had anticipated heading to the balcony for target practice. Yet, upon witnessing Waner's massage, she was immediately drawn over. While she may not rival Xiao Mulin in beauty or Zhuan Xiaolu in culinary skills, the newcomers Wu Yuqin and her daughter certainly overshadowed her in both appearance and figure, instilling a sense of competition within Che Tingting. Practicing her shooting felt trivial compared to attending to Su Yan. If she could acquire the art of massage, it would become a valuable skill to possess. A woman's standing within the household is earned through her own efforts. This is a lesson learned without instruction. "Certainly," Waner replied. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush as her hands continued their work. As she massaged, she began to explain the techniques to Che Tingting, guiding her through the process. Being new, she had not received much warmth from the other women, but Che Tingting had been supportive, and thus Waner felt compelled to reciprocate. As they continued, Che Tingting chuckled and remarked, "We're at home. There's no need to be so cautious." Uncle Hat 1T be checking in, with a flush of embarrassment. You want to notice Che Tingting's lack of disapproval regarding her actions, prompting her to become bolder. After repeating the process, they turned Su Yin over and resumed. Gazing at Su Yan's robust physique, Che Tingting licked her lips, suddenly feeling a surge of desire. Without hesitation, she leaned down. Yuan Air was taken aback by Che Tingting's audacity. Under the bright daylight, right in the living room, Just then, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Che Tingting straightened up, wiped the corner of her mouth, and complained, "How annoying." Nevertheless, she rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a woman, adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in revealing attire, striking provocative poses. She was empty-handed. Upon witnessing this scene, Che Tingting couldn't help but scoff, crossing her arms defiantly, and demanded, "What do you want?" The woman outside, startled by the voice, hesitated for a moment before responding, I wish to see Su Yin." Che Tingting clicked her tongue dismissively and retorted, "Do you think Su Yin is someone you can just see at will? Speak to me if you have something to say." With no other option, the woman pleaded, "Sister, I truly cannot catch any fish. I wish to exchange it for some food. We are both women. Please help me." Che Tingting scoffed disdainfully. "You? What do you have to trade?" The woman proudly thrust out her chest and declared, "I can exchange this." Che Tingting's irritation flared upon witnessing this display. However, after scrutinizing the woman further, she concluded that this was her sole merit. In terms of looks, she barely reached an 80, even falling short of her own standards. Coldly, she stated, "With your kind, Su Yin has no need. Be off with you." "You." The woman outside, infuriated, slammed the door heavily and shouted, Su Yin, come meet me. I assure you won't regret it." Observing the woman's relentless commotion, Che Tingting's temper flared. She grasped her handgun, the click of the bullet chambering echoing in the air, as she prepared to step outside and teach the woman a lesson. Just then, a lewd voice from outside interrupted, "You filthy whore, what's the matter? Can't sell your flesh? Come to Big Brother. I have something delicious for you." Chapter 46. Su Yin was too lenient upon hearing that voice. The woman's expression outside the door changed instantly, and she turned to flee in another direction. However, from the right corridor, a man wielding a fishing net quickly pursued her, seizing the woman and chuckling, "Come here, I am not Su Yin, who would be so choosy." As he spoke, he attempted to forcibly abduct her. "Let me go, help." The man paid no heed to her pleas, dragging her away with brute force. Witnessing this scene, Che Tingting opened the security door. Hearing the commotion, the man holding the woman turned around, his gaze landing on the graceful Che Tingting, particularly captivated by her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, which seemed more precious than his own life. In that moment, the man's eyes glinted with realization. The woman in his arms suddenly lost her allure. Yet, he was not foolish enough to ignore the fact that she belonged to Su Yin, and he dared not entertain any thoughts of harming her, especially since she was armed. "You may wreak havoc elsewhere, but not at my doorstep," Che Tingting stated coldly. The man hesitated immediately. "Get out of here at once." The man glanced behind Che Tingting and noticed the empty living room, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Was Su Yin not home today? As this thought crossed his mind, he looked at the dark handgun in Che Tingting's hand, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. A gun, if he could seize it. Furthermore, if Su Yin was indeed absent, then his woman, his home, and all the provisions within would all be his, would they not? In an instant, the man was filled with ambition. The security door was ajar, and this foolish woman had stepped out from the room. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Observing Che Tingting while puffing out his chest, he declared, "This is a corridor, a public place, not your home. Your actions are excessively domineering." "Domineering?" Che Tingting snickered coldly, saying, "Let me show you what true domination is." Before she could finish her sentence, she raised her gun and fired. The man's face changed dramatically. Instinctively, he clutched the woman tighter, attempting to use her as a shield, but it was too late. After days of training, Che Tingting's aim was steady, and a bullet struck the man's abdomen, bursting forth a spray of blood. Ah! Two screams echoed almost simultaneously. The man hit. instinctively released his grip on the woman. Bang! Another shot found its mark in his chest. Blood erupted from his torso, splattering the woman's face as he fell backward onto the ground. Ah! The woman raised her hands, terror-stricken, and began to scream. Che Tingting cautiously surveyed her surroundings, stepped back to the doorway, then aimed her gun at the woman, commanding, "Stop screaming and throw the body out the window." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the lifeless corpse and the pool of blood on the ground, her face contorting with disgust. "Huh?" The woman gasped, her face clouded with sorrow. But I can't carry it." "If you can't carry it, then die." Seeing that Che Tingting was not jesting, the woman could only wipe her tears while laboriously dragging the lifeless body toward the stairwell. If one wishes to dine, they must earnestly fish. In these times, who would indulge you? Bah! Che Tingting spat, returned home, and shut the door behind her. Upon entering the living room, she beheld Yu Wan'er, her delicate face buried, her long black hair cascading down, and her shapely form arched provocatively. No wonder Su Yin remained inside despite the gunfire. He had been ensnared, utterly subdued. Yet, from another perspective, this also reflected Su Yan's trust in her. It was well known that Su Yin was a cautious individual, and entrusting the entrance to her was no trivial feat. This realization filled Che Tingting with a sense of joy as she suddenly recognized her own worth. If given the choice, who would not prefer to recline and rest rather than toil? Armed with a gun, Che Tingting could now shoulder some of Su Yan's security responsibilities. As she contemplated this, she made her way to the living room, noticing that Yu Wan'er showed no signs of pausing her actions. Che Tingting couldn't help but smirk. This alluring vixen, who feigned innocence upon entry, now completely abandoned the act. However, Yu Wan'er's figure was indeed striking, as if sculpted to perfection. Her curves were simply mesmerizing, rivaling even the likes of Xiao Muling. It wasn't until Che Tingting seated herself closely beside her that Yu Wan'er noticed her presence, blushing as she looked up and stammered. "Sister Tingting, you came?" Su Yin was tossed about like a pancake for 2 hours, alternating positions as he was subjected to the ministrations of the two women, until the massage session finally concluded. At some point, Zhuang Xiaolu had led Wu Yuqin into the kitchen, for which a delectable aroma wafted. Xiao Muling had long ceased her work and was now exercising on the balcony. Che Tingting meticulously dressed Su Yin, her face flushed, before pulling Yu Wan'er into the bathroom to freshen up. As the two emerged, they suddenly heard a series of loud bangs from the balcony. Yu Wan'er turned to look and saw Xiao Muling opening a window slightly, brandishing a submachine gun, aiming it at a unit in the opposite building. The floor-to-ceiling window of a room across had shattered, the interior now a disheveled mess. But not a soul was in sight. After observing for a moment, Yu Wan'er realized that Xiao Muling was practicing her marksmanship. Upon this realization, her eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Su Yin was far too lenient. Xiao Yanfeng had mentioned possessing a weapon, yet it was merely a toy gun meant to intimidate. Yet Su Yin not only provided his women with firearms, but also precious ammunition for their practice. Yu Wan'er was not a dim-witted woman. She understood the value of bullets in these times. Were they truly going to waste such precious resources? What are you staring at? Go lend a hand. Che Tingting tugged Yu Wan'er, leading her toward the kitchen. Upon entering, Yu Wan'er let out another gasp. The kitchen was brimming with provisions, and 2 large refrigerators stood side by side, filled to the brim with fresh vegetables and meats. The presence of meat, though equally rare, could be preserved by families equipped with generators. However, how could they possibly have fresh vegetables? As Yu Wan'er stared in astonishment, she glanced deeper into the spacious kitchen. A large pot was steaming too. Australian lobsters? Another pot was simmering a congee, and with just a fleeting glance, Yu Wan'er recognized it as a sea cucumber and millet porridge. Merely witnessing these dishes caused her to involuntarily salivate. Although there was food at home, it merely sufficed to stave off starvation, leaving her unable to indulge in a satisfying meal, let alone select her preferences. For her, the occasional addition of a pinch of sugar to plain rice felt like a significant improvement in her life. Zhuang Xiaolu and Wu Yuqin were cheerfully engaged in conversation while chopping and stir-frying vegetables, discussing the preparation of a particular dish and the spices to be used. It was then that Yuana noticed the pantry was stocked with an array of condiments. The scene before her momentarily transported her back to the past. Su-Yin was indeed exceedingly generous. What kind of household was this that could afford such lavishness every day? Yuana was self-aware enough to realize that this was not a special feast prepared for her by Su-Yin. She did not deserve such treatment. This merely indicated that their family maintained such high culinary standards daily. No wonder Su-Yin dared to trade food for live fish. They simply did not lack for provisions. Chapter 47. The path to human awakening. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch and taking a brief respite, the group resumed their afternoon endeavors. Having engaged in profound discussions earlier, Yuana summoned her courage to express her desire to join the workforce. Upon receiving approval, she entered the production room to learn about ammunition manufacturing. Meanwhile, Su-Yin reclined on the sofa with Xiao Mu-Ling, engrossed in television while studying first aid and bandaging techniques. Starting at 3 o'clock, individuals began arriving to deliver fish, and the atmosphere remained bustling throughout the afternoon. As evening approached, Xiao Yanfeng did not come to fetch his wife, and Yuana showed no inclination to depart. After dinner, Xiao Mu-Ling promptly arranged accommodations for her. The house, spanning 160 square meters, housed 4 bedrooms, one designated as a workspace, one occupied by Su-Yin as the master bedroom, with the remaining 2 shared by Wu Yuqin and her daughter, and Zhuxiao Lu with Che Tingting. Xiao Mu-Ling alternated her stay between the master bedroom and theirs. Despite the apparent crowding, Su-Yin had no immediate plans to renovate their residence. As they resided on the 17th floor, anticipating that flooding would eventually inundate them, he had yet to decide whether to relocate upstairs or leave altogether when the time came. Nightfall signaled a period of rest, with some congregating in the living room for card games or watching television, while others lounged by the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping coffee and engaging in light conversation. Observing her companions, Yuana felt a profound sense of envy. This was the life meant for humans. Those assigned to the night shift retired early, while others indulged in merriment until the late hours. With the assistance of Yuana and Che Tingting, Su-Yin took a shower and then lay upon the soft bed, closing his eyes to review his points. Though he had made a few small withdrawals in recent days, he had not touched the majority, leaving him with over 20,000 points. Continuing to draw from the 10-point tier, he noted, acquired one camera. It was rare to draw 2 identical items consecutively. He decided to proceed with a 100-point draw. Acquired 12 cameras, Su-Yin. Is it camera spree? Perhaps he could install a few at the entrance and in the hallway, allowing for comprehensive monitoring of their floor and the stairwell. Cameras placed in the hallway could even keep track of the water levels. Excellent. This could be implemented tomorrow. Continuing his draws, he noted, acquired 120 wireless signal boosters. Oh, was this intended to provide wireless coverage for the entire building? If the neighbors cooperated by providing fish, this could be a feasible consideration. Establishing an internal network for the entire building would facilitate communication, assist in collecting fish, and enable monitoring of the entire premises. However, this could wait for later discussion. Acquired 50 gold bars. Unfortunate. Acquired 12 Type 92 pistols with 360 rounds. Acquired 1 random attribute point. Agility 1. A glimmer of hope. Let us proceed with a 1,000-point draw. Acquired 1,000 pieces of lingerie. Unfortunate. Su-Yin was immediately incensed. What was happening? Upon hearing Su-Yan's words, Che Tingting was suddenly roused, prompting her to inquire. After serving the emperor at night, Yuana was promptly sent by Che Tingting to Zhuang Xiaoyou's room. After all, she had been sent by Xiao Yanfeng, so some basic precautions were necessary. Fortunately, with more family members around now, there were shifts for night duty, ensuring that even if she harbored any thoughts, they would not stir up much trouble alone. Never mind, you should sleep, Su-Yin said casually, pinching her playfully, which earned him a roll of her eyes and a shy retort. How can I sleep like this? Among the girls, Che Tingting was the thinnest. Although her frailness affected her development, she possessed a charmingly petite figure. Su-Yin continued his lottery draw. Acquired 5,000 barrels of purified water. Well, this should suffice for drinking. acquired one Hummer off-road vehicle, Su Yin exclaimed, "What use is this?" He immediately reverted to 100 points. The softness in his arms had somehow slipped from his grasp, and engrossed as he was, he had not noticed. Soon after, he felt a small kitten burrowing under the quilt. Hiss! Is it coming again? A while later, he sensed a pressure as a tiny mouth approached his ear, exhaling warm, moist air. In the tranquil night, within the pitch-black room, the curtains pulled back revealed a torrential downpour outside, with the distant buildings disappearing from sight. From his vantage point, it felt as though his room had been excavated by a divine hand and cast into an endless void. The electric motor whirred to life. Su Yin was suddenly overtaken by an indescribable thrill, as if some unseen force was compelling him to take a daring risk. In an instant, he made a decision. I'll draw a 10,000-point ticket. Since the number of points had drastically dwindled, Su Yin had maintained a reserve of at least 20,000 points. Reserves were meant for crucial moments. If not now, when? With determination, he declared, "Go." 10,000 points vanished. He gasped in surprise. Acquired 1,200 tons of fragrant rice. After all that excitement, this is what I get? Wasn't I aiming for rice? Are you not worried about shattering my fragile spirit and making me lose confidence? Su Yin felt somewhat speechless, in stark contrast to Su Yan's disappointment. Che Tingting was completely exhilarated, as if galloping across a verdant prairie. Since we are gambling, let us go all in. Keep drawing. Che Tingting felt a rush of energy, playfully twisting her waist. Acquired intelligence, the path of human awakening. Su Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, intelligence type. The first time I draw intelligence. And it's such exhilarating news. Su Yin trembled with excitement, sitting up abruptly to fiercely embrace Che Tingting. 10 minutes later, the overwhelming surge of excitement regarding the acquisition of intelligence was too much for Su Yin to suppress. He could not resist the urge to peruse the path to human awakening. In the first chapter, the concept of awakening is elucidated. Awakening refers to the process by which humanity breaks free from the hidden chains of genetic locks within themselves. Once these genetic chains are shattered, the overall quality of human beings will experience a monumental leap and continue to evolve. In essence, humanity will transition from the mundane to the extraordinary. The second chapter addresses the methods by which humanity can achieve awakening. Within the current living conditions of the host, there are 3 approaches. 1. Ingesting the awakening gene serum produced by the system, which guarantees a 100 success rate, is safe, reliable, and painless, devoid of any lingering side effects. 2. Consuming a specific quantity of blue crystal fish eyes, which are a product of mutation in certain fish species. This consumption can accumulate awakening progress. However, the necessary quantity of blue crystal fish eyes varies among individuals due to differing physiological conditions. While blue crystal fish eyes will facilitate the accumulation of awakening progress, the ultimate awakening must be achieved through personal effort. 3. The rain currently falling in the host world contains trace amounts of extraterrestrial elements. By orally consuming or being drenched in this rain, one can acquire a certain amount of these elements. The continuous accumulation of extraterrestrial elements can enable an individual to complete the awakening process, compelling them to undergo awakening spontaneously. However, the compatibility of extraterrestrial elements with human genetics is relatively low, resulting in a mere 0.01 success rate for this method. Furthermore, during the consumption of these extraterrestrial elements, there is a 50 chance of losing one's sanity and a 49.99 probability of succumbing to death during the awakening process. Chapter 48. 3 methods of awakening. Although the content of the information was simple, Su Yin grasped its essence. The effects of awakening are undoubtedly remarkable, transforming one into a superhuman. There are 3 distinct methods for achieving this awakening. The first method allows Su Yin to obtain the awakening gene serum through his own efforts, consuming it orally for direct and successful awakening. The second method relies on a combination of diligence and fortune, wherein one can catch the blue crystal fish and, by consuming a sufficient quantity of them, coupled with personal effort, achieve awakening. While this approach may be cumbersome, it is devoid of any side effects. The third method, however, is more commonplace. It involves drinking rainwater and exposing oneself to the rain, presenting a minuscule probability of 0.001 for successful awakening. If this probability were to be considered in a normal context, it might be manageable, but should the odds resemble those of a gamble, the outcome would likely be dire. Despite the exceedingly low likelihood of success, the consequences of failure are alarmingly severe, either death or the loss of sanity, leading to transformation into a monstrous being. Theoretically speaking, if the rain persists, could it not imply that the entire world, every individual, is destined to embark on this path? After all, for most people, avoiding contact with rainwater is nearly impossible. Regardless of the quantity they encounter, they are bound to succumb to its transformative effects eventually. Su Yan, having claimed numerous lives, was now certain that those he had slain had been mutated by the rainwater. Moreover, he realized that he, along with Xiao Muling, Che Ting, and Zhuang Xiaolu, already harbored the so-called alien elements within them, albeit in insufficient quantities to induce mutation. Thus, among the three methods of awakening for Su Yan, there was truly only one viable option: to accumulate points and partake in the lottery, hoping for a stroke of luck to obtain the awakening gene serum. Contemplating this, the languor that had enveloped Su Yan's heart reignited with fervor. He needed to devise a strategy to earn points. Idleness was no longer an option. However, how would he achieve this? With such torrential rain, it was uncertain if fishing outdoors was feasible, and Su Yan was reluctant to remain drenched for prolonged periods. While the alien elements absorbed through rainwater were quantitatively inferior to those ingested directly, excessive exposure could lead to complications. He feared that before he could procure the awakening gene serum, the alien elements within him might already revolt, leading to disastrous consequences. Yet, indoor fishing was limited due to the small size of the staircase, resulting in a meager supply of fish. Observing the fervor of others over the past few days, Su Yan surmised that the fish in the water below the staircase had likely been depleted. Although Su Yan was aware of the tactic of using fish corpses to attract more fish, others were not oblivious. While they might forego fish remains, human corpses would undoubtedly possess a greater allure for these mutated fish. Even if he were to entertain the notion of mobilizing the entire community for fishing, the limited size of their neighborhood meant that the fish would inevitably be exhausted, and that day was not far off. As Su Yan pondered, the electric motor had unknowingly ceased its operation. Che Ting, her body completely limp, gathered her strength after a considerable while and weakly remarked, I can no longer muster any energy. I shall take the night shift. Please have Linger come in. Without waiting for Su Yan's consent, she rose, grabbed her clothes, and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Muling entered, her face adorned with playful reproach. What are you two doing at this hour? Can't you settle down? Settle down? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Su Yan was enveloped in exhilaration, and the presence of the fresh and lively Xiao Muling only heightened his excitement. As soon as Xiao Muling sat on the bed, she sprang up as if propelled by a spring. With a playful huff, she beckoned Su Yan to rise and began to yank off the bed sheets. Su Yan leaped from the bed, swept Xiao Muling into his arms, and secured her in the octopus chair, binding her hands and feet. Oh, what are you doing? With the increase of his attribute points, Su Yan felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess compared to before. Having toiled throughout the night, he had only managed a mere 3 to 4 hours of sleep before being roused by the alarm at 6 in the morning. Beside him, Xiao Muling frowned slightly and continued to slumber, her body languid as if even her fingers lacked the strength to move. Bathed in the soft glow of the floor lamp, her porcelain skin was exposed to the air, and the two delicate jade bowls resting atop it resembled finely crafted works of art, perfectly rounded as if drawn with a compass. Su Yan gazed at this exquisite sight and gently placed a kiss upon her soft, plump lips. Instinctively, Xiao Muling raised her hand and weakly pushed him away. Embracing the momentum of her push, Su Yan quietly slipped off the bed and exited the room. In the living room, a small lamp illuminated the space, and the television played a Korean drama at a low volume. Kang Xiaoyao was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the show. Upon hearing a noise, she turned her head and was met with the sight of Su Yan shuffling in, his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Oh, it's you on a night shift? Su Yin was taken aback and awkwardly made his way into the shared bathroom of the living room to take a shower. Just as he was rinsing off, the glass door was suddenly pushed open. Kong Xiaoya stood at the entrance, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I can wash your back. Su Yan's current life resembled that of an ancient landowner, where everything was brought to him, and only the most personal tasks remained for him to handle. With several women in the household, it was quite manageable to rotate duties. However, Kong Xiaoya had never undertaken such a task before. Yet, in this moment, while everyone else was asleep, she found it unreasonable to have Su De Leoi wash himself. Don't be silly. I can manage on my own, Su Yin replied, but Kong Xiaoya remained, her face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, awkwardly assisting him with shower gel until she finally felt at ease after drying his body. Seeing Su Yin fully dressed, even donning his bulletproof vest, Kong Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, "It's not even dawn yet, and you're already heading out?" Su Yin nodded and said, "Stay at home and behave." Kong Xiaoya responded with a slight sound from her nose, raising her head to gaze at Su Yin, her eyes reflecting a hint of unusual sentiment. Su Yin looked at her, inwardly sighing. Indeed, the environment can profoundly transform an individual. Kong Xiaoya, who had been cherished like a princess since childhood, now grasped the essence of survival. After dressing himself meticulously, Su Yin busied himself. He first pulled an electrical wire at the door, connected a signal amplifier, and then stepped outside to test the signal with his phone. He proceeded to install cameras at the entrance and the stairwell. The cameras, produced by the system, were pinhole lenses, nearly invisible with a little camouflage. After an hour of diligent work, Su Yin successfully installed 6 cameras before returning home. Sitting on the sofa, he picked up a tablet and, with a few simple operations, connected it to the 6 cameras. The tablet screen divided into 6, displaying the scenes outside. The pitch-black hallway was vividly illuminated under the infrared cameras. What a marvelous device. I can simply watch this from indoors in the future. Kong Xiaoya leaned in with curiosity, excitedly observing the feed. Su Yin reached out to pat her head, saying, "You don't have to keep watching. It will automatically alert us if someone passes by." As he spoke, he handed her the tablet. Kong Xiaoya tilted her head, evading his large hand, and took the tablet, beginning to navigate it effortlessly. This device was quite simple. She grasped it immediately. Su Yin yawned and said, "I'm going to catch up on some sleep." With that, he made his way towards the bedroom. Chapter 49. A new order from this day forth. Su Yin and his companions became thoroughly occupied, with visitors arriving throughout the day, exchanging live fish for grain. This was quite understandable. In a world fraught with peril, the skepticism of the populace was palpable, and Su Yan's novel approach required time for validation. Many first-time visitors arrived with trepidation, and upon witnessing the tangible exchange of fish for grain, they could scarcely believe their own eyes. Some even wept tears of joy. The women observed the big men, weeping as they clutched small bags of meager rice. Their hearts stirred with empathy. They did not harbor disdain for these individuals. Rather, had they not been sheltered by Su Yin, their plight would have been far more dire and lamentable. The reasons were simple. For several consecutive days, it was predominantly men who ventured to trade for grain, with scarcely a woman in sight. Were women not hungry? Certainly not. Setting aside the challenges women faced in fishing, even if they succeeded, the perilous journey of carrying fish to Su Yan's abode, exchanging it for grain, and then returning home was fraught with danger. It became evident that human beings are easily satisfied. In the following days, the entire 12th block experienced an unusual tranquility. Violent incidents diminished significantly, and no one attempted to break in or pick locks. Those who ventured out to fish or trade encountered one another on the streets, and some even engaged in amicable conversation. This fostered a misconception among many residents of the 12th block that having a tyrant to uphold societal order might not be such a bad thing, especially for the vulnerable. That night, a woman, drenched to the bone, appeared at Su Yan's door, clutching 2 pitiful little fish. When Xiao Muling opened the door and beheld the meager catch, she surmised that the total weight was likely less than 5 pounds. 5 pounds of fish could only procure a meager amount of grain. The woman's soaked clothing clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves, while her long, dark hair dripped water continuously. It was evident that she had braved a torrential downpour to obtain the two fish by some means. She had not dared to venture out during the day, resorting instead to stealth under the cover of darkness. Though she uttered not a word, Xiao Muling quickly pieced together the circumstances. Observing the woman's meager catch, she sighed softly, saying, "My dear, these two fish are hardly enough to exchange for 2 taels of grain." The woman murmured softly in response, then, "May I at least exchange for something?" Xiao Muling nodded, accepting the fish. Shortly thereafter, Che Tingting approached with less than 2 taels of rice, which she handed to the woman. The woman, clutching the rice, trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The tears mingled with the rainwater, leaving her unsure which was salty and which bitter. Che Tingting scrutinized her closely, noting that although the woman appeared disheveled and excessively thin from hunger, her fair complexion and exquisite features warranted at least an 89 out of 100. With a touch of grooming, she would undoubtedly score a perfect 90. Che Tingting turned her gaze to Xiao Muling, who wore an expression of profound compassion and gently tugged at her sleeve. Within this grand familial tapestry, Che Tingting possesses a remarkably clear understanding of her own role. In comparison to the other women in the household, she feels somewhat lacking in various aspects. Though her willingness to sacrifice a drop of blood ensures that Su Yin does not cast her aside if she wishes to garner his favor, she must exert greater effort to win his affection than the others. What could possibly delight her man more than expanding his harem? As his confidant, she is acutely aware of the type of woman Su Yin admires, even down to the nuances of preference. Thus, upon encountering a beautiful woman, Che Tingting's mind is immediately set in motion. Xiao Muling sighed and nodded. She harbored no objections to inviting a virtuous young lady into their home, viewing it as a charitable act. Her primary concern, however, was the potential strain on Su Yin's health due to the presence of too many women. Che Tingting promptly inquired, "Do you have enough rice, miss?" The woman slightly nodded, biting her lip in silence. It was evidently insufficient, yet she found herself devoid of options. Che Tingting continued, "If you do not mind, you may stay. Su Yin is quite a good man." The woman lifted her gaze to Che Tingting and Xiao Muling. Hesitating momentarily, though merely a first-year student, she comprehended the implications of Che Tingting's words. To remain here would not entail receiving something for nothing. To gain anything would require a corresponding sacrifice. She was taken aback that such sentiments could emanate from a woman, especially with another woman standing beside her offering no dissent. Moreover, she had yet to meet the Su Yin they spoke of. The girl lingered in indecision. However, observing the pristine and vibrant appearances of Xiao Muling and Che Tingting, it was clear that they had not known hunger and were living comfortably. The room behind them was brightly lit, in stark contrast to her own dark dwelling, which felt almost like a realm of despair. She wished to avoid such a transaction and felt too embarrassed to voice her refusal. Yet the weight of rejection loomed heavily upon her, rendering her unable to utter a word. Perceptive to the unspoken, Che Tingting gently grasped the girl's hand, saying, "Come, step inside and rest for a while, take a shower. Don't let yourself fall ill from this dampness." At the mention of bathing, the girl's face flushed instantly. In this day and age, who still had the means to draw hot water for a bath, a mere splash of cool rainwater sufficed, akin to standing in the rain. Upon entering the home, she was greeted by the sight of a bright and tidy living room, where a large television, seamlessly integrated into the wall, was on. A man sat on the sofa, his fair profile revealing sharp contours, and his eyes sparkled like stars. However, she was soon captivated by an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Goodness, is that roasted lamb chops? It felt as though it had been an eternity since she last savored such a scent, reminiscent of a bygone era. With an involuntary gulp, she felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Su Yin turned his head at the sound, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a stranger, and asked, "Who is she?" Che Tingting was momentarily stunned, having forgotten to inquire about the girl's name. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaolu unexpectedly emerged with a whole platter of roasted lamb chops. Upon catching sight of her, she momentarily froze and exclaimed, "Xiao Wu." The young woman, upon seeing Zhuang Xiaolu, was equally taken aback and replied in astonishment, "Lu, Sister Lu, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoyu's expression became somewhat awkward. However, the next words that escaped the young woman's lips caused Zhuang Xiaoyu's face to flush crimson. Where is Yu Xingchang? The four words slipped out before the girl realized it, and she quickly glanced at Su Yin, lowering her head in embarrassment. Zhuang Xiaolu remained silent, merely placing the lamb chops on the dining table. Do you know each other? Oh, we are. The girl began to respond, but seemed to recall some unspeakable secret, halting mid-sentence. Zhuang Xiaolu brushed her hair back and said, we can be considered acquaintances. Xiao had previously visited the bank for some business and had a few interactions with Yu Hongbin, who flirted with her a bit. Xiao Wu, being rather impulsive, was unable to hold back her feelings and, by chance, encountered me that day to vent her frustrations. Thus, we became acquainted. I found her temperament quite agreeable, and even took her along to the beauty salon to get a membership card. Xiao Wu, you also reside in this building? What a coincidence. Yes, indeed, quite a coincidence. Before the apocalypse, Zhuang Xiaolu was the glamorous wife of a bank president, frequenting upscale venues and beauty salons daily. Little did she expect that upon their reunion in this post-apocalyptic world, the young woman remained as radiant as ever, while she felt like an ugly duckling standing there. At this thought, Xiao Wu's nose tinged with emotion, and her eyes grew misty. Chapter 50, Wu Xia's Embarrassment Mealtime. With a cheerful call, Wu Yuqin emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, followed closely by Kong Xiaoya. The two set the 4 dishes on the table, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar girl. Wu Yuqin's bright eyes dimmed slightly as she remarked, "Ah, we have a newcomer." Kong Xiaoya, biting her lip, cast a worried glance at Wu Yuqin. Yu Wan'er exited the preparation room, took a fleeting glance, and then headed to the kitchen to fetch rice. The sight of so many beautiful women made even the solitary Xiao Wu feel somewhat dizzy, intensifying her nervousness. In her mind, she replayed scenes from the grand drama. Jin Huan, sensing the atmosphere growing a bit heavy, Che Tingting smiled and said, Xiao Wu, right? It's time to eat. Hurry and take a shower. Sister, Vuxia. I don't need a shower. The thought of bathing in someone else's home, especially in a man's residence, was simply too much for Wu Xia to bear. However, the prospect of a meal made it even more difficult to decline, especially when faced with such a sumptuous spread. Che Tingting regarded Wu Xia with a peculiar expression. Upon meeting her gaze, Wu Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Surrounded by glamorous women, how could she, in her disheveled, damp state, dare to join them at the table? Go on, I'll fetch you some clothes. Che Tingting broke the awkward silence, leaving Wu Xia feeling deeply grateful. Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. Just call me Tingting Jia, she replied. Okay, Tingting Jia, Wu Xia said, turning to enter the bathroom. The rest of the group took their seats at the dining table, ready to begin the meal. Su Yin occupied the main seat, with 5 women flanking him, filling the table to capacity. Zhuang Xiaolu jested, if we add 1 more person, we won't have enough room at the table. Her remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the others. Su Yin, under the collective gaze of the women, felt a rare flush of embarrassment on his face. Xiao Muling approached with 2 bottles of white liquor, sitting across from Su Yin, and grinned, Hey buddy, care for a drink? She shot him a playful, challenging glance. With a night off from duty and a rare moment of peace, she was eager to indulge. Why not? Su Yin replied, momentarily embracing a bold spirit. Perhaps influenced by Xiao Muling, he found himself occasionally yearning for a sip. What alleviates sorrow? Only fine wine. Alcohol can numb the nerves, allowing one to unwind. Particularly in these tedious days of the apocalypse, though surrounded by women, one cannot spend all day simply watching, while they chatter animatedly amongst themselves. Su Yin often found himself unable to interject. Outside, torrential rain poured, creating a vast sea, rendering any venture outside impossible. Trapped in such a confined space for too long, without some form of diversion, one could easily lose their sanity. If there were sufficient supplies, it could be surmised that most men in this building, or rather this community, would develop a fondness for drinking, with at least 60% of the women likely to follow suit. The other women, not wanting to be outdone, also became animated and joined in the merriment. Glasses clinked, and laughter echoed through the room. Ah, what a lovely little beauty! At that moment, a voice abruptly interrupted the jovial banter. The crowd turned to see Wu Xia, who had somehow emerged from her bath, standing awkwardly in the living room, gazing at everyone. Wu Xia possessed a small, round face with a slightly pointed chin, yet her cheeks held a delightful plumpness reminiscent of youthful innocence. Her gently arched eyebrows, though somewhat broad, appeared delicate against her exceptionally bright, large eyes. The bridge of her nose formed a straight line, culminating in a perfectly defined tip. Her small mouth, slightly parted, bore lips that were flawlessly exquisite, whether fuller or thinner. Cascading black hair fell gracefully, and she wore a fitted cream-colored tank top with vertical stripes that appeared snug, straining against her curvaceous form. It was uncertain whether Che Ting had deliberately omitted a bra for her, as her curves were strikingly accentuated. Below her porcelain waist, she donned a pair of denim shorts, her long, slender legs standing straight with scarcely a hint of curvature. Her dainty feet were adorned with transparent crystal sandals, her equally fair toes nervously rubbing against one another. Bathed in the warm glow of the light, her skin radiated a luminous whiteness, causing Su Yin to momentarily widen his eyes in surprise. Though she had merely taken a hot bath and tidied herself up, she appeared transformed from the damp little quail that had entered moments before. "Come, Xiao Wu, sit here," Zhuang Xia Lu beckoned, inviting her to take a seat beside her. "Would you like a drink? We have white, red, beer, and even some yellow. Make yourself at home. There's no need to feel restrained." For reasons unknown, the other women suddenly exhibited a warmth towards her. Hearing their concerned voices, Wu Xia felt her eyes welling with tears, overwhelmed with gratitude as she bowed slightly at the dining table, saying, thank you, everyone." Che Ting chimed in with a smile. "Aren't you going to thank Su Yin? Everything you see is thanks to him." Although she had anticipated this, hearing the words still took Wu Xia by surprise. She raised her gaze to Su Yin, studying the young man who was only a few years her senior, curiosity blooming within her. What was it about this man that rendered so many beautiful women so utterly captivated? Thank you, Brother Su. "No need for thanks. Just eat up. Your little belly looks hungry," Xiao Muling urged, pulling Wu Xia down to sit. Zhuang Xia Lu placed a hand on her own abdomen, lamenting, "I've gained weight over the past few days." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuqin instinctively drew in her stomach, wondering why it felt as though the comment was directed at her. Gazing at the perfectly roasted lamb chops, she bit her lip, finally mustering the resolve to refrain from serving herself. Young women, however, were free from such concerns, indulging in hearty bites of meat and generous sips of red wine. Although Wu Xia repeatedly reminded herself to maintain composure the moment she tasted the lamb chop, she could no longer resist, devouring it without regard for appearances. "Have some soup. You've been hungry for a while. And eating so much meat at once won't sit well." In this regard, Xiao Muling possesses considerable experience. He still vividly recalls the discomfort he felt on the first day he arrived at Su Yan's residence after indulging in a hot pot of lamb. After satiating his long-standing hunger, Wu Xia suddenly changed her expression and exclaimed, "Oh no, what's wrong?" The others looked at her in confusion. My sister is still at home, hungry." "Ah, you have a sister?" Wu Xia nodded and explained, "I study at university in Su City, and my parents sent her here to retake her studies. They purchased this house for our convenience. Originally, my mother lived here to take care of us, but she had to return home due to an urgent matter just before the torrential rain. Thus, it ended up being just the two of us stranded here." Xiao Muling inquired, "Which floor do you live on?" "The top floor, 2701. "Wow, that's quite a distance." With a glint in her eyes, Che Ting turned to Su Yin and said, "It seems that it falls upon you, Suda, to make a personal trip to fetch Wu's sister." Upon hearing this, Wu Xia's expression shifted slightly. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but, after glancing at everyone, ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Chapter 51, The Sisters Ah. Su Yin had never been to the top floor of this building. In the future, if they were to be obstructed from leaving, the ever-rising water level would inevitably lead them to take refuge there. It was indeed necessary to pay a visit. With this thought in mind, Su Yin nodded and remarked, "Well, it seems we cannot even enjoy a meal in peace." Xiao Muling raised her wine glass, smiling as she gestured toward Su Yin, playfully saying, "I'll be waiting for you, brother." If it had been anyone else provoking him, Su Yin would have resolutely drunk to the point of incapacitation. Yet, with Xiao Muling, no amount of effort would suffice. However, a strategy of attrition could be employed. With this in mind, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhuang Xiaolu. Among the women present, aside from Xiao Muling, Zhuang Xiaolu possessed the best tolerance for alcohol. Zhuang Xiaolu understood the implication and responded with a reassuring look that said, "Leave it to me." Wu Yuqin and Yu Waner both stood up, heading to the bedroom to fetch clothes for Su Yin to change into. A bulletproof vest was essential for going out. However, to avoid drawing too much attention and for ease of movement, Su Yin habitually wore an outer coat. Once dressed, his previously slender form appeared somewhat inflated. Observing Su Yan's cautious demeanor, Wu Xia glanced at her bare arms and legs, feeling a twinge of concern. Yet, having witnessed Su Yan's displeasure when interrupted during dinner, she refrained from voicing any requests. Nevertheless, the attentive Wu Yuqin still offered her a windbreaker to wear. As the evening air was far less warm than indoors, the two of them stepped outside, ascending the staircase. As they climbed, Wu Xia hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Su, brother Su, my sister could be a bit temperamental. If she happens to offend you later, please don't take it to heart." Oh, since the apocalypse began, Su Yin had rarely encountered a woman with a fiery temper. He was quite curious to experience it firsthand. Climbing 10 flights of stairs was a trivial task for Su Yin at this point. They arrived at the top floor without incident, and Su Yin switched on his flashlight to begin surveying the area. At that moment, with a click, the security door behind him suddenly creaked open. Su Yin turned to see the security door of Unit 2702 ajar, and a low, feminine voice emerged from within. "Xia, is that you?" Wu Xia quietly informed Su Yin. "This is my neighbor, Zhou Jingjing. She lives here alone." She then stepped forward, approaching the door, and said, "It's me." "Ah, why did you take so long to return? I thought you. Is Su Yin with you?" "He is. Were you unable to trade for food?" "I told you, no one would be foolish enough to barter food for fish." Upon hearing this, Wu Xia grew anxious and quickly interjected, "That's not it. Su Yin genuinely traded food for fish. I was merely. Xia, something seems off. Have you been bullied by Su Yin?" "Huh? No, not at all." Her response lacked conviction, revealing her uncertainty. She had not been bullied by Su Yin, but that was merely due to a lack of opportunity. Alas, dear sister, in these times, it is quite challenging for us women to survive independently. However, with your charm, once you step outside, won't men go mad trying to take care of you? Who exactly is Su Yin? How abundant is his family's provisions? What kind of person is he? Is he reliable? A flurry of questions from Zhou Jingjing left Wu Xia feeling overwhelmed, prompting her to interject. "Su Yin is a wonderful person and his family. They have provisions." Gulp. As she spoke, she was interrupted by an involuntary gulp. Is that the taste of lamb? You seem off, sister. We are close-knit sisters. You must consider me in your good fortune." Wu Xia sighed. Su Yan's family had lamb chops for dinner today, and I took the opportunity to join them." Gulp. Just then, a high-pitched voice chimed in. "He even let you share a meal? Wait, who eats at this hour in the dark? His family has electricity." Gulp. "Sister, listen to me. There is something amiss here. Su Yin has brought out the best for you. This is plainly an attempt to entice you, suggesting he has ulterior motives. Such a man possesses deep schemes, and you must realize you cannot navigate this. He's right behind me." "Sister, speaking ill of someone behind their back is not proper, is it?" Zhou Jingjing was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, bang, the security door slammed shut, and a flurry of indistinct sounds emerged from within. Wu Xia glanced back at Su Yin, a hint of resignation crossing her features, before walking to her own door and unlocking it. "Who is it?" A low, feminine voice echoed from the darkness within. "It's me, sister." "Phew. Sister, why are you so late? I'm nearly starving. Did you bring back provisions?" Wu Xia was carefully considering her words when Su Yin entered, shutting the door behind him. "Who are you, and why have you entered our home?" With the beam of his flashlight, he illuminated a girl who recoiled like a startled rabbit. In a fleeting glance, Su Yin recognized her face and was momentarily stunned. Are these sisters twins? They look exactly alike. Xiao Qi, don't be afraid. This is Su Yin. Wu Xia initially seemed uncertain about her phrasing, but soon gave in, stating plainly, he is here to take us with him. Xiao Qi, Su Yin is a good person, and his family has an abundance of provisions. Let us go live with him. Live with him? Wu Siki looked up at Su Yin, then back at Wu Xia, saying, Sister, Yuunti. Wu Xia nodded. Seeing this, Wu Siki straightened her posture immediately. She was adorned in a chiffon dress adorned with blue flowers against a white background, complemented by a delicate jacket. Approaching, she stood before Su Yin, scrutinizing him for a moment, before turning to Wu Siki and saying, Sister, after just one meeting, you so readily acquiesced to his pursuit? Upon hearing the term pursuit, Wu Xia looked at her sister in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. Sister, I must say, you are rather lacking in decorum. Wu Siki turned to Su Yin and remarked, you are passably attractive, just barely acceptable. Here's the deal. Su Yin, you shall first provide us with provisions for a month, and based on your performance, we shall determine whether my sister is willing to accept your courtship. From junior high through high school to university, the suitors of our sisterhood could stretch all the way to Paris. It is hardly so simple to win our favor. Sister, do not speak. Sister, please hold your tongue and heed my words. As she spoke, Wu Siki's gaze fell upon Su Yin's empty hands, and she frowned, saying, You arrived empty-handed? You may leave. Should you come again without offerings, do not expect a welcome. How amusing it is that other men have braved torrential rain to deliver us sustenance. Yet you, on the contrary, have not even crossed our threshold. As she spoke, Wu Siki disdainfully curled her lip, nearly inscribing unable to court a woman upon his forehead. Chapter 52, Su Yin, brother. My name is Zhou Jingjing, she said. Su Yin gazed at Wu Siki, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, You mean to send me off for a month, right? Wu Siki crossed her arms defiantly, lifting her chin with an air of superiority, indeed, but it largely depends on your performance. Do you understand? I comprehend, he replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. In the past, I might have simply discarded any meager snacks you offered into the trash. Su Yin nodded, still smiling. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. Wu Siki pondered for a moment, then said, Actually, I could give you a chance tonight to come back again. Oh, I truly appreciate your generosity. Wu Siki waved her hand dismissively. Go on, and make sure to impress me. Certainly. Su Yin, listen to me. As Su Yin turned to depart, Wu Xiyu became increasingly anxious. She was not ignorant. Despite Su Yan's words, she understood all too well that once he crossed the threshold, there was little chance he would return. Wu Xiyu refrained from speaking. Wu Siki snapped, grabbing her sister with evident disdain. Look at yourself. See you. You do not understand. You are the one who does not comprehend. Without me, would we even have food to eat? Relying on you, we would have starved long ago. As the sisters argued, Su Yin slipped out the door, the sound of the security door slamming echoing behind him. Within the dimness of the room, intense bickering ensued. Just as Su Yin prepared to descend the stairs, the security door of 2702 suddenly swung open. A beam of light from a flashlight illuminated the figure of a seductive woman stepping out. She appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a pristine white shirt paired with a loosely tied black tie. The collar was unbuttoned, and the shirt became translucent under the light. Notably, she wore nothing beneath, confidently showcasing her alluring curves. Her lower half was adorned with a snug black skirt, which was perhaps too high, failing to conceal even the upper thighs, revealing lace underneath. Her long legs were slender and straight, accentuated by red-trimmed black stockings that reached above her knees, exposing a tantalizing expanse of pale thigh. Her raven locks cascaded in soft curls over her shoulders. With willow-like brows and enchanting peach blossom eyes, her nose was elegantly upturned, and her lips, though thin, possessed a beguiling allure, enhanced by a dreamy gaze that conveyed an intoxicating blend of innocence and desire. Leaning languidly against the doorframe, she regarded Su Yin, You must be Su Yin, brother. I am Zhou Jingjing. Su Yin met her gaze, nodding, yes, I am Su Yin. Zhou Jingjing's eyes sparkled with a captivating light as she continued, Su Yin, brother. I feel frightened being alone at home. Would you stay with me for the night? Su Yin replied, no need to trouble yourself. Just come with me. All right, just give me a moment. Zhou Jingjing nearly leapt up, embracing Su Yin and planting a kiss on his cheek, before returning to her room. She unceremoniously hurled 2 suitcases and 2 large bags out of her home, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, accomplished in a mere 20 seconds. Subsequently, Zhou Jingjing hoisted 1 large bag on her back, grasped a suitcase in one hand, and linked her other arm with Su Yan's. Without uttering a word, Su Yan shouldered the other large bag and lifted the remaining suitcase, exclaiming, so many belongings? There are quite a few people staying at my place. Not to worry, I'll 1-vie with my sisters for space. A patch of floor suffices for me. Besides, apart from my clothes, there is plenty of food as well. In the adjacent room, 2701, the sisters had, unbeknownst to them, ceased their quarrel, dumbfounded as they eavesdropped on the conversation outside. After a prolonged silence enveloped the corridor, Wu Siki finally murmured, the one speaking just now. Was it Zhou Jingjing? Wu Siyu retorted bitterly. Who else could it be? Wu Siki, in a state of bewilderment, remarked that voice. I didn't even recognize it. Zhou Jingjing. She seems like an entirely different person. Wu Siyu, filled with irritation, exclaimed, you've been cooped up at home. It's made you daft. I'm done with you. Do as you please. With that, Wu Siyu gritted her teeth and yanked open the security door, sprinting down the stairs. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, leaving Wu Siki alone in the pitch-black room, stunned in silence. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Zhou Jingjing had just reached the 24th floor when they heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Zhou Jingjing merely pouted, choosing not to speak. Oh dear, Su Yin halted, spinning around to see a figure tumbling down the stairs. With a mere glance, he recognized her as Wu Siyu. In a swift motion, he rushed forward, catching the fallen Wu Siyu in his arms before gently setting her down. Wu Siyu, suppressing the pain from her fall, stammered, Thank you. Thank you, Su Yinji. She struggled to speak, but her voice betrayed her as she couldn't quite manage to shake off the falsetto. In that moment, Wu Siyu had to concede that some talents simply cannot be cultivated through effort, much like how one cannot feel discomfort when undergoing a nucleic acid test. Zhou Jingjing was evidently a woman of rare gifts. Oh, is this Sister Siyu? What is you in such a hurry? If it weren't for Su Yan's swift reflexes, you could have been hurt quite badly. Wu Siyu seethed internally, her teeth clenching at the thought that Su Yin was clearly under her care. Yet he seemed to belong to Zhou Jingjing now. Feeling like an outsider, she could only grit her teeth and say, Thank you, Sister Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing inquired. At this late hour, where are you off to, dear sister? Wu Siyu was on the verge of tears, desperately glancing up at Su Yin for help. However, Su Yin remained silent, making no move. Sensing the lack of support, Wu Siyu quickly declared, I'll help my sister carry her back. With that, she snatched the backpack from Su Yan's shoulders and slung it over her own, then grabbed the suitcase he was holding. Zhou Jingjing smiled warmly. You are quite considerate, dear sister, ensuring that Su Yin doesn't tea-tire himself. I truly appreciate your kindness. Wu Xia bowed her head and murmured it should be. Su Yin turned and continued down the path. Zhou Jingjing, with one hand clutching her suitcase and the other entwined around Su Yan's arm, nearly pressed herself against him. Wu Xia, burdened with a heavy load, trailed behind like a little girl carrying bags. The trio made their way to the entrance of room 1701, where Su Yin was about to knock on the door. Zhou Jingjing promptly released his arm and stepped forward to rap on the door first. Standing erect, she awaited a response, glancing down at her collar, hesitating momentarily before adjusting her collar and tie. Kong Xiaoya opened the security door, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Jingjing. The bright light caused her to squint slightly, but as she adjusted, she was greeted by the sight of a youthful and beautiful girl, which surprised her. With a warm smile, she greeted, Hello, little sister. Hello, Zhou Jingjing replied, as Kong Xiaoya stepped aside to let them in. Su Yin led the two into the room, where the sounds of cooking could be heard from the kitchen. At the dining table, Xiao Muling and Zhuang Xiaolu were engaged in a drinking game, while Che Tingting cheered them on from the side. Wu Yuqin and Yu Waner were absent from view, clearly busy in the kitchen. Su Yin and Kong Xiaoya made their way directly to the dining area, with Kong Xiaoya veering into the kitchen. Before long, Kong Xiaoya, Wu Yuqin, and Yu Waner emerged, each carrying a platter of dishes to the dining area. Zhou Jingjing stood in the living room, surveying her surroundings like Lu Laolao, exploring the Grandview Garden, ultimately directing her gaze toward the dining area. Upon seeing a group of women, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. She quietly inquired of Wu Xia, "Which one is the matriarch?" Wu Xia was momentarily taken aback, replying, "What? Foolish. You are about to enter the house, and you don't even know whom to pay respects to?" Ah! Wu Xia was left speechless. "Oh, is this Xia's sister?" At that moment, the women in the dining room also noticed Zhou Jingjing, momentarily stunned by her attire, clad in what could only be described as an outfit unsuitable for public appearance. Zhou Jingjing instinctively tugged at her skirt under their scrutinizing gazes. However, she quickly regained her composure and stepped forward to introduce herself, saying, "Hello, sisters, I am Zhou Jingjing." Chapter 53. A harmonious gathering. Upon hearing the words, the women were taken aback. Wu Xia, noticing the reaction, lowered her head, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Su Yin took the initiative to explain, "It's nothing. Xia's sister chose not to come. Now, let us continue our meal. Have new dishes been prepared?" Wu Yuqin remarked. Linger was concerned that the food would cool by the time you returned. Zhuang Xiaolu, already tipsy, leaned against Su Yin as he approached her, saying, "I can't handle any more. It's your turn now." Xiao Muling, unabashedly seated, laughed lightly while covering her mouth. "Su Yin, you truly are a loyal commander, devoted to your cause." Su Yin signaled to Yu Waner and Che Tingting to assist Zhuang Xiaolu back to rest, then took her place at the table, raising his glass. "Come, ladies, let us have a toast." After downing a drink, Su Yin noticed Zhou Jingjing and Wu Xia still standing awkwardly by the side, and urged, "Sit down and eat." "Why the hesitation?" Zhou Jingjing swallowed hard and replied, I've already had dinner. I'll pour wine for my sisters." Su Yin glanced at the remaining half of a lamb chop on the table, and then at Zhou Jingjing. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her and reluctantly took a seat. Seeing this, Wu Xia also settled beside her, suddenly realizing she had unwittingly followed Zhou Jingjing's lead. As Yu Waner and Che Tingting returned with Zhuang Xiaolu, the banquet resumed. Kong Xiaoya, abstaining from alcohol, excused herself to watch television in the living room. Xiao Muling turned her gaze towards Zhou Jingjing, appraising her, then playfully tugged at the tie around her neck. "Sister Jingjing, you've prepared so thoroughly. Shall it be your honor to attend to me tonight?" Zhou Jingjing scanned the expressions of the women around her and quickly understood. She poured herself a glass of mutate and raised it. "Thank you, Sister Linger. As I'm new to this, please guide me if I err." With that, she downed a glass of liquor in one go. This action left everyone momentarily stunned. Su Yin chuckled at Xiao Muling. "Looks like you've met your match this time." Xiao Muling rolled her eyes. "What match? You were the one who brought her here." Su Yin retorted, "Are you displeased? Very well. I shan't bring anyone else in the future." Xiao Muling playfully rolled her eyes again before turning to glare at Che Tingting. Che Tingting, engrossed in her wine glass, feigned ignorance, leaving Xiao Muling to glare in vain. Yu Waner glanced around before suddenly asking Zhou Jingjing, "Jingjing, no one introduced you. How did you know she is Linger?" "I." Zhou Jingjing began, glancing at Wu Yuqin. "Just now, this sister mentioned Linger while looking at her." When she addressed Wu Yuqin as sister, there was a slight pause, revealing her hesitation. Wu Yuqin's expression darkened instantly. Yu Waner covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while Che Tingting, unable to contain herself, spat out her wine in a fit of laughter. Observing the expressions of those around her, Zhou Jingjing seemed to awaken to the situation. Covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in astonishment. After a brief moment of confusion, she exclaimed, "Did I say something wrong? Perhaps I should entertain everyone with a dance?" Although every woman possesses a modicum of dancing ability, none present were professionally trained dancers, save for Che Tingting, who had a slight connection to the art. Zhou Jingjing, however, clearly possessed considerable skill and had come prepared. Rising to her feet, she rummaged through her suitcase and produced a speaker. As the music began to play, Zhou Jingjing moved gracefully in rhythm with the melody. Wu Xia lowered her head, thinking to herself, how embarrassing. What a clumsy excuse. Yet, observing Su Yan's intrigued gaze, Wu Xia found herself deep in contemplation. Although Zhou Jingjing may be perceived as a flirt, she was certainly not foolish. Her actions were undoubtedly motivated by purpose. Indeed, with so many women in Su Yan's household, her desire to make a memorable impression upon her arrival would naturally prompt her to showcase her strengths to captivate his attention. But what advantages did she possess? Physical appearance and figure? While Zhou Jingjing excelled in both, in this gathering, she was merely one among many enchanting women. There was no need to mention Xiao Muling, while Wu Yuqin, despite her age, stood out with her height of 172 meters, her alluring figure and captivating visage drawing attention effortlessly. Reflecting upon the situation, Wu Xia pondered what unique qualities she could present to leave a lasting impression on Su Yan. Beauty is indeed a woman's currency, and Wu Xia was undeniably endowed with it. As her sister Wu Siki remarked, countless men had pursued her since childhood. Even when she displayed disdain, they swarmed around her like flies, impossible to dismiss. Within a month of entering Su University, she had been crowned the new campus belle, the subject of countless discussions among male dormitories. But what significance did that hold? Su Yan barely spared her a glance. In fact, at this moment, all eyes were riveted on Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing performed a popular dance, reminiscent of trends seen on various social media platforms, something Su Yan had previously encountered, albeit through the screen of his phone. However, the experience of watching a live performance was undoubtedly different from merely viewing it on a device. Curiosity got the better of Su Yan, prompting him to inquire, what was Jingjing's profession before this? Did she study dance? Wu Xia, being Zhou Jingjing's neighbor, possessed some insights and promptly replied, she graduated from a dance academy. She was originally a streamer. She discreetly omitted the gaming aspect of her previous career, making it sound as if Zhou Jingjing had solely been involved in that line of work. Zhou Jingjing's attire was distinctly inappropriate for public display, and as she danced, it became increasingly revealing, certainly not passing any scrutiny on a public platform. Yes, she appeared innocent. It is a curious truth that some beautiful women, particularly those from privileged backgrounds, have indeed never experienced romantic relationships. Wu Xia was one such individual. Throughout her middle and high school years, she found herself unimpressed by the boys surrounding her. Although university broadened her horizons, as a freshman, she had yet to encounter the more expansive world of relationships. Wu Xia gazed at the alluring Zhou Jingjing, lost in contemplation. On the 18th floor, room 1801, in the pitch darkness, Xiao Yanfeng embraced another man's wife, listening to the faint music wafting from below. A flicker of jealousy ignited in his eyes. While others struggled for survival in their shadowy abodes, you revel in a festive gathering. Just wait, Su Yan. Everything you possess will eventually belong to me. Upon hearing the name Su Yan, the woman in his arms seemed to trigger a response, abruptly awakening and exclaiming, Su Yan? Are you referring to the Su Yan from downstairs? What has happened to him? Xiao Yanfeng remained silent. After a moment of shared silence, the woman suddenly remarked, that little vixen Yuaner has entered Su Yan's home and hasn't returned since. In the darkness, her words dripped with resentment, yet her gaze was filled with envy. Why must that wretched Yuaner be sent to enjoy a life of luxury, while I remain trapped in this dismal dwelling? Such thoughts, however, she dared not voice, confining her grievances to the recesses of her mind. Xiao Yanfeng understood her sentiments all too well, yet he was indifferent. Yuaner, at this pivotal moment, I sincerely hope you do not let me down. Chapter 54. The Perils of Fame. Su Yan's home was alive with exuberance, the festivities continuing into the late hours of the night. At such times, no one paid heed to the disturbances caused. Subsequently, under the relentless onslaught of several women, Su Yan indulged excessively in drink. The following day, upon awakening, he felt a lingering heaviness in his head, and as he sat up, a wave of discomfort coursed through his lower back. Alas, had his body succumbed to the ravages of excess? Nearby, Zhou Jingjing lay in a deep slumber, having also partaken in the revelry of the previous night. Su Yan paid her no mind as he rose from the bed. At that moment, the door swung open, and Wu Xia stood in the doorway. Casting a glance at the sleeping Zhou Jingjing, her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Su Yan Gij, you're awake. Perhaps you should take a shower first? Very well. What time is it? Su Yan inquired as he strode into the bathroom. It's past 10, Wu Xia remarked, her gaze drifting back to the slumbering Zhou Jingjing, who lay in a languid posture, her delicate shoulders exposed as she turned over and kicked the covers off. The blanket clung to her legs, revealing the graceful curve of her back, her skin a bronze hue that possessed a unique allure. Scattered on the floor were her white shirt, a form-fitting black skirt, and a pair of lace panties, adorned with a charming pink bow. Wu Xia hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, shedding her own garments onto the bed before turning to enter the bathroom. Her lithe figure was a vision of purity, save for the enticing black fabric that adorned her midsection. As Su Yan reclined in the bathtub, the warm water enveloped him gradually. Wu Xia crouched behind him, her hands gently kneading his shoulders. After soaking for a while, Su Yan felt his body relax significantly, and he extended his arm, gesturing with 2 fingers. What does that mean? Wu Xia inquired, perplexed. Cigarette, he replied. Oh, I'll fetch one, she said, rising to her feet just as the bathroom door swung open. Zhou Jingjing entered, lighting a cigarette, then withdrawing it from her lips to place it directly in Su Yan's mouth with a playful smile. Su Yan Gij, may I join you in the shower? Su Yan nodded, and Zhou Jingjing, with her long legs, stepped into the tub. She looked up at Wu Xia and instructed, go fetch a cup of hot tea for Gij. He is not accustomed to being pampered by the likes of Wu, the campus belle. Wu Xia shot Zhou Jingjing a resentful glance, her plans to discuss matters concerning her sister abruptly interrupted. That wretched girl, why isn't she still in bed? With a slight tilt of her chin, Zhou Jingjing provocatively raised her eyebrows at Wu Xia. Once Wu Xia departed, Zhou Jingjing immediately nestled against Su Yan and remarked, Wu, the campus belle is rather haughty. She struggles to comprehend things quickly. I shall take it upon myself to enlighten her. As Su Yan inhaled the smoke, he inquired, how have you both been faring during these times? Zhou Jingjing replied, I'm a gaming streamer, rather reclusive by nature, and I stockpiled a considerable amount of food at home. Thus, when the torrential rains began, I paid it little mind. However, as the downpour intensified, Wu Xia and I ventured to the supermarket, but we managed to secure only a meager supply. However, the 2 sisters are both studying here, surrounded by countless admirers. With a slight ploy of mine, I managed to persuade those admirers to bring a plethora of food, of which I also partook. Even now, I have yet to finish it all. As days grew increasingly arduous, I began to tighten my belt. Yet, Wu Xiki, having been pampered since childhood, found it unbearable to endure such hardship. When the rations ran out, she would come to me seeking assistance. But as a single woman, how could I possibly sustain them both? Thus, I heard that Su Yan was trading grains for live fish, prompting Wu Xiu to take a chance. Hee. And that is when she encountered you. Su Yan inquired curiously, has no one troubled you during this time? Of course not. There are always knocks at the door. Utterly annoying. However, it has been relatively quiet this past month. Otherwise, Wu Xiu would not dare venture outside. Su Yan grasped the situation. It was evident that both Hua Gu and Kong Kai primarily operated on the mid-level floors. After all, climbing to the rooftop is exhausting. And who wouldn't opt for an easier target? Those residing on the top floor were fortunate enough to escape the turmoil. Yet, this respite was merely temporary. As the water level continued to rise, the lower floors would inevitably be flooded with people. At that moment, Wu Xiu entered, carrying a cup of hot tea. Her cheeks flushed as she announced, Sister Lu said we shall dine at 12:30, and there is still an hour and a half left. Half the morning had slipped away, wasted in idleness. I resolved that I must abstain from alcohol. Zhou Jingjing suddenly asked, Wu Xiu, do you still have any food reserves at home? Caught off guard by the question, Wu Xiu hesitated before shaking her head. None left. Not to worry. One day of hunger will not lead to death. With that, she boldly rose, stepped out of the bathtub, and playfully tapped Wu Xiu, giving her a knowing glance. Only one person could save her sister now, Su Yin. Was Zhou Jingjing offering her a chance to demonstrate her worth? It was astonishing that Zhou Jingjing would extend her assistance. After a brief rinse in the rain, Zhou Jingjing departed, leaving just the two of them in the bathroom. An hour later, Su Yin and Wu Xiyu emerged from the room. Wu Xiyu's face still bore a rosy hue, and her gait seemed slightly awkward. Upon noticing the teasing gazes from others, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Yu Wanner stood up and headed towards Su Yan's room, with Zhou Jingjing following closely behind. Together, they tidied the bed and began cleaning the bathroom. In the large bathtub, only a third of the water remained. The tiled floor was damp, and a faint streak of blood marred one corner of the tub. Both women paused in shock at the sight, their expressions filled with disbelief. Zhou Jingjing's eyes flickered as a thought crossed her mind, revealing a contemplative demeanor. At that moment, Su Yin stood in the living room, a massive fish tank before him. This tank had been procured from the 13th floor. The task of collecting fish had become a well-structured endeavor, with several women capable of managing it independently. Consequently, in Su Yan's absence, Xiao Mu Ling took the initiative to oversee the collection, placing the fish temporarily in the aquarium. Observing the aquarium brimming with fish, Su Yin expressed his surprise, remarking, "The harvest this morning is quite commendable." With that, he grasped the net and began to sort through the fish in the tank. The dead ones were unceremoniously discarded into a large barrel, to be disposed of later from the balcony. Xiao Mu Ling mentioned, "Our neighbor, Xiao Yin Feng, somehow managed to bring us 30 to 40 fish this morning alone." Su Yin was taken aback, but he welcomed the prospect of more fish being brought in. Outside, the torrential rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting. With the fish collection now firmly on track, Su Yin relished the opportunity for a brief respite. In the afternoon, he resumed his combat training, accompanied by Xiao Mu Ling, Che Ting Ting, and Zhuang Xiaolu. Given the limited space at home, they opted to practice at Zhuang Xiaolu's residence across the hall. They cleared the living and dining areas, laying down carpets to transform the space into a spacious training ground of 60 square meters. Meanwhile, at home, Wu Yuqin was busy manufacturing ammunition alongside Kong Xiaoya, Yuan Er, Zhou Jingjing, and Wu Xiya, all while continuing the fish collection. Over the past few days, they produced several thousand rounds of ammunition, and the urgency of that task had diminished. For Xiao Mu Ling and her companions, achieving proficiency in hand-to-hand combat was unlikely. Hence, Su Yin focused on imparting the skills of survival and the use of various weapons, including knives and firearms. Given that women are naturally at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength, it was too late to compensate for this without prior enhancement. As night fell, the newly arrived Zhou Jingjing and Wu Xiya fully grasped Su Yan's popularity. From 7 in the evening until 11, a steady stream of women knocked at the door. Some brought pitiful fish, but many others showcased their charms, pleading for Su Yin as consideration. Su Yan's reputation had spread throughout the 12th building, known for his youth, striking looks, formidable prowess, and most importantly, an abundance of resources. What man wouldn't want to be associated with such a figure? To gain access to Su's household, women employed every conceivable tactic. Peering through the peephole, Zhou Jingjing felt her previous outfit paled in comparison. Those who were physically attractive wore nothing at all, while others adorned themselves in a guise of despair. Yet, the latter's plight was not entirely feigned. The heart-rending cries sent shivers down Wu Xiya's spine, leaving her apprehensive. Had she delayed even a day, mingling among those women tonight, she might not have gained entry at all. A single security door separated the realms of heaven and hell. Ultimately, unable to bear the scene any longer, Xiao Mu Ling took up a firearm and stepped outside, tossing some bread and buns to disperse the crowd. No wonder it is said that fame brings trouble. Once one becomes known, complications inevitably follow. Fortunately, these matters no longer required Su Yin's attention, as Xiao Mu Ling and the others were fully capable of managing them. In the dead of night, Su Yin was abruptly roused from his slumber by a chorus of cries. Chapter 55. Meeting you is the greatest fortune in my life. Su Yin suddenly opened his eyes. In the dim light, he saw Wu Xiya beside him, her eyes closed as she wept softly. After a while, she opened her eyes and, Upon meeting Su Yan's sparkling gaze, could no longer contain herself and embraced him tightly, bursting into tears. "Did you have a nightmare?" Su Yan inquired gently. Wu Xia nodded through her tears. After a moment of contemplation, he understood that she had been disturbed by the women outside. Since the apocalypse began, Wu Xia had not truly suffered. Although she experienced severe hunger in the last 2 days, her circumstances were still enviably better than those of many others. I dreamt that a horde of men broke into our home and took little Chi. Su Yan lit a cigarette and replied in a somber tone. That was merely a dream. Yet, the grim reality has played out in countless households. Upon hearing this, Wu Xia shuddered and clung to him even tighter. After a brief silence, Su Yan gently patted her shoulder and said, "Why not draw back the curtains and take a look?" What? She stammered. "Open them." Wu Xia rose and donned a pink nightgown before pulling back the curtains. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, rendering the view obscured. "Look across," Su Yan urged. Wu Xia grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table, switched it on, and directed its beam outside. Within the dense veil of rain, the light illuminated a horrifying sight. Several corpses hung from a large window across the way. They were men and women, young and old, appearing to be a family, all completely naked and suspended in a macabre display. Wu Xia trembled in terror and sank back onto the bed. As she moved the flashlight, its beam caught another household's activity. A frail woman, completely unclothed, pressed against the glass of a floor-to-ceiling window, crying and shaking. Upon noticing the flashlight, she opened her mouth to scream, seemingly pleading for help. At that moment, a man's face appeared behind her. He clearly realized he was being observed, but remained unconcerned, continuing his actions. Then, another man approached, shoving a dark, indistinguishable object into the woman's mouth. She began to eat voraciously, tears streaming down her face as she consumed the food. The man feeding her turned to glance at Su Yan and Wu Xia. Was he taunting them? No, he was exhibiting his dominance. To be one of their women meant enduring the night's labor. But at least there was sustenance, albeit the woman's ravenous consumption indicated a prolonged state of hunger. Suddenly, Wu Xia switched off the flashlight, turned, and burrowed under the covers, pressing her body tightly against Su Yan's, clutching him fervently. Su Yan could distinctly feel her trembling form. After some time, Wu Xia gradually calmed herself. She lifted her gaze to Su Yan's face and said, "Su Yan, thank you. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. You're my first man and my last. I wish to remain by your side forever, until death do us part." With a gentle sigh, she nuzzled against him like a small kitten. Su Yan softly patted her shoulder and said, "Sleep now." "No, I don't want to," Wu Xia replied, burying her head deeper. "If you're tired, you should lie down. I'll take care of it." Clearly, Wu Xia had been provoked today. Her demeanor transformed into a fiery intensity. She kissed him fervently, as if trying to melt him away with the flames of her passion. After being gripped by extreme fear, Wu Xia had succumbed to a state of wild frenzy. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door burst open. Kang Xiaoya, clad in a yellow pajama set adorned with a black cartoon cat on her left chest, stood trembling with a tablet in hand. In that instant, all three were momentarily stunned. Su Yan sat on the bed, holding Wu Xia, gazing at her blankly. "What's wrong?" he asked. After a fleeting moment of confusion, Kang Xiaoya suddenly recalled something and rushed to the bedside, extending the tablet toward him. "You need to see this." Su Yan sensed something was amiss and quickly took the tablet with one hand. Wu Xia, curious, leaned in to see, momentarily forgetting her previous fervor. The screen displayed surveillance footage, with one particular segment magnified. It was a view of the dimly lit corridor, illuminated by infrared surveillance. Wu Xia realized that they had indeed set up cameras in the hallway. However, the corridor was empty, devoid of any presence. Noticing Su Yan's puzzled expression, Kang Xiaoya leaned closer as well. Unbeknownst to them, the three heads huddled together in the dimly lit room exuded an inexplicable intimacy. She's gone. Who? A woman in a white wedding dress. You should rewind and take a look. Su Yan immediately reversed the footage and soon saw a woman in a white wedding dress suddenly appeared at the bottom of the staircase. She was far from the floor where the camera was positioned, likely on the 12th or 13th floor. Definitely the 12th. Her legs were submerged in water, the hem of her wedding dress completely drenched. Then, she approached the stairway, facing the deep water below. The staircase obstructed her front, making it impossible to discern her actions. Yet her body remained in motion. Moments later, she stood up again, turned, and vanished into the corridor. Su Yin lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. He had seen this woman in a wedding dress before. She had been in one of the units on the 12th floor, lying on a bed, emaciated and long deceased from starvation. How could a person who had perished from hunger rise again? Was it possible that the entire building had failed to notice her? Su Yin immediately inquired, when did she first appear? Kang Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Upon raising her head, she realized that the two before her had not changed their positions. Hastily, Kang Xiaoya lowered her head and said, I will check the footage right away. With that, she fled the room in haste. After a moment, a small hand re-emerged from the doorway to pull the door shut behind her. What was the matter with the woman in the wedding dress? Why did it feel as though she was fishing in water? Su Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from revealing this disheartening truth. Never mind her. The next day, many noticed several claw marks on Su Yan's shoulders and back, resembling those of a cat's. A group immediately gathered to inspect the wounds. TSK was bleeding. How ruthless. Wu Xia, like a child who had erred, clutched her clothes tightly and lowered her head in shame. Yet, as she listened to the crowd, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Could she be blamed for this? He was the one who was truly cruel. You all knew better. Wu Xia pouted and lowered her head even further. Well, what was there to see? Let's eat. The women promptly dispersed like startled birds, taking their seats at the dining table. Once everyone had gathered, Su Yin tapped his fingers on the table and said, I have something to discuss. He then recounted the entire incident involving the woman in the wedding dress. The crowd listened in stunned silence. A dead person resurrected? A woman in a wedding dress, emerging at midnight to fish. The world was already chaotic enough. How could such a creature emerge? After finishing, Su Yin turned his gaze toward Kang Xiaoya. Chapter 56. Room 2703. Kang Xiaoya sat upright, stating, I checked the surveillance footage last night. This woman first appeared the night before, around 3 o'clock. Su Yin gazed at the ladies and inquired, who was on night duty at that hour? Upon hearing Su Yan's question, everyone turned their attention to Zhuang Xiaolu. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, murmuring, I was exceedingly tired that night. After speaking, she slightly tilted her head, casting a fleeting glance at Su Yin. Her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. Clearly aware that someone had to endure the night shift, she felt wronged. Was the responsibility now falling upon her shoulders? Su Yin pondered for a moment, recognizing that night duty was a taxing endeavor, and decided against putting two people on the same shift. With Xiao Muling, Che Tingting, Zhuang Xiaolu, Wu Yuqin, Kang Xiaoya, and adding Wu Xia and Zhou Jingjing, there were 7 individuals available to rotate. With this in mind, Su Yin declared from now on, we will have 2 people on night duty, especially during the latter half of the night. Given that they had electricity and television at home, the group had been staying up later. The first half of the night wasn't too problematic. Henceforth, Zhou Jingjing and Wu Xia would also participate in the night shifts. The two exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Only those whom Su Yin trusted could partake in the night duties, and to their surprise, they had gained his trust within just 1 day. Hearing this, Yuaner felt a pang of bitterness. Yet, she was astute enough to comprehend the reasons behind her lack of trust. Perhaps it would only be when Xiao Yinfeng had departed from this world that she would be fully accepted by this family. She could not voice any complaints. After all, they had taken her in, allowed her to share meals, and had not relegated her to inferior provisions. In this current world, where deceit was rampant, food remained a genuine necessity. Comparing the standard of living in Su Yan's household, it was worth more than a monthly salary of 100,000. Could a nanny earning such a salary truly complain about not being allowed to oversee household matters? What a farce. Xiao Muling understood Su Yan's intentions and nodded. All right, I will reorganize the schedule. The dual shifts would naturally involve experienced personnel guiding the newcomers. She would not assign Zhou Jingjing and Wu Xia, the two neophytes, to the same night shift. Adding one more person would merely lighten their workload. Throughout breakfast, Wu Xia continuously cast glances at Su Yin, her expression one of hesitation. Struggling to eat. After the meal, as everyone busied themselves with their tasks, Wu Xia finally approached Su Yin, saying, "Brother, may I?" Su Yin interjected, "Are you worried about your sister?" Wu Xia nodded. The woman in the wedding dress was so enigmatic. Who could foresee where she would intrude at midnight? Or who could possibly stop her? Moreover, their household was completely devoid of food, and Wu Siki had now gone over 30 to 40 hours without sustenance. Su Yin had initially intended to let her endure another day without food, but the sudden turn of events forced him to reconsider. After all, Wu Xia's sister was dear to her. If anything were to happen to her, Wu Xia may not voice her resentment, but could he expect her heart to remain unscathed? At that point, Su Yin would find himself with only two options: to eliminate or expel Wu Xia. He held no illusions about human nature. Wu Xia had already given him everything, so what was it to raise a person? With this thought in mind, Su Yin said, "All right, I will go pick her up soon," but hearing this, Wu Xia was overjoyed and immediately responded, "If she continues to act recklessly, we cannot be blamed. We've done enough as sisters." Su Yin nodded and said, "Once she arrives." Wu Xia interjected, "Just treat her like a dog, toss her some leftovers, and as long as she survives, that's sufficient. She can take care of the household chores. Wu Siki should learn some lessons." Su Yin did not expect that what he intended to say had already been articulated by her. He glanced at her and remarked, "You two look alike. Don't you dare secretly substitute for her." "How could that be? I am her sister, not her mother." As they were conversing, there came a knock at the door. Throughout the morning, people had been arriving continuously to deliver fish. Su Yin understood that these individuals would be fishing on the 12th floor. Due to the situation with the woman in the wedding dress, Su Yin personally attended to these visitors, subtly inquiring about their encounters. Yet, among so many, not a single one had seen the woman in the wedding dress. It appeared that she truly only ventured out in the late hours, remaining secluded at home otherwise. This left Su Yin puzzled. Such behavior was not typical of a monster. She resembled more a normal solitary woman. Could it be that he had misjudged that day, and she was indeed not dead? This was certainly a possibility, as he had not observed her closely at the time. After much hesitation, Su Yin ultimately decided against investigating further. It was wise to exercise caution concerning the unknown. With so many people in the 12 buildings, if the woman in the wedding dress desired something, she would not be able to locate him first. Let the neighbors assess her character before he intervened. Times had changed. An abundance of individuals came daily to deliver fish to Su Yin, ensuring that he was well informed. After lunch, Su Yin took Wuxia out and headed straight to the 27th floor. This level had 3 units. One belonged to the Wu sisters, and another to Zhou Jingjing. Su Yin pointed to room 2703 and inquired, "Is this one unoccupied?" Wuxia shook her head, replying, "No," before the heavy rain. They just brought in their belongings to prepare for renovations. Renovations? Suddenly, Su Yin had an idea. "You go home first. I will check on Zhou Jingjing's place." Wuxia, unsure of Su Yan's intentions, nodded and took the key to open her own door. Inside, it was eerily quiet. "Wu Siki?" Wuxia called out, but received no response. "Xiaoqi?" Her voice was clearly tinged with anxiety. Had something truly happened? Before Su Yin could investigate, he heard a cry from within the room. "Sister, sister!" Su Yin took out his key, unlocked Zhou Jingjing's door, and stepped inside. The central unit had 1 bedroom and 1 living room, but the area was certainly spacious, measuring 70 square meters, comparable to a typical 2-bedroom apartment. The place was chaotic, littered with various items, yet there was no unpleasant odor. Su Yin approached the wall on the right side of the living room, surveying it briefly before extracting a heavy hammer from the space. With a forceful swing, he struck the wall with considerable might. The impact was immediate. A single blow created a gaping hole, sending bricks flying outward. With a few deft movements, Su Yin opened a passageway in the wall. On the other side lay an unfinished room, untouched by renovation, filled with piles of cement, sand, and an assortment of construction materials and tools. Additionally, There were steel reinforcements intended for enclosing the balcony. The balcony here was quite spacious, nearly 3 meters long and 6 meters wide. Whether to enclose it or leave it as an open terrace was entirely at the discretion of the owner. One side of the balcony featured a large glass window, with the glass door shut tight, while heavy rain poured in from outside, causing water to flow along the corner drainage. Su-yin pushed open the glass door, and a wave of humidity greeted him. With a loud thud, he unfurled an umbrella and stepped out into the water. Chapter 57. Sisterly. Whipped out for criticism, the view from the top floor was exceptional, offering a panoramic glimpse of the entire community. The Yulong Bay residential area was expansive, comprising over 70 buildings, with generous spacing between them and featuring gardens, kindergartens, elementary schools, fitness centers, and various other amenities. Regrettably, these places had succumbed to flooding. Apart from the 12 high-rise buildings, the community also boasted 10 true mansions. At this moment, all that remained of the mansion district was a vast ocean, concealing any trace of the houses. The residents there were either drowned or had fled to other buildings. Given the considerable distance from the 12th building, Su-yin had little inclination to concern himself with those individuals. Naturally, if Kong Kai's assertions were to be believed that a certain celebrity had purchased property in their community, it was highly probable that she had procured mansion. Further afield, the city had been entirely enveloped by water, with only a few towering structures still standing above the surface. After observing for a while, Su-yin returned indoors, closed the glass door, and gathered all the renovation materials in the room into a storage space. Once he completed these tasks, he exited the premises. Using his key, he unlocked the door to 2701 and stepped inside, only to find a disheveled young woman seated on the sofa, her face buried in her hands as she wept. Wu Xia was nowhere to be seen in the living room. Wu Siki appeared to be in a rather poor state, her hair unkempt, and her nightgown looking somewhat oversized. Upon hearing movement, she lifted her head and, upon seeing Su-yin, her tear-stained eyes reflected a myriad of emotions. Su-yin glanced at his watch and frowned, stating, "You have 5 minutes to gather your belongings." Wu Siki wiped her tears and looked at Su-yin, saying, "Su, brother-in-law, may I speak with you?" Su-yin scoffed, replying, "On what grounds do you believe you can converse with me?" Wu Siki retorted angrily, "My sister is with you." Su-yin interjected, "And what does that have to do with you?" His words rendered her speechless. Was she truly attempting to drag her sister down with her into despair? Su-yin pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs in a dismissive manner as he gazed at her with disdain. "To be frank, had it not been for your sister's sake, I would not have bothered coming today. As for your fate, well, let's leave that aside. I've made myself clear. If you wish to leave, pack your things. If you choose to stay, that's entirely up to you. If Wuxia wishes to remain here, I have no objections. You have 3 minutes left." "You." Wu Siki began to cry again. At that moment, Wu Xia emerged from the bedroom, her bag slung over her shoulder and a suitcase in hand. Having left without any belongings 2 days prior, she was still dressed in clothing belonging to Che Tingting. Wu Xia glanced at her sister and said, "Let us go. I've packed your clothes as well." Wu Siki rose, stating, "I need to get my pillow." "Get what?" Wu Xia glared at her sister in frustration, scolding, "Do you think you will have your own room and a big bed to sleep in from now on? Don't be ridiculous. Once you're at Su-yin's place, you'll be sleeping on the floor." "Wu Siki, my returning to find you today is already an act of great benevolence. If you have no desire to live, then feel free to perish here from hunger or venture outside only to be seized by those men, enduring daily humiliation, becoming a madwoman. That sisterly on the 19th floor, do you know what she does for a morsel of food? You think it's simply about sharing a bed? She serves as a tissue, using her own tongue for the men. And yet, each day, she can only consume scraps, resembling a dog crouching beneath the table. Ultimately, she is cast out, dying in the hallway, unnoticed. Why? Because the master she relied upon could no longer even sustain her as a pet." Upon hearing her sister's words, Wu Siki was utterly stunned. She found it unimaginable to picture such a scene. If it were her, she would rather die. But is death so easily attainable? Since finishing her last morsel of food 2 days ago, she has subsisted solely on rainwater. Not a single grain has entered her mouth. The sensation is far worse than death. I refrained from sharing this with you before, fearing it would distress you. Yet, to think that at 18 years of age, you remain so naive, believing yourself to be precious? I have said my piece. Do as you wish. With that, Wu Siyu paid no heed to the dazed Wu Siki, instead linking arms with Su Yin and walking out. Sister Wu, wait for me. I will come with you. Wu Siki cried out, her body trembling in fear, rushing to catch up. She was clad in pajamas, her feet adorned with fuzzy slippers, too timid to even change her clothes. Wu Siyu regarded her and said, "You may come, but heed my warning. You will serve as a maid. Should you dare to disobey and find yourself tossed out by Su Yin to feed the fish, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Wu Siki shivered again, nearly on the verge of tears, yet ultimately restrained herself. Wu Siyu cast a discreet glance at Su Yin, relieved to see his indifference. Although her words were meant to chastise her sister, they were primarily directed at Su Yin. "Let's go." With her bag slung over her shoulder and suitcase in hand, Wu Siyu led the way, while Wu Siki followed in a daze, her steps unsteady, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Observing her sister's state, Wu Siyu felt a pang of sorrow, yet chose to remain silent. As the three descended to the 24th floor, a security door suddenly swung open, and two men brandishing clubs rushed in. Upon seeing Su Yin and the assault rifle hanging from his neck, the fierce gazes of the men instantly softened. "What do you want?" Wu Siyu, startled at first by the advancing men, quickly regained her composure and demanded an explanation. "Su, it's you, Boss Su. No trouble, we just came out for a look." These two men had evidently heard footsteps in the stairwell and intended to stage a robbery, only to confront Su Yin instead. Having heard Sister Li's tale, Wu Siki was genuinely terrified. Now, the sight of men instinctively filled her with dread. However, witnessing the two intimidating men bowing and scraping before Su Yin, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over him. "Look at that," Su Yin teased, gazing at them. Upon hearing his words, the two men were instantly struck with fear, collapsing to their knees and beginning to slap their own faces. "It is our fault for offending you, Boss Su." Observing their contrition, Su Yin felt no inclination to reprimand them further, understanding that in these times, one must fish for sustenance. After all, what to be gained from robbery? Yes, Boss Su, you are right. We will head out to fish immediately." Just as Su Yin was about to depart, a woman suddenly burst forth from the corridor. She appeared to be in her late 30s, adorned in luxurious attire. She approached Su Yin briskly and smiled. "Su Yin, I am Hua Tianyu, the Deputy General Manager of Tianqing International." Tianqing International is a renowned enterprise in Sioux City, boasting the largest commercial complex in the area. Yet, in such dire circumstances, what significance does your title as Deputy General Manager hold? Chapter 58. Ruan Lianyun, once again, a woman lacking discernment. Before Su Yin could utter a word, Wu Xia directly inquired, "Do you have business here?" Wu Xia, clearly a university student, was the kind of headstrong girl whom Hua Tianyu would have previously dismissed with a mere glance. However, circumstances had shifted. Hua Tianyu no longer dared to be reckless with her and cautiously remarked, Su Yin, might I invite you to my home for a visit? I am alone." In the presence of so many onlookers, Hua Tianyu found it difficult to articulate her intentions overtly, yet she believed Su Yin would grasp her insinuation. Although Hua Tianyu was somewhat older, she was not unattractive, especially considering her considerable wealth. Men like Su Yin, lacking financial means, have been easily captivated by her charms in the past. Wu Xia, however, showed her no respect, retorting with a cold laugh, "Who has the time to visit your home? A woman like you thinks she can entice Su Yin into bed? I suggest you take a long look in the mirror first." Wu Siki gazed at her sister, astonished at how formidable she had become, despite having always looked down upon her. Su Yin, entirely uninterested in a woman like Hua Tianyu, turned to leave. "Hey, Su Yin, don't go." Hua Tianyu attempted to pursue him, only to be restrained by two other men. "Hua, Su Yin doesn't fancy you. Chasing after him is futile. With your appearance, not even Su Yin, nor I, would take notice. Let me go. What are you trying to do? Su Yin, save me. Stop shouting. I have no interest in you." Before long, the commotion above ceased. At this moment, Su Yin and the others had descended to the 22nd floor. A woman clad in a white coat stood anxiously at the stairwell's corner. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, standing around 5'6", slender, with long hair cascading to her chest. Her coat was unbuttoned, revealing a simple black shirt beneath. Dressed conservatively and without makeup, her natural beauty rendered cosmetics unnecessary. Ruan Lianyun, a physician at the Sioux City People's Hospital. Unlike Xiao Muling, she was a longtime resident of the Yulongbei community, renowned not just in Building 12, but throughout the entire complex. While adults seldom engaged in trivial rankings of beauty, if there were to be a district flower for Yulongbei, Ruan Lianyun would undoubtedly be a favored choice among many, despite the presence of a famous first-tier celebrity in the community. Moreover, it was rumored that Ruan Lianyun had a formidable background. Her esteemed status made her a figure whom affluent individuals dared not pursue. Even real estate magnates like Kong Kai refrained from attempting to engage her. Wealthy tycoons were not foolish. Despite Ruan Lianyun being merely a doctor, offending her could provoke her family to unleash their considerable influence upon them. In the face of genuine power, these business magnates amounted to little more than insignificant entities. Suyin did not know Ruan Lianyun. Yet Wuxia recognized her immediately and exclaimed in surprise, "Dr. Ruan?" Ruan Lianyun clearly did not recognize Wuxia. She merely cast a fleeting glance at her before her gaze settled on Su Yin. Extending her hand, she said, "Hello, Su Yin. I am Ruan Lianyun, a physician. I believe I could be of assistance to you." Noticing Wuxia's silence, Su Yin, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "What do you want?" Ruan Lianyun licked her lips and replied, "I have run out of provisions at home. I need fish to barter." Su Yin dismissed her with a curt remark and turned to leave. Wuxia, stunned, widened her eyes in disbelief as she watched Su Yan's retreating figure. Setting aside Ruan Lianyun's background, she was indeed attractive, even more so than Wuxia, and was a doctor to boot. How could Su Yin remain unmoved by such a woman? Meanwhile, Wuxia, possessing little beyond her looks, found herself inexplicably fortunate to have shared Su Yan's bed. In that moment, Wuxia was overwhelmed with excitement. As Su Yin descended a couple of steps, he noticed that Wuxia and her sister had not followed and turned back in surprise, asking, "Aren't you coming?" "Oh yes, we're coming." Wuxia and her sister hurriedly followed. Ruan Lianyun stood there, staring at Su Yin, her bright, expressive eyes clouding with tears. Unable to contain herself as she watched the trio about to leave, she stammered, Apart from being a doctor, I am a woman." Ruan Lianyun had always been the obedient girl. Though she had suitors in school, none captured her interest. After graduation, she was astonished to find that no men pursued her at all. At the hospital, everyone treated her with courtesy, and even if new colleagues occasionally showed interest, their advances quickly faded, often vanishing altogether. With no social circle left, she resorted to introductions from her family. Despite going on several blind dates, she had yet to encounter anyone appealing. As a result, her understanding of men was limited to the physical realm. Today, when she took the initiative to speak, she had not anticipated Su Yin's outright rejection, leaving her flustered and unsure of how to proceed. Seeing this, Wuxia's mind raced, and she leaned in to whisper in Su Yan's ear. Upon hearing her, Su Yan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not realized that this female doctor had considerable standing. Why then was she stranded here? Su Yan pondered, puzzled. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Wuxia pressed her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache coming on. It became evident to her that Su Yin was quite the typical straight man. His needs were simple. He was neither unfaithful nor one to pursue women. Now she understood that with so many women in Su Yan's life, none had been actively courted by him. Various circumstances, including the influence of Chun Tingting, had likely played a significant role. Wuxia recalled that she had, in a sense, been brought into the household by Chun Tingting, with Su Yin passively accepting her presence. As for Zhou Jingjing, her entry was likely due to her own assertiveness, coupled with the timing at that moment. Ruan Lianyun, on the other hand, was evidently a straight woman, lacking both an understanding of men and romantic relationships. The two of them together would likely remain estranged, destined never to connect. As Wuxia, contemplated this. A thought flickered through her mind. If Che Tingting can accomplish such feats, why can't I? With a personality like Ruan Lianyun's, she would undoubtedly be ostracized by other women upon entering, thus becoming an ally for me. With this notion in mind, Wu Xia tugged at Su Yan's arm, playfully asserting, "With so many people in our household, there's bound to be someone suffering from headaches or colds. Having a doctor around would be splendid." As she spoke, she cast an encouraging glance at Ruan Lianyun. Ruan Lianyun understood that this opportunity was fleeting. Should she miss it, it would be a definitive loss. With no second chances to be had, she promptly chimed in, "I have medicine at home, plenty of it. Dr. Ruan is quite the celebrity in our neighborhood. I haven't even been to her chamber." As Wu Xia continued, she led Su Yin upstairs. Observing this, Ruan Lianyun promptly stepped forward to guide them to room 2203. Wu Xiki trailed behind, suddenly finding herself unable to comprehend her sister, who was usually so close to her. She understood Wu Xia's intentions. Yet the idea of actively introducing her man to a potential mistress seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 59. Expanding the new abode. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. Ruan Lianyun greeted uneasily as she closed the security door. The room's decor was quite simplistic, devoid of any superfluous items. With the power out, all electrical appliances lay inoperative. One bedroom had its door ajar, transformed by Ruan Lianyun into a consultation room, cluttered with numerous books and medicinal supplies. Wu Xia expressed her astonishment. "You're still treating patients at home?" Ruan Lianyun nodded, explaining, "After the torrential rain, many have fallen ill and cannot go to the hospital. Unfortunately, I am a doctor." Su Yin remarked, "So you are sustaining yourself by treating others?" Ruan Lianyun replied, "Not entirely. At the onset of the downpour, my family sent me plenty of food." Su Yin quickly grasped the implication. "Then you shouldn't have run out of supplies, right?" Wu Xia interjected, "You haven't given away all the food, have you?" Ruan Lianyun, blushing, remained silent for a moment before admitting, I did not expect the rain to persist for so long." Ruan Lianyun's thoughts were not entirely unfathomable. Even today, although everyone had come to terms with the apocalyptic reality, many still clung to the hope that one day the rain would cease and the flood would recede. Even if the flood did not withdraw, once the rain stopped, it would merely signify a rise in sea levels. With such a vast expanse as Huaxia, there must be places where people could reside and continue living, and social order would eventually restore itself. Even Su Yin could not deny the possibility of such a day arriving. Yet would that day truly come? 3 months had nearly passed with no sign of rescue from the outside world. They had become an isolated island, completely severed from external communication. "You are truly naive," Wu Xia remarked, gazing at Ruan Lianyun with a hint of pity. Noticing only the two of them in proximity, Wu Xia whispered, "You, too. Wearing a lab coat is one thing, but you're also in pants. If you had only donned stockings today, Su Yin might have cast an additional glance your way." Ruan Lianyun's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You are his woman." Wu Xia unabashedly replied, "There are multiple women in his household." However, Ruan Lianyun bit her lip and inquired, "I heard he has plenty of food?" "Not just that," Wu Xia continued, "although there are many women there. The life is beyond what you could imagine, ample electricity, various delicacies, and, well, you'll understand once you visit." A flicker of hesitation crossed Ruan Lianyun's eyes. Observing this, Wu Xia scoffed, "Dr. Ruan, you do not strike me as a foolish person. At such a time, you cannot still be harboring unrealistic fantasies, can you? I can assure you, while you are indeed beautiful, if you do not take the initiative, you will never find yourself in Su Yan's bed." Ruan Lianyun paused, then nodded. "What should I do?" "Come with me to your room. I shall help you with your appearance and tidy up your things." "Thank you. I am Wu Xia, and this is my sister, Wu Xiki." As she spoke, Wu Xia took Ruan Lianyun by the hand and led her towards the bedroom. Passing through the living room, she cheerfully addressed Su Yin, saying, "We'll tidy up the clothes. Please take care of the other items." Su Yin nodded and proceeded to the consultation room. Although he had previously acquired a large medical kit worth 1,000 points, which contained various medications and even surgical instruments, he understood that medicines are never excessive. Su Yin scanned the surroundings and collected everything useful from Ruan Lianyun's home into a space. Of course, he He also made a pretense of packing a couple of items. 20 minutes later, Wu Xia and Ruan Lianyun emerged from the bedroom, laden with bags. Ruan Lianyun, adorned with light makeup and wearing silver-rimmed glasses, had changed into a short-sleeved white coat, buttoned at the waist with a white belt that accentuated her slender figure. The coat's neckline was wide open, revealing a generous expanse of smooth skin, with hints of soft curves beneath. The hem had been significantly shortened, barely reaching the tops of her thighs, leaving her rear exposed. Her long legs were clad in black stockings, with a striking white thong visible beneath. Originally, Wu Xia had intended to craft a thong for her on the spot, but Ruan Lianyun firmly refused. Noticing the glimmer in Su Yan's eyes as he gazed at Ruan Lianyun, Wu Xia couldn't help but sneer, "Man, so easily ensnared? Perhaps that wretched Zhou Jingjing understands him better. I should learn from her." Ruan Lianyun stood there, blushing with embarrassment, unable to meet Su Yan's gaze. Her hands weakly tugging at the coat, only to have Wu Xia push them away. "Are we ready? Let us go." With their arms full of bags, the four descended the stairs, this time wisely hastening their pace to avoid giving others the chance to intercept them. Upon returning home, Zhuang Xiaolu and Wu Yuqin were taken aback at the sight of Ruan Lianyun, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. It seemed Ruan Lianyun was indeed a notable figure in the Yulong community, recognized even by them. This was partly due to her profession, as illness is a universal experience. The surprise on their faces deepened as they beheld Ruan Lianyun's attire, for in their eyes she epitomized the aloof beauty, and she certainly possessed the allure to match. To their astonishment, even she had succumbed to a more relaxed appearance. However, Wu Xia was too preoccupied with her own interests to notice others. Upon entering, her eyes eagerly darted towards the kitchen. "Oh, is that you, Xia? You truly resemble your sister. Are you hungry?" Faced with a room full of beautiful women, Wu Xia's pride was momentarily deflated. Disregarding Wu Xia's warnings, she nodded. "There are some leftover breads from yesterday. I'll grab some for you now, and we'll feast later tonight." Wu Xia quickly interjected, "Sister Tingting, it's not mealtime yet. Perhaps it's best to hold off." Tingting cast a glance at Su Yan and replied, "I haven't eaten in 2 days. If I don't eat something now, where will I find the strength to work?" With that, Wu Xia ceased her objections. While the others engaged in light conversation, Wu Xia huddled in the corner, fiercely devouring her bread. "The house has become too cramped to accommodate everyone. It appears we must lay down some bedding on the floor. In just a couple of days, 4 women have unexpectedly joined the household." Su Yan suggested, "Why not open up the adjacent rooms to create more space?" "Ah, how could I have overlooked that?" Without hesitation, Su Yan set to work. He entered his secondary bedroom, cleared the clutter, and with a mighty swing of a hammer, began to demolish the wall. Before long, he had created an opening to the neighboring Unit 1702, which was beautifully renovated, with brand new furniture still in their original packaging. Su Yan continued to break through the wall, connecting to Unit 1703 as well. Unit 1703 remained unchanged. Despite the security door being damaged, none dared to intrude, intimidated by Su Yan's presence, thereby preserving the home's original state. This was Zhuang Xiaoyou's first return home, and as she gazed upon the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She did not inquire about Yu Hongbin's whereabouts. After all that had transpired, her feelings for this once familiar stranger had dulled significantly. Subsequently, Su Yan retrieved a welding machine and proceeded to weld the security doors of Units 1703 and 1702 shut. To reinforce the barrier, he added several steel bars to the door. Consequently, breaching the security door would be more challenging than simply smashing through the adjacent wall. As Su Yan busied himself with these tasks, the group of women chattered excitedly, discussing arrangements for their new home. With the entire floor connected, they had transformed it into a spacious 9-room, 5-hall layout, complete with 5 bathrooms. Once the electrical wiring was extended, the entire 17th floor would become Su Yan's private domain. Initially, there were suggestions to seal off the fire door at the stairwell, but upon reflection, they realized they would still need to exit, and thus, that idea was abandoned. Chapter 60. The background of Ruan Lianyun, the entire Su family, was occupied with a thorough cleaning and relocating to their new residence throughout the afternoon. The layout of the home had been meticulously reconfigured. The production room was shifted to a secondary bedroom in Unit 1703, where the living and dining areas were integrated, still serving as a venue for training exercises. The living room boasted a large television, ready for educational videos. Su-Yan's master bedroom was relocated to Unit 1702. Although this unit featured a one-bedroom, one-living-room configuration, the bedroom was spacious, complete with a private balcony. Aside from the absence of a bathroom within the bedroom, the entire space felt like a cozy enclave. Notably, the bed was sufficiently large. Unit 1701 remained the designated area for meals and daily activities. Given the rate of rising water levels, they anticipated being able to stay for some time, thus putting in the effort to tidy up was deemed necessary. After a bustling afternoon, they finally finished around 7 or 8 in the evening. During this time, Su-Yan issued a bounty and procured 2 large fish tanks from elsewhere to adorn the living room. Thankfully, the house was spacious enough to avoid a cluttered appearance. Dinner commenced at 9 o'clock, as was customary, featuring a lavish feast. As Ruan Lianyun gazed at the bountiful spread before her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and couldn't help but suggest, now that we all live together, perhaps we should be a bit more frugal. This is rather extravagant for a year of calamity. Her words momentarily stunned the group, before erupting into hearty laughter. The table was adorned with Australian lobster, champagne crab, steak, braised lamb, and steamed abalone. Even before the apocalypse, such a banquet would easily cost upwards of 200,000. It was no wonder Ruan Lianyun found herself perplexed by their amusement. Observing the mirthful faces, she felt somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the cause of their laughter. Zhuang Xiaolu smiled and remarked, "Dr. Ruan, we dine like this every day. It is not specially prepared for you." "Really?" Ruan Lianyun was taken aback. The ingredients in Su-Yan's storage were so abundant that they could not consume them all. There were still over 9,000 Australian lobsters remaining. Che Tingting laughed uncontrollably, finally managing to compose herself as she pointed her chopsticks towards the lobster. "You all should hurry and eat. We are quite tired of it. There's still 2 more in the kitchen." Ruan Lianyun felt a wave of embarrassment and awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Nonetheless, she began to indulge in the feast. Wu Siki, donned in a maid outfit, flitted about, pouring wine and serving dishes, only able to watch enviously as she swallowed her saliva. Xiao Muling gazed at the overflowing dining table and sighed. "If we add more people, there truly won't be enough space at this table." A chorus of lovely faces lifted in unison, turning towards Su-Yan, who sat at the head of the table. Su-Yan smirked and replied, "What are you all looking at me for? Is this my fault?" All right, it's not your fault. We shall take the blame." "Dear master," Che Tingting teased as she offered a small piece of lamb chop directly to Su-Yan's mouth. Dinner continued until 10 o'clock, after which everyone cleaned up and proceeded to shower and retire for the night. Wu Siki, clutching a 7 to 8 pound Australian lobster, began to devour it with fervor. Previously feeling aggrieved, the delightful flavors made her realize that perhaps being a servant here wasn't so bad after all. Wu Yuqin attended to Su-Yan during his bath, indulging in a secretive escapade, filling the void that had lingered for days. By the time she lay down in bed, it was already 11:30. Before long, the door creaked open, and Su-Yan glanced up to see Ruan Lianyun entering, her cheeks flushed. She wore a delicate pink nurse's cap atop her head, complemented by a matching pink nurse's uniform, which was provocatively unbuttoned, revealing her fair skin. The hem of her outfit was split up to her waist, leaving only the front and back panels, while her long legs were elegantly encased in white stockings. Su-Yan suddenly realized that Ruan Lianyun stood out among the women. Her skin as flawless as milk, devoid of any blemish. In her hand, she clutched an oversized syringe, her expression a blend of embarrassment and shyness. Su-Yan couldn't help but chuckle, inquiring, "Who dressed you up like this?" With a deeper blush, Ruan Lianyun replied, "It was Sister Liu." Despite her usually serious demeanor, Zhuang Xiaolu had a penchant for playful mischief, often blushing at the slightest provocation. She said, fearing I might lose my composure, she decided not to come tonight. According to the duty roster, it should have been Zhuang Xiaoyou's turn. However, with newcomers arriving these past few days, they traditionally allowed the new arrivals some leeway. Thus, the rotation had been delayed. Su Yin was uncertain about how they organized their shifts. Nevertheless, he was guaranteed one day off each week, a steadfast arrangement. Occasionally, when spirits ran high, they would engage in playful antics together. At that moment, Su Yin found himself in a contemplative mood, ready to converse with her. Ruan Lianyun, clutching the hem of her outfit, climbed onto the bed. As her body lightly brushed against Su Yan's, she shivered slightly. It was evident that she was not one to smile often, exuding a cool demeanor. Yet, juxtaposed with her attire, there was a striking contrast. Observing her rosy cheeks, Su Yin felt a stirring in his heart. In terms of beauty and physique, the women in his life were all remarkable. If one were to assign scores, Xiao Muling, Wu Yuqin, and the Wu sisters would undoubtedly score above 90. In Su Yan's discerning eyes, Xiao Muling and Wu Yuqin would earn at least 95. Zhuang Xiaolu and Kong Xiaoya each possessed unique charms, one exuding allure and the other radiating youthful vibrancy. Though slightly less impressive overall, they still hovered around a 90 mark. Yu Wan'er and Zhou Jingjing were both pleasing to the eye and could appear stunning when adorned, yet their aura fell short. Yu Wan'er often gave off an impression of being overly scheming, while Zhou Jingjing bore the hallmark of a typical internet celebrity, leaving one to wonder if she had undergone enhancements. Che Tingting, while decent overall, paled in comparison in terms of looks. As for Ruan Lianyun, her beauty and figure were nearly flawless. Even in her current outfit, there was no hint of cheapness. If a flaw had to be mentioned, it might be her excessive innocence, lacking a hint of desire. Have you truly never been in a relationship? Su Yin asked, surprised by Ruan Lianyun's awkward demeanor. Given her appearance, her suitors should have been in abundance. Even considering her esteemed lineage, was it possible that no one dared to pursue her? Not even the scions of the red aristocracy? Ruan Lianyun seemed to grasp Su Yan's thoughts, responding, "My grandfather is a very stubborn old man, and he dotes on me. As long as I am unwilling, he will not entertain anyone else's wishes." Oh, Su Yin comprehended immediately. "Where's your grandfather now?" "My grandfather is in Guang province, the third highest ranking official in the war zone." As Su Yin heard this, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Goodness, this is indeed a formidable figure. My father and brother are in Guang province, while my uncle resides in Sioux City. I came to Sioux City due to some troubles I faced earlier. Su Yin inquired, "Even if your grandfather is far removed, how could your uncle not intervene?" Ruan Lianyun shook her head and replied, "I don't know. Since the torrential rain began, I've lost contact with him. Initially, the hospital sent me a batch of supplies, and though they were quite sufficient, she chose not to elaborate further. But Su Yin understood that she had shared much of her provisions with others. Perhaps no one anticipated that the rain would persist indefinitely. I reside here, on a high floor, which is relatively safe. This reflects the sentiment of the majority. Throughout history, there have been numerous torrential rains. Who could have foreseen the severity of this one? Most official shelters are situated underground or in low buildings, which, when considered, are far less secure than the high-rise apartments in our community. Furthermore, with communication and transportation severed, particularly aerial travel, the impact on modern society is nearly catastrophic. We remain unaware of the current situation outside. The topic weighed heavily upon them. Let us not dwell on it too much. Our priority now is to ensure our survival. Indeed, Su Yin embraced Ruan Lianyun, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. It had been several days since he last participated in a lottery. Should he tempt fate? Perhaps Ruan Lianyun could bring him a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 61. It turns out humans are more delicious than fish in recent days. Su Yin had accumulated his points back to 10,000. After a moment's hesitation, he gripped the dynamite and decided to go all in. Acquired 4 tons of TNT explosives. Is it not a tad too brutal to use TNT for fishing? Ever since the torrential rain prohibited outdoor activities, Su Yin had been pondering the idea of fishing with explosives. Unfortunately, he had only managed to draw grenades, and in limited quantities. The explosive capacity of grenades is rather minimal, primarily relying on shrapnel for lethality, rendering their underwater efficacy extremely limited. Now, with the acquisition of TNT, he can indeed attempt something new. What are you thinking about? Noticing Su Yan's sudden silence, Ruan Lianyun turned to look at him, her expression filled with curiosity. Just Su Yin uttered 2 words before closing the distance with a kiss. At that moment, in the living room, Che Tingting and Zhou Jingjing were intently watching the surveillance footage on the tablet, their faces etched with tension. The woman in the wedding dress had reappeared, ascending to the 15th floor. Should they inform Su Yin? Che Tingting contemplated for a moment before shaking her head, saying, "Let us observe for now." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the tablet. Almost immediately, a man burst out from the corridor, panic-stricken as he raced upstairs. Just as he reached the 16th floor, the woman in the wedding dress appeared at the staircase entrance on the 15th floor, slowly lifting her head. As the surveillance footage zoomed in, Che Tingting and Zhou Jingjing could clearly see the woman's face. Her gaunt visage, pallid complexion, and blood-red eyes were haunting. Blood stained the corners of her mouth and her white wedding dress. Gazing up at the fleeing man, a sinister smile crept across her lips. Seeing this chilling scene, Che Tingting shivered uncontrollably, nearly dropping the tablet. In the next instant, the woman in the wedding dress leaped forward. With a single bound, she ascended half a floor, landing on the platform of the staircase. "Quick, wake everyone! Everyone!" Zhou Jingjing exclaimed, panic-stricken, as she rushed towards room 1702. A clear cry from a man echoed through the surveillance feed. He was nearly paralyzed with fear, scrambling frantically to the 17th floor. Yet, instead of continuing upward, he turned and ran towards them, shouting, "Su Yin, you bastard!" Che Tingting was infuriated, trembling in terror. Just then, the woman in the wedding dress lunged forward, tackling the man from behind. The position of the struggle was right outside their door, in the corridor between the security door and the firewall of the staircase. The woman in the wedding dress brought the man down, sinking her teeth into his neck, tearing away a bloody chunk of flesh. Then, she slowly raised her head, facing another camera, chewing as she remarked, "It turns out, humans are more delicious than fish." With that, she continued her gruesome feast. By the time Su Yin and the others arrived in the living room, the man's neck had been reduced to mere bones. At this moment, his clothing had been stripped away, and the woman in the wedding gown turned his body over, beginning to probe his chest. Strangely, although the man's body had been rotated, his head remained unmoved, still facing downward. Su Yin picked up a tablet and observed for a moment before murmuring, "This fellow is likely no longer a living being. Yet he is not truly dead either. Hey, zombie? No, it is something far more terrifying. She must be a genuine mutant." Xiao Muling, visibly anxious, inquired, "What shall we do?" By now, they no longer needed to rely on surveillance. Even through the security door, they could hear her gnawing sounds. What should be done? Naturally, she must be eliminated. How to kill her? Observing her remarkable agility, she appeared exceedingly nimble. Simple enough. Su Yin, barefoot, quietly approached the security door. Along the way, he retrieved 2 grenades, directly removing their pins. The women around him immediately tensed. Che Tingting grasped a shotgun, while Xiao Muling held a submachine gun, trailing Su Yin closely. Zhuang Xiaolu, Wu Yuqin, and Kong Xiaoya also drew their weapons, stepping forward to maintain a slight distance behind Xiao Muling. Su Yin silently counted down the seconds for the grenades, abruptly flinging open the security door and tossing the grenades outside, before swiftly shutting the door again. Almost instantaneously, upon the door's closure, a resounding explosion echoed outside. On the surveillance footage, the woman in the wedding gown was violently propelled backward, crashing into the corridor. Zhou Jingjing, who took the tablet, immediately switched to the corridor surveillance feed with trembling fingers. The power of the 2 grenades was immense, blasting the fire door away and onto the woman in the wedding gown. In the next moment, she suddenly pushed against the fire door, forcing it aside. At this point, her clothing was in disarray. Her arms were missing, and bloodied wrists revealed stark white bone protrusions. She had likely shielded her face with her hands during the explosion, leaving her head unharmed. However, a gaping hole had formed in her abdomen, and as she stood, her intestines began to spill out. Her chest and legs were riddled with bloody wounds. Her form swayed, and a half-peeled grapefruit hung awkwardly to one side, tethered only by blood vessels to her body. Severely injured, yet still alive. Upon hearing Zhou Jingjing's words, Su Yin hesitated not for a moment. He flung open the security door and stepped outside. "I will consume you." Spotting Su Yin, The woman in the wedding gown expressed fury, leaping towards him. Bang! Su Yan's shotgun discharged a burst of flame, striking her face with precision, instantly obliterating her head. Bang! Another shot pierced her left chest, creating a gaping wound. The woman in the wedding gown, mid-leap, was repelled back by the force of the shot, collapsing like a tattered sack in the corridor. Kill a mutant, gain points 150. Indeed, she was a mutant, and a fully matured one at that. Her physical strength was evidently beyond that of an ordinary human, yet fortunately, both grenades and firearms could breach her defenses. It appeared she inclined towards an agile form of mutation. Su Yan stepped over the man's corpse, advancing toward the woman in the wedding gown. Half a grapefruit lay on the ground, its skin similarly bruised. Before the shattered form of the woman in the wedding dress, Su Yan drew forth a dagger, parting the tattered fabric to gaze upon her. Her skin bore a hue between pale gray and greenish tones, and her internal organs appeared no different from those of a typical human. Her blood, though viscous, had not yet coagulated, indicating that her mutation had occurred during her lifetime. Why had she mutated so swiftly? Based on the rate of mutation observed, the most advanced transformation Su Yan had encountered thus far was merely around 40%. This deduction was drawn from the points he had accumulated. A fully transformed individual typically possessed a score exceeding 100, often ranging between 100 and 150. Su Yan was uncertain how long the woman in the wedding dress had been mutated or the extent of her enhancements, making it difficult to accurately estimate her score as a complete entity. Dispose of the body, and take care not to become infected. Su Yan instructed tersely before descending the stairs. He intended to visit the home of the woman in the wedding dress, hoping to uncover further insights. If her mutation was an isolated incident, it would be of little concern. However, if it were a widespread phenomenon, that would spell dire trouble, for it would imply that the residents of their building were collectively approaching the brink of mutation. Even more terrifying was the prospect of the women at home, potentially including Su Yan himself. They had all been exposed to, if not consumed, the rainwater, and it was only a matter of time before they too would succumb to mutation. When that day arrived, prayer would be their sole recourse. Chapter 62. The Fear of Mutation Before Long. Su Yan descended to the 12th floor. In just a few days, the water on the 12th floor had remarkably risen to half a level. It was now above his chest. Given such a depth, Su Yan had to abandon the thought of visiting the woman in the wedding dress. He retreated to the 13th floor and stood before room 1302, gently knocking on the door. "Who is it?" After a moment, the voice of Ji Linghao came from within. "It's me, Su Yan." Upon hearing Su Yan's voice, Ji Linghao promptly swung open the door. Su Yan illuminated the room with his flashlight, revealing Ji Linghao standing there, his face marked by fatigue, clearly having been roused from slumber by the knock. However, judging by his complexion, everything appeared to be normal. Since aligning himself with Su Yan, Ji Linghao had not gone hungry, and his physical condition seemed quite robust. This sight offered Su Yan a measure of relief. If even Ji Linghao exhibited no signs of mutation, perhaps his concerns were unfounded. The woman in the wedding dress must have ingested a significant amount of raw rainwater or consumed certain peculiar fish to mutate so rapidly. A normal individual would likely not reach the threshold of mutation in such a short span. Su Yan then directed his flashlight into the room. To his surprise, it was remarkably tidy. Moreover, Ji Linghao's girlfriend, the one with scales, was nowhere to be found. "Where's your girlfriend?" I threw her into the water. I simply couldn't endure her any longer." "What happened?" "The smell was unbearable, and it kept intensifying." "What smell?" "The stench." Su Yan nodded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, he refrained from commenting further. "What was her condition after you threw her into the water?" Ji Linghao pondered for a moment before replying. "She was fine. It was as if she were in her element. I felt she belonged in the water, not on land." Su Yan was not surprised by this revelation. The gills on the neck of the scaled woman clearly indicated her affinity for aquatic life. "Recently, have you heard any disturbances from downstairs?" "Disturbances?" Ji Linghao thought for a moment and then shook his head. Su Yan produced 2 packets of instant noodles and tossed them to him. "Stay alert to any unusual activity on the water surface and report anything abnormal to me promptly." Thank you. I understand. Su Yin departed and ascended to the 14th floor. The 3 security doors on this level had all been compromised, evidently having been robbed. At this moment, all 3 doors stood ajar, clearly indicating that no one remained inside. Subsequently, Su Yin proceeded to the 15th floor. Upon passing the elevator shaft, he immediately noticed that the security door of room 1503 was ajar, with a hole the size of an infant's head punctured through it. This door had evidently been breached recently by the woman in the wedding dress. The sheer force required to tear open a security door was astonishing. However, Su Yin soon realized that the door was merely a decorative facade, consisting of 2 thin sheets of iron, with the interior packed with paper. Upon entering the room, he found several disordered bloodstains on the floor, leading directly into the master bedroom. On the bed in the master bedroom, a woman lay mangled beyond recognition, while the child beside her was reduced to merely a head, the rest of the body having been devoured. The man who had just fled to their floor was likely a member of this household, having abandoned his wife and child in a moment of desperation. Casting a cursory glance around, Su Yin noted the absence of anything of use to him and promptly retreated. At that moment, the door of room 1502 swung open, revealing a woman who peered out. Upon spotting Su Yin, a look of joy illuminated her face. "Su Yin, is that you?" she exclaimed. She was an ordinary-looking young woman clad in pajamas. "Did you witness anything just now?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, I only heard a thud." "Did something happen next door?" Su Yin responded, "Their entire family has been consumed by the mutants." "Ah." The woman was momentarily taken aback, letting out a gasp, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Just then, a man's voice called from within the room. "Who are you talking to? Why is the door open?" Su Yin nodded slightly to the woman before departing. Upon returning home, he found the women gathered in the living room, all dressed neatly and waiting. "Is everything all right?" he inquired. "All is well. You may rest now," he assured them. The women nodded in agreement, and aside from Che Tingting and Zhou Jingjing, who remained in the living room, the others retreated to their respective rooms. Ruan Lianyan followed Su Yin closely, her face pale, evidently shaken by the sight of the woman in the wedding dress. After disrobing and settling onto the bed, Ruan Lianyan finally asked, "What was that thing?" "A mutant. Suzan Ziepli? What happened to her?" Su Yin did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Did you often drink rainwater before?" Ruan Lianyan paused. "What else is there to drink? The tap water has long run out, and aside from Kong Kai, no one has the luxury of storing bottled water. Nearly everyone relies on rainwater for survival, myself included." Suddenly, realization dawned on her, her expression shifting dramatically. "Is she like that because she drank rainwater?" Su Yin regarded Ruan Lianyan thoughtfully, then abruptly inquired, "Are you a doctor?" She nodded. "Have you noticed any abnormalities in your body?" After a moment of contemplation, she answered, "Yes." "What kind?" "My constitution has improved compared to before. In fact, it's not just me. I've observed that many others have also shown significant enhancements in their physical condition. Even when ill, recovery seems swifter than it used to be. Of course, this change is subtle. I would have noticed it had I not treated a few familiar patients." "Could this rainwater affect one's constitution?" Su Yin asked. He nodded. "It seems so." Ruan Lianyun appeared puzzled. "But shouldn't it lead to something like that?" "Not yet. To put it simply, it's likely that some substance present in the rainwater has not yet been absorbed in sufficient quantities." Ruan Lianyun's complexion darkened considerably. "So we will eventually end up like that, won't we? Our family supply of purified water is ample. Theoretically, if we refrain from consuming rainwater from this moment onward, we should remain unaffected by mutations. However, those outside..." Ruan Lianyun was astonished. "How much purified water have you stockpiled?" "Enough," he replied nonchalantly. Those 3 understated words left Ruan Lianyun utterly astounded. Storing food is straightforward, yet preserving water is an arduous task, as the consumption of water is incomparably greater than that of food. Even for mere drinking purposes, the required volume of water is staggering. Suddenly, Ruan Lianyun realized that seeking refuge with Su Yin was the wisest decision she had ever made in her life. After all, who desires to transform into a monster? She gazed at Su Yin, her eyes shimmering with newfound admiration. This Su Yin is truly enigmatic. Not only does he have an inexhaustible supply of food, but he also possesses such a vast reserve of water. What manner of person is he? Don't worry, you will all be fine, Su Yin reassured her, noticing her dazed expression as he gently ruffled her hair. However, since you are a doctor, you must pay close attention to everyone's health, particularly to any changes in their conditions. Su Yin suddenly felt that having a doctor in the household was quite beneficial. Yes, I understand, Wan Lianyun replied obediently, nodding her head. It's time to sleep. Hum? She froze, lifting her head to meet Su Yan's gaze, which held a hint of mischief. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Yan. Chapter 63. Fishing with explosives the following day, after breakfast, Su Yan donned a full raincoat, even encasing his head in a glass dome, and made his way to the balcony. Observing his thoroughly armored appearance, the women gathered curiously, wondering about his intentions. Su Yan had already retrieved a large bag, tossing it outside the balcony door. Inside the bag lay TNT explosives, neatly divided into small packages of 400 grams each, the yellow wrapping resembling soap. He decided to test the power of a 400-gram charge first. Su Yan took a piece of the explosive and opened the balcony window. A torrential downpour instantly flooded in. Had it not been for the glass dome, it would have been impossible to keep his eyes open on the balcony. Such wretched weather rendered outdoor activities unfeasible. Nevertheless, it did not hinder the act of tossing explosives. Su Yin pulled the fuse of the TNT and hurled it out the window. The explosive traced an arc as it flew, landing in the water without even creating a splash. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a massive column of water soaring into the air. Su Yan felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, as if the stairs were vibrating. Indeed, this was the might of TNT. Even with just 400 grams, it wielded considerable power. In the next instant, a series of notifications appeared. Killed a mutated sardine, gained 2 points. Killed a mutated sardine, gained 3 points. Killed a mutated sardine, gained 5 points. Upon a brief tally, he realized that he had dispatched 33 fish, earning a total of 142 points. Leaning out the window to gaze below, he observed several dead fish floating on the surface. This outcome was satisfactory, though the depth of the water rendered the fish's movements unpredictable, leading to inconsistent results in his fishing endeavors. At times, he would catch 30 or 40 fish, while at other moments, he was left with a meager few. However, the continuous explosions quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the surrounding floors. Before long, people discerned the source of the commotion. It was that lunatic from the 17th floor again. What madness compelled him to blow up fish after a brief respite? Where did he procure such an abundance of explosives? The residents began to murmur amongst themselves, most perplexed by his actions. Yet, a few astute individuals pondered deeper implications. Could there truly be a secret to the fish in the water? Should they attempt to catch some for research? After all, they had little else to do. Killed a mutated stingray, gained 8 points. Killed a mutated sardine, gained 3 points. Killed a novice fish-scaled humanoid, gained 110 points. Killed. What? He had even killed a fish-scaled humanoid? Could it possibly be Ji Linghao's girlfriend? Su Yin leaned further out the window, and indeed, he saw a layer of dead fish on the water's surface, among which lay a human-shaped corpse. He had indeed dispatched a fish-scaled humanoid. Soon, many fish emerged from the depths, vying for the floating carcass. Such an opportunity was not to be missed by Su Yin. Subsequently, he unleashed 3 explosive devices, reaping a bountiful harvest. However, merely an hour later, the surface of the water was left with nothing but lifeless fish. The traces of living ones completely vanished. It appeared that the fish in this water body had been obliterated by his actions. Compared to his previous fishing endeavors, the number of fish in the water had indeed diminished significantly. Moreover, there was a drawback to using explosives for fishing, the inability to obtain the coveted blue crystal fish eyes. With so many fish, surely some must contain the elusive blue crystal fish eyes? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin resolved to venture out and retrieve the fish corpses for inspection. Whether he could extract the awakening gene essence remained uncertain, but he could not afford to overlook the blue crystal fish eyes. Without further ado, Su Yin began to assemble his team, bringing along Che Tingting, Zhuang Xiaolu, and Wuxia. As he led them out, Su Yin did not skimp on their equipment, providing them with firearms, bulletproof vests, and raincoats. Once the four were properly attired, they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 13th floor corridor's window, Su Yin opened it and casually tossed something outside. In the next moment, a yacht appeared on the water's surface. The yacht measured 18 meters in length and 7 meters in width, towering above the water like a two-story building. However, standing at the window allowed Su Yin to easily reach the main deck on the side of the yacht. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the three women, he retrieved a stool to aid in their ascent, one by one tossing them onto the deck. Finally, he leaped onto the yacht himself. The yacht comprised 3 levels. The lower deck served as living quarters, the second was the main deck, all fully enclosed, while the third level was the smallest, open on all sides except for a roof. The arrival of such a colossal vessel in the neighborhood was undeniably eye-catching, quickly drawing numerous curious glances. What the heck? A yacht? Whose is this? How come I've never seen it before? Are they leaving the neighborhood? Hey, take me with you. Su Yin disregarded the shouts from above, ushering the 3 bewildered women into the cabin. The yacht's interior boasted opulent decor and comprehensive facilities, its usable space far exceeding that of their apartment. It would have been an ideal venue for a party in the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet now, it was relegated to the role of a fishing vessel. Operating the yacht was not particularly challenging. Although maneuvering such a large craft was certainly less nimble than driving a car, the expanse of water provided ample room. Had it not been for the generous spacing between the buildings in Yulong Bay, Su Yin would have hesitated to navigate here. After familiarizing himself with the controls, Su Yin announced, "All right, Lu Jie and Xia, prepare to cast the nets. Ting Ting, stand guard with your firearm." Understood, the 3 responded in unison, heading towards the stern of the boat to ready the fishing nets. Su Yin then started the engine, slowly propelling the vessel forward. In a short while, they arrived at the surface where the dead fish floated, casting the net to gather them. He began to inspect, searching for any fish that might possess the shimmering blue crystal eyes. Su Yan's action was merely a shot in the dark. For the blue crystal fish eyes were information gleaned from the system, and despite his extensive fishing endeavors, he had never encountered such a peculiar specimen. However, to his surprise, it was not long before Zhuang Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Su, is this what you are referring to?" Upon turning around, Su Yin beheld Zhuang Xiaolu holding a large green stone grouper, nearly 40 centimeters in length, with bulging eyes and a striking sapphire blue hue, as if adorned with precious gems, a most unusual sight indeed. "Let me take a look," Su Yin urged. Zhuang Xiaolu promptly retrieved the dagger and extracted the fish's eye, presenting it to Su Yin. "Yes, this is it," Su Yin remarked, scrutinizing the exquisite specimen, soft and pliable like candy, yet unmistakably the blue crystal fish the system had described. It seemed improbable that such a feature would be exclusive to rare fish species. No wonder it was so seldom seen. This was indeed the first time he had caught a greenstone grouper. "What is this?" Che Tingting inquired with curiosity. "This is called a blue crystal fish eye, and it is highly valuable. Our objective is to catch more of these. Let us proceed." With renewed vigor, the group resumed their fishing efforts. Before long, they had cleared the area of dead fish, but regrettably, only this one specimen and 2 blue crystal fish eyes were their yield. Su Yin instructed them to discard all the dead fish below his balcony. Then he piloted the yacht onward. "Wow, so heavy, come help." Upon hearing the call from behind, Su Yin shut off the engine and hastened over, joining forces with the 3 women to haul up a net brimming with fish. The substantial catch caused the stern of the boat to dip significantly. Exhausted, Zhuang Xiaolu plopped down onto the ground, panting, "I never expected there to be so many fish. Next time we must haul in the net earlier." It was nearly too heavy to pull up. The water is over 30 meters deep. Most fish dwell at the bottom. Observing the lively fish thrashing within the net, Su Yin unsheathed his dagger, inspecting each one before dispatching it. His clothes were drenched with sweat, the torrential rain making their task exceedingly arduous. While netting the dead fish was manageable, the effort escalated significantly with the lively ones. Fortunately, despite the heavy downpour, there were no turbulent waves. Otherwise, Su Yin would not have dared venture out on the yacht. This net yielded nearly 100 fish, accumulating over 600 points, yet regrettably. No blue crystal fish eyes were among them. Su Yin took out some beverages, allowing everyone a brief respite before they continued casting their nets. As they prepared to haul in the third net, Su Yin suddenly heard gunshots ringing out from behind. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots were followed by Zhuang Xiaoyu's piercing scream. Chapter 64. The Home Invasion. Su Yin, someone is attacking us. Upon hearing Che Tingting's alarm, Su Yin dashed towards the stern of the boat. There, he found Che Tingting collapsed in the cabin, her face a mask of terror, while Wu Xia was dragging Zhuang Xiaolu inside. Su Yin immediately noticed a gaping hole in her raincoat. He rushed over, pulled back the raincoat, and discovered that she had been shot in the thigh, blood gushing forth. Su Yin, the gunfire came from the building over there. Che Tingting's raincoat also bore a puncture, a bullet having struck her chest, though it was thwarted by her bulletproof vest. By this time, she had risen, shouting as she brandished a submachine gun and charged towards the stern. Don't go over there. Su Yin yanked Che Tingting back just as 2 bullets struck the stern. Turning his head, Su Yin spotted 2 men at the window of the 15th floor of building number 7, guns in hand, their faces twisted in malice. Kid, hand over the boat, and we'll spare your life. Damn it. Su Yin refused to engage in further banter. He swiftly drew a rocket launcher, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and stepped forward out of the cabin, crouching on the deck while aiming it. The 2 men, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the rocket launcher, widened their eyes in shock, momentarily forgetting to fire their weapons. Before they could react, a rocket soared forth, igniting the window with a tremendous explosion, engulfing the room in flames. Su Yin spat in disdain and returned to check on Zhuang Xiaolu. Wu Xia had already tied a cloth around her thigh, temporarily staunching the bleeding. How are you? Zhuang Xiaoyu's face was ashen, glistening with sweat as she gritted her teeth against the pain, tears welling in her eyes. As an ordinary housewife, she had never experienced a gunshot wound before. Just hold on, we'll get you treated soon, Su Yin reassured her, immediately starting the yacht and steering it towards building number 12. As they approached, he called over the intercom. Zhuang Xiaolu has been shot in the thigh. You need to bring people down to assist us immediately. Understood. Xiao Muling replied succinctly, promptly gearing up and descending with her firearm. The 2 groups converged at the 13th floor corridor window. Su Yin cradled Zhuang Xiaolu and passed her inside, where Ruan Lianyun conducted a quick examination. It's a through-and-through wound. It should not have damaged the bone. Hearing this, Su Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. You all can head back now. Xiao Muling, aware of Su Yan's impending actions, responded, I'll go too. Knowing Su Yan's character, she realized he would not let the attack go unpunished. A quick glance revealed that besides Ruan Lianyun, Wu Yuqin and her daughter, Zhou Jingjing, were also present. This meant only Yuaner and Wu Siki remained at home. Xiao Muling clearly understood that Su Yin might require additional support, and thus had brought out the main force. Although she typically did not pry into matters, she was astute enough to recognize that the continuous supply of food at home did not solely stem from their reserves. She had seen their stockpile. While they had no shortage of grains, the meat in the refrigerator, particularly the Australian lobster, was merely enough for a few days' consumption. Regardless of their eating habits, the refrigerator was invariably stocked to the brim the following day. This could only be attributed to Su Yin replenishing supplies daily. Furthermore, aside from the firearms and ammunition allocated to them individually, Xiao Muling had never seen any other weapons or bullets at home, yet whenever needed, Su Yin always managed to produce them. Although she was unaware of Su Yan's secret regarding his spatial abilities, she understood that the essence of their home resided entirely within him, rather than the physical space itself. As long as Su Yin was present, everything else was inconsequential. Losing the house was merely a trifling matter. Su Yin was the true priority. Zhuang Xiaolu and Che Tingting had privately broached this topic as well. Though none of them vocalized their thoughts, they were all acutely aware of the underlying sentiments. Upon catching a glimpse of Xiao Muling's gaze, Su Yin comprehended her intentions. This young lady, seemingly unremarkable at times, possessed a quick wit when it mattered most. She sought to subtly gauge Yuan Er's stance. Although Yuan Er was Xiao Yin Feng's wife, Su Yin held a considerable degree of trust in her. The foundation of this trust lay solely in confidence. As long as Yuan Air was not foolish, she must be aware of whom to choose between Su Yin and Xiao Yinfeng. Nevertheless, trust aside, he had little interest in the affairs of his household. As long as he was attended to, that sufficed. The well-being of the others was a concern for Xiao Muling, who was more attuned to such matters. Su Yan's needs were rather simple. He was not particularly discerning when it came to women. Any woman scoring above 80 in attractiveness would surely turn heads on the street, within a school setting. She would at least be regarded as a campus belle, an object of admiration for countless individuals. Many female celebrities, stripped of their status, were not particularly remarkable in terms of mere beauty. Was he unaware of Che Ting-Ting's clandestine efforts to expand his harem? Of course, he was aware. Yet, what did it matter? Whether it was 1 or 1,000, Su Yin could effortlessly provide for them. Furthermore, Che Ting-Ting was quite meticulous in her selection process, maintaining a superior grasp on aesthetics and status than he did. As a man of the household, Su Yan's responsibility was merely to ensure a steady supply of resources. The rest was left to their whims. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to Kong Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, come with me." Surprised by Su Yan's call, Kong Xiaoya momentarily paused, but soon her face lit up with excitement. Wu Yuqin, cradling a shotgun, immediately displayed concern, her gaze pleading as it turned towards Su Yan. Xiao Muling reassured her, "Sister Qin, Su Yan is simply training Xiaoya. With him around, there will be no danger." Wu Yuqin understood this. Yet as a mother, how could she not worry about her own flesh and blood? "It's all right, Mom," Kong Xiaoya said, not contemplating further, as she squeezed past and leaped towards the boat. Su Yan caught her and placed her on the deck, then turned to Xiao Muling. "You all manage the household matters. I'm leaving. Be careful." With a wave of his hand, Su Yan took the helm of the yacht, steering it towards building number 7. Today, if anyone dared to fire upon his yacht, tomorrow they would not hesitate to unleash cannon fire. Su Yan had to make it clear to the residents of the community that certain individuals were not to be trifled with. After Su Yan departed, Xiao Muling turned to Ruan Lianyan and inquired, "How is Sister Lu?" At that moment, Ruan Lianyan had already administered medication to Zhuang Xiaolu and was in the process of wrapping her with gauze. "I checked again. There's no damage to the bones. She'll be fine after a few days of rest." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaolu let out a sigh of relief. In this apocalyptic world, becoming a cripple could very well lead to abandonment. Xiao Muling nodded, extending her hand, prompting Zhou Jingjing to pass her the tablet. The screen displayed a scene from their home. In the image, Yuan Air stood at the security door, her expression rather grim. Behind her, Wu Siqi held a mop, her face etched with concern. The scene shifted. Outside the security door, Xiao Yinfeng stood at the entrance with 2 men and a woman, their expressions menacing. Xiao Yinfeng brandished a replica gun, while the other 2 men wielded iron rods and a fire axe. The woman, empty-handed, shouted loudly at the door, "Yuan Air, you wretched girl, open the door quickly. Otherwise, once we break in, you'll face dire consequences." Witnessing this, a cold smile crept across Xiao Muling's lips as she remarked, "They certainly arrived swiftly." Zhou Jingjing observed the excitement flickering in Xiao Muling's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Muling was clad in a bulletproof vest, an assault rifle slung around her neck, exuding an aura of composure and confidence that resembled a mafia queen. In contrast, the genuine mafia queen, Wu Yuqin, appeared somewhat anxious. After receiving treatment, Zhuang Xiaolu, relieved of her worries, regained her composure. With Ruan Lianyan's assistance, she stood up and glanced at the surveillance footage on the tablet, instantly comprehending the situation. Gripping a shotgun, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. "If that little wretch dares to open the door, we'll tie her up and toss her to the fish." Wu Yuqin voiced her concerns. "We should hurry back. If our home is indeed robbed, it would spell trouble." "There's no rush," Xiao Muling replied, her gaze flickering towards Wu Yuqin before returning to the surveillance screen. Chapter 65. The confrontation of Xiao Yinfeng at the entrance of room 1701. Xiao Yinfeng extended his hand to stop his woman and spoke in a gentle tone. "Wanner, I am aware that Su Yin and Xiao Muling are not at home. If you simply open the door, everything belonging to Su Yin will become ours. Vanya, you have been with me for a year. Do you still not understand who I am? Once we seize Su Yan's resources, What is there for us to worry about? We shall live a blissful life together. Wanner shook her head, replying, That is impossible. You should leave. Xiao Yanfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Wanner, do not be deceived by Su Yan's current kindness towards you. He is a lecher, you know. He finds you amusing for now, but once his interest wanes, will he continue to treat you with such regard? Just look at how many women he has collected in just a few days. With a cold laugh, Wanner retorted, Su Yan may be a lecher, but does that make you a good man? Have you not sought women? The reason you have not is that you cannot afford them, not because you do not desire them. Xiao Yanfeng's expression shifted slightly. Wanner, we are in an apocalyptic world. Can women like you survive without the support of men? Although we have not formalized our relationship, you are my official girlfriend. Regardless of how many women I may pursue, you shall always be the queen of my harem. Is that not preferable to trailing behind, Xiao Muling? The woman beside Xiao Yanfeng glanced at him, her face reflecting a hint of resentment. So, you have killed my man and made me serve you for so long, only to turn your back on me now? In bed, who was it that declared me the queen of your harem? Yet, she wisely chose silence for the moment, recognizing it was not the time to confront him. In the room, Wu Siki gripped the mop, her face a picture of panic as she observed Wanner's retreating figure. Clearly, she had encountered this upheaval while in the midst of cleaning, with Su Yan absent and her sister out as well. It seemed that Wanner shared a deep connection with the man outside. What should I do? What can I do? The high school student, unaccustomed to such turmoil, trembled, overwhelmed. Upon hearing Xiao Yanfeng's words, Wanner suddenly wore a mocking expression. Follow you? Starving for 3 days? How dare you speak to me of being the queen of your harem? Xiao Yanfeng awkwardly replied. That was due to the lack of food before. Once we seize Su Yan's provisions, we will. Wanner interrupted him sharply. When I was starving, I did not see you go without. You hid the food and secretly consumed it at night. Did you truly think I was unaware? Xiao Yanfeng's expression turned icy in an instant. Do not twist my words. I am a man. If I do not have enough to eat, how can I muster the strength to seize resources? Wanner, do not forget that you are my woman. Over the past year, I have invested so much in you. Otherwise, how could someone from a rural background like you enjoy such a life? Did you ever consider that I am your man when you offered me to Su Yan? Xiao Yanfeng paused, then replied, That was merely a strategy to obtain Su Yan's resources, a temporary sacrifice on your part. Tears welled up in Yu Wanner's eyes, flowing silently down her cheeks. She wiped her tears and said, Do you think I, Yu Wanner, am merely a woman of loose morals, to be passed around at your whim? Even if you have seized Su Yan's provisions, there will come a day when they are depleted. What then? Will you simply hand me over to another man? Wu Siki suddenly shivered, raising her mop in a defensive stance towards Yu Wanner, exclaiming, You better not open that door, or I swear I will strike you down. In that chaotic moment, an epiphany struck Wu Siki. Her sister was still in Su Yan's grasp. No matter what, she could not allow Wu Siyu to fall into danger. Upon hearing Wu Siki's words, Xiao Yanfeng was taken aback, surprised to discover there was another woman in the room. Damn Su Yan, how many women is he harboring at home? Suddenly enlightened, he understood why Yu Wanner refused to open the door. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Wanner, kill her at once. At the sound of his booming voice, Wu Siki instinctively recoiled a step. Yet, almost immediately, she regained her composure and stepped forward 3 paces, positioning herself behind Yu Wanner with the mop raised. Yu Wanner raised her hands, lowering her voice, Siki, don't panic. I want to open the door. Wu Siki froze, her hands still gripping the mop. Yu Wanner took a deep breath and continued, Xiao Yanfeng, for the sake of our friendship, just leave. I want to inform Su Yan about today's events, nor will I let Siki speak of it. Xiao Yanfeng was momentarily stunned, then grew anxious. Wanner, gather your wits. This is an extraordinary opportunity, perhaps our only chance. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiao Muling put away her tablet and said, Let us go. This poor child Siki has endured much. The group had no objections. Xiao Muling and Wu Yuqin led the way with their firearms, while Ruan Lianyun and Zhou Jingjing helped Zhuang Xiaolu follow closely behind. As the 5 ascended the stairs, they had only reached halfway when they encountered a couple descending, holding umbrellas and weapons. Halt! Do not move. The couple appeared to be in their mid-30s and were familiar faces, often delivering fish to their home. Hearing Xiao Muling's command, the couple immediately stopped. The man spoke. "I came to deliver a warning. I just saw your entrance was blocked. I thought, since Su Yin is not home, I should inform you." "Where is Su Yin?" Xiao Muling sighed with relief, replying, "Su Yin has gone out." Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted slightly. But when he noticed the guns in Xiao Muling and Wu Yuqin's hands, his demeanor relaxed. The woman added, "Then you should hurry and find Su Yin. Those 3 men are armed with both clubs and guns." Xiao Muling reassured her, "It's all right, we can handle this. Please step aside and keep half a flight of stairs between us." "Very well." The couple complied, retreating behind the fire door without further protest. Xiao Muling stated, "Your arrival with news is greatly appreciated. I shall reward you shortly." The two were overjoyed at her words, and the woman could not help but exclaim, "My child is ill. We require antipyretics." Xiao Muling nodded affirmatively, responding, "Of course." The man, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "With Su Yin absent, can you truly make decisions?" Xiao Muling assured him, "In this apocalypse, survival is a shared struggle. We are neighbors in the same building. If possible, both Su Yin and I are willing to assist. However, should anyone plot harm against us, we shall not hesitate to retaliate." The man, visibly moved, nodded vigorously, declaring, "Our 12th building thrives, while countless others are starving, relying on your generosity for sustenance. If anyone dares to confront Su Yin, I, Yu Ingjie, shall be the first to retaliate." The woman echoed his sentiment, affirming, "The residents of the 20th and 21st floors share this mindset." Xiao Muling smiled and remarked, "Let us stand united. As long as you provide fish, we shall supply you with grain. When the food becomes insufficient, Su Yin will devise a means to procure more." The two were taken aback, realizing, Su Yin has a plan? That yacht belongs to Su Yin? Xiao Muling smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, and ascended the stairs with her firearm in hand. The training of recent days had indeed borne fruit. Xiao Muling and her companions swiftly climbed to the 17th floor without losing their breath. At that moment, Xiao Yanfeng and his companions appeared to have lost their sanity, frantically banging on doors. Upon seeing Xiao Muling's return, they were taken aback. Xiao Yanfeng immediately raised his handgun, aiming it at Xiao Muling, and shouted, "Do not approach, or I shall fire." Chapter 66, Building Number 7, Room 2501. A young man quietly entered. Instantly, a group of people in the living room rose to their feet, inquiring, "What is the news, Xiao Zhuang? What has happened?" The young man, Xiao Zhuang, surveyed the room and replied, "I have gathered the information. The explosion occurred in room 1501, and it is said, Lu Wenhai has been killed in the blast." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Wenhai, a renowned entrepreneur in Sioux City before the apocalypse, had emerged as a formidable leader after the world had descended into chaos. Specifically, once the external supply of resources to the community ceased, Lu Wenhai swiftly took charge of Building Number 7 with an iron grip, managing to consolidate half of the building under his control. The reason it was only half was that they could not ascend beyond the 25th floor. A conflict ensued between the factions, but with everyone armed, they were forced to halt their confrontation. The threat posed by firearms was significant. Even Lu Wenhai himself could not withstand more than anyone else could. People tended to engage in matters of profit, while those lacking benefits were neglected. The 3 floors above 25, however, were centered around the Yang family of room 2501. The Yang family, though lacking a substantial background, boasted a notable member, Yang Chao, a top-tier actress in Huaxia. During the torrential rains, Yang Chao happened to be on holiday at home. Residing in a lower-tier villa area, she promptly returned to Building No. 7, where a family also owned a property. Accompanying her were several individuals from the villa district. Yulong was already a high-end community in Sioux City, and those residing in the villa area were affluent individuals. Following the deluge, supermarkets were quickly stripped bare, yet they always managed to procure supplies. These individuals brought a significant amount of resources, stockpiling them at the top of Building Number 7, thus forming an alliance. Xiao Zhuang, at just 20 years old, served as Yang Chao's driver and was quite astute. Yang Chao's assistant, Teng Xiangxue, filled a cup of water from the dispenser and brought it over, saying, "Take your time." No need to rush. Naturally, they had generators and ample gasoline reserves. Though their 3 floors, 25, 26, and 27, were limited in number, they were far more abundant in supplies compared to those below. Xiao Zhuang glanced at Teng Xiangxue. His face instantly flushed and said, "Thank you, Sister Xue." At 26, Teng Xiangxue was a trusted relative of Yang Chao and was undeniably beautiful, though perhaps slightly less so than Yang Chao. Nonetheless, her elegance and charm set her apart among women. Xiao Zhuang, of course, dared not entertain any notions regarding Yang Chao, but spending time with the two of them inevitably sparked feelings for Teng Xiangxue. She was well aware of this dynamic. Fortunately, Xiao Zhuang was quite honest and merely stole glances at her from time to time, while Teng Xiangxue did not hold any particular regard for Xiao Zhuang. She found it rather flattering to have such admiration from a young man. After sipping his water, Xiao Zhuang looked at Yang Chao seated on the sofa and continued. Things below have descended into chaos. Lu Wenhai's wife, Sister Yu, has gathered all the personnel, claiming she seeks vengeance for Lu Wenhai. Wait, how exactly did Lu Wenhai die? Are we certain? Yang's father inquired anxiously. Yes, we are certain, Xiao Zhuang remarked. The cause lies with that yacht below. Lu Wenhai fired shots at the yacht from his window, inciting the ire of those aboard, who retaliated by blowing up Lu's residence. Tragically, both Lu Wenhai and his nephew perished on the spot, reportedly reduced to mere fragments. A hushed murmur spread among the crowd. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of delight. With Lu Wenhai's demise, does this not eliminate our threat in building number 7? One mused. However, Lu Wenhai's wife is no ordinary woman. Has she not summoned all her manpower? She seeks vengeance against the yacht's occupants, which does not concern us. Ideally, they will engage in a mutually destructive conflict. Indeed, with Lu Wenhai gone, what can a mere woman like Yuli do? Just wait, after tonight, they will surely turn on each other. Another chimed in. Yuli is, after all, just a woman. Can she truly command those rough men beneath her? Lu's death will undoubtedly incite rebellion among them. Let us not forget, Yuli, with her enchanting beauty, is an object of desire. With the elder brother gone, seizing control of the sister-in-law would elevate someone to the position of the new leader. The allure of power and beauty combined will surely incite insurrection. Tomorrow, while they are embroiled in conflict, we shall act. This is a classic case of the clam and the clam digger benefiting from their struggle. Once the dust settles, building number 7 will undoubtedly be ours. Furthermore, the yacht must be acquired. We cannot remain confined within this dilapidated community. We must venture forth. Exactly. As long as we escape, my son, Chao, has some connections out there. Indeed, Miss Yang's connections far surpass those of us local tycoons in Sioux City. Young Tao, overhearing the discussions, pouted slightly and said, Father, you all continue your deliberations. I shall retire for the evening. Go on, go on. We old-timers can handle the matters at hand. Yang Chao stood and led Teng Xiangxue outside. Xiao Zhuang gazed upward, swallowing hard at the sight of their retreating figures. After Yang Chao and Teng Xiangxue exited, they proceeded directly to apartment 2502. With many people and limited space, everyone was crammed together, save for Yang Chao and her companion, who enjoyed a private one-bedroom suite. Meanwhile, in room 1503, a gathering of young men armed with various weapons filled the living room to capacity. Lu Wenhai and his wife Yuli sat regally on the sofa before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu's face was a mask of fury, although he had survived. His brother and nephew had met a tragic end. Upon inspection, the scene was horrific, the room unrecognizable, littered with dismembered remains. Boss, we must retaliate. Are we to let them simply escape after provoking us? One of them urged. Boss, let us storm building number 12 and confront them. Yuli raised her gaze, casting a disdainful glance at the gathered men. And how do you propose we do that? Swim over? Her reprimand silenced them instantly. At 30, Yuli was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a bold and cunning character. Lu Wenhai's successful integration of Building No. 7 owes at least half of its credit to Yuli. Lu Wenhai inhaled deeply and declared, Revenge must be taken. The yacht shall undoubtedly be ours as well. However, the pressing matter at hand is not that. A contemplative middle-aged man interjected, "Boss, are you implying that those upstairs?" Lu Wenhai let out a cold laugh and replied, "Those individuals above believe I am dead. They are likely still waiting to witness our downfall." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, perplexed. Lu Wenhai chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a walkie-talkie and called out, "Xiao Zhuang, find a suitable place to respond." Moments later, Xiao Zhuang's voice emanated from the device. "The matter has been handled. They all believe you are deceased." Chapter 67 The Downfall of Xiao Yinfeng. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhai couldn't help but chuckle, inquiring, "Oh, what were their reactions?" "They are convinced that, after tonight, you will descend into infighting, awaiting tomorrow to witness your mutual destruction." Lu Wenhai replied, "Excellent. Maintain communication." After a brief silence on the intercom, the voice continued, "Boss Lu, you promised me." Lu Wenhai promptly assured, "Rest easy. My brother, Lu Wenhai, am a man of my word. Once this is accomplished, Tang Xianxue will be your wife, and Yang Chao will be at your service for 3 days. Indulge in whatever manner you please." The intercom was suddenly filled with heavy breaths. After a moment of waiting, and hearing no further words, Lu Wenhai decisively shut off the device. The crowd stared at him in stunned silence, their faces etched with astonishment. No one anticipated that Xiao Zhuang, a mere scout for Yang Chao, would transform into their insider. Truly, the boss possesses remarkable skills. Lu Wenhai continued, "You all witnessed how much supplies those individuals brought with them. If we seize their goods, I estimate we can sustain ourselves for an additional month or 2 without any issues. Subsequently, we will settle accounts with that brat from Building 12 and acquire the yacht. With the yacht, the entire Sioux City shall become our domain." A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd upon hearing this, their faces glowing with enthusiasm. "The boss is extraordinary. We are fortunate to follow such a leader." They exclaimed, "Let us seize those wealthy individuals upstairs. Let us take Yang Chao." "Quiet down. Don't make a ruckus." A middle-aged man intervened, halting their cheers. "If we capture Yang Chao, he will still belong to the boss." He uttered these words in front of Yuli, without a hint of concern for her dignity. Meanwhile, Yuli sat there, her expression utterly inscrutable. As the apocalypse descended, Lu Wenhai ascended to become the sovereign of Building 7, having indulged with numerous women. Even though Yuli was his wife and possessed her own cunning, what of it? After stating this, the middle-aged man shifted the topic. "However, you also saw the entourage they brought. Those alluring ladies require millions to maintain. In terms of beauty, they rival Yang Chao." The crowd drew in sharp breaths, their faces alight with anticipation as they turned their gazes toward Lu Wenhai. The middle-aged man, seemingly a strategist, posed the question, "Boss, should we make our move tonight?" "Tonight?" Lu Wenhai shook his head. "In the evening, they will be on high alert." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened at Lu Wenhai's words. "Are you suggesting now?" Lu Wenhai smirked, under the pretense of revenge. "We have conveniently gathered our manpower. Now is the optimal moment to strike." The middle-aged man pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Lu Wenhai rose, surveying the warriors within the room, and declared loudly, "Boys, Lu Wenhai, am always just in my dealings. Shortly, rewards will be distributed. Those alluring ladies will be shared among you all. The most valiant in the charge, and the one who has contributed the most, I shall also reward Yang Chao with 3 days," roared the commander. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly felt invigorated, gathering their gear and preparing to embark on their mission. Outside room 1701 in Building 12, Xiao Muling gazed at the pistol in Xiao Yinfeng's hand, ignoring him entirely as she strode forward. "If you come any closer, I will truly pull the trigger." Xiao Yinfeng raised his gun once more. Xiao Muling cast a glance of pity in his direction and remarked, "Put away your toy." Xiao Yinfeng's expression shifted dramatically. How did you know?" "So it was you, Yuan, you little wretch, who exposed my trump card." His greatest reliance was this highly realistic Model 92 pistol, capable of deceiving most people. After all, how many among the Huaxia had actually seen a real gun? Yet a toy is merely a toy. No matter how much it resembles the real thing, it cannot fire bullets. He had lost, and from the very beginning, defeat was his fate. Yuan had unveiled his most guarded secret, indicating that she had never been on his side since entering the Su family. With a clatter, Xiao Yinfeng dropped the gun, trembling as he gazed at Xiao Muling. He sank to his knees, imploring, Where's Su Yin? Call him out. I have matters to discuss. He had not seen Su Yin, still believing him to be lurking in the shadows. The two men behind Xiao Yinfeng stood dumbfounded. A toy gun? At that moment, they yearned to immediately rid themselves of Xiao Yinfeng. However, it was too late for words. With a clang, the iron rod and fire axe fell to the ground. Faced with Xiao Muling's submachine gun and Wu Yuqin's shotgun, they felt no inclination to resist, even if the firearms wielded by these two women were mere toys. Everyone in Building 12 knew that Su Yin possessed a real weapon. At that moment, Su Yin was concealed behind them, in a dark corner they could not see, observing their every move. Su Yin is not here. If you have something to say, speak to me. Upon hearing Xiao Muling's words, Xiao Yinfeng grew increasingly convinced that Su Yin was hidden nearby. Trembling, he pleaded, I was wrong. Xiao Muling, I was wrong. Spare me this once, and I shall never dare to offend again. Do you believe that is possible? Wu Yuqin glanced at the stern-faced Xiao Muling, remaining silent. Spare me, and I will serve Su Yin, I can. Suddenly, Xiao Muling's submachine gun erupted in a torrent of fire, instantly transforming the two men and one woman still standing into riddled corpses, without a single word of farewell. Ah! Xiao Yinfeng clutched his head, emitting a wretched cry. Yet after a moment of shouting, he reached up to feel his head, astonished to find himself still alive. He lifted his gaze, filled with joy, towards Xiao Muling. However, at that moment, she had turned her attention to Wu Yuqin. Though she remained silent, Wu Yuqin understood her meaning, her face paling immediately. Wu Yuqin had long possessed a gun in her hand. At the onset of the apocalypse, Kang Kai had already instructed her in the art of marksmanship. However, she had never once aimed a weapon at another person. Suddenly, a fierce glint flickered in Xiao Muling's eyes. Wu Yuqin trembled in fear and inadvertently pulled the trigger. Bang! Remarkably, her shot found its mark. Xiao Yinfeng's head exploded like a watermelon. Staring blankly at the shattered skull before her, Wu Yuqin's complexion turned pale, and she doubled over to vomit. Once she had finished, Xiao Muling gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Sister Qin, although we are women, we cannot remain sheltered beneath Su Yan's wings forever. Sooner or later, there will come a time when he will need our assistance. A woman's fragility cannot serve as an excuse for survival in this desolate world. At that moment, Zhou Jingjing and Ruan Lianyun approached, supporting Zhuang Xiaolu. Ruan Lianyun appeared relatively unscathed, but Zhou Jingjing's face paled at the sight of the mangled head, struggling to suppress her nausea. Stepping over the corpses, Xiao Muling knocked on the door. A trembling voice emanated from within. Is it, Sister Ling Er? It is I. Open the door. As the security door swung open, Xiao Muling did not enter. Instead, she scavenged the keys from the bodies of Xiao Yinfeng and his companions, turning to Wu Yuqin and saying, Sister Qin, come with me. The others can tend to the cleanup. With that, Xiao Muling led Wu Yuqin towards the 18th floor. Since Xiao Yinfeng had been eliminated, it was only right to plunder the possessions he had left behind. Chapter 68. Bloodbath at Building Number 7. Su Yin navigated his yacht to the front of Building No. 7. Peering inside, he was astonished to find that no one was stationed behind the tightly shut windows. Faintly, gunfire erupted from above. Curiosity surged within Su Yin. What was unfolding in Building Number 7? Had they begun their conflict before he even arrived? Did they truly underestimate his capacity to retaliate with his yacht? Lu Wenhai had not anticipated Su Yan's return, or perhaps he was indifferent to it. When Yuli mentioned it, he dismissed her concerns. They all believed the explosion at their residence was merely the result of explosives, having previously witnessed individuals tossing bombs into the water to catch fish. As for rockets, such weaponry was not something an ordinary person could possess. They had never contemplated such possibilities. Lu Wenhai was a man of decisive action, prepared for confrontation. He amassed all personnel on the upper floors, intent on seizing control in one fell swoop. As for Su Yin, even if he managed to return unexpectedly, Lu believed he could easily handle him once he descended with his victorious forces. He did not fear Su Yan's arrival. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of him not appearing. After all, Su Yan's presence signified that he had brought his yacht along. Although building number 7 and building number 12 were separated by less than 1,000 meters. That distance was entirely comprised of over 30 meters of deep water, making passage quite challenging. Su Yan retrieved a shotgun and shattered a window, instructing Xiaoya, "Come with me. Ting Ting and Xia, guard the boat." He then tossed a shotgun to Wu Xia, saying, "No matter who approaches, aim and fire." Wu Xia's face registered surprise, quickly transforming into excitement. She had not anticipated receiving a firearm from Su Yan. After all, she had only recently joined them. Trust typically required time to develop. Nevertheless, the sensation of being trusted was undeniably delightful. As a freshman, Wu Xia's mind was still relatively unencumbered by complexities. In her exhilaration, she stood straight and saluted Su Yan awkwardly, declaring, "I promise to complete the task." Che Ting, observing from the boat, found the situation amusing. Students were indeed easy to deceive. Su Yan had armed Wu Xia, yet she was not given a bulletproof vest. Any sign of disobedience on her part could result in her immediate demise. Touching her own protective gear, Che Ting felt a sense of pride. Su Yan still regarded her as one of his own. The feeling of being trusted was, without a doubt, gratifying. At that moment, Su Yan and Xiaoya had already entered the stairwell. Wearing a helmet, Su Yan instructed, "Watch my back." "Understood," Kang Xiaoya replied, raising her submachine gun and adopting a standard tactical stance. The youth were quick learners. After merely a few days of training with Su Yan, Kang Xiaoya had already developed a commendable proficiency. Su Yan switched his shotgun for a submachine gun, recognizing that in the narrow confines of the stairwell, the MP5's potential would be maximized. The two ascended the staircase, one in front of the other. The gunfire served as an excellent guide. By simply following the sounds of battle, he could neutralize the threat considerably. As for the possibility of being cut off from retreat, it was unlikely, and even if it occurred, he was not overly concerned. In the modest confines of the Yulong Bay community, what weaponry could possibly be found? At most, a rocket launcher might clear the way. The journey was unexpectedly tranquil, interrupted only by the sporadic sounds of gunfire from the rooftop. Before long, the gunfire ceased, replaced by the clamorous cries of battle. Su Yan, clutching his firearm, advanced until he neared the 25th floor, where he could hear voices from above. "Get out! What do you want?" A sweet, youthful voice echoed, tinged with an unsettling familiarity. Su Yan was taken aback. Apart from Xiao Muling, he believed he knew no one in Yulong Bay. How could this voice be so recognizable? "Miss Yang, I advise you to be sensible. It's better to avoid trouble," came a mocking voice. "Xiao Zhuang, did you betray us?" responded another female voice, filled with indignation. "Xiao Zhuang, you wretched creature. Sister Chao has treated you so well, yet you have the audacity to betray us." A man interjected, "Enough. An 8,000 yuan salary. What is so great about it?" You fiend," the familiar voice retorted. "What have you done to my parents and my brother?" "Shut your mouth, you wretched girl, or I'll make you a public spectacle." The threat hung heavily in the air, silencing the two women. At that moment, Kang Xiaoya leaned close to Su Yan, her voice tinged with excitement. "Listen closely. Could that be Yang Chao up there?" "Who is Yang Chao?" Su Yan asked, bewildered. Kang Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock. "You don't even know who Yang Chao is?" Su Yan recalled that Kang Kai had mentioned a celebrity named Yang Chao residing in the community. "Oh, so it's her." Su Yan mused, surprised. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped to the 25th floor, where shadows of numerous individuals were discernible in the corridor, all wielding weapons. Tat-tat-tat, tat-tat, tat-tat-tat-tat. Without hesitation, Su Yan raised his weapon and fired. The scene before him became clear. Two factions were embroiled in a fierce exchange of gunfire. One side was on the offensive, while the other was clearly on the defensive, having suffered considerable losses. The door to a room lay ajar, revealing several corpses, both male and female, strewn about. The attackers were in the midst of a search. As Su Yan charged in, armed with a submachine gun exuding formidable firepower, the 30 or so men had little chance to retaliate and were swiftly subdued. Upon reaching room 2502, he saw two men dragging two women toward the bedroom. Spotting Su Yan, the men instinctively shielded the women behind them, warning "Don't come any closer, or we'll kill her." Their expressions betrayed their assumption that Su Yin was a savior sent for Yang Chao. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, a first-tier star like her would undoubtedly possess some influence. Tat-tat. Su Yin uttered not a single word, disregarding their warning, and fired without hesitation. 2 shots rang out, each finding its mark with lethal precision. Only then did he fully discern the woman's features. One was a stranger, while the other sported a hairstyle resembling cat ears, with 2 long strands of hair cascading down her chest. Her coat had been torn off, revealing a purple off-shoulder short-sleeve dress, the hemline reaching only to mid-thigh, with her long legs adorned in black stockings. Her face was petite, with arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, long lashes that gracefully curled at the outer corners, a dainty nose, and plump red lips. It was indeed the familiar Yang Chao, often seen on television and various short videos. The 2 women appeared utterly bewildered by Su Yan's earlier gunfire, their hair and clothing still stained with the blood of 2 men. After a moment of dazed silence, the woman beside Yang Chao, regaining her composure, introduced herself, saying, "Hello, I am Tung Xiangxue, Yang Chao's assistant. I believe this gentleman requires no introduction." Su Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave, leaving the 2 women in the room, utterly astonished. After a brief pause, Tung Xiangxue, her expression one of incredulity, turned to Yang Chao and asked, "Chao, you just leaving like that?" Yang Chao stood in silence for a moment before sprinting out towards room 2501, where the sounds of weeping soon echoed from within. At this juncture, Su Yin had completed his sweep of the 26th floor. In the corridor between the 26th and 27th floors, he encountered resistance. The opponents were armed, likely with 3 handguns. Su Yin concealed himself around the corner of the staircase and hurled grenades upwards, launching 3 in quick succession. Holy hell, grenades! The explosions reverberated, boom, boom, boom. As the 3rd blast subsided, Su Yin surged forth like a fierce tiger, taking just 3 strides to reach the floor of the 27th level. Amidst the smoke lay several lifeless bodies. Without waiting for the haze to clear, he charged in. A bullet struck his left chest with a dull thud. However, the force of such a handgun round posed no threat to Su Yin, clad in heavy body armor. He did not falter, retaliating with a single shot that felled his assailant. Subsequently, he boldly advanced into the corridor just beyond the corner. Inside, a multitude of individuals stood densely packed, wielding an array of weapons, including a handgun. The air was thick with tension, punctuated by the sound of gunfire. Chapter 69. The building warfare artifact, the MP5 unleashed a torrent of fire, mercilessly sweeping through the narrow corridor where men had gathered, causing them to leap about in a frenzied dance. Blood splattered across the walls. Simultaneously, Kang Xiaoya, leaning against Su Yan's back, raised her submachine gun and unleashed a barrage into the open door of room 2703. Su Yan, changing the magazine, glanced backward and beheld a floor strewn with corpses within room 2703. A few men emerged from the bedrooms, only to be methodically dispatched by Kang Xiaoya, whose marksmanship was commendable. Su Yan offered a word of praise as he stepped over the bodies towards room 2701. A glimmer of pride appeared on Kang Xiaoya's face as she followed closely behind him. Anyone who dared to show their face from room 2703 was instantly shot down. Su Yan had decreed no prisoners would be taken. The door to room 2701 stood ajar. Su Yan retrieved a grenade and hurled it inside before gripping the doorknob. The explosion echoed violently as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The living room was littered with bodies, some felled by grenades, others by blades and blunt instruments. The brutality was evident. All the men had been slaughtered, while the women were confined within 3 bedrooms. Upon entering the bedrooms, he discovered a vibrant throng of young, beautiful women. Throughout the living room, dining room, kitchen, and bedrooms, various supplies lay in heaps, astonishing Su Yan. He had not anticipated such an abundance within building number 7. However, recalling Kong Kai, he soon understood. In the apocalypse, there were always those inadequately prepared, yet there were also those who possessed ample resources. Without hesitation, Su Yan claimed the spoils, swiftly clearing the area. He paid little mind to the remaining women. Subsequently, Su Yin led Kong Xiaoya in a thorough search from the 27th floor downward. Corpses were everywhere, accompanied by a plethora of supplies. Witnessing the vast quantities of resources and the presence of beautiful women, Su Yin finally grasped why these individuals fought so fiercely for these 3 floors. Lu Wenhai lay among the bodies, his skull shattered by Su Yin's bullet, leaving no final words. Su Yin did not recognize him. He merely took the abandoned handgun and ammunition. In such a hasty skirmish, there was no time for dialogue. It was a matter of either killing the enemy or being killed. Only in a stalemate would negotiation be attempted. But Su Yin had no intention of granting them that opportunity. With overwhelming firepower against a disorganized mob fresh from their victory, the slaughter was one-sided. Soon, Su Yin reached the 25th floor. To his astonishment, he discovered 11 firearms. Among them were antiquated Type 54 pistols and makeshift guns. The presence of so many weapons indicated that the individuals inhabiting this building were far from ordinary. Yet, Su Yin held no interest in their identities. On the 27th floor, apart from 2 young women who cowered in their rooms, the only survivors were Yang Chao and Teng Xiangxue. 2 individuals were crying as they watched Su Yin make a brief circuit of their room, seemingly preparing to depart, which incited a sense of urgency within them. Teng Xiangxue urgently pulled Yang Chao and chased after him, exclaiming, "Hey!" Su Yin turned to regard the 2, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" The brevity of his response left Teng Xiangxue momentarily speechless. It appeared that he did not regard them as significant. Having served as Yang Chao's assistant for 2 years, Teng Xiangxue's reflexes were sharp. She quickly interjected, "Are you part of the rescue team?" "No," was his succinct reply. Disappointment washed over Teng Xiangxue's face. While she had suspected Su Yin was not a soldier who wouldn't yearn for a savior in such dire times. Yang Chao, intrigued by the seemingly indifferent man before him, expressed gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. Could you assist us once more?" "I'm not available," Su Yin responded flatly, leaving Yang Chao momentarily at a loss, his thoughts swirling in confusion. At that moment, Kong Xiaoya rushed over, her face alight with excitement. "Hello, Yang Chao. I'm your fan." Yang Chao, observing the assault rifle hanging from her neck and a tear-streaked countenance, managed a faint smile and extended his hand. "Hello." Kong Xiaoya was taken aback, never expecting to shake hands with her idol. She hurriedly wiped her small hand on her clothing before extending her trembling fingers to meet his. "I can't believe I just shook hands with my idol." Seeing Kong Xiaoya's exuberance, Teng Xiangxue regained her confidence, straightened her posture, and asked, "Who is he? Are you together?" "This is Su Yin. I'm Kong Xiaoya. We both hail from Building 12. "Building 12? Yang Chao exclaimed. "How did you get here?" "We have a yacht." A glance exchanged between Yang Chao and Teng Xiangxue brought to mind Xiao Zhuang's earlier words. Xiao Zhuang had already become a lifeless body, lying amongst the deceased. It remained unclear whether Su Yin or the young girl before him had dealt the fatal blow. Before Yang Chao could pose further inquiries, Kong Xiaoya continued. Su Yin and the others were fishing with the yacht when a villain from above opened fire on them, injuring Aunt Lu. "Suzan Nze brought me along to seek vengeance." Yang Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. "You two dare to come for revenge?" Teng Xiangxue, her mind racing, remarked, "It must have been Lu Wenhai who shot at you. He is the most nefarious person in this building." "Who is Lu Wenhai?" Yang Chao Guiriet. Teng Xiangxue, somewhat exasperated, thought it absurd that they were here for vengeance, yet did not know their enemy. She pointed to the corpses on the ground, stating, "These are all Lu Wenhai's men. They gathered a large number of people today to seize our supplies, and our comrades were all slaughtered by them. These people are truly wicked. But rest assured, those villains have already been vanquished by us." Teng Xiangxue and Yang Chao exchanged glances, both feeling a lingering dread. Had Su Yin and Kong Xiaoya not unexpectedly arrived to exact revenge, they might have met a dire fate. A few exchanges had clarified their respective backgrounds and intentions. "The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend." Yang Chao expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your support, Su Yin. I am at a loss for how to express my thanks." Kong Xiaoya blinked, remaining silent. Teng Xiangxue inquired, "Would you like an autograph?" Yang Chao is more than willing to provide signatures for both you and Su Yan. Kong Xiaoya turned to Tung Xiangxue, her gaze reminiscent of one directed at a fool. Though she was indeed a devoted fan of Yang Chao, she thought to herself, what time is it now? You still seek autographs? Should she dare to approach Su Yan with a request for Yang Chao's signature, she was certain that Su Yan would deliver a sharp rebuke. Tung Xiangxue, slightly vexed by Kong Xiaoya's expression, recognized her own faux pas. Kong Xiaoya shook her head and remarked, there is no need for your gratitude, nor for Su Yan's. However, as a gesture of goodwill, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. We are departing now. What are your plans for the future? Chapter 70. Yang Chao in distress. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao fell into silence. Their companions were all gone, leaving only the two women behind. Was there still a chance for survival in building number 7? Tung Xiangxue glanced at Su Yan, who had yet to emerge from room 2503, and turned to Kong Xiaoya, asking, could you stay and protect us? Kong Xiaoya shook her head and replied, that's simply impossible. Tung Xiangxue cast a troubled look at Yang Chao, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She then suggested, what if we leave with you on your yacht? Kong Xiaoya's face immediately displayed a look of discomfort. Seeing this, Tung Xiangxue exclaimed incredulously, what? Does Su Yan intend to refuse? Kong Xiaoya's expression turned bitter as she admitted, he will. Tung Xiangxue was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Chao began to grasp the situation and asked, if we want him to protect us, must we offer something in return? Before Kong Xiaoya could respond, Tung Xiangxue shrieked, what? Does Su Yan expect us to let him sleep with us? Is he insane? Kong Xiaoya remained silent, her face still drawn. Yang Chao looked at Tung Xiangxue and pressed Kong Xiaoya. Is there something troubling you? Finally, Kong Xiaoya spoke. This is somewhat embarrassing, but Chao, it might not be easy for you to climb into Su Yan's bed. You tend to be rather passive. You'll have to make the first move. Tung Xiangxue reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, nearly leaping up. Are you even listening to yourself? Is this the state of the world now? Perhaps Kong Xiaoya's words were too outrageous, leaving Tung Xiangxue momentarily speechless. Yang Chao also fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Yang Chao asked Xiaoya, do you have any suggestions? Tung Xiangxue turned to Yang Chao, astonished. Kong Xiaoya looked at her, hesitating to speak. Suggestions? What suggestions could there be? Wear less and expose more skin, wound tea that please Su Yan? Yet, she found herself unable to voice such thoughts. Just then, an idea struck Kong Xiaoya, and she declared, come with me to see Sister Tingting. She has a way. Sister Tingting? Who is she? They inquired. She is Su Yan's woman. Upon hearing this, their eyes widened in disbelief. Do not be afraid. Sister Tingting adores gathering a harem for Su Yan. She will surely take a liking to you. Harem? Tung Xiangxue suddenly felt as if she had lost her ability to speak. In the next moment, she looked at Kong Xiaoya and had a sudden realization. You're not. You can't be one of his. I'm not. Kong Xiaoya hurriedly waved her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. After all, she couldn't very well say, my mother, could she? Although so much time had passed, she had grown accustomed to it. Now, she understood that her father was surely dead. Without Su Yan, the two of them would never have survived, at least not with such dignity as they currently possessed. Regardless, Su Yan had treated them fairly well. At this moment, Su Yan unexpectedly emerged from the room. Upon seeing him, Kong Xiaoya immediately approached and said, Chao mentioned that the villain in this building is Lu Wenhai. It must be his men who shot Sister Lu. Su Yan pointed at the corpse on the ground and inquired, are they all Lu Wenhai's men? Yang Chao stepped forward, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear to reveal her delicate earlobe, and replied, yes, these individuals are also my adversaries. If it weren't for you today, I would have fallen into their hands. Su Yan was somewhat taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. Having come to building number 7 for revenge, he inadvertently saved Yang Chao. Do you know Lu Wenhai? Is he here? Yes, I saw him go upstairs. He should be on the upper floor. Oh, it seems Lu Wenhai is already dead, for there is not a single living man left above. Observing Su Yan's expression, Yang Chao suddenly comprehended the situation. Her eyes glistening with tears, she bowed deeply to Su Yan and expressed, thank you for avenging me by killing Lu Wenhai. Su Yin let out a slight sigh and replied, "The deceased have passed. Those who remain must continue to live bravely. Thank you." At that moment, several women descended from the upper floor. They were all between 18 and 30 years old, elegantly dressed, and possessed extraordinary beauty. Chow Chow. The women glanced at Su Yin before gathering around Yang Chao. They were the families of the wealthy individuals who had accompanied Yang Chao to building number 7. Now, with all their men slain, they were filled with trepidation about their future. Their curious gazes fell upon Su Yin, prompting Yang Chao to explain his background. Upon hearing this, the women immediately expressed their gratitude to Su Yin. He offered them a few words of comfort, then pondered for a moment before stating, "Since Lu Wenhai's gang has been eradicated, if you unite, you should be able to survive." The women's expressions shifted at his words. Although Lu Wenhai was dead, they had just checked and found that their supplies were entirely gone, leaving only a small amount of food in the kitchen. The provisions that Su Yin had not taken must have been removed by Lu Wenhai's men. One woman discreetly informed Yang Chao of their findings and added, "Although Lu Wenhai is dead, Yuli is still alive. She will surely not let us escape." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Yin. Their only path to survival lay in following him. While they were all quite beautiful, it was natural for Yang Chao to take the lead in this endeavor. Kang Xiaoya, observing the women, felt a headache coming on. Su Yin inquired, "Who is Yuli?" A woman immediately approached Su Yin and replied, "Yuli is Lu Wenhai's wife, a ruthless woman. Now that her husband is dead, she will undoubtedly seek to capture the remaining individuals." Another woman stepped forward and added, "She will ensnare us to satisfy the desires of her subordinates. They have always controlled their men through such means." Upon hearing this, Yang Chao's expression shifted dramatically. She had naturally heard of the matter, but had just forgotten it. She looked up at Su Yin, then turned to seek assistance from Kang Xiaoya. The other women, upon witnessing Yang Chao's expression, were filled with astonishment. Could it be that Yang Chao had already made an attempt and failed? Is it conceivable that there exists a man in this world who is not driven by lust? Kang Xiaoya, unable to bear it, tugged at Su Yin's sleeve. Su Yin glanced at her, sighed, and said, "Very well then. If you are willing to accompany me, I shall find you rooms in building 12 to settle in." Kang Xiaoya quickly added, "You have 20 minutes to pack your things. We shall regroup here in 20 minutes. The women, upon hearing this, were overjoyed and immediately dashed towards their respective rooms. Kang Xiaoya stepped forward to pull Yang Chao along as they made their way inside. At that moment, Su Yin suddenly heard the voice of Che Tingting in his earpiece. "Su Yin, there are people attempting to seize the ship, and they possess a handgun." Su Yin inquired via the intercom, "From where do these individuals come?" "They have descended from Building 7, and at the forefront is a woman." "Oh, what does it mean that they're waving a white flag?" Chapter 71. A kick to the king of hell in just 2 minutes. Su Yin descended to the 13th floor. At a glance, he noticed a group of women gathered there. Most of them were of average beauty, yet they appeared to be in decent condition, not resembling those who had suffered from hunger. 2 of them were quite robust. Each woman wielded a weapon. Among them stood a woman in her 30s, approximately 7 meters tall, dressed in loose sportswear that failed to conceal her curvaceous figure. Her face was strikingly alluring. While not classically beautiful, she possessed a quality that evoked thoughts of intimacy at first glance. One hand brandished a pistol, while the other held a makeshift white flag fashioned from undergarments, as she stood at the center of the group, seemingly engaged in some peculiar activity. Upon spotting Su Yin, her expression shifted dramatically. After a brief moment of hesitation, she regained her composure and approached him, raising the white flag and holding the pistol in a relaxed manner, inquiring, "You must be the owner of this yacht, correct?" Su Yin regarded her thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "Are you Yuli?" The woman affirmed, "Yes." "And the wife of Lu Wenhai?" "Indeed. I have already taken Lu Wenhai's life." Yuli paused for a moment before responding, "It was only just that you killed him. His brother and nephew fired upon you." Su Yin was taken aback. He had not anticipated her candid acknowledgement of those who had shot at him. "And what are the shooters?" "They were killed on the spot," she replied. "Consequently, Lu Wenhai was furious and vowed to seek revenge on you." Su Yin, slightly astonished, remarked, "You truly are Lu Wenhai's wife?" Yuli nodded, adding, "Yet I'm still a woman." Noticing Su Yan's gaze drifting towards the other women, Yuli quickly instructed, "Lower your weapons." The women glared at Su Yan with expressions of hatred, but ultimately complied, placing their weapons down. Observing this, Yuli admonished, "In chaotic times, it is only reasonable that we kill and are killed in turn. If we have been defeated, we must accept it." Upon hearing her words, the women collectively bowed their heads. Su Yan regarded Yuli with intrigue. Taking a deep breath, Yuli continued, "In the entire Building 7, Lu Wanhai was the leader. Now, he and nearly all the men of Building 7 should have perished at your hands, leaving only us women behind." Su Yan was taken aback by her claim that all the men in Building 7 had been slain. However, considering the numerous corpses of men accumulating on the 25th floor and above, it was likely that there were no fewer than 50. Given the previous clashes, even if the men of Building 7 were not entirely wiped out, they must be severely diminished. "So, you do not fear that I might eliminate you entirely?" Yuli offered a bitter smile. "If you wish to kill me, could I possibly evade danger by hiding at home? Thus, you await my presence to discuss something? Survival." She suddenly knelt before him, stating, "I am willing to accompany you and submit to your decisions. However, I hope you can spare the other women. They have elders and children to care for." Su Yan's expression turned icy as he replied, "I had no intention of causing you trouble. However, your self-assuredness does not deter me from eradicating the root of the problem." Upon hearing this, Yuli trembled, yet remained motionless on the ground. The other women, too, were stricken with fear, their faces paling as they gazed at the submachine gun in Su Yan's hands. Yuli knelt before him, her slender waist accentuating her rounded hips, and tremulously proposed, "I can have them surrender all our store provisions." Su Yan scoffed. What provisions could you possibly have left? Apart from the bulk supply, Su Yan had little interest in their meager reserves. Clearly, they lacked sufficient food. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to resort to robbing Yang Chao and his group. Although their heist involved Yang Chao's dubious character, it was unlikely they would risk their lives solely for that reason. In the conflict on the 25th floor, although Lu Wanhai and his group emerged victorious, there were considerable casualties. Yuli was momentarily taken aback by Su Yan's words. In these times, who would dare to trivialize food as mere refuse? Regardless of how scant their supplies were, they were essential for survival. No one would ever complain of having too much food, unless the quantity he possessed was overwhelmingly substantial. As this thought crossed her mind, Yuli's heart quivered once more. She did not believe this man was lying. It seemed Lu Wanhai had indeed chosen the wrong adversary this time. They had not merely encountered a formidable opponent, but had inadvertently provoked the ruler of the underworld. "Enough, everyone disperse," Su Yan suddenly declared amidst the silence. The women froze, sensing the seriousness in his tone, and quickly scattered, leaving only Yuli still kneeling in place. Su Yan, unwilling to engage in a battle of wits with her, stated plainly, "You sought me not to plead for them, but out of your own selfish desires." Yuli replied, trembling, "Indeed. You wish to align with me?" "Yes. Just days after your husband's death, you wish to consort with the man who took his life?" After a brief pause, Yuli responded, "In this apocalypse, only the strong can survive. If I remain in Building 7, our supplies may last another month, but ultimately we will perish. I refuse to die. I wish to live." This woman indeed contemplated the long term. However, her words bore truth. No household's reserves were infinite. Eventually, they would run out. Even if they resorted to theft, the stolen provisions would deplete as well. After consuming the entire building's supplies, what then? They would still be trapped, ultimately starving within the confines of the building. Yuli understood this reality all too well. Had Lu Wanhai still been alive, with those men, they might have sought refuge in other buildings. Yet, with only the women remaining, their escape routes had vanished. Kang Xiaoya, accompanied by Yang Chao and others, appeared behind Su Yan, having arrived unnoticed. Upon hearing Yuli's remarks, they fell silent. Indeed, food would eventually run out. Yet, Su Yan possessed a yacht. When that day arrived, they could escape by sea. This woman's thoughts were profoundly intricate. Su Yan remarked, "Everyone desires to survive. That rationale alone is insufficient." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, the gazes of the crowd converged upon him. In a desperate bid for survival, Yuli not only knelt in humility, but also revealed her most enticing curves. Her serpentine waist and alluring hips, yet he remained unmoved. Was this man truly a man? The women exchanged anxious glances, their faces betraying their concern. In that moment, Kang Xiaoya felt a flicker of relief within her heart. For reasons unknown, she believed that even if that day were come, Su Yin would not forsake her and her daughter. Yang Chao lowered her head slightly, her body trembling with trepidation. The day Yuli spoke of was far too terrifying. Although Yang Chao had yet to experience hunger, she could vividly imagine the torment of starvation until death arrived. Yu Li's declaration of her desire to survive pierced deeply into Yang Chao's heart, for she too yearned to live. At present, only Su Yin held the potential to lead them to safety. Chapter 72 Greetings, I am Yang Chao. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, Yuli did not capitulate, but instead raised her head, presenting her alluring visage and graceful neck for Su Yin to behold. Yet, she understood that her beauty would not sway him. She continued, Lu Wenhai has the ability to command the entirety of Building Number 7. He owes his success, in part, to me. I possess experience in team management and can assist you in reorganizing Building Number 12, alleviating you from the burden of these trifles. I apologize, but I have no need for a team, Su Yin replied, preparing to depart. However, he added, in light of your honesty at the end, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave. Those 3 words chilled Yu Li's heart. Watching Su Yin escort a multitude of women aboard a vessel, where the likes of Ting Ting and Wu Xia welcomed them onto the yacht, an epiphany struck her. I can operate a yacht, she declared suddenly. At that moment, Su Yin had just cradled Yang Chao and was about to place her upon the windowsill. He paused, turning to regard Yu Li. Yang Chao, who had been climbing upward, fell back into Su Yan's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, yet her legs instinctively curled upward, pressing her petite form against Su Yan's abdomen. Some individuals remain oblivious throughout their lives. However, Yu Li's recent utterances had enlightened her in a profound manner, leading to the realization that survival is the paramount concern. Clutching onto this last glimmer of hope, Yu Li hastily proclaimed, I previously sold yachts. I am well acquainted with operating them. Yachts are not commonplace. The women at home have never laid hands on one. Even Su Yin has yet to experience this, and driving a yacht would require him to muster the courage. Indeed, he required a helmsman. Very well, Su Yin acquiesced, subsequently placing Yang Chao out the window. Overjoyed, Yu Li scrambled to her feet, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She became acutely aware that her clothing was drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Fortunately, her fortitude, honed in the aftermath of the apocalypse, had spared her from any urgent needs. With her heart momentarily at ease, she suddenly recognized the formidable nature of Su Yan's intellect. Despite considering herself a strong woman, throughout their recent exchange, she had been utterly overwhelmed, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. No, it was merely a testament to his formidable strength, so overwhelming that he did not need to employ guile against her. As Su Yin sent Yang Chao away, Yu Li swiftly regained her composure, leaning toward him and presenting her back. It was then that she noticed she still clutched a firearm in her hand. Su Yin held her weapon in such disdain that he did not even bother to confiscate it. She contemplated surrendering her gun to him, but by then, he had already lifted her and placed her upon the windowsill. With no alternative, Yu Li could only grip the handle of her gun tightly, maintaining a secure stance. Before her loomed a magnificent 3-story yacht, its second-floor deck aligning perfectly with the window. Yu Li spotted a petite beauty standing there, a weapon identical to Su Yan slung around her neck, awaiting her arrival on the vessel. The torrential rain lashed against her face, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Yu Li exerted herself to offer a smile as she handed over the pistol, then took her hand and leaped onto the deck. Eventually, Su Yan also jumped aboard, making his way into the cabin. Inside, Yang Chao and the other women were already drenched, their garments clinging to their forms, accentuating their exquisite silhouettes, each striking a different pose. You take over, she said. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Li, disregarding her drenched state, agreed and hurried towards the helm. She understood that she had just passed the interview, and this was now the written test. Although she had not engaged with such matters for over a year, Yuli spoke truthfully. Her skills in navigating a yacht were indeed commendable. Before long, the vessel reached Building 12. Che Tingting and Wu Xia disembarked first, proceeding to greet the guests across the way. Once everyone had left the yacht, Su Yin lingered at the window, pressing his hand against the yacht. With a whoosh, the grand vessel vanished without a trace. Numerous onlookers from the nearby buildings, having observed the spectacle, were left utterly astonished. It was impractical for Su Yin to leave the yacht unattended, constantly monitored day and night. That was the very reason he had delayed utilizing it despite acquiring it long ago. Such a colossal entity, once unleashed, would inevitably compromise his secrets. However, at this moment, for the sake of the blue crystal fish, he had little choice but to disregard those concerns, confident that most residents of the complex were unlikely to escape its confines. Following Che Tingting, they ascended to the 17th floor. Su Yin instructed Kong Xiaoya, "Go downstairs and select a room for them to settle in." Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Yang Chao and the others immediately wore expressions of dismay. Seeing the beseeching gaze from her idol, Kong Xiaoya felt quite conflicted. Though she could not disobey Su Yan's command, she hesitated. Yu Li's gaze shifted, and she suddenly suggested, "The day is late. Let them stay for the night, and we shall arrange everything for tomorrow." Kong Xiaoya nodded repeatedly, her expression one of pitiful compliance. At that moment, Wu Xia had already approached and knocked on the door. Upon seeing such a multitude of beauties, Xiao Muling and the others were left speechless. Their astonishment deepened as they recognized Yang Chao. You are the Yang Chao." Yang Chao maintained a humble demeanor, devoid of any star-like arrogance, and extended her hand towards Xiao Muling, saying, "Hello, I am Yang Chao." At this moment, Tang Xiangxue had entirely lost her temper, remaining silent and curiously surveying the room. It's not much different from where they used to stay. Wow, it's my first time seeing a living star." The room soon buzzed with excitement, and with Yang Chao and Yuli present, the number of women had increased by 8. After a brief conversation with Yang Chao, Xiao Muling turned to Su Yin, enveloping him in a warm embrace before remarking, "You've certainly amassed quite the bounty on this voyage." A playful slap met her comment. Xiao Muling rubbed her rear, pouting in response. Subsequently, she returned to the living room, pulling Yang Chao to a small sofa by the fish tank, eager to inquire further. Kong Xiaoya nestled beside Wu Yuqin, likely sharing the backgrounds of these newcomers. Wu Yuqin pouted, gazing at the room full of women, her mood dampening. Kong Xiaoya looked at her disapprovingly, as if lamenting her lack of progress, and then leaned in to whisper in her ear. After hearing her daughter, Wu Yuqin stared at her in astonishment. At such a young age, "You're already learning the art of palace intrigue?" Kong Xiaoya pouted, and following the direction of her expression, Wu Yuqin noticed Zhou Jingjing. At that moment, Zhou Jingjing's gaze was fixed intently on Yuli. Their eyes met, and an invisible spark seemed to ignite in the space between them. Subsequently, Yuli raised her hand and greeted Zhou Jingjing. "Hello, I am Yuli." Zhou Jingjing shook her hand in return, saying, "Hello, I am Zhou Jingjing. Welcome to our home." The last 3 words were pronounced with emphasis. "Thank you," Yuli replied with a warm smile. "You all look damp. Perhaps you should take a shower first." Wu Yuqin approached, beginning to usher the group of women. Upon hearing her suggestion, the expressions of Yuli and the others turned slightly awkward as they followed Wu Yuqin towards room 1703. Yang Chao initially intended to follow as well, but was pulled aside by Xiao Muling, who led him to the main bedroom to bathe. Chapter 73. Distribution of the blue crystal fish dinner commenced with 2 distinct tables, one for the newcomers and another for the veterans, a clear demarcation. However, in terms of the meal, all were treated equally. Observing this, Xiao Muling proactively picked up her chopsticks and joined the newcomers, engaging in conversation. As several glasses of red wine were consumed, the atmosphere became increasingly warm and intimate. Their voices gradually lowered, as if delving into a private topic. Su Yan, in the midst of his meal, suddenly felt a fervent gaze upon him. Looking up, he found it was Yuaner. "What is it?" he inquired. But Yuaner averted her eyes, lowering her head. Noticing this, Wu Xia recounted the events that had transpired at home that day. Upon hearing this, Su Yin reassured Yuan, "Do not overthink it. Once you step through that door, we are all family." Upon hearing those words, Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, which cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Thank you, Su Yin," she silently repeated in her heart, yet the words remained unspoken. Witnessing Yuan weeping silently, the others hastily offered their comfort. Su Yin indeed felt somewhat fatigued today, although he had not exerted much physical effort. The mental toll of the day's gunfight was considerable. As he prepared to bathe, Ruan Lianyun promptly followed him. However, after only a few steps, Zhou Jingjing swiftly overtook her. Ruan Lianyun was taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Although there was a schedule at home, bathing was not included in it. As for whether one could indulge in meat during bath time, that depended entirely on one's capabilities. Zhou Jingjing was unconcerned about the number of people attending to Su Yan's bathing, while Ruan Lianyun found it unbearable. After a moment of hesitation, she could only leave with a sullen expression. Noticing Ruan Lianyun lagging behind, Zhou Jingjing scoffed, "You deserve to be lonely." After an entire hour and a half of bathing, Zhou Jingjing finally emerged with Su Yin, her complexion flushed and an air of triumph that she could hardly conceal. The door to the opposite bedroom was ajar, and upon entering, they found Xiao Muling in her pink nightgown, reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. Zhou Jingjing instantly wiped the smile from her face and said, "Sister Linger, I'm off to bed," before darting away. Su Yin yawned, preparing to retire to bed when Xiao Muling stopped him. "You haven't even checked on Lu Jia, who has sustained such serious injuries," she chided gently. "Oh, is she all right? I'll go see her myself." Xiao Muling rose to find him a nightgown to wear, and together they headed towards room 1701. At that moment, Wu Yuqin had arranged for the newcomers to occupy 2 adjacent rooms in 1703, while the 8 women congregated in one room, engaged in conversation. "Tomorrow, Su Yin won't truly drive us away, will he?" Yugoslavia Liinkirat. A hint of a cold smile gracing her face. The others, including Tung Xiangxue, found the situation somewhat absurd. Rivals gathered in one room, strategizing over a common concern. Yuli addressed the group. "Whether you stay or leave will be decided tonight. How shall we proceed? If we can sway Su Yin tonight, you may remain. If not, you must depart. As for me, I'm certain I can stay." Upon hearing her words, the group exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Yang Chao. If she had no hope, then their prospects were even bleaker. It was not that Yang Chao possessed the highest beauty or the most admirable figure among them, but her status as a celebrity certainly conferred an advantage, did it not? Men were often drawn to such allure. At that moment, Tung Xiangxue began to accept the harsh reality before her. It dawned on her that despite following Yang Chao, she had yet to endure any hardship, even in this apocalyptic world. Now, witnessing the potential collapse of her support, she genuinely felt a surge of urgency. Yuli continued, "As you can see, the situation here demands initiative. Without it, you shall never seize an opportunity." Tung Xiangxue immediately recalled what Kong Xiaoya had said earlier that day. At the time, it seemed absurd, but now she found herself compelled to take it seriously. She turned her gaze to Yang Chao, scrutinizing her earnestly. The hairstyle was acceptable, yet lacked a certain charm. The makeup needed refinement, and the attire required a change. "Does anyone have those kind of clothes?" "I do." 2 women immediately stood and rummaged through their luggage. Among them, the youngest at merely 18, Yurue Xue, stared at them in disbelief. "You're fleeing for your lives, and you brought those kind of clothes? What did you bring, then?" "Food," she replied, the once defiant statement now lacking conviction. A collection of delicate garments and stockings were strewn across the bed, prompting everyone to enthusiastically begin their preparations. Zhuang Xiaolu shared a room with Che Tingting. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaolu lay on the bed, her nightgown slightly lifted. Che Tingting supported her legs, while Ruan Lianyun was tending to her wounds. As Xiao Muling and Su Yin entered, the 3 women immediately paused their actions and looked up. "How does it feel? Is it painful?" "It hurts." Upon seeing Su Yin, Zhuang Xiaoyu's eyes instantly reddened, and she bit her lip, fighting back tears as she reached out to embrace him. Ting rolled her eyes at the scene. You didn't complain at all when I was changing your dressings. Su Yin gently wrapped his arm around her and glanced at her thigh. A bullet had traversed through it. After a moment of observation, Ruan Lianyun began to bandage the wound, saying, "Fortunately, the flesh on your thigh is substantial. Otherwise, it could have struck the bone." Su Yin sighed, remarking, "You certainly bear your share of burdens." The bulletproof vest had protective panels. It should have shielded your thigh from harm. Who would have thought a bullet would still find a way through? In the battlefield, anything can happen, Ruan Lianyun advised. For now, just rest. In 5 days, we'll assess whether you can get up and move. With an unwilling expression, Zhuang Xiaolu replied, "I won't be able to go fishing with you anymore. It's fine, just focus on resting. Kiss me." The room fell into an immediate silence. Kiting ting mentally cursid. Xiao Muling raised an eyebrow. Ruan Lianyun turned her head away, visibly uncomfortable. After comforting Zhuang Xiaolu for a while, Su Yin, Xiao Muling, and Ruan Lianyun departed. As soon as the door closed, Ting climbed onto the bed. "Ouch, you're hurting me." Without a care, Ting fixed her gaze on Zhuang Xiaoyu's face and said, "Come, let me also savor Su Yan's essence." "Hey, what are you doing? Get away." Su Yin lay beside Xiao Muling on the bed. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved 2 blue crystal fish eyes. "Wow, what is this? So beautiful. This is called blue crystal fish eyes." Blue crystal fish eyes? Xiao Muling held in her hand and squeezed it, her face suddenly contorting in distaste at its softness. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Did you catch fish just for this?" "Yes, this is incredibly valuable." "What use does it have?" "Consuming it can lead to evolution." "What?" Xiao Muling's eyes widened in astonishment. "Then why don't you eat it?" Su Yin replied, "I have no need for it." He produced the blue crystal fish eyes with a purpose in mind. He was resolute in his decision to obtain the awakening gene serum. If necessary, he would not hesitate to deplete all the fish in the community starting tomorrow. In such a case, the blue crystal fish eyes would lose their significance. After a brief reflection, he resolved to let Xiao Muling consume one. "Then, I'll eat one, and the other can be given to someone else." Su Yin shook his head, saying, "One is insufficient. You must eat at least 2. Each individual's physique varies, and there is no fixed quantity for awakening through blue crystal fish eyes. To divide them equally would be foolish." He intended to concentrate on awakening one person first. As for whether Xiao Muling, if she truly awakened, might rebel, Su Yin harbored no concerns. Why would she betray him? To establish a harem like Wu Zetian? He was confident she lacked such interest, and certainly the means to support it. Of course, one can never be entirely certain of another's heart. Yet, Su Yin believed in pursuing what he deemed right. Those he trusted would reciprocate that trust. To employ without suspicion is wise, while to suspect is to dismiss. By placing his faith in her, he would ultimately conquer her. If a companion truly wished to harm you, there are countless ways to do so without awakening. Even a handful of inconsequential palace maids could bring down an emperor. Naturally, one must remain vigilant against fools. Fools are easily deceived, and their unpredictable whims are forever a mystery. Fortunately, among Su Yan's women, only Wu Siki could be deemed a simpleton. Chapter 74. This night. Do not sleep. What should I do about eating? Should I just consume it directly? Gazing at the blue crystal fish eye in her hand, Xiao Muling found herself at a loss. "Su Zan not that? Are we eating it now?" Just as Su Yin was about to affirm, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Shortly after, Yuaner pushed the door open and was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Muling on the bed. Xiao Muling's face instantly flushed crimson as she recalled that it was Yuaner's turn tonight. I'll just have a chat with Su Yin." Xiao Muling hastily concealed the blue crystal fish eye and sat up, preparing to leave. "No, linger you. You should stay." Xiao Muling's delicate face turned scarlet. But recalling that this was not the first time, she chose not to insist further. "Just right. Su Yin is tired today. You can give him a massage." How about you two talk first, and I'll come back later." No need. Su Yin flipped over and proactively lay down, saying, "Waner, just give me a massage until I fall asleep." Xiao Muling playfully retorted, "You wish." Waner has only just managed to get her turn. Xiao Muling had intended to continue discussing the blue crystal fish eye with Su Yin, but recognizing the gravity of the situation. She refrained from speaking further and stood up to hide the item in the wardrobe. After all, it would be her turn tomorrow night. It would not be too late to eat then. Yu Waner straddled Su Yin, massaging him, while Xiao Muling inquired, "Are you really planning to drive them away tomorrow?" The them she referred to was naturally Yang Chao and his companions. "Well, what do you think?" Xiao Muling sighed. "Since they have come, then let them stay. I asked today, and it turns out that those few either lost their husbands or their parents. They're all helpless. Helplessness is one of the criteria for them to be accepted into the harem. Only such women can be trusted, no matter how strong a woman is. She is merely a vine clinging to a great tree. As long as Su Yin remains that great tree, they will have hope. As long as people have hope, they will not resort to extremes. In the apocalypse, this truth is even more pronounced. Yu Li could be considered a strong woman, yet when her man died, she immediately lost her spirit. It was precisely this point that led to Yu Waner being long distrusted upon entering the household. Women understand other women best. At least for now, the direction seems correct. Su Yin sighed. "You truly do not care for my poor back." "Humph." Xiao Muling pouted, while Yu Waner burst into laughter. Yu Waner jested. "This truly puts you, Su de Leoi, in a difficult position. After all, emotional connection is the shortest distance to a woman's heart. If you do not forge a relationship with them, is it not plainly distancing yourself? It would be surprising if they could align with you." Xiao Muling nodded in agreement, saying, "Our household may appear bustling, with everyone seemingly unfazed. However, when matters truly arise, manpower becomes insufficient. Just like today's incident. Had someone been on the yacht, constantly observing and paying attention to the surroundings, would you have been ambushed? It's sheer luck that Lu Jie escaped unscathed. Otherwise, I would be keen to see how you would handle it." Su Yin remained silent. In such moments, it is best for a woman to simply speak and for you to listen. "Why are you silent?" Su Yin yawned and remarked, "You all can make decisions regarding family matters. Why ask me? I'm merely a tool." Xiao Muling curled her lips, exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Waner, and both blushed as they burst into laughter. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Xiao Muling paused, momentarily questioning whether she had misremembered the schedule, before finally calling out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a dazzling figure stepping inside. Yang Chao sported a cat ear hairstyle and donned a sleek black slip dress. The lace-trimmed garment became translucent under the light, accentuating her alluring curves, making her exquisite silhouette even more pronounced. The ultra-short nightgown barely reached her thighs, revealing a hint of crimson beneath. Her long, slender legs were adorned with black stockings, playfully decorated with cartoon cat motifs at the knees. A delicate black ribbon encircled her slender neck. Yang Chao had evidently altered her makeup. It was subtle yet served to enhance her playful and charming demeanor, radiating vibrant allure. The three individuals in the room were momentarily taken aback by her appearance. Upon noticing the presence of two individuals in the room, Yang Chao appeared equally startled. After a brief exchange of glances, her cheeks gradually flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Xiao Muling rose, gently placing her hands on Yang Chao's delicate shoulders, saying, "Oh, you need not be this way. Su Yin has already agreed to let you stay." "Really?" Yang Chao raised her head, skeptical. "Indeed. Pay no heed to him. I have the final say here." Yang Chao glanced at Xiao Muling and then at the knight, Yu Waner. Yu Waner nodded encouragingly. "Rest assured, you all must be tired today. Return and have a good rest." As she spoke, Xiao Muling guided Yang Chao out. Before long, Xiao Muling returned and looked at Su Yin, saying, "Look at what you've done. You've frightened her." Yu Waner, while massaging, chuckled wryly. "Surely no one else will come tonight?" Xiao Muling replied, "I doubt it. That restless little fairy, Zhou Jingjing, has already been appeased. Who else would dare show up?" After chatting a while longer, as Yu Waner's massage grew increasingly intense, the temperature in the room began to rise. The following day, the dead fish that had been discarded into the water successfully attracted a multitude of fish. As per his usual routine, Su Yin first cast several bombs into the water, obliterating a swath of fish before promptly leading Xiao Muling, Wu Yuqin, Yu Waner, Yu Li, Zhang Zi, and Su Xinlei downstairs. This time, Su Yin had brought 6 companions. prepared for a day of grand endeavors. Yuli took the helm, and under her command, the massive yacht seemed agile and nimble. Having learned from yesterday's misfortune, Su Yin stationed Xiao Muling on the top deck as a lookout, while the others took turns casting nets to catch fish, with Su Yin stationed at the stern. Xiao Muling was clad in heavy body armor, a submachine gun slung around her neck, and a Barrett rifle in hand, fully equipped for the task. The Barrett was loaded with armor-piercing rounds. This time, anyone who dared to show their face would be met with immediate fire. Although the incident at Building 7 had not spread widely, the nearby residents had witnessed the aftermath of Su Yan's ambush, which had resulted in the building's destruction. Today, upon witnessing the formidable figure of Xiao Muling, the neighbors in the community instantly adopted a demeanor of compliance. Fishing, being a labor-intensive task, is not particularly suited for women. However, at such a juncture, who would still concern themselves with that? Although Zhang Zi and Su Xinlei had never engaged in such strenuous labor before, none dared to voice their grievances, striving instead to adapt. They observed that the elder Wu Yuqin and Yu Waner were diligently working without a hint of idleness, laboring tirelessly both day and night without complaint, leaving the younger ones with no grounds for discontent. Clad in heavy bulletproof vests and shrouded in raincoats, the four soon found themselves drenched in sweat. After recovering the lifeless fish, their efforts proved fruitless. Su Yin called for a brief respite before instructing Yu Li to navigate the boat to the vacant area within the villa district. The buildings in the villa area had already succumbed to flooding, and together with the surrounding gardens, it constituted a vast expanse, distant from the neighboring structures. Here, they no longer had to fear the threat of gunfire. Beneath the veil of rain, the interiors of the buildings became entirely obscured. Xiao Muling retrieved a pair of binoculars to survey the nearest edifice. Initially, a few individuals peered in their direction, but soon, unable to discern anything clearly, they all relinquished their curiosity. After an extended observation without witnessing anyone brandishing a sniper rifle, Xiao Muling surmised the risk was minimal and declared, "It should be safe now." Upon hearing this, Su Yin instructed them to remove their bulletproof vests. Yu Waner boldly shed her soaked clothing, donning only her undergarments beneath her raincoat, reassured by the absence of outsiders. Wu Yuqin, feeling somewhat bashful, had intentionally worn a tank top and safety shorts, having heard about the conditions outside yesterday. She resolved to wear her swimsuit the following day. The other three women's eyes brightened at this revelation. Yuli chuckled. A yacht pairs splendidly with swimwear. And with that, she exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Zi and Su Xinlei. Chapter 75. You are my deity. Zhang Zi and Su Xinlei felt a blush rise to their cheeks, yet they mimicked Waner, shedding their clothing until they were clad only in their undergarments, showcasing their alluring figures before Su Yin. At 23, Zhang Zi had just graduated from university. Her skin was as creamy as milk, and her physique was notably ample, surpassing even Wu Yuqin's. Su Xinlei, at 27, was petite, having been married for a year without bearing children, yet she maintained an exquisite figure with a slender waist and a rounded, pert rear, suggesting a regular practice of yoga. Both women possessed considerable beauty, each rated at least an 87, their undergarments far from modest. Su Xinlei opted for a more conventional style, albeit playful, with a cartoon motif, while Zhang Zi was decidedly bolder, her fair curves elegantly encased in fabric. Indeed, both were a feast for the eyes. After a brief respite, the four donned raincoats and resumed their fishing endeavors. Catching live fish proved more strenuous, prompting Su Yin to lend a hand. After a while, it was Su Xinlei who first succumbed to fatigue, collapsing on the ground. However, within their net, they astonishingly discovered 2 fish adorned with the rare blue crystal eyes, totaling 4 in all. It seemed that their arrival had not been in vain, as they were met with a bountiful catch. Following a short break, they continued their efforts, with Yuli docking the boat and joining to assist. Yuli was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a tantalizing figure. Clad in a delicate green lingerie set that did little to conceal her ample bosom and shapely form. Her long legs were evidently more elongated than the average, exuding strength. Perhaps due to her fondness for sunbathing, her skin was a sun-kissed wheat color, slightly dulled in its whiteness. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yin in the cabin, they exerted themselves to haul the fishing net, though this catch yielded no fish. Naturally, there were points to be gained. Having nearly exhausted the vacant area, Su Yin discarded a multitude of dead fish to attract more, continuing their efforts. Unbeknownst to them, night had completely descended. Su Yin calculated their day's harvest, 45,000 points, matching their previous highest yield. The blue crystal eyes were indeed a rarity, but Su Yin speculated that as the mutations in fish deepened, these blue crystal eyes would become increasingly prevalent. After all, he had seen none during his initial fishing attempts. Su Yin poured red wine for everyone and signaled for their return. After a day of toil, the journey home was filled with joy. They sipped wine, engaging in lively conversation that fostered a sense of camaraderie. Later that evening, Su Yin administered a blue crystal eye to Xiao Muling. After a short while, her fair complexion took on a subtle flush. "How do you feel?" "Su Zan Yin Guit." "I feel quite warm," she responded. Su Yin was uncertain of the transformations that might ensue after consuming the blue crystal eye, yet judging by Xiao Muling's reaction, it seemed she would need to fully digest this one before considering another. "Su Yin, what should I do?" she asked, looking bewildered. He too was a loss, but offered gently, "Follow your heart." "Follow my heart." Xiao Muling gazed at Su Yin, her eyes suddenly becoming glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, "I want." It was then that Su Yin noticed her clothing was somewhat damp, not from perspiration. "Huh, consuming the blue crystal fish has such side effects?" he thought. "Let be," Su Yin declared with righteous resolve. How annoying. That night, Su Yin was thoroughly exhausted. For the first time, he felt that engaging in such activities was not as enjoyable as he had imagined. After a deep slumber, he awoke to find it was already past 9 o'clock. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Muling had awakened at some point, her sparkling eyes intently fixed upon him. "Stop it," Su Yin immediately interjected. "Go away," Xiao Muling retorted, playfully punching him. "Ouch! How did you become so strong?" "Strong?" Xiao Muling giggled, suddenly flipping onto Su Yin's back. "Huh?" Su Yin pushed her away, only to find that he could not dislodge her. "Is this all the strength you have left?" "Wow." Su Yin suddenly exerted all his strength, flipping Xiao Muling over. She appeared genuinely surprised by the extent of his true strength. However, she quickly performed a backflip, landing gracefully on her feet, beckoning Su Yin to continue. "All right." Su Yin leaped forward, delivering a kick towards Xiao Muling. She deftly seized his wrist. Su Yin retaliated with a powerful downward strike. Xiao Muling released her grip and retreated. Su Yin unleashed a heavy punch, which she narrowly evaded by tilting her head. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the wall, creating a gaping hole. "Are you trying to kill me?" Xiao Muling exclaimed, startled, but in a swift motion, she mounted Su Yin's back. With a clap, Su Yin grasped both of her hands, and they engaged in a playful struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, the door swung open, and a group of people rushed in, their expressions turning to bewilderment upon seeing the two unclothed individuals in such a predicament. "You two are fighting. Is this how you do it?" Flushed with embarrassment under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Xiao Muling exclaimed, "Let go." "I won't." He replied, "You." The crowd at the doorway chuckled. "You two carry on. We'll take our leave." With that, they dispersed in a flurry. Only then did Su Yin release Xiao Muling, remarking, "You possess quite the strength, rivaling mine." Dismounting from his back, Xiao Muling replied, "Your strength is also remarkable, far exceeding that of an ordinary man." Su Yin paused, turning abruptly to look at her. "You have awakened?" Xiao Muling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded. "Yes, I have awakened." "What ability have you awakened?" Scanning the surroundings for water and finding none, she declared, "My ability is to control water." Su Yan's eyes brightened as he praised. "What a splendid ability." Xiao Muling's face flushed with excitement, her eyes almost radiating light as she stared at Su Yin and exclaimed, "Suzan, mama, I have become a superhero." Upon uttering her words, she suddenly embraced Su Yin. Just as Su Yin intended to respond, his mouth was abruptly silenced. After an interminable moment, feeling as though he were on the brink of suffocation, Xiao Muling finally released him. However, She then proceeded to shower his face with fervent kisses before breathlessly exclaiming, "Thank you, Su Yin. Without you, there would be no version of me today. I can hardly believe you have bestowed upon me such extraordinary abilities. You are my deity." "All right, enough of that," Su Yin interjected hastily, sensing her desire to continue her affectionate display. "Isn't it a tad inappropriate for you, the devotee, to treat me, your deity, in such a manner? Do you wish for your own demise?" With a playful punch, Xiao Muling lightly struck him, her gaze trailing down his solid chest. "Do not be so coy," she chided, eliciting an immediate reaction from Su Yin, who instinctively covered himself with both hands. Xiao Muling's eyes sparkled with mirth, nearly overflowing with laughter. Her cheeks puffed in a delightful manner, until she could no longer contain her giggles. "Let us venture out shortly to test my newfound abilities," she declared, rummaging through the wardrobe for an outfit. "Sounds splendid. I eagerly await it," he replied. Chapter 76. The Water Mage Come Forth, My Little Sorceress. On the yacht, Su Yin gazed at Xiao Muling with palpable anticipation. "Su Yin, shall we practice marksmanship?" Yu Li, Che Ting Ting, Kang Xiaoya, Wu Siya, Zhou Jing Jing, and Yang Chao, 6 women, looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of the cryptic exchange between the couple. Subsequently, Xiao Muling moved to the stern of the ship, followed closely by Su Yin. With a flourish of her hands, she appeared to be casting a spell. In the next instant, a jet of water erupted from the surface, reminiscent of a fountain, ensnaring numerous fish within its torrent. These fish, like pearls strung on a necklace, were threaded together by the water column. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, a fish plummeted from the air, followed by another, and then a third, and a fourth. Su Yin raised his firearm and commenced shooting. With continuous fire, he scarcely missed his targets. In one breath, he discharged 100 rounds, vanquishing 100 fish. Once Xiao Muling ceased her incantation, she panted softly. Su Yin inquired, "How long can you maintain this ability?" 10 minutes, Xiao Muling replied, "and then I must rest for at least an hour before I can continue." "Can you perceive the fish beneath the water?" "I can sense them." "Can you sense anything else?" "Such as?" "Perhaps the water within your own body." Xiao Muling paused. Then comprehension dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "What are you suggesting? With so many people around." "Not now. You two can flirt later." She Ting Ting exclaimed incredulously, staring at Xiao Muling. "That water column. Was it your doing?" Xiao Muling nodded. Che Ting Ting gasped in awe. "How did you achieve that?" A hint of pride flickered across Xiao Muling's delicate features as she declared, "You could say I am now a water mage." Mage! In another context, Xiao Muling's statement might have been dismissed as jest. Yet, having witnessed the earlier display, it was a truth she had substantiated. Nodding, she turned to Su Yin and said, "This is all a divine gift bestowed upon me." A collective gasp echoed, a chorus of astonished breaths. 10 gazes converged upon Su Yin, their fervent stares seemingly intent on devouring him. Even Yang Chao was not exempt from this fervor. After all, this was a manifestation of superhuman ability. For these ordinary individuals, acquiring such power would be tantamount to achieving the pinnacle of existence. Xiao Muling's words implied that this extraordinary capacity had been granted to her by Su Yin. Except for Che Ting Ting, who had spent considerable time with Su Yin, the others were not particularly familiar with him. In their eyes, he was an impressive figure, young, handsome, strong, gentle, and charismatic. However, all of this existed within the realm of ordinary existence. If Su Yin could truly bestow such extraordinary abilities upon Xiao Muling, then one must question, is Su Yin even human? To call him a deity would not be an exaggeration. This is a tangible god, one that can be seen, touched, and even savored. My God, grant me power. O divine being, bestow upon me strength. In an instant, Su Yin found himself surrounded by a throng of women. All right, everyone will have their turn," he assured them, prompting a wave of compliance, though their eager, sparkling eyes remained fixed upon him with anticipation. "However, it must be done one by one. Otherwise, my old back may not withstand the strain." "Huh?" The crowd looked on in confusion. Xiao Muling stifled a laugh nearby. All right, we shall discuss this later tonight. They all nodded eagerly. Throughout the day, everyone put forth tremendous effort. With Xiao Muling's assistance, Su Yan's gain skyrocketed. In just one day, he amassed 70,000 points and acquired 8 blue crystal fish eyes. His points surged to over 120,000. Upon returning home that evening, aside from Yu Li and Yang Chao, the women who had accompanied Su Yan were acting strangely, their glances towards one another tinged with a hint of tension. Yu Li and Yang Chao understood that such fortune would likely not extend to them, the newcomers, though they felt a surge of excitement. It was a thrill they had to conceal deep within. This left the others puzzled, observing the expressions of those around her. Xiao Muling turned her gaze towards Su Yan, her eyes conveying a significant message. Su Yan held her gaze for a moment before grasping her meaning, then lowered his eyelids in silence. Seeing this, Xiao Muling felt a surge of confidence. As they neared the end of their meal, she suddenly stood up and declared, "I have an announcement." At her words, everyone simultaneously paused their activities, looking up at Xiao Muling. Those aware of the supernatural abilities understood the nature of her announcement. Those who were unaware sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Eyes filled with excitement and trepidation were fixed upon her. After a brief pause, Xiao Muling recounted her extraordinary abilities in detail and even demonstrated them, leaving the crowd in awe and disbelief. Of course, during this revelation, she omitted the specifics regarding the blue crystal fish eyes, attributing her powers solely to Su Yan. Once she concluded, the realization of what was to follow dawned upon the crowd, and they grew increasingly anxious. Next would surely be the announcement of who would receive the next bestowed power. Today, Su Yan proclaimed, "Superpowers are for everyone. This is the nature of our Su family. Once you enter through this door, we consider you family. To be frank, despite the limited provisions stored within our home, as long as Su Yan remains, there will never be a shortage of food for you. As long as Su Yan is here, you shall never face hunger." While the concept of superpowers may seem distant, the issue of sustenance is one that lies before everyone. Moreover, it is a matter of survival. Having spent 2 days at home, the newcomers from Building 7, including Yang Chao, have observed the food supplies in the kitchen and pantry, which, although considerable, pale in comparison to their original reserves. It is undeniably insufficient to sustain such a large number of individuals, and indeed, it falls woefully short. While they do not voice their concerns, a sense of anxiety lingers in their hearts. Thus, they have long pondered why Xiao Muling and her companions, the elders, never seem to worry about this issue, nor do they object to the newcomers sharing their provisions. Now becomes clear. In the past, they might have doubted Xiao Muling's words, but in the present circumstances, given the ability to bestow superpowers, they're inclined to believe that Su Yan could conjure food from thin air. Chapter 77. Xia Muling establishes rules. Xia Muling continued. Once you enter through this door, you need not worry about sustenance or safety. We shall ensure your protection. Yang Chao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. In this apocalyptic world, aside from the scarcity of food, the paramount concern is safety, a fact they have personally experienced. No matter how much food one stockpiles, it cannot prevent others from seizing it. In such dire circumstances, one risks not only starvation, but even their very life. Even if one manages to survive, it is hardly a stroke of fortune. They were acutely aware of the fate that befell those beautiful women at Lu Wenhai's hands. Not only were they left hungry, but they were also forced into servitude, catering to men, and often to multiple men at that. Were it not for Su Yan, their fate would undoubtedly mirror that of those unfortunate women. Xia Muling's words instantaneously instilled a sense of security among the group. They had witnessed Su Yan's formidable strength with their own eyes, and now, Xia Muling had transcended to a level of extraordinary prowess. While they were oblivious to the world outside, within the realm of Yulong Bay, no one could lay a finger on them. Previously, they had felt resentment for Su Yan's refusal to shelter them, but now that sentiment had vanished. What a jest it would be! Such favorable conditions provided by the Xia family felt akin to paradise. Naturally, entry could not be granted to just anyone. The threshold must be set high. Henceforth, should other women wish to enter, they would have to find a way to deter them. In stark contrast to Yang Chao's thoughts, Yuli was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Not only had she gambled wisely, but the rewards had far surpassed her expectations. The thought of almost missing this opportunity sent tremors through her body. As tension reached its zenith, an inexplicable sensation surged within her, so delightful that she could scarcely suppress the urge to vocalize her joy. Sweat had inexplicably begun to bead on her skin, dampening her garments. Yuli lowered her head, tightening her legs in an effort to conceal her unease. Were it not for Xiam Yuling's continued discourse, she would have been unable to resist the urge to flee to the restroom. Though her fingers lacked fragrance, they could still quench her thirst. Xiam Yuling continued, "We provide you with so much, and we do not seek anything in return, but there is one thing I believe I need not elaborate." Yang Chao opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Yu Ruishue could no longer contain her excitement. "Sister Linger, we understand. Su Yin is our savior, and we pledge our unwavering loyalty." A chorus of agreement echoed among the others. Xiam Yuling smiled, saying, "This is something I need not elaborate on. As long as one is not a fool, I trust they know what is required of them. However, I must issue a stern warning. Should I discover any signs of treachery in the future, I will not hesitate to eliminate the offender." Wu Siki scanned the faces of Yang Chao, Yu Li, and the others, pondering. These women do not appear particularly astute. I wonder if there are any fools among them. Xiam Yuling then stated, "Now let us discuss matters regarding superpowers." At this, the group immediately sat up straight, their attention fully captured. Only Yu Li's waist remained hunched, her flushed face too timid to rise. Yet at this moment, no one paid her any heed. Although your chances of interacting with outsiders are minimal, I must emphasize that this matter must be kept under wraps. Not a whisper should be leaked. Indeed, this is understood by all. Furthermore, while Su Yin has bestowed upon you extraordinary abilities, they are not without their limitations. Thus, do not be anxious about what you cannot obtain for the time being. I can assure you on Su Yin's behalf that in due course, everyone will have their turn. It is not surprising. Such powers, if unrestrained, would indeed be terrifying. I will inform you of the specific queue list when the time comes. Today, Xiao Yuling's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, lingering momentarily on Che Tingting, and she said, "Sister Lu." Zhuang Xiaolu was taken aback to hear her name called, her excitement prompting her to rise, only to wince in pain, revealing the discomfort etched on her face. Her leg injury had yet to heal. The others, upon hearing this, wore somber expressions. Che Tingting appeared somewhat dissatisfied, while Zhou Jingjing's eyes darted about, lost in thought. The distribution of the blue crystal fish's powers, regardless of how it was allocated, would inevitably offend someone. This was unavoidable. Thus, Xiao Yuling took it upon herself to handle this contentious task. Su Yin, as the head of the household, is akin to a company's owner, needing to maintain a friendly and just demeanor before the employees. In contrast, Xiao Yuling acts as the manager, tasked with confronting those who may be displeased. As for why Zhuang Xiaolu was chosen, it was merely because Su Yin mentioned last night, uncertain if consuming this would heal her injuries. Whether this remark was intentional or accidental is of little consequence. Zhuang Xiaoyou's fundamental loyalty is unquestionable, her qualifications well established, and coincidentally, she had sustained injuries. Xiao Yuling stated, "Sister Lu was wounded while fishing. This is her due reward." Upon hearing this, even Che Tingting fell silent. After all, she had been injured in the line of duty. Once the meal concluded, the group gathered in the living room to rest for a while before preparing to retire for the night. Noticing Su Yin was about to leave, Zhou Jingjing immediately rose to follow him. "Jingjing," Xiao Yuling cast a sidelong glance at her. Zhou Jingjing's expression shifted, and she bit her lip, returning to her seat. Although there was no formal schedule for bathing Su Yin, one must possess a basic sense of propriety. Zhou Jingjing had certainly overstepped this time. Wan Lianyan surveyed the room before rising to follow suit. When Su Yin returned to the bedroom, Zhuang Xiaolu had already been washed and placed on a bed. Upon seeing Su Yin enter, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "My goodness, what should I do?" Su Yin chuckled. "Is it really that exhilarating? Who wouldn't be thrilled? I originally thought my injuries would preclude me from being involved in this matter." Sister Linger is truly generous. Zhuang Xiaolu, brimming with joy, yearned to leap forward. But her leg injury held her back. Su Yin refrained from teasing her further and directly offered her a piece of blue crystal fish. What is this? Soft and tender. Oh, there's a hint of fishy scent. After swallowing it, Su Yin gazed at her and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Feel?" Zhuang Xiaolu licked her tongue, staring blankly at Su Yin. "Do you feel an intense heat throughout your body?" Zhuang Xiaolu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Are you referring to that area being hot? The moment I see you, I feel hot all over." Su Yin chose not to engage in further banter. He directly reached out to touch her. Zhuang Xiaolu's body temperature was normal. It appeared that consuming this blue crystal fish had no effect on her, showing no signs of awakening. This seemed normal. Xiao Muling had awakened immediately after consuming one, leaving Su Yin to question the accuracy of the information provided by the system. So, should he give her a second one? Su Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Since it was something meant to enhance the body, it should not be taken in excess. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow and observe her reaction first. Noticing Su Yan's silence, Zhuang Xiaolu felt a sense of unease and asked, "Should I bow down to you in reverence?" Su Yan glanced at her voluptuous thighs and teased, "With legs like yours, can you manage that?" Zhuang Xiaolu gritted her teeth, rose to her feet, and then, baring her teeth, knelt on the bed. Su Yan stood on the bed, directly in front of her. Zhuang Xiaolu gently pushed against his legs with both hands and said, "Move back a bit. I can't kneel this close." So be. Chapter 78. The attack of the fish scale man. The following day, before Su Yin and Zhuang Xiaolu had risen from their slumber, Ruan Ling Yun arrived. The gunshot wound was rather challenging to treat, although it had not damaged the bone. The depth of the injury meant that recovery would be slower than that of superficial wounds. Furthermore, the wound needed to heal from the inside out, necessitating daily dressing changes. Ruan Ling Yun carefully unwrapped the bandage from Zhuang Xiaolu's thigh, extracting the sanitary pad from the bullet hole, and began to redress the wound. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaolu was acutely aware of her failure to awaken the night before, feeling a mix of despondency and embarrassment. Given such a splendid opportunity, she had faltered. Last night, she had silently wept under the covers for a while, and now her eyes were tinged with redness, prompting a curious glance from Ruan Ling Yun. Was she crying? Ruan Ling Yun shot Su Yin a reproachful look and remarked, "She is still a patient. Couldn't you be more considerate? This fellow, where did he find such energy?" "Huh?" Su Yin appeared bewildered. At that moment, Ruan Ling Yun's attention was fixated on the wound, murmuring to herself, "How strange. The recovery effect from last night seems remarkably good." Su Yin leaned in to take a closer look. "What do you think?" Ruan Ling Yun scrutinized the wound and remarked, "It appears to be the result of a week's recovery. Could it be?" Her voice trailed off as she suddenly raised her head, her gaze intensely focused on Zhuang Xiaolu. "Your superpower is—" "I." Zhuang Xiaolu's face flushed crimson, tears spilling from her eyes once more as she stammered, "I have not awakened any superpower." "Huh?" Ruan Ling Yun was taken aback. Though she was a doctor, this was beyond her understanding. Once the dressing was completed, Ruan Ling Yun departed, and Zhuang Xiaolu immediately collapsed into Su Yan's embrace, weeping. "I told you, this is a normal phenomenon. Take another one tonight, and if you feel anything, come find me immediately." "Okay." At this point, Zhuang Xiaolu understood what the state of awakening entailed. She realized that she might not awaken immediately and could not monopolize Su Yin every night. Today, they would continue fishing. Xiao Muling's abilities were immensely beneficial for fishing, so she naturally accompanied them. The others included Yu Li, Wu Yuqin, Wu Siya, Tang Xiang Shui, Yu Rui Shui, Cheng Qing Er, and Chu Ting. Wu Yuqin was assigned to the third level of alertness, while the rest remained on the lower deck. Yu Rui Shui and Cheng Qing Er were both only 18 years old. The former was lively and talkative, while the latter was quite the opposite, being quiet and sweet. Among the 8 women in building number 8, Cheng Qing Er was arguably the most beautiful, standing at 168 meters tall, clad in a modest yellow swimsuit. Her medium-length hair exuding an aura of purity and sweetness that even caught Su Yan's eye multiple times. Chu Ting, at 27 years old, was a Harvard graduate and had served as the financial director of a publicly listed company before the apocalypse. Although there were many female financial professionals, the number who attained the position of financial director was exceedingly rare, underscoring Chu Ting's remarkable abilities. Of course, her father's role as chairman also played a part in her success. At her age, she remains unmarried, with suitors behind her as numerous as the fish in the river, including not only wealthy heirs, but also the scions of officials. The so-called elites dare not approach her at all. However, the brilliance of her past has faded. Now, she appears rather ordinary in Su Yan's home. Even her remarkable beauty and figure fail to stand out. As for Tung Xiangxue, while she relies on her connection with Yang Chao and her own attractiveness to achieve a modicum of fame in the circle, she is utterly overshadowed by Chu Ting. Yuli first navigated the boat to an open area in the villa district, then began to prepare the bait. The women were well prepared, each donning an array of swimsuits to showcase their figures, lounging close to Su Yan during their breaks. Su Yan sat on the sofa, engaging in conversation with the women while his gaze remained vigilant towards the rear of the boat. Suddenly, with a splash, a figure erupted from the water, leaping onto the boat. It was a woman, yet her body was adorned with scales of a deep green hue, sharp teeth protruding from her mouth, blood smeared across her lips, and remnants of scales indicating she had just feasted on fish. She emitted a hissing sound, her eyes filled with a ravenous desire as she gazed upon the occupants of the cabin. The majority of the women present, encountering a scaled creature for the first time, screamed in terror. The creature crouched, preparing to leap forward when, with a sudden bang, a gaping hole appeared in her face, causing her to fall backward into the water. Su Yan exhaled the smoke from the barrel of his shotgun, casually placing the weapon aside. Indeed, the scaled creature's weak point was also located on her face. With such minimal defense, a single shot to the head proved fatal. Killed a primary scaled creature. Earned points 176. This was Su Yan's highest single point score to date. The scaled creatures dwelling in the water have evidently evolved rapidly. Commencing operations. Noticing that the fish had gathered sufficiently in the water, Su Yan began to throw explosives. Though he cast them far, the towering columns of water that erupted created waves that rocked the yacht for quite some time. Killed a mutated yellow croaker. Earned points 10. Killed a mutated yellow croaker. Earned points 15. Killed a primary scale creature. Earned points 182. Killed a primary scale creature. Earned points 148. Su Yan was taken aback. 3 bombs had managed to eliminate 5 scale creatures? This could spell trouble. Something was amiss on the water. Wu Yuqin, who was stationed above for surveillance, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" Su Yan grabbed his shotgun and, alongside Xiao Muling, rushed towards the stern of the boat. 5 scaled creatures, 3 at the rear and 2 at the front. What is happening today that so many of these scaled beings have emerged? You head to the front, try to leave me one to kill, Su Yan instructed, making his way to the stern, where he immediately spotted 3 humanoid shapes swiftly approaching from different directions beneath the water. The swimming speed displayed here undoubtedly qualifies one for a gold medal at the Olympics. Su Yan brandished a firearm, taking aim with precision. Bang, 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 eliminate a junior skelet humanit, earning 177 points. The closest scaled creature was dispatched with a single shot to the head. The second, positioned a bit farther away, suffered only a wound to its cranium as the bullet's power diminished upon entering the water. The third one merely had some hair and scales blown off its head. Blood gushed from their wounds, yet this did not hinder their movements. On the contrary, they swam with even greater speed. Damn it! Everyone brace yourselves. Su Yan swiftly retrieved a rocket launcher, waiting until 2 of the scaled beings were within close proximity before pulling the trigger. Boom! A colossal column of water erupted, nearly capsizing the vessel. Fortunately, the yacht was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would have been overturned. Despite Su Yan's prior warning, the women aboard were all thrown into the air. Eliminated a junior-scaled humanoid, earning 152 points. Eliminated a junior-scaled humanoid, earning 190 points. Good heavens, was the last male-scaled humanoid on the verge of advancing to intermediate? Su Yan did not linger, Seizing the opportunity presented by the rising stern of the ship, he propelled himself upward, leaping onto the third deck. Wu Yuqin collapsed onto the deck, while Xiao Muling aimed her weapon at a female scaled creature before her. "You truly deserve to perish." Hearing this hoarse voice, both Su Yin and Xiao Muling froze in astonishment. The scaled being before them could actually speak. Chapter 79. Farewell to the mutant. Su Yin gazed intently at the creature before him, a being resembling a fish-scaled woman. Her body was adorned with azure scales, and although she wore no clothing, some feminine contours were obscured, leaving only a vague outline. It was evident that her form was quite appealing, yet her visage was undeniably repulsive. Fresh blood stained the corners of her mouth, suggesting recent internal injuries. Could it be that Su Yin's actions while fishing had inadvertently harmed her? Xiao Muling, visibly anxious, inquired, "Are you human or monster?" The woman let out a cold laugh and replied, "Is there truly a distinction in your eyes?" "Indeed, there is," Su Yin asserted. "If you are human, we may engage in conversation. If you are a monster, we shall eliminate you." "What audacity!" The woman regarded Su Yin with a scornful smile. "With that pitiful weapon in your hand, you think you can kill me?" At her words, Su Yin furrowed his brow. He found her tone displeasing, yet her logic did not align with that of a mere monster. He recalled the information obtained from the system. In this apocalyptic world, humanity had been forcibly categorized into 4 distinct types. The first type consisted of those who had not encountered the extraterrestrial elements carried by the heavy rains, or had come into contact with them in insufficient quantities to induce mutation. This group remained largely composed of normal humans, representing the majority of the population. However, as time progressed, their numbers would inevitably dwindle. Unless someone discovered a substantial supply of pure water to completely abstain from drinking or even contacting rainwater, this status would change. In a certain sense, Su Yin and the women in his household were currently able to achieve this. The second type was the awakened. The third type encompassed the mutants, individuals who had accumulated a sufficient quantity of extraterrestrial elements within their bodies, only to fail in their evolution and lose their sanity. The fourth type was the fish-scaled. Su Yin had only learned that consuming fish might lead to becoming one of these creatures. From a resource allocation perspective, this moment marked a pivotal juncture. Most families that managed to secure a few bags of rice could sustain themselves for 2 to 3 months. As the population dwindled and resources consolidated, the remaining individuals could rely on these integrated supplies for an additional 3 to 5 months. Naturally, individual circumstances would vary significantly. For instance, if not for encountering Su Yin, Kong Kai could have persevered until at least the end of the year. Yet ultimately, non-renewable food supplies would be exhausted. Within 1 to 2 months, those deprived of sustenance would be compelled to consume fish. At that time, a number would perish, while others would transform into fish-scale beings. During this period, a fortunate few might awaken through the blue crystal fish, and a rare minority could achieve awakening after accumulating a sufficient level of extraterrestrial elements within their bodies. The vast majority, however, would merely become mutants or fish-scaled beings. Was the woman before him, resembling a fish-scaled creature, a mutant? Yet her appearance diverged significantly from the bridal figure Su Yin had encountered previously. Moreover, while the bridal woman could articulate words, she was clearly deranged. Perhaps the woman before me is a newly transformed being, still not entirely consumed by madness. Should I capture her for observation? Acquiring comprehensive data on the mutation process is undeniably significant. However, what means could I employ to confine her? Locking her in a room would undoubtedly be futile. She would surely break through the walls to escape. I lack a sufficiently sturdy cage. Never mind, perhaps I shall ponder that later and first extract some information. Su Yin inquired, "What brings you to the water?" "Fishing for sustenance," she replied. Su Yin nodded, realizing that after her mutation, she no longer feared consuming fish. In fact, it seemed that the more she ate, the stronger she would become. "Have you not feared drowning while submerged?" "Not at all. I have evolved. I can breathe underwater like a fish." Xiao Muling was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to Su Yin, laced with intrigue. Could this individual be akin to herself? Su Yin subtly shook his head, confident that this woman was mutated rather than awakened. A truly awakened individual would likely seek to seize others' provisions, who would wish to wade into the water to catch live fish. Observing the woman's relatively tranquil demeanor, Su Yin continued, "When did you first realize you had evolved?" She shook her head. "I cannot say. My family had run out of supplies, and I was left with nothing but water to drink. I lay in bed, on the brink of starvation, and when I next opened my eyes, I had transformed into my current form." At this revelation, a glimmer of pride illuminated her features. "Do you know? Now, not only can I consume fish without fear of death, but I also grow stronger. Water has become my realm of freedom. I am terrifyingly powerful now." With that, she clenched her fists and flashed a menacing grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "This is bad. Su Yin, get back!" Xiao Muling exclaimed, pulling the trigger. The rapid-fire bullets from the submachine gun struck the woman, yet they merely ricocheted off her smooth, scaly skin, which appeared as if encased in a heavy layer of fish-like armor. Occasionally, a bullet would penetrate the gaps in her scales, piercing her underlying flesh and causing droplets of blood to bloom forth. However, her expression conveyed a palpable indifference. The submachine gun's power proved inadequate. The woman coolly waggled her finger at Xiao Muling, declaring, "This won't." Boom! Su Yan's shotgun erupted, unleashing a burst of fire that blasted the deer slug into her face, shattering her scales. As they fell away, her exposed skin revealed a grotesque visage, marred by numerous scars. In a fit of rage, she roared, "I will," but her threat was cut short as Su Yin fired another slug, which detonated upon impact, reducing her head to a pulp akin to a rotten watermelon. Her body was flung backward, crashing into the water. Mutation being eliminated, points gained. 160 indeed. She was a mutated being. Though her transformed appearance differed from that of the bride, the process of her mutation bore striking similarities. After a prolonged deprivation of food, the excessive consumption of rainwater led to the rapid accumulation of extraterrestrial elements within the body. This phenomenon also elucidates why he encountered predominantly female mutants. In contrast, if men were faced with starvation, most would likely fight desperately, perishing in the struggle for sustenance or resort to fishing. It is only women who would resign themselves to fate, languishing at home in weight of death. What the other fish-scaled individuals? At this moment, Su Yin suddenly recalled that there were two fish-scaled beings at the bow of the ship, trapped by him. As Xiao Muling spoke, she waved her hand, and a water sphere rose from the depths. Within the transparent orb, a fish-scaled creature struggled violently. Yet no matter how it thrashed or contorted the sphere, it remained firmly ensnared. Impressive capabilities, Su Yin thought, his eyes gleaming as he raised his firearm, declaring, "Prepare to retract the net." With another gesture from Xiao Muling, the water sphere shattered, transforming into a cascade of droplets. Bang! The fish-scaled being was shot in the head. Eliminated a junior fish-scaled being, earning 149 points. All returned to tranquility once more. Xiao Muling expressed her concerns, asking, "Should we continue?" Of course, Su Yin responded, but before he could finish, the voice of Che Tingting crackled through his earpiece. "Su Yin, there has been an incident. Hurry back." Chapter 80. The assault on Unit 2. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Che Tingting's voice through the intercom. "What is it?" he inquired. Kiting Tinu replied. "A multitude of people have arrived outside, all seeking help. They claim individuals from Unit 2 have breached the 24th floor's wall and are advancing. A considerable number of them." Unit 2? Su Yin was momentarily stunned, recalling that their building, number 12, comprised 2 units. Thick walls separated the 2 units. Since Su Yan's room, 1701, shared a wall only with 1702, while its other 2 sides were open to the air, he had not initially considered that the people from Unit 2 would resort to breaking through the wall to invade. Clearly, resources had dwindled on their side, and desperation had driven them to such extremes. "Remain calm and secure the door," Su Yin instructed solemnly. "If anyone breaches it, eliminate them immediately. Also, pay attention to the partition wall of room 1703. "Understood," Che Tingting responded, her voice steady. Su Yin quickly relayed the situation to Xiao Muling, then added, "Linga, please return and assess the situation." "Okay." Xiao Muling replaced the magazine in her submachine gun, donned her bulletproof vest, and then leapt into the water. To her astonishment, she did not sink, gliding gracefully across the surface like an ethereal being, racing towards building number 12. Su Yin descended to the main deck and commanded, "Set sail. We are returning, but head towards Unit 2. Without further inquiry, Yuli promptly steered the boat, and in mere minutes, they arrived back at building number 12. Su Yin surveyed the group, retrieved a submachine gun, and tossed it to Yuli, saying, "See ya. Come with me. You all guard the boat." Yuli received the firearm with astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She had never anticipated Su Yin would entrust her with a weapon. At that moment, besides her, the newcomers on the boat included Teng Xiangxue, Yu Ruixue, Cheng Qing'er, and Chu Ting. Logically, any of these four should have been deemed more trustworthy than her. Yu Wuzlabi, being a shrewd and composed individual, was generally unperturbed by emotional fluctuations. Yet in that moment, her heart surged with exhilaration, not merely because she now possessed a gun, for she had had one since the onset of the apocalypse, but rather due to Su Yan's gesture, which unmistakably signified his trust in her. The sensation of being trusted was profoundly gratifying. She yearned to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Yan had already shattered a window and led Wu Xia into the building. "Don't come in." Inside the hallway, 5 individuals stood guard, armed with iron rods and knives. They were evidently prepared for Su Yan's approach, yet remarkably, none possessed a firearm. Now, that makes sense, Su Yan mused. After all, where would so many guns come from in a single residential complex? The layout of Unit 2 mirrored that of Unit 1. Su Yan dispatched the 5 guards and ascended directly to the 24th floor. Wu Xia followed closely behind, clutching a shotgun and remaining vigilant for any threats from behind. Along the way, they encountered a few individuals venturing outside. Su Yin, regardless of gender, shot any exposed heads without hesitation. In less than a minute, the two ascended to the 24th floor. The door to room 2403 stood ajar, and a figure emerged, carrying a bag, drenched in blood. Without hesitation, Su Yin shot the person at the door, then rushed forward, unleashing a torrent of gunfire into room 2403. As one magazine was expended, he swiftly replaced it with another, the sound of gunfire scarcely pausing. However, within the room, not a single soul remained alive. The floor was strewn with bodies, both male and female, each clutching items evidently looted from their unit. The two proceeded to search the room, and upon entering a particular bedroom, they discovered a large hole in the wall. Through this breach, Su Yin glimpsed the scene across the way, 2 adults and 2 children, a family of 4, all lifeless in the living room. Su Yin traversed through the hole back into his unit, where he found all the doors of room 2403 wide open, each room in disarray. Approaching the security door, Su Yan's eyes fell upon the security door of room 2401, which was also ajar. The entire room appeared almost completely drenched in blood, with numerous bodies scattered across the floor. Why were there so many people in this household? Su Yin suddenly recalled a conversation with Che Tingting, who had mentioned that a family on the 24th floor had taken in many orphan children. The thought tugged at his heart, prompting him to step outside, traverse the corridor, and arrive at room 2401. Behind the security door lay the lifeless bodies of an elderly couple. The man appeared to be in his 70s, clad in an old military uniform, now soaked in blood. He was a veteran, likely having seen battle in his youth. His wife lay across him, her back marred with wounds from blades and axes. Further inside, the living room floor was awash with blood, with around 10 children sprawled in pools of crimson. It turned out that the couple who had taken in the children on the 24th floor were indeed this elderly pair. Until their final moments, they had stood at the door, shielding the children behind them. Su Yan having secured room 2402 with the 2 women inside. As Wu Xia emerged from her search of room 2402, she was about to report her findings to Su Yin when she was struck dumb by the scene before her. At that moment, Su Yan's earpiece crackled to life with the voice of Xiao Muling. "Su Yin, all individuals in the 2nd unit have been subdued. They request to surrender. They claim they can assist us in fishing, trading fish for food." Trading fish for food? A sinister expression crossed Su Yan's face as he inquired. "All of them have been controlled. Yes, they've all been subdued. Eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive. Let the women in the household also taste the blood. Xiao Muling hesitated momentarily, responding with uncertainty, but there are elderly and adolescents among them. Sensing something amiss in Su Yan's tone, Xiao Muling quickly replied, understood, executing the order. Subsequently, Su Yan led Wu Xia downstairs. Just as they descended halfway, a barrage of gunfire erupted from below. By the time they reached the 17th floor, the corridor was already littered with corpses. Upon seeing Su Yan descend, the neighbors gathered below the building ascended, each offering respectful greetings. Su Yan has returned. Greeting, Su Yan. The residents of Unit 2 are utterly despicable. They kill indiscriminately, claiming many of our lives. My wife was slain by them. My parents, too, fell victim to their brutality. Witnessing the corpses strewn across the ground, the inhabitants of Unit 1 began to voice their grievances. After a period of lamentation, they gradually composed themselves, raising their heads in unison to gaze at Su Yan. In light of such calamity, they awaited his guidance on the next course of action. Su Yan regarded them with a gaze that was somewhat frigid. The inhabitants of Unit 2 are human, just as you are. Will you simply stand idly by as they perpetrate murder? Are you all cowards? Do you still have the audacity to seek my assistance? Chapter 81. Promotion of Yu Li. Upon hearing Su Yan's reprimand, everyone hung their heads in silence. Even the children behaved themselves. Having endured the trials of the apocalypse, all had matured. In truth, Su Yan understood, at least to some extent, why they did not resist. They had food to eat now, and they knew that even if their own supplies were depleted, they could exchange for rations with Su Yan. They were no longer afraid of hunger. Instead, they began to fear for their lives, valuing their existence too dearly to risk it against those reckless individuals from Unit 2. As long as they could successfully escape downstairs, they felt assured that Su Yan, being tall and formidable, would shield them from the impending doom. Su Yan gazed at these individuals and coldly remarked, "So, you all feel secure now that your bellies are full and deem your possessions unworthy?" Everyone remained silent, heads bowed. What did it matter if they were scolded a few times? Su Yan relished this moment of reprimand, knowing he would still provide for them in the future. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan addressed Xiao Mu Ling and the others. Starting today, the exchange of grain for fish will cease for 7 days. The crowd gasped in shock, collectively lifting their heads to stare at Su Yan. Panic was etched on every face. Their food supplies had already been ravaged by the people from Unit 2. They could scarcely survive a day without provisions, let alone a week. To avoid starvation, you must reclaim your food from Unit 2. After 7 days, I will reassess the exchange rates. Upon hearing Su Yan's resolute words, the realization dawned on them that he was serious, and urgency spread among them. Su Yan, we understand our mistakes. From now on, we will unite to safeguard our unit's security. Yes, if those scoundrels from Unit 2 come again, I shall be the first to make them pay. The last to speak was a bald, middle-aged man clad in high-end attire. Upon Su Yan's attention being drawn to him, the man's expression changed instantly, and he lowered his gaze. Su Yan pointed at him and declared, "Very well, since you are so courageous, you shall lead the charge." The bald man was momentarily taken aback. As the gravity of the situation sank in, the others quickly grasped Su Yan's intentions. Indeed, they must reclaim what was rightfully theirs. "We will avenge our neighbors whom Unit 2 has slain," they cried in unison, rallying together. They began to push the bald man toward the upper floors. Only a few women and children remained behind, eagerly offering to assist Su Yan. "We will help you clean up." With that, they started clearing away the bodies and blood from the ground. Seeing this, Su Yan chose to disregard them and said to Xiao Mu Ling, "Let us move on." He then addressed Che Ting Ting, "Take Xiao Yu with you to keep an eye on them. Jing Jing, guard the home." Understood. Gazing at the group of flustered women in his home, Su Yan reflected that Xiao Mu Ling was indeed correct. When the time came, their manpower was simply insufficient. Zhou Jingjing is incapable of even firing a gun. However, with the main forces of the second unit eradicated, Su Yan is confident that for the time being, no one will trouble them at home. Building 12 appears to require a robust consolidation. Since he resides there, and out of reluctance to eliminate his neighbors, it becomes essential to exert control over them. While he does not expect them to aid in repelling foes, he at least hopes to maintain order within their ranks. As Su Yin anticipates more outings in the future, once the fish within the community are depleted, he may need to venture beyond the confines of the estate to seek his catch. Exiting the community means departing from the intercom's communication range. Before that happens, Building 12 must be properly organized, and capable individuals must be left to guard his home. Su Yin has already identified the perfect candidate for this task, Yuli. From their initial encounter, Su Yin had envisioned a specific role for her. Yuli is astute and competent, possessing experience in managing groups. Such a talent surpasses any among Xiao Muling and her associates. While Xiao Muling may handle the women at home, assigning her to manage a building filled with men would be ill-advised. Indeed, when Yuli first pledged her loyalty to Su Yin, he was already preparing to welcome her into his fold. His continued rejection until the last moment, when he accepted her solely for her ability to operate a yacht, was merely a tactic to exert influence over her. Even if Yuli had not presented that rationale at the time, Su Yin would have found an excuse to return to Building 7 and bring her along. Yuli's capabilities, however, come with inherent risks. To bring such a woman under his control, one must first ruthlessly suppress her, stripping away her last vestiges of pride, causing her inner self to collapse. Only then can she be effectively utilized. By doing so, she would perceive Su Yan's actions as acts of compassion rather than as mere transactions of her abilities, thus clarifying her position. Even if Su Yan treats her well in the future, she will only see it as his kindness, devoid of any convoluted thoughts. As for leveraging Yuli to intimidate individuals like Yang Chao, that is merely a secondary benefit. Moreover, it is worth noting that Yuli's status within the household is, in fact, the lowest, even beneath that of Wu Siki. She belongs to Building 7, and the women of Building 12 will not regard her as one of their own. Conversely, the women from Building 7 harbor resentment towards her, as their parents were slain by Yuli's husband, making any affection towards her impossible. With a lowly status and remarkable ability, granting her power serves as an effective means of balance. Before the apocalypse, Su Yin was nothing more than an inconsequential employee, but that does not imply he lacked cunning, intelligence, or capability. His previous lack of noble connections and opportunities does not diminish his current potential. Likewise, it does not suggest that he is significantly more intelligent than others. His ability to manipulate others stems from his newfound capacity to exercise a modicum of authority with impunity. With the backing of Tonggu, he can afford to play freely, enjoying a high margin for error, as failures hold little consequence. Su Yin led Xiao Muling and Wu Xia downstairs, then summoned the yacht via the intercom, resuming their work. Previously, a bomb had detonated, scattering the scales of the fish throughout the community's waters. Following that incident, no further anomalies were encountered. However, despite their diligent efforts, today's harvest did not surpass that of yesterday. 73,000 points and 6 blue crystal fish eyes. Su Yan's current score had surpassed the significant milestone of 200,000 points. Yet, he harbored an unsettling premonition that his yields would diminish starting tomorrow. With 200,000 points, he was entitled to 20 draws, which theoretically offer a chance to obtain the awakening gene solution. Naturally, such theoretical probabilities were often the least reliable. Upon returning home, Che Tingting recounted the events that had transpired upstairs that day, which aligned closely with Su Yan's expectations. The main forces from the second unit had surged into the first unit, where they were met with gunfire from Xiao Muling and her companions. The remaining inhabitants were predominantly elderly, weak women, and children. The first unit had paid the price of 2 lives to thoroughly pillage the second unit. The food supply could undoubtedly sustain them for 7 days. Due to the day's operations, the first unit had nearly resolved their trust crisis and had begun to collaborate more earnestly. His gaze sweeping across the faces of the women before settling on Yuli. As we guard over these neighbors, we must maintain a certain level of control over them. Yuli, please take charge of them for now. At Su Yan's words, everyone fell into a state of astonished silence. Chapter 82. Yuli's return. Yuli gazed at Su Yan in astonishment, pointing to herself and stammering me. Su Yin nodded and replied, "You have the time to meet with them in my name. Anyone who dares to disobey should be dealt with decisively. It is not a significant matter. You may handle it as you see fit. After all, they are neighbors, so consider it as tending to canaries." Upon hearing the last remark, the women present erupted into laughter. Only Su Yin would dare to utter such words about keeping so many individuals as canaries. At this moment, Yuli comprehended the situation and nodded. "I understand. Leave it to me. Your benevolence will echo throughout the entire Yulong Bay community." Had it not been for today's unexpected events, Su Yin's proposition might have seemed a bit abrupt. However, given the circumstances occurring above them, it was entirely reasonable for Su Yin to assign someone to oversee the matter. There was one point to note. Upon hearing this, Yuli immediately became attentive, albeit regretting that she had no notebook in hand. "We must pay attention to their physical conditions and observe any potential changes." Yuli blinked and inquired, "Are you suggesting we monitor for mutations?" Su Yin nodded, stating, "Firstly, we need to remain vigilant. Secondly, we must document any instances of mutation, as this data will prove invaluable to us." Yuli responded, "I understand. I know how to communicate this to them." Observing her demeanor, Su Yin realized there was no need for further elaboration. He felt no trepidation towards the mutated individuals. However, the neighbors above were a different matter altogether. No wonder leaders appreciate capable subordinates. After dinner, the group engaged in casual conversation in the living room before retiring for the night. A few who had no task for the following day remained to watch television. Shortly thereafter, Yu Li, having meticulously adorned herself in a seductive lace nightgown, approached Yang Chao's room. At this hour, none had yet retired. The women of Building 7 had congregated there. Since their arrival, this room had become a gathering place for the women of Building 7, though Yuli had not been included. Upon her entrance, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to her in surprise. "A bunch of fools," Yuli thought to herself, yet her expression remained unchanged as she stated, "Miss Xiao just arranged for me to visit Su Yan's room tonight." The women fell into silence at her words. Yurueshu scoffed, "If you're going, then just go. Why come flaunting it here?" Yuli ignored her and turned to Yang Chao, saying, "You should come with me." "What?" The others were taken aback. Such a splendid opportunity. And instead of seizing it for herself, she intended to bring Yang Chao along? What was she plotting? With a gentle sigh, Yuli remarked, "I know you do not favor me, but whether you like it or not, we must now coexist under the same roof. The women of Building 12 are already Su Yan's former subordinates and share a close bond. If we, the women of Building 7, do not unite, will we still have place here?" Yang Chao gazed at Yu Li and inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" Yuli felt a moment of frustration, yet she composed herself and earnestly replied, "In comparison to me, he will undoubtedly prefer you. It's as simple as that." Upon hearing her words, the others finally grasped the situation. It seemed she genuinely harbored no ill intentions this time. Tung Xiangxue immediately rose to her feet, beckoning everyone to assist Yang Chao in her transformation. Yuli addressed Tung Xiangxue, saying, "You should change your outfit as well." "Me?" Tung Xiangxue was taken aback. "I'm go too?" Yuli nodded and said, "You are Yang Chao's support, and you must continue to assist her in the future." Tung Xiangxue hesitated. What am I supposed to do?" Yuli rolled her eyes as a star's assistant. "You do not comprehend this trivial task? Are you pretending to be oblivious? Do you not understand how to assist? Provide emotional support, wipe away sweat, offer water, lend a hand when they are fatigued, and assume difficult poses when necessary. Never mind. Just follow me today and learn properly." As she spoke, noticing Tung Xiangxue's bewildered expression, Yuli was also taken aback. Did she truly lack experience in this? Well, it is not as if they were constructing an atomic bomb. Even the dim-witted could grasp this concept. The others, upon hearing this, were astonished, exchanging glances with one another. Would they also require assistance in the future? A myriad of eyes began to meet each other's gaze. 10 minutes later, the three of them dazzlingly arrived at room 1702. Phew, Yuli is truly attempting to push me to my limits. Seeing that enchanting face still smiling at him, Su Yin shot her an incredulous glance. Tung Xiangxue placed a lit cigarette directly into his mouth. Su Yin took a puff and gradually regained some composure. Host, Su Yin stamina, 14 strength, 15 agility, 13 spirit, 12 ability, marksmanship. Awakening, 2 free attribute points, 0 points, 207,301, 200,000 points. Su Yin pondered for a moment, reaching a decision. Let's test the luck of this illustrious star. He directly drew on 1,000 points. Acquired 100 units of QBS-09 military shotgun with 100,000 rounds of ammunition, among them 50,000 deer rounds and 50,000 armor-piercing rounds, tungsten alloy. Oh, not bad. Tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds. This type cannot be stopped even by close-range body armor. Acquired 100 units of W-15 tactical helmet. Equipped with all attachments, damn, finally a helmet. 1,000 points. That's not too bad. Acquired skill, Wind God Step. Wind God Step, upon activation, you will become a man like the wind. Running speed increases by 100, agility increases by 50 with all his might. Su Yin could run 100 meters in under 10 seconds. If it doubles, could he achieve 5 seconds? Quick, too quick. He could even evade bullets. Moreover, agility is enhanced. The speed is not merely in his legs. His third leg is certainly not a leg. Today has been remarkably fortuitous. I have drawn a skill for the second time, and it is a particularly advantageous one. The extraordinary aspect of this skill lies in its ability to amplify the foundational attributes. In essence, as Su Yin's fundamental attributes increase, the effects of the Wind God Step will multiply correspondingly. Su Yin turned to glance at the small face nestled in his arms, feeling a surge of delight. Noticing Su Yin's intention to use his mouth, Tang Xiangxue swiftly extended her finger to take away the cigarette. Yang Chao's cheeks flushed crimson as she caught Su Yin's gaze. Her eyes sparkling. I simply cannot move. Hiss. Su Yin lowered his eyes and beheld Yu Li's long, raven hair cascading down. Are you attempting to drain me dry today? Continuing to draw, my points are being depleted. Su Yin took a puff of smoke and persisted. Acquired 1 bottle of awakening genetic serum. Hiss. Am I truly that formidable? Acquired 1 Azure level medium-sized yacht, level 48. Oh. Upon reading the yacht's description, Su Yin was once again taken aback. The yacht he had previously drawn measured 18 meters in length, which was already considerable. However, this new yacht spans 48 meters and boasts a displacement exceeding 400 tons. It is also divided into 3 levels, with even more comprehensive facilities, including a swimming pool, and can comfortably accommodate 100 individuals. Furthermore, this yacht's tonnage enables it to withstand relatively larger waves. Its excellent length-to-width-to-height ratio ensures stability even in turbulent waters. The hybrid diesel-electric propulsion system not only provides robust power, but is also more fuel-efficient. However, navigating this vessel within a residential community is out of the question, and maneuvering through the densely built urban landscape poses significant challenges. If Su Yin were to leave Sioux City in the future, this yacht would indeed be an excellent choice. Acquired 200 barrels of diesel, 80,000 liters. This system is remarkably considerate. Nevertheless, this amount of fuel is still insufficient for long journeys, as larger yachts consume more fuel. Acquired 100 tons of rice. Unfortunate. Acquired 20 Type 02B flamethrowers, complete with 400 high-pressure gasoline canisters. Acquired 500 tons of flour. Unfortunate. Acquired 200 tons of compressed biscuits. What is this? Even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Acquired 500 sets of winter clothing, equally divided between men and women. Is Tong Gu implying something to me? Acquired. Hiss. Su Yin instinctively rolled his eyes. Chapter 83. Gene Awakening Elixir 10 minutes later. Su Yin retrieved a small blue vial from beneath his pillow. The vial was diminutive, measuring only 2/3 the size of a ring finger, entirely transparent, and filled with a cerulean liquid. What could this be? Upon witnessing Su Yin's sudden production of the potion, the onlookers gazed at him with palpable curiosity. Su Yin donned an enigmatic smile and remarked, "Guess." The 3 young faces flushed crimson in unison, collectively hurling a playful spit in his direction. Yuli initially contemplated advising Su Yin to exercise restraint. Although he was youthful and could handle minor transgressions, the use of drugs posed a different concern altogether. However, after a moment's reflection, she chose to remain silent. Her gaze drifted toward Yang Chao, nestled beneath the covers, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Su Yin disregarded their reactions, fixated instead on the vial. So, this is the Gene Awakening Elixir? It appears rather ordinary. Nonetheless, I trust that Tonggu would not lead me astray. Su Yin uncorked the bottle and downed its contents in one swift motion. There's a hint of alcohol in that. In the next instant, a fiery surge ignited within him. Su Yin's body temperature soared correspondingly. Is this potion truly this potent? 6 pairs of eyes widened in astonishment. Yuli observed Su Yin's robust physique, noting the flush creeping onto his fair skin, a tinge of concern surfacing within her. However, with a 3-to-1 advantage, I hold the upper hand. The following day, dawn broke. Su Yin had slept merely 2 hours, yet arose invigorated. The women around him exchanged incredulous glances at his early rise. The Su family home was akin to a sieve. News of last night's events had already spread, even reaching the bedridden Zhuang Xiaolu. Che Ting Ting approached, playfully pinching Su Yin's firm abdomen. Puzzled as she said, "You weren't slacking off, were you? I thought you'd sleep in today." Who do you look down upon?" Su Yin responded with a light slap. Xiao Muling appeared to sense something amiss. Her gaze was laced with curiosity. "Why do I feel like you seem a bit different? Really? What do you perceive? I can't quite articulate it, but you just feel different." No wonder those who have awakened possess such discerning eyes. Similarly, after his awakening, Su Yin now regarded Xiao Muling with a renewed perspective. How to describe it? In Su Yin's current view, among this group of women, Xiao Muling stood out like a grand chandelier, instantly capturing his attention. Perhaps this is the unique resonance that exists among the awakened. Host, Su Yin, stamina, 42 strength, 41 agility, 39 mentality, 36 abilities, marksmanship, wind god step, awakening ability, crystal eye awakening, 102 free attribute points, 0 points, 301. Following his awakening, Su Yin's foundational physical attributes had nearly tripled. In terms of overall enhancement, it was comparable to Xiao Muling's. Certainly, Su Yin's inherent qualities far surpass those of Xiao Muling. After the recent enhancements, he has essentially dominated her in every aspect. Beyond the improvement in his fundamental attributes, he has also awakened a unique ability. The awakening of abilities differs fundamentally from those acquired through system draws. Each individual can only awaken one ability, which evolve alongside their own strength. Crystal Eye. Upon activation, a spherical crystal hovers above the head, possessing the capacities of perception, attack, and protection. Remarkably potent, Brother Tong has indeed lived up to expectations. The skills awakened through the genetic serum are undoubtedly superior to Xiao Muling's mundane water manipulation. Oh, were they? At that moment, Yu Ruishua suddenly remembered Yang Chao and the others. Well, let them sleep a little longer. No tasks will be assigned to them today. Among the women present, aside from Wu Siki, Kong Xiaoya, and Cheng Qingge, none are novices. They all comprehend the situation, their faces flushing with color. A myriad of gazes fell upon Su Yin, filled with curiosity, confusion, and eager anticipation. Su Yin surveyed the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Zhuang Xiaolu. She sat on a chair, huddled like a quail, and upon sensing Su Yin's stare, her face flushed crimson. It seems last night's blue crystal fish meal was not in vain after all. After breakfast, Su Yin began to assign roles. The day's work was about to commence. Today, Chu Ting would take the helm. Although her skills were not yet refined, she had received some instruction from Yuli yesterday and could manage adequately. He later found time for Yuli to conduct a training session. After all, piloting a vessel is a relaxed task. It would be unfair to burden one person consistently. 3 consecutive days passed. On the 3rd evening, after consuming 5 blue crystal fish, Zhuang Xiaolu finally exhibited a reaction. She limped into Su Yin's bedroom in a flurry, neglecting to knock, startling the already occupied Chu Ting. Yu Ruishua's eyes widened in shock and anger as she exclaimed, "You Why did you rush in without knocking? Zhuang Xiaolu cast an apologetic glance at Chu Ting before replying. Su Yin, I'm in a hurry. Yurueshua puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Just you? Who isn't in a hurry? We've been waiting here for ages. Do you still wish to cut in line? Chu Ting, a seasoned professional, recognized Zhuang Xiaolu's seniority and, not daring to offend her, managed a strained smile, saying, well, all right then. Su Yan, observing the rosy hue of Zhuang Xiaolu's cheeks, naturally understood that she had successfully awakened her ability. He sat up and looked at her, inquiring, has it worked? As he spoke, he gently patted her. Chu Ting obediently stepped aside. Zhuang Xiaolu replied, should be yes. Just look. Upon hearing this, Chu Ting and Yu Ruishua's faces instantly reflected jealousy. They clearly understood what had transpired. Does this mean they would witness firsthand how Su Yin, the divine, imparts his powers to Zhuang Xiaolu? After all, Su Yin had not sent them away. Upon reaching this point, the two individuals were instantly filled with excitement, their eyes widening in unison as they absorbed every detail without missing a beat. Then, a pause. Is that all? It seems rather unremarkable, does it not? Could it be that Zhuang Xiaolu has awakened a water manipulation ability? This fellow is nearly crashing into the window glass. Is this something an ordinary person could achieve? It is quite possible. Unbeknownst to them, Zhuang Xiaolu had already been dubbed Water Child by Xiao Muling and Che Tingting in private. The following day, Su Yin had intended to test Zhuang Xiaoyu's newfound skill. But alas, she was unable to rise. After her awakening, Su Yan's physical prowess had indeed significantly improved. Essentially, it now seemed that two individuals were required for a single task each day. Should he be more cautious in the future? Well, with so many people at home, who among them could not contribute? At this moment, Su Yin felt a sense of quiet gratitude. Fortunately, he had brought a group from Building 7. Otherwise, they would truly be lacking in manpower. After breakfast, Su Yin continued to lead a group downstairs. At the water inlet at the stairwell, a cluster of 7 or 8 individuals had gathered. Some were fishing, while others stood guard. Upon seeing Su Yin and his entourage, they immediately straightened up, pledging their loyalty. This was the result of Yu Li's training. Over the past 3 days, she had patrolled the entire building with her firearm, visiting each apartment. Consequently, the neighbors upstairs had not only become more amiable, but had also intensified their fishing efforts. Moreover, the water inlets of both units were now under 24-hour surveillance. To this end, they had been equipped with walkie-talkies, allowing for immediate reporting should any individuals or creatures approach. Su Yin was quite pleased with Yu Li's efforts. With the home now secure, he could prepare to venture outside. The fish in the community were visibly diminishing, and Su Yan's daily hauls were becoming increasingly meager. Were it not for the occasional encounters with a few fish-scale beings, his yields would have shrunk even further. Chapter 84. Another female celebrity on the yacht at noon. The atmosphere was relaxed as everyone awaited the baiting process. Today's luncheon featured barbecued meats paired with fine red wine, and the cabin was adorned with an array of 3-piece swimsuits, presenting a dazzling display. A few, feeling the chill, had donned stockings, yet their upper bodies remained bare. An ironic contrast. After sweating through the morning, they all sought to unwind. Holding a glass of red wine, Chu Ting gazed at the fully stocked wine cabinet and reflected. Last year, I attended a business banquet where the host invited dozens of female influencers to enhance the revelry. They opened a bottle of Roman economy for them. Dozens of women clad in swimwear queued with their glasses, eagerly awaiting this bottle. Yet not even half of it was consumed. Zhang Zi chuckled, wow. The server must be quite skilled at pouring. Tung Xiangxue scoffed. Do you think they just poured for them? They used a wine syringe like a small tube, capable of filling 7 or 8 glasses with a single squeeze. Wu Xia swallowed a bite of barbecued meat and downed half her glass of wine in one go, exclaiming, with everyone drinking so little, it's quite embarrassing. I would partake in such a gathering. Tung Xiangxue rolled her eyes at her, saying, you are the one who should feel embarrassed. Mixing Roman economy with Sprite at this point, she rested her hand on her forehead, utterly speechless. Chu Ting laughed. Those women were absolutely thrilled at the time. However, Sia, had you been present, I imagine the looks you would have received could slay you. Wu Xia retorted defiantly. It's hard to enjoy without mixing it with Sprite. Chu Ting remarked, actually, this wine is quite delightful. You have simply been accustomed to lower quality wines. She hesitated to express that sentiment fully. Yang Chao, savoring her steak, observed the gathering with a beaming smile. She felt genuinely delighted. Who would have thought that amidst the apocalypse, she could still indulge in such luxuries? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is arduous. Having previously reveled in a life of abundance, the onset of the apocalypse forced her to subsist on meager rations and, at times, endure hunger. Yet, she never imagined that such opulent days could return. Her thoughts shifted to Su Yin, and she scrutinized him for a moment, then froze in surprise. Well, Su Yin, while everyone else is dressed so lightly, why are you so formally attired? The other women paused, turning their attention towards Su Yin, their expressions curious. Sisters, let us strip him down. They chorused. Hey, what are you doing? Don't whose hands are so greasy? Su Yin protested as the group set down their glasses and rushed towards him. Laughter and chaos ensued. Suddenly, Chu Ting found herself in a state of shock. Following suit, Yang Chao also appeared taken aback. One by one, they all froze. After a considerable pause, Zhang Zi exclaimed, well done. You're hogging all the fun. Ugh, this is quite excessive. The group's gazes began to dart nervously, each eyeing one another with a sense of unease. Everyone, step back. Yang Chao suddenly let out a loud shout, launching himself like a tiger on his Su Yin, biting down ferociously. On the third deck, Xiao Muling held a Barrett rifle, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, her stomach growled twice, causing her to frown. These people are so slow to serve food, and no one has come up to assist me. Huh? As Xiao Muling calmed her mind, she suddenly sensed something amiss in the sounds below. Cheering? What is there to cheer about while eating? Are they playing a game? Upon listening closely, she discerned an unsettling noise amidst the commotion, a sound that would never pass inspection. Xiao Muling's face flushed with embarrassment. This group of young ladies, it seems they become restless after 3 days without discipline. Just as she hesitated about whether to go down, her eyes were drawn to a distant sight. A ship appeared on the surface of the water. It was a raft constructed from wooden planks and water bottles. The raft was quite spacious, filled with people. What are they up to? Are they seeking death? Xiao Muling was taken aback. With their recklessness, do they not fear being devoured by schools of fish? Wait, Su Yin is currently occupied with urgent matters. I cannot allow them to approach. With this thought, Xiao Muling raised her weapon and made her way to the ship's bow. However, she soon realized her concerns were unfounded. The group maneuvering the raft was moving slower than a tortoise. It would take at least half an hour for them to reach her. Indeed, it was not until 40 minutes later that the raft finally wobbled closer. Bang! Xiao Muling fired a shot first, then faced them from the bow, commanding, do not come any closer. Halt! Stop immediately. The individuals on the raft scrambled to bring it to a stop. This raft, constructed from nearly 100 water bottles and wooden planks, was not small, and it was crowded with around 30 people. Although they wore raincoats, it was evident they had been drenched along the way. We are from Building 21. There are monsters in our building that we can no longer endure, and we had to escape. We implore you to take us in. The monsters they spoke of were most likely the mutated beings. Indeed, mutated beings had begun to emerge from Building 21. Please, save us. We cannot survive any longer. A man in the front spoke up first, and the others echoed his plea. Xiao Muling, with a stern expression, replied, that is not possible. You must leave. The man in front was evidently not one to give up easily. You must have a young leader among you. May we meet him? We have a female celebrity and a prominent internet personality with us. He would surely be interested. Please, kind lady, grant us an introduction. Upon his words, the crowd parted, revealing 2 women behind them. They wore raincoats, obscuring their features. One of them called out, I am Zhao Luin. You must have heard of my name. Xiao Muling nodded and said, understood. She was genuinely surprised that there were 2 female celebrities hidden within such a small community. Upon noticing her reaction, Zhao Wen immediately straightened her posture and declared, have him come out. I wish to speak with him. Young lady, if you introduce me to him, he will be immensely grateful to you. Xiao Muling was taken aback. Where did this person derive such confidence? What does it matter if she is a celebrity? Our star is no less renowned than you. At this moment, due to the height of the raft, the individuals aboard could not observe the situation inside the yacht. However, standing at the bow of the boat, Xiao Muling could easily glimpse the chaos through the large glass windows. With her words, Xiao Muling no longer indulged Zhao Wen, letting out a cold laugh as she retorted, "Our Su Yin is formidable. He is stronger than 12 men combined. Can you withstand that? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Wen exclaimed, clearly agitated. "Do not speak such absurdities. Those are mere fabrications." Xiao Muling responded, "Apologies, but our Su Yin is not interested in you." The people on the raft exchanged glances, feeling somewhat exasperated. Zhao Wen was attractive and quite famous, but unfortunately, her dark past was widely known. One woman spoke up, "My dear, as a fellow woman, allow me to offer you some advice. The world today is different from the past. Any capable man is likely surrounded by numerous women. As a woman, you should be magnanimous and not hinder your man from seeking other women. Rather, you should actively assist him in finding companionship. This will endear you to him and increase your share of resources. I understand that my words may sound harsh, but they are for your own good." Zhao Wen, despite being a celebrity, should not be so choosy at this juncture. Zhao Wen retorted angrily, "That is all unfounded." The woman immediately replied, Indeed, those are merely rumors." Seeing that Xiao Muling remained unfazed, someone on the raft promptly nudged the woman beside Zhao Wen. If the starlet fails, this influencer is not a poor alternative either. Chapter 85. The Power of the Dragon. The woman beside Zhao Wen immediately stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Little Persimmon. I have 1 million followers. You must have heard of me, right?" "I have not heard of you. Where did this little celebrity come from?" Before Xiao Muling could respond, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Turning around, she saw Chu Ting, who had appeared alongside Teng Xiangxue. Upon spotting Chu Ting, Little Persimmon exclaimed, "Ah, you're President Chu?" Chu Ting was taken aback and replied, "You know me?" Little Persimmon explained, "I saw President Chu at a banquet last year." At that moment, Yu Wanner, who had just joined them, burst into laughter. How fortuitous it was that Chu Ting had just mentioned drinking red wine, and now here came a female internet celebrity. Chu Ting, a high-ranking executive with a prestigious company and a second-generation heiress, was recognizable, but she did not know someone like Little Persimmon. Wearing raincoats and rain hats, Chu Ting and Teng Xiangxue had their faces partially visible through transparent visors. Zhao Wen stared at Teng Xiangxue for a moment before suddenly saying, "You are Teng." That Teng. Teng Xiangxue was somewhat surprised that someone recognized her here and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Zhao Wen." "Oh." Teng Xiangxue realized who she was. Having met various celebrities with Yang Chao, it was not surprising that Zhao Wen recognized her. Zhao Wen immediately said, "You're Yang Chao's assistant." "Teng assistant, are you together with Chao?" Teng Xiangxue replied, "Yes." "Where is she?" Teng Xiangxue lazily said, "Our Chao is not familiar with you." "You, in this apocalyptic world, you still dare to speak to me like that?" Zhao Wen was infuriated, but under the circumstances, she had to swallow her pride. She continued, "Teng assistant, are you the one following Su Yin?" You tell Su Yin that I, Zhao Wen, can agree to some of his conditions. Once this is settled, I will look after you and Chao in the future." Teng Xiangxue's mouth twitched. This person could not possibly think that Su Yin had not yet made a move on Yang Chao. Could she? If she were to witness the scene inside the yacht. Promising conditions indeed. How laughable. Teng Xiangxue threw her head back and laughed, saying, "Our Su Yin is not interested in you. And our Chao certainly does not need your care. You call Su Yin out. I want to speak with him." Yu Wanner suddenly stepped forward, firing a shot that splashed against the surface of the water in front of the raft, scolding, "Who do you think you are? Su Yin is not someone you can just see whenever you want. Hurry up and leave, or we will not be polite." Startled by the shot, Zhao Wen stood frozen for a moment. Teng Xiangxue lazily remarked, "You better hurry back. Be careful on your way, or else you might get eaten by fish. And then you would be even more famous." Bang, get lost. Yu Wanner fired another shot. The others on the raft, feeling helpless, could only start paddling towards another building. Teng Xiangxue mockingly added, "Touted like a star, yet drenched like a plucked chicken. Zhao Wen was mocked by a young assistant, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet she refrained from retorting, daunted by the presence of 2 guns. What was so impressive about a yacht? If only mine were at hand. Zhao Wen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, questioning her decision to come to this wretched place, Sioux City. Alas, her agent had passed away. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to give him a good scolding. Yuan turned to Xiao Muling, saying, "Linger, I'll cover for you. You should go in and have your meal. Will I actually be able to eat if I go in?" Xiao Muling replied, exasperation evident in her voice. The others chuckled at her response. Tang Xiangxue urged, "Go eat now. You mustn't let yourself go hungry. It should be finishing up shortly." After nearly half an hour, work resumed. With the presence of many, the burden of labor was shared, and no one chose to strike that afternoon. Upon hearing about Zhao Wen's predicament, Su Yin paid it little mind, remarking, "In the past, the fish stayed hidden. Now that we've fished them out, it won't be long before they surface. Even without the mutated beings, the supplies in many buildings have likely run out. To survive, these people will resort to any means necessary to seek refuge in the upper floors." Boom, boom, boom. After a long session of shooting and another round of explosions, the results were disheartening. It seemed the fish in the community had indeed vanished. Dispirited by this, Su Yin decided to call it a day and return home. On the journey back, they spotted someone emerging from a building, paddling a large basin, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Sure enough, shortly after he emerged, the basin brimmed with water as he dog-paddled back, returning empty-handed and losing a sizable container in the process. What kind of reasoning does this person possess? They wondered. In the following days, Su Yin granted himself a brief respite before urging the women to intensify their training. Once they ventured beyond the community, the intercom would be useless for communication, and any emergencies at home would necessitate their own resourcefulness. Aside from physical conditioning, they needed to learn how to handle firearms. Occasionally, Su Yin would offer guidance, yet most of his time was spent savoring the remnants of this apocalyptic existence. After toiling under a grueling schedule pre-apocalypse, it seemed absurd to continue working relentlessly in the aftermath. As the living space expanded to nearly 400 square meters, Wu Siki found her workload multiplying. She was utterly exhausted from mopping the floors daily. As Su Yin lounged on the sofa, sipping tea and watching television, Xiao Muling approached him with a sudden idea. "I have a thought," she announced. "What is it?" he inquired. Xiao Muling settled beside him, suggesting, "Since we can break through the second unit, why not demolish the wall next to 1703 and extend into the second unit? We could nearly double our space." Wu Siki, who had been mopping, let her mop drop to the ground, her mouth agape in shock. Xiao Muling chuckled, adding, "Siki has been quite obedient lately. Let us refrain from punishing her further. With so many of us here, it hardly seems fair to make one young girl shoulder all the chores." As Wu Siki bent to retrieve her mop, she perked up at the mention, her previously ludicrous notions having long been crushed by the harsh hand of reality. Especially after Yang Chao's arrival, her worldview was completely transformed. After all, he was her idol. If even her idol could act in such a manner, what was Wu Xia? Su Yin took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, "You may handle it as you see fit." "Very well. We shall commence the duty roster tomorrow. The outdoor cleaning will be managed by our neighbors, while we shall take care of the household chores ourselves." Upon hearing Xiao Muling's arrangements, everyone, except those currently in training, immediately sprang into action. They had contacted the second unit, and their residence boasted a remarkable 18 bedrooms. It was even feasible for each person to have their own private space. As adults, who wouldn't desire an independent sanctuary? There was no longer a need for Su Yin to intervene in the demolition. Zhuang Xiaolu awakened her giant strength, effortlessly smashing through the thick walls with a single punch. The spectators were left in awe of her display. Chai Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having consumed 3 blue crystal fish eyes, she was due for an awakening herself, wasn't she? Leading the way, Zhuang Xiaolu had the 3 new units tidied up in less than half a day. Yu Li, accompanied by the neighbors, completely replaced the furniture that did not meet her approval. Throughout the entirety of Building 12, with over 100 apartments, there were innumerable valuable furnishings, now rendered without owners. If Yuli wished, those with owners could also be claimed as unowned. Taking advantage of these days, Yuli thoroughly scavenged Building 12. She had no need for food. The spoiled provisions in those households held no appeal for her. Her primary goal was to gather clothing, bedding, and daily necessities. With so many women present, many had brought only a few changes of clothes, particularly undergarments, which deteriorated quickly and required replenishment. After the walls had been breached, Su Yin erected fixed Barrett mounts on the balconies of the 01 rooms on either side. From these balconies, one could oversee the entirety of Building 12 from all directions. With the fixed mounts in place, the recoil of the Barrett was no longer an issue, making it accessible for ordinary women as well. Prepared and ready, Su Yin planned to visit the city the following day. That night, in Su Yan's new quarters, now the master bedroom of 1703, he surveyed a pair of bodies as pure as jade under the bright lights, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 86. The twins and the mermaid Wu Xia and Wu Siki, indistinguishable even in attire, were equally difficult to tell apart in their natural state. Su Yin expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "How did you both grow up? You appear as if molded from the same form." Wu Siki's face flushed crimson, her eyes shut in shyness, while Wu Xia, experiencing this moment with her sister for the first time, blushed even more intensely. "Gulme, turn over so I can take another look." "Oh, please, don't tease me." Wu Xia immediately protested. Recently, after laboriously tending to household chores, Wu Siki, seemingly intimidated by Su Yin, obediently rolled over. After a brief playful exchange between Su Yin and Wu Xia, he glanced back to find Wu Siki still lying there, perfectly still, which caused them both to erupt in laughter. Indeed, the innocent girl had not yet been exposed to the world. Her character was remarkably malleable. Some say that having identical appearances is unfavorable, for one might as well be a different person altogether, lacking distinction. However, in truth, there are subtle differences. Two identical faces, when observed closely, can be intriguingly novel. Little did Su Yin anticipate that he would soon encounter another form of novelty that very night. As he was immersed in this intriguing experience, the door was suddenly flung open. Wow, how smooth! This skin. It doesn't even feel like fish scales. How beautiful and fragrant.